Traversing the Douluo Continent, endowed with a miraculous system, Yi Qin is greeted at the onset by a stunning beauty of the Titled Douluo level. Thus, he resolves to embark on a legendary journey that is uniquely his own across the Douluo Continent. What kind of legendary life awaits him? Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, Prince Häagen-Dazs. A tragic accident leads to the untimely demise of Yi Qin, who is just 20 years old. Just as he believes everything is coming to an end, a voice resonates within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, Mr. Yi Qin, you have been granted the opportunity for rebirth. Please choose your new world, perfect world, Jetian, Naruto world, Douluo Continent, or battle through the heavens. A series of mechanical system prompts follows. What? Yi Qin feels somewhat bewildered. Do you not understand? You have acquired a traversal system and are about to undergo a second rebirth. The system elaborates. Then, I choose Douluo Continent. Yi Qin replies after a moment of contemplation. Confirming your choice, the system responds once more. Confirm. You are about to be reborn in the Douluo Continent. Please select a profession. Son of a rogue, prince, son of a blacksmith, son of a butcher. Why is it all sons? Then I choose prince. Yi Qin responds. Understood. Target locked. You are set to proceed to the Douluo Continent, soul transferring to the prince of the Häagen-Dazs kingdom, Yi Qin. Success rate of traversal, 99%. Yi Qin groggily opens his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He finds himself reclining on a bed within an ancient-style palace, adorned with a splendid dome overhead. The bedding is crafted from silk and golden threads, exuding an aura of opulence. Yi Qin rises, still somewhat dazed. Is this a dream? With that thought, he pinches his now youthful arm, a sharp pain jolting him. This isn't a dream, I have truly traversed. Yi Qin gasps internally. He begins to close his eyes, delving into the memories residing in his mind. Ultimately, he is convinced he has indeed traversed, becoming Yi Qin, the prince of the Häagen-Dazs kingdom in the Douluo Continent. He inhabits the body of a mere 6-year-old child. Yet, this child's physique bears no resemblance to typical 6-year-olds, resembling more that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Observing himself, he notices that all the necessary developments have occurred, perfectly suited to his inclinations for romance. In truth, Yi Qin has dwelled in another realm for a period, yet those memories have been erased, hence he is not merely 6 years old in this life. The above spoiler shall not be elaborated upon further in the text. System, are you still there? Yi Qin calls out mentally. Congratulations, host, you have successfully traversed. Would you like to bind the check-in system? The mechanical voice of the system chimes again. Bind. Yi Qin replies without hesitation. Check-in system binding successful. The system responds. The check-in system requires the host to check in at designated locations and complete specified tasks to receive corresponding rewards. Check-in times will be unlocked randomly, triggering hidden tasks for additional rewards. The check-in rewards include, but are not limited to, martial souls, soul rings, women, companions, and soul-guiding devices. The system elaborates. The check-in system is something Yi Qin has only encountered in numerous novels he read in his previous life. He never anticipated becoming a system host one day. This thought fills him with excitement. Host, shall we proceed with the first check-in? The system prompts again. Check-in. Yi Qin responds. First check-in successful. Check-in location. Prince's Chamber, Häagen-Dazs Kingdom, Douluo Continent. The system's notification sounds. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item. Soul River. Soul River? Indeed, the Soul River. It is a built-in feature of the system, containing all possible or mutated martial souls that may appear in the Douluo Continent. You may use the fishing golden hook to fish once and obtain a corresponding martial soul. Impressive. Yi Qin cannot help but exclaim. Since this is your first acquisition of the Soul River, the system grants you one fishing golden hook. The system continues. Would you like to proceed with fishing to obtain your first martial soul? Wait. Suddenly, Yi Qin rushes to the washstand, splashes water on his face, and then seriously declares, begin fishing. Fishing in progress. The system's notification resounds. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine-level martial soul, the mutated version of the Golden Ancestral Dragon, the Annihilation Ancestral Dragon. Nice. Yi Qin cannot contain his excitement. Insufficient quantity of fishing golden hooks fishing ends. Golden hooks must be obtained through check-in rewards. The Annihilation Ancestral Dragon has been integrated into your body. As you have not yet awakened your martial soul, it cannot be utilized. The system informs him. First check-in complete. Check-in task issued. Make Queen Yi of Haagen-Dazs cry. What? Yi Qin feels a wave of confusion wash over him. Queen Yi of Haagen-Dazs is none other than his aunt. Now, the system demands he make her weep. It is well known that even though Yi is a woman, a queen of her caliber cannot simply be brought to tears. Oh system, you truly challenge me. However, upon further reflection, Yi Qin soon finds solace in the thought. He has undeniably entered the Douluo Continent. Moreover, he has acquired a miraculous system, and by sheer fortune, drawn a divine-level martial soul. His choice of the Douluo Continent stems from his deep familiarity with this world. In this realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, he is confident that his extraordinary system will undoubtedly lead him to the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, the Douluo Continent is a land teeming with beautiful women, especially Bibi Dong, a goddess he has long admired. Could it be that he will finally meet her in the flesh? In this life, I am destined to marry a few wives. Yi Qin muses inwardly. Even if courting women is merely a side endeavor. Yet, what is the point of traversing without indulging in romance and enjoyment? Despite this, Yi Qin is not a reckless fool. He is acutely aware that the Douluo Continent is rife with malevolence and peril. Before he becomes fully formidable, he must remain concealed. Otherwise, should his martial soul and system be exposed, he may find himself not only unable to pursue romance, but also potentially assassinated by powerful adversaries. Moreover, Yi Qin holds a principle. He shall not force affection, he must earn the love of individuals like Bibi Dong willingly. He relishes the sensation of conquest. This premise is contingent upon his ascent to unparalleled strength. Fortunately, Yi Qin is not devoid of resources. At the very least, he is now the prince of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Although the kingdom's territory is modest, its ability to secure a position within the Douluo Continent signifies its inherent strength. Little Qin. Just then, a gentle voice reaches his ears. Following closely, a breathtaking figure enters the room. She appears to be around 20 years of age, with a platinum crown atop her head, cascading blue curls adorning her shoulders, and draped in a resplendent platinum gown, her feet adorned with silver high heels. Her figure is enchanting, her movements graceful, her features exquisite, and her skin smooth and delicate. Yi Qin quickly recognizes the identity of the newcomer, the exalted Empress Yi of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Through the memories, Yi Qin realizes that in this life he has been orphaned since childhood, raised solely by his aunt, Yi. Moreover, Yi has never married. As her only relative, Yi has showered him with care and affection. This is evident from the moment Yi Qin was established as the heir to the kingdom at the tender age of 6. Little aunt. To avoid revealing his identity, Yi Qin shyly calls out, "New book, starting sign-in. The enchanting senior sister is so warm-hearted has been released." Chapter 2. The first encounter with Hulayina in his previous life, Yi Qin was not only exceptionally educated but also a distinguished young master, having encountered countless women. Yet, the unparalleled beauty of Yi, combined with the regal aura of the Empress, far surpassed any woman he had ever known. "Xiao Qin, why does your face appear so flushed?" Yi approached him with genuine concern. "I am fine." Yi Qin quickly shook his head. "Are you truly all right?" Yi inquired again. "Should I call for the royal physician to examine you?" "Really, there is no need." Yi insisted, shaking his head once more. "Very well. But if you feel unwell at all, you must tell your aunt," Yi added kindly. "Understood. Je viens replier. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. Tomorrow, the spirit hall will send someone to awaken your martial spirit. You should give it a try." Yi continued. "As a small kingdom, the awakening of martial spirits for us in Haagen-Dazs has always been the responsibility of the spirit hall." "All right." Yi nodded with a hint of excitement. At this moment, he was indeed in need of a martial spirit awakening. However, he pondered, how could he make her cry? He mused that it wouldn't be realistic to resort to violence. Not to mention, he was not even a match for Yi. How could he unjustly strike his own aunt? "Your Majesty, the chief minister requests an audience." A rough voice echoed from outside the chamber. "Understood." Yi replied with a hint of authority. Turning to Yi Qin, she smiled. "Aunt has urgent matters to attend to, so you may entertain yourself for now." "Got it." "All right then." Yi chuckled as she gracefully stepped out. Once Yi had left, Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his memories from his past life remained intact, and he had not raised any suspicions in Yi. After another bout of deep contemplation, Qin was still a loss for how to elicit tears from Yixian. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as the sound of bells echoed, Qin was awakened. This marked his first morning in the Douluo Continent, and he felt particularly refreshed. Furthermore, today was the day of his martial spirit awakening. He couldn't help but wonder, aside from the world-destroying ancestral dragon bestowed upon him by the system, what his inherited martial spirit would be. In the Douluo Continent, martial spirits, especially the higher-tier ones, were generally inherited from one's parents or clan. Unfortunately, Qin had never seen his parents in his memories, nor had he heard Yixian mention them. After tidying himself, a group of attendants entered to escort Qin to the martial spirit awakening site. The venue for his martial spirit awakening was a royal horse training ground, situated at a corner of the palace. Originally used for Yixian and some ministers to practice horseback riding and archery. At the forefront stood a towering arena, adorned with black stones arranged in a hexagram pattern at each corner. At this moment, Yixian and several noble officials were seated comfortably in chairs before the arena. Below the stage, a throng of spectators had gathered, eager to witness the event. Yixian was approachable, and among the crowd were the citizens of the royal city, many of whose children had just turned 6 and were brought to awaken their martial spirits. The prince has arrived. At this time, a servant announced loudly, "Welcome, your highness." The crowd bowed in unison. "Xiaoqin, come here." Yixian, seated on a throne, smiled and waved to Qin as he approached. It was then that Qin noticed a girl sitting beside Yixian. She appeared to be around 14, with long pink hair and dressed in a form-fitting pink outfit. Her beauty was striking, with red lips and white teeth, and her eyes held an innate allure. Though still a minor, she possessed a figure more graceful than that of many adults. At first glance, Qin felt a sense of familiarity. "Xiaoqin, let me introduce you. This is Hu Laina, the intern hall master of the Spirit Hall in the royal city." Yixian gestured towards the pink-haired girl with a smile. "Xiaoqin, she is remarkable and may very well become the heir to the Spirit Hall." Qin was taken aback, realizing he had encountered Hu Laina here. In truth, as a candidate for the Saintess, Hu Laina needed to undergo rigorous assessments, and this was one of the stages. The title of Saintess meant being the successor to the Pope. They not only required immense talent, but also sufficient managerial skills, which is why Hu Laina was sent to intern at the Hagen-Das branch of the Spirit Hall. Yixian then pointed to Qin, saying, "Hall Master Hu, this is my nephew, Prince Qin." "Hello, Prince Qin." Hu Laina extended her hand, her expression indifferent. Qin, however, did not respond to Hu Laina, merely nodding slightly before sitting beside Yixian. This left Hu Laina standing awkwardly alone. "Hall Master Hu, Xiaoqin is still young and does not understand. Please do not take offense." Yixian quickly offered a smile. "Not all," Hu Laina replied coldly. Ding! Encountering the special character Hu Laina in the Douluo Continent has triggered a hidden task. Earn a kiss from Hu Laina. At this moment, the system issued a hidden task. Is it this stimulating right from the start? Qin felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. The system was pushing him to pursue romance. However, he soon found himself in a predicament. If he were 20, perhaps he could charm Hu Laina with his charisma. But he was merely 6 years old. Could one expect a cold beauty to develop feelings for a mere child? Patience is a virtue. By this time, all participants in the awakening had arrived. The chief officiant glanced at Yixian, who nodded, prompting him to rise and announce, "The auspicious time has come. Prepare for the awakening of martial spirits." Upon hearing this, the children awaiting awakening lined up in order to approach the arena. Soon, a young man stepped forward to the hexagram formation. He was handsome, with a sharp demeanor, dressed in a white suit. Like the other soul masters surrounding him, he bore a soul emblem on the center of his chest, and on his left breast, he wore a long sword badge, symbolizing that he was a grand soul master. Seeing the young man's appearance and attire, Qin seemed to guess his identity. "Hello, everyone. My name is Su Yuntao, a grand soul master of the Spirit Hall, and I will be the host for your awakening today." The young man addressed the children. "Oh, my tool," Qin almost exclaimed. "What did you say, Xiaoqin?" Yixian asked, surprised. "Nothing." Qin quickly shook his head. "Xiaoqin, you shall be the last to awaken. Your aunt believes your martial spirit will surely impress everyone," Yixian declared. "All right," Qin replied, although he was puzzled, realizing that Yixian must know the origins of his parents to speak such words. Hu Laina, too, felt a flicker of surprise. Her teacher had mentioned that Yi Xian's lineage was not ordinary. Chapter 3. The Dragon Scale Flower, Martial Spirit Independent Wolf, Manifest. Su Yuntao shouted as two soul rings, one white and one yellow, illuminated beneath his feet, and a wolf-shaped beast spirit roared into existence behind him. Simultaneously, Su Yuntao's form began to undergo a transformation. Upon seeing Su Yuntao's transformation, many of the children were taken aback. Children, there is no need to be nervous. Just approach the hexagram formation one by one in order. Su Yuntao instructive. The first participant, Duke Damo's son, Dashki. The chief officiant called out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dashki stepped into the hexagram formation. The black stones at the vertices began to glow, forming an impenetrable light shield that enveloped her. Soon, golden light radiating from the stones flowed into Dashki's body. Extend your right hand. Su Yuntao instructed softly. As Dashki extended her palm, a miniature sword materialized above it, blood red and exquisitely patterned. Upon witnessing the emergence of the blood sword, the Duke of Damo's family appeared particularly elated, for it signified a promising future for their lineage. Indeed, it is a sword martial spirit. Su Yuntao exclaimed in surprise. Let us test your soul power. Dashki, martial spirit blood sword, innate soul power level 6. The chief officiant called out shortly thereafter. Subsequently, the other children began to test their martial spirits in succession. Dijia, martial spirit of the Overlord Eagle, innate soul power level 3. Shi Ri-Tian, martial spirit of the Rake, innate soul power level 0. Zhu Banjin, martial spirit of the Scissors, innate soul power level 1. Yin Danying, martial spirit of the Carrot, innate soul power level 0. It was evident that the initial tests were dominated by the martial spirits of prestigious families, albeit in limited numbers, each possessing notable martial spirits and innate soul power. Conversely, the majority of commoners exhibited rather lackluster martial spirits, underscoring the rarity and value of soul masters. Next up, Prince Yiqin. Upon hearing his name, Yiqin stepped into the hexagram formation, and once again, the familiar light shield appeared before the audience. As he extended his right hand, a black flower materialized. Its petals, resembling dragon claws, spread outward, emanating a faint black glow and entwined with ancient runes, exuding an air of mystery. Even Su Yuntao, who had witnessed countless martial spirits, was taken aback. The dragon scale flower martial spirit. How extraordinary, he exclaimed. Indeed, it is a top-tier martial spirit, the dragon scale flower. Oh my. It seems the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs has a successor. The spectators erupted into lively discussions. Hyena frowned slightly. As a disciple of Bibi Dong, she was well aware of the dragon scale flower and the existence of the dragon scale sect. Although the sect was not among the elite hundreds of years ago, it was one of the lower 4 sections. Unfortunately, with the tides of fate, the dragon scale sect had completely fallen into obscurity, and the dragon scale flower had not re-emerged since. However, many still remembered that the original dragon scale flower could rival the weapon martial spirit Haotian hammer and the beast martial spirit blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, being hailed as the sovereign of plant-type martial spirits. I must find a way to bring him into the spirit hall, Hyena thought, recognizing that not only would this secure the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs under their influence, but would also yield a prodigious talent. Seeing Yi Qin's martial spirit, Yi Xian, seated on the throne, displayed a sorrowful expression, murmuring, Sister, the dragon scale flower has finally reappeared. Little Qin has grown up. I will cherish him even more. A single tear slipped down her exquisite cheek. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of making Empress Yi Xian cry. Since this is your first task completion, the system will grant you a mysterious gift package. At that moment, Yi Qin was captivated by the dragon scale flower in his hand when he heard the system's prompt, momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao had already extended a crystal ball toward Yi Qin, respectfully saying, Your Highness, please test your innate soul power. Yi Qin finally came to his senses and placed his hand above the crystal ball. The blue crystal began to radiate light as Yi Qin infused it with his soul power, and soon the brilliance reached its zenith, filling the entire crystal ball. Innate full soul power level 10. Su Yuntao exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The citizens of the kingdom of Häagen-Dazs erupted into joy. However, witnessing this scene, Yi Qin felt a tinge of discontent. He preferred to maintain a low profile. Yet, it seemed his prowess did not permit such discretion. Prince Yi Qin, I represent the Spirit Hall in inviting you to join us. Hyena approached him directly. Though she usually exuded an air of aloofness, she recognized that making an exception for a talent with full innate soul power was entirely warranted, especially considering Yi Qin was a prince. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Yi Xian, was taken aback. One noteworthy offer from Hyena, a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall and a candidate for the Holy Maiden. To receive her invitation was a dream come true for many. Even Yi Qin felt a rush of surprise. He had not anticipated such a personal invitation from Hyena. However, after a moment's hesitation, he replied, I must decline. The entire assembly was left dumbfounded. Hyena's brows furrowed in disbelief. What did you say? I refuse. Ye vin reiterated. His rejection stemmed from a clear rationale. Although he admired Bibi Dong and knew he must eventually join the Spirit Hall, he believed the timing was not yet right. First, he did not wish to be beholden to anyone. Second, his current strength was insufficient to conquer Bibi Dong. Of course, he was confident that through his intelligence and the celestial system, he could win her favor, but he was not the type to rely on others for his success. Upon hearing his response, Hyena's expression shifted dramatically, and she stormed out of the palace in a huff. Observing this, Yi Xian shook her head with a sigh, but chose not to comment. Watching Hyena leave, Yi Qin felt unfazed, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. He quickly made his way to his chamber. Upon entering, he eagerly shut the door and murmured, System, are you there? Yes. The system's prompt responded. Would you like to open the mysterious gift package? You understand me well. Let us open it. Ye vin replied. Ding. Mysterious gift package opened. Congratulations. You have received a divine soul ring. Choose one of 5 attendants. Black Dragon Nightstand, level 95 Titled Douluo, Martial Spirit Black Dragon. Level can evolve. White Dragon Princess Mina, level 95 Titled Douluo, Martial Spirit White Dragon. Level can evolve. Black Flame Sorcerer Mocha, level 96 Peak Douluo, Martial Spirit Black Flame. Fallen King Lucifer. Level 96 Peak Douluo, Martial Spirit Fallen Angel. King of Angels Michael. Level 96 Peak Douluo, Martial Spirit Angel. Chapter 4. White Dragon Princess Mina. Wow, this is amazing. Yi Qin couldn't help but exclaim. To receive a Titled Douluo attendant right off the bat is simply extraordinary. This system is incredible. It seems I can make significant progress in my pursuit of romance. I choose White Dragon Princess Mina, Yi Qin declared, his reasoning straightforward. She was the only female attendant, and her level could evolve, which was of paramount importance. Furthermore, she was capable of offense, defense, and support. Confirm your choice. The system's prompt resounded once more. Confirmed. Yi Qin replied without hesitation. White Dragon Princess Mina is being generated. 10-20-99. With the completion of the system's prompt, a beam of white light descended before Yi Qin. It revealed a woman who resembled a celestial being. She had silver hair cascading down her back, eyes sparkling like stars, a proud figure, and exquisite features with smooth, delicate skin, clad in form-fitting white armor. Her alluring figure was accentuated beautifully. Mina, I pay my respects to my master. Mina knelt before Yi Qin, performing a graceful bow. Her voice is delightful. I have struck gold. Yi Qin thought, a smile gracing his lips. Tell me, will you absolutely comply with my commands? Yi Qin inquired. Yes, my master. No one can compel Mina except for your commands. Mina will absolutely obey any directive from you. Mina replied confidently. Very well, remove your attire. Yi Qin said with a smile. Yes, master. Mina responded, preparing to shed her armor. Little Qin, are you inside? A melodious voice resonated from outside the chamber. Quickly hide. Yi Qin exclaimed urgently. Understood. Mina vanished in a flash of white light. Excellent. Yi Qin said with excitement as he hurried to the grand door and pulled it open. Standing outside was Yi Xian, holding an exquisitely crafted rectangular wooden box. Furthermore, the guards had been discreetly dismissed by Yi Xian. Auntie, do you seek me for something? Yi Qin inquired. Come in and speak. Yi Xian nodded gently. Close the door and curtains. After entering, Yi Xian instructed again. Draw the curtains? Yi Qin felt an inexplicable shiver at her words, but complied, sealing the door and windows. At this moment, Yi Xian placed the box onto a table. Little Qin, do you know what lies within? She asked as she opened the lid. Inside was a transparent object resembling a metallic form, akin in shape to a shrunken human skull. This is a soul bone? Yiqin exclaimed, slightly taken aback. No wonder Yi Xian was so cautious. If this soul bone were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, having once ignited a war among kingdoms over just 2 soul bones, resulting in rivers of blood. Indeed, this is the soul bone I often speak of, a 60,000-year-old spiritual wisdom soul bone. Yi Xian affirmed, adding, and it is solely yours. Why is that? Yi Qian asked, somewhat astonished. It was left to you by my sister, your mother, Yi Xian replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qian deduced the profound bond between Yi Xian and his mother in this lifetime. Mother, though I have never met you, I am grateful for your gift, but your son has no need for it. Yi Qian mused internally as he gazed at the soul bone. A 60,000-year soul bone seemed somewhat inadequate for him. However, it could be reserved for a future daughter-in-law, thus fulfilling your heartfelt intentions. Consequently, Yi Qian addressed Yi Xian, Andy, I believe I shall not absorb this soul bone for now. Perhaps after obtaining a soul ring, it may enhance my soul power. Very well. Ye Wan nodded. The soul bone belongs to you. Manage it as you see fit. As she spoke, Yi Xian removed a jade ring from her finger. This ring served as a spatial soul guide container. Despite its small size, it could hold 20 cubic meters of space. I shall gift this to you. Place the soul bone within, but remember to keep any discussions about it strictly confidential. Understood. Yi Qian accepted it without hesitation. Little Qin, you are your mother's pride, as well as mine. If your mother were to witness your innate, full soul power from the heavens, she would surely be overjoyed. Yi Xian smiled. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the spirit hunting forest to acquire your soul ring, and then you will truly become a soul master. Auntie, I wish to obtain the soul ring by myself. Ye vin replied. By yourself? Yi Xian questioned, slightly puzzled. Yes. Ye vin affirmed. He had been too excited earlier, and now recalled that the system had granted him a divine soul ring. This secret must remain undisclosed to anyone. Very well. Then I shall have Uncle Yang accompany you. I cannot rest easy without him, Yi Xian responded. All right. Yi Qian did not argue further, as doing so might only arouse more suspicion from Yi Xian. I have matters of state to attend to, Yi Xian said as she rose. I shall take my leave now. Remember not to wander about. Understood. After bidding farewell to Yi Xian, Yi Qian once again secured the grand door. He then cautiously called out, Mina, are you there? Before he finished speaking, Mina appeared before him as if conjured from thin air. Where were you hiding just now? Yi Qian inquired. Inside your body, master, Mina replied. Yi Qian was momentarily startled. Rest assured, my method of concealment is unique. As long as I do not reveal myself, even a peerless Douluo would be unable to sense my presence. Mina smiled reassuringly. That is good to know, Yi Qian said with satisfaction. Master, would you like to continue disrobing? Mina asked. No need. Yi Qian shook his head. I wish to absorb the soul ring. Please guard me and notify me promptly if anyone approaches. Understood, master. With that, Yi Qian swiftly seated himself on the bed and called out, System appear. First divine soul ring. Age 50,000 years. The system announced automatically. It can only be fused with the martial spirit obtained from the system. And you cannot fuse soul rings acquired from hunting soul beasts with the system's martial spirit. Would you like to proceed with the installation of the divine soul ring? Suitable martial spirit. Annihilating ancestor dragon. Install. Ye vina affirmet. Immediately, his martial spirit unfurled. A colossal dragon beast materialized behind him, its entire form pitch black, resembling the fearsome dragons of Western mythology. Subsequently, a circle of 50,000-year black soul rings slowly formed beneath his feet, ultimately solidifying completely. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has reached level 23. The system's notification resounded. 23? Ye vin éclamet in astonishment. How is that possible? Indeed, host. The annihilating ancestor dragon possesses innate full soul power at level 20. However, your system's soul power cannot be measured by conventional means in the Douluo Continent, the system replied. Chapter 5. The Spirit Hunting Forest. In the ensuing time, Yi Qian chose not to continue cultivating his soul power, but instead opted to read. Firstly, Yi Qian was an individual with a fervent passion for knowledge. Secondly, books are the ladder of human progress. The same holds true in the Douluo Continent. Only with a wealth of knowledge can one traverse far. The book he was reading was not just any tome. It was a volume titled The Compendium of Soul Beasts, detailing all knowledge regarding the age and characteristics of soul beasts, as well as the types of soul masters suitable for them. This would aid him in discerning which soul ring to select. Moreover, Yi Qin's memory was exceptional, nearly reaching photographic recall. The following morning, as Yi Qin pushed open the grand door, a contingent of royal guards was already lined up in formation outside his chamber. At the forefront stood an elder with white hair and a grizzled beard. Clad in a suit of beast-hide armor, he had a fierce countenance, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fearsome deity. This man was none other than Uncle Yang, known as Yang Qitian, the strongest warrior of the Hagen-Dazs kingdom and captain of the royal guard, boasting a soul power level of 82. He ranked among the top 100 in the Continental Soul Master Tournament, earning the moniker War Saint Qitian. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon seeing Yi Qin, all the royal guards knelt in unison. "Why have you brought so many people, Yang?" Yi Qin furrowed his brow. The name Yang Monkey was not one Yi Qin had coined. It was a moniker that had been genuinely called out by him. "Your Highness, this is a personal directive from the king." Yang Qitian replied with a smile. "Unnecessary. You need only accompany me," Yi Qin insisted. Yet Yang Qitian appeared somewhat hesitant. "Do not worry. I shall speak to Annie about it," Yi Qin assured him. "Very well." Yang Qitian paused before nodding in agreement. Continuing, he cleared his throat and shouted toward the royal guard, "Everyone, return to the barracks at a run." "Yes." Following this, Yi Qin climbed into the carriage which, under the guidance of Yang Qitian, sped towards the soul-hunting forest located to the west of the city. The soul-hunting forest was a man-made aggregation of soul beasts, constructed collaboratively by the Spirit Hall and the two great empires, along with various kingdoms and principalities. Within the forest dwelled soul beasts that were centuries and millennia old, providing opportunities for lower-ranked soul masters to hunt for soul rings. The purpose of its existence was to prevent these novice soul masters from venturing into the perilous Star Do forest, where they might lose their lives unnecessarily. Naturally, some powerful factions preferred to take their descendants to the wild territories, for there lay more formidable soul beasts with precious bloodlines. Yi Qin did not seek anything too lofty. After all, his primary martial spirit was the world-destroying ancestral dragon, and its soul rings had to be obtained through the system. Yang Qitian's driving skills were commendable. The journey was smooth, allowing Yi Qin to enter a tranquil state of meditation. Approximately an hour later, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. At the entrance stood a regiment of orderly royal soldiers and Spirit Hall inspectors. Entry into the soul-hunting forest required the presentation of a special order from the Spirit Hall. However, Yi Qin and his companion had no cause for concern. Yang Qitian quickly produced a hand emblazoned with 4 distinct symbols and passed through the security check with ease. "Your Highness, have you decided on your first soul ring?" Yang Qitian inquired. "I desire poison," Yi Qin replied. "Poison? Excellent. Your Highness's dragon scale flower is suited for both strong offense and control, making it perfect for poison." Yang Qitian contemplated for a moment before responding. "Then, which type of poisonous plant do you require?" It was evident that Yi Qin's seemingly casual response had been the result of careful consideration. "The ghost green vine," Yi Qin replied once more. As its name suggests, the soul beast aggregation was teeming with soul beasts. Consequently, the ghost green vine, being a common soul beast, was quickly located. Under Yang Qitian's assault, the ghost green vine was soon on the brink of death, allowing Yi Qin to decisively deliver the final blow. Following Yang Qitian's guidance, Yi Qin began to absorb the soul ring. The process of absorption was indeed somewhat tedious. After about half an hour, he successfully absorbed the 400-year-old ghost green vine. "Your Highness, do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Qitian asked. "None." Yi Qin shook his head. 400 years is close to the limit for a first soul ring. Typically, soul masters cannot endure such a strain. "Your Highness, with your innate full soul power, is truly admirable." Yang Qitian responded with a smile. "Is the task complete, then? May we return to the palace?" "Yang Qitian, perhaps you should head back first," Yi Qin suggested. "I wish to explore a bit longer." Yang Qitian hesitated momentarily. "It's all right. This is the soul-hunting forest, guarded by the royal guards and Spirit Hall soul masters. I will be safe," Yi Qin reassured him. "Besides, I now have my first soul ring, giving me the ability to protect myself. Do not use my aunt to pressure me. This is an order. Seeing Yang Qitian about to speak again, Yi Qin insisted. Very well, Yang Qitian sighed in resignation. He then produced the order with the 4 symbols. Your Highness, this is the Spirit Hall's special order, capable of summoning all soul masters within the soul hunting forest. Keep it for emergencies. All right. Yi Qin accepted the order without hesitation. Additionally, Your Highness, your soul power is still low. Do not venture into the central area. Yang Qitian furter Zhaotionet. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Yi Qin asked with a slight frown. Nothing more. Yang Qitian shook his head. Then, Your Highness, I will wait for you outside the soul-hunting forest. If you encounter any trouble, ignite this sky-piercing arrow, and I will come at once. Saying this, Yang Qitian took out a sky-piercing arrow from his bosom. Understood, understood. Yi Qin accepted the arrow, speaking somewhat impatiently. After all arrangements were made, Yang Qitian departed, glancing back every few steps. Once he left, Yi Qin immediately plunged into the depths of the forest. His purpose for staying was simple, to see if he could trigger 1 or 2 hidden quests within the soul-hunting forest. With Mina as protection, he had no need to worry about safety. Along the way, Yi Qin encountered many soul masters hunting for soul rings, but unfortunately, none were remarkable. And the women he saw were mere superficial beauties, failing to capture his interest. Just then, a stunning figure caught his eye. She was adorned in a pink outfit, her figure extraordinarily alluring, and behind her was a pink fox-like shadow. This person was none other than Hulaina, the candidate for the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. What a serendipitous encounter, Yi Qin murmured as he paused. At that moment, Hulaina was engaged in battle with a purple fox-type soul beast. It was a bewitching spirit fox, radiating a faint purple glow, its eyes a captivating blend of pink and blue, creating an eerie allure. The magical fox measured 2 meters in length and, based on Yi Qin's knowledge, was likely around 1,500 years old, probably the 3rd soul ring that Hulaina desired. At that moment, 2 yellow soul rings glowed beneath Hulaina's feet as she fought fiercely against the bewitching spirit fox. Curiously, it seemed there were no attendants accompanying her. She was alone in the fray. First soul skill, Fox Illusion, Hulaina called out, and her first soul ring illuminated. Leaving behind a pink afterimage, she lunged towards the bewitching spirit fox, her right hand morphing into a claw aimed at the creature's triangular head. However, at that moment, the bewitching spirit fox's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a visible red aura surged forth from its body. Yi Qin exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a bewitching demon fox." The bewitching demon fox was a mutated form of the bewitching spirit fox, the only distinction being its scarlet eyes. While the names appeared similar, the former was known for its brutality and combativeness, its strength far surpassing that of an ordinary spirit fox. A 1,000-year-old demon fox could rival a 3,000-year-old spirit fox. Seizing the opportunity while Hulaina was off balance, the demon fox advanced, its powerful forepaws crashing down. At that moment, Hulaina could not defend herself. First soul skill, Ghost Vine Bind. Yi Qin shouted, activating his first soul ring. Countless black vines erupted from the ground, binding the demon fox's limbs and halting its assault. Upon witnessing Yi Qin's arrival, Hulaina was initially startled, but quickly performed a backflip to distance herself from the demon fox. The dragon scale flower possessed formidable control capabilities, and coupled with the toxicity of the ghost green vine and his 23rd level true soul power, the demon fox was momentarily immobilized. However, the demon fox's fiery aura surged, incinerating the vines that bound it, followed by a torrent of flames directed towards Yi Qin. Simultaneously, more black vines erupted from the ground around Yi Qin, forming a circular shield imbued with a black glow, encasing him within. With a thunderous crash, the red flame struck the shield but did not immediately obliterate it. How can this be? Hulaina pondered in disbelief. With merely a soul power of just over 10 levels, Yi Qin astonishingly managed to withstand the fiery onslaught of the enchanting fox, leaving her momentarily stunned. Second soul skill, Heavenly Fox Fire Rain. In her surprise, Hulaina activated her second soul ring, transforming into a blaze as she soared into the sky. The flames then scattered around her, forming numerous fireballs that cascaded towards the magical fox like shooting stars. Sensing the imminent threat, The fox abandoned its attack on Yi Qin and redirected its gaze towards the descending firestorm. With a mighty roar, it concentrated its crimson soul power into a protective shield. Boom! The fireball struck the shield with tremendous force, creating a series of deafening explosions. Clearly overwhelmed, the magical fox began to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qin channeled his soul power once more, commanding several vines to emerge from beneath the fox's feet and lunge towards its abdomen. Under the combined assault of Yi Qin and Hulaina, the fox's shield shattered completely, and it was subsequently bombarded by the fireballs, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A circle of bright purple soul rings emerged from its body. Once the magical fox was vanquished, Yi Qin and Hulaina retracted their soul power. "What are you doing here?" Hulaina questioned Yi Qin with an icy tone. "Why didn't you bring any guards? What business is that of yours?" Yi Qin replied, "I saved your life, and you don't even offer a word of gratitude? I saved you too. We are even." Hulaina retorted, "That is not how it works." Yi Qin shook his head. "I saved you, so you owe me a debt of gratitude. As for your rescue of me, I will repay you in due time." Upon hearing this, Hulaina furrowed her brows and coldly asked, "What do you want in return?" "I haven't decided yet. Let us leave it at that for now." Yi Qin smiled. "Are you toying with me?" Hulaina replied frostily. "How could that be considered playing with you? I genuinely haven't thought it through." Yi Qin flashed a charming smile. The word playing hung heavily in the air. "Forget it. I'll 1 stoop to your level," Hulaina thought to herself, calming her emotions as she approached the corpse of the alluring magical fox, preparing to absorb its soul ring. "Does that mean you're relinquishing your request?" Yi Qin inquired with a smile. "Protect me," Hulaina replied coldly. With that, she closed her eyes, beginning to circulate her energy. Yi Qin, upon hearing this, sat down nearby, as he had just acquired a soul ring and needed to consolidate his power. The method of soul power cultivation had been imparted to him by Yi Xian in a past life. Thus it was familiar and relatively straightforward for Yi Qin to comprehend. Essentially, it involved absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, circulating it within his body, with a portion solidifying into his soul power while a significant amount returned to nature. Initially, he found the process somewhat awkward, but with his exceptional talent, he swiftly entered a meditative state. After approximately an hour, Yi Qin was abruptly awakened by a fragrant aroma and an exceedingly alluring voice. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly astonished to see Hulaina leaning in to kiss his cheek. The gentle touch sent a flush to Yi Qin's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ding! Special task completed. Hulaina's favorability reached 100%. Before he could fully process the situation, Hulaina's arms were already draping over his shoulders. "What is happening?" Yi Qin jolted awake, swiftly dodging Hulaina's embrace, only to notice her expression was peculiarly strange, as if she were intoxicated, gazing at him with an undeniably seductive posture, her enchanting eyes sparkling with irresistible allure. At that moment, Hulaina began murmuring beguiling words as she lunged towards him once more. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Qin quickly deduced that Hulaina had likely fallen victim to some form of illusion. "Hulaina, snap out of it," he urged. Truth be told, Hulaina was extraordinarily beautiful, and combined with her unique charm, Yi Qin found himself struggling to maintain his composure. However, they were in the soul-hunting forest, where dangers lurked at every corner, and Yi Qin was not one to take advantage of another's vulnerability. Thus, he promptly unleashed his soul power, summoning black vines from the ground to bind Hulaina's arms and legs. Chapter 7. The Second Martial Spirit, Yi Qin's Strength. Soon after, Yi Qin rapidly perused the Soul Beast Compendium, ultimately discovering a crucial piece of information. The soul ring of the enchanting magical fox possessed extreme allure, and if the absorber lacked sufficient willpower, they would be subjected to wicked flames and illusions. Just then, with a surge of soul power, Hulaina broke free from the bindings, charging at Yi Qin once more. Just as he was about to call out to Mina, a piercing, shrill voice rang out from behind him. To think a disciple of the Pope would be so shameless. Upon hearing this, Hulaina seemed to regain some clarity, while Yi Qin turned to see a red-haired girl standing there. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in red armor. Though not particularly striking in appearance, her figure was more voluptuous than Hulaina's. "Red Rue," Hulaina gasped in fear upon seeing the girl. The reason for her fear was that Red Rue was her rival, a member of the Elder Hall, and a sworn enemy of Hulaina from the Pope Hall. Hulaina, how dare you call my name? Red Rue sneered. You've brought disgrace upon the Spirit Hall. With someone like you, do you even deserve the title of Saintess? Red Rue pointed an accusing finger at Hulaina in fury. What's wrong with me? Hulaina exclaimed in shock. Then, glancing at Yi-Chin beside her, the imprint of a kiss on his face sparked her understanding, prompting her to coldly inquire, Yi-Chin, what just transpired? Let me clarify. It's evident that Hulaina has fallen victim to the enchanting magical fox's illusion. Yi-Chin did not respond to Hulaina, but instead turned to Red Rue with a frosty retort. You're just Hulaina's little lover, of course. You would defend her. Red Rue mocked. I will certainly report this to the Elder Hall. Hulaina, prepare to be expelled from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Hulaina was instantly overwhelmed, and with the lingering effects of the enchanting magical fox's poison, she collapsed onto the ground. Just as Red Rue turned to leave, a thunderous dragon roar erupted behind her. She spun around, only to behold Yi-Chin enveloped in a surge of black energy, his youthful eyes transformed into deep, dark orbs, with a colossal black dragon floating ominously behind him. The imposing dragon exuded a suffocating pressure as if the very act of breathing could induce a sense of impending doom. What astonished Red Rue even further was the rapid spinning of a circle of black soul rings beneath Yi-Chin. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy erupted from his youthful form. Black soul rings? You're not Yi-Chin. Who are you? Red Rue asked, her voice laced with fear. We had no enmity between us. But since you've uncovered my secret, prepare to meet your end here, Yi-Chin said with a chilling smile. As a candidate for the Saintess of the Elder Hall, Red Rue quickly overcame her trepidation, activating her movement technique in an attempt to flee. However, in an instant, Yi-Chin had already blocked her path. Seeing this, Red Rue summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath her feet, and a red flame spear materialized in her hand. In no time, the spear was thrusting towards Yi-Chin with deadly intent. Yi-Chin did not flinch. His arm began to transform, evolving into a pitch-black dragon claw, which he boldly thrust forward to meet Hong Rue's fiery spear head-on. With a crisp clang of metal colliding, the spear pierced Yi-Chin's dragon claw, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Instead, Yi-Chin's formidable soul power sent both the wielder and the weapon reeling backward. Second soul skill, Dragon Dance, Hong Rue exclaimed, her second ring glowing brightly. In the instant the fiery spear left her grasp, it morphed into a serpentine dragon of flames, launching itself towards Yi-Chin. First soul skill, Annihilation Dragon Claw. With a piercing howl, Yi-Chin transformed both hands, evading the fiery dragon's assault with lightning speed and arriving before Hong Rue. His icy dragon claw mercilessly striking towards her abdomen. After a resounding dragon roar, 2 charred claw marks marred Hong Rue's midsection, and with a spurt of blood, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, an elderly figure rushed in from afar, landing beside Hong Rue's lifeless body, and bellowed at Yi-Chin with a heart-wrenching fury. You audacious rogue! How dare you slay a member of the Spear Hall? It was evident that this elder, marked by a 6th ring, was a formidable soul emperor dispatched by the Spirit Hall to protect Hong Rue. Mina, I leave this to you, Yi-Chin said with a calm smile, facing the Spirit Hall's soul emperor. Yes, master, a clear female voice responded, and moments later, a radiant light erupted from Yi-Chin's being. In the blink of an eye, the Spirit Hall's soul emperor was reduced to a cold corpse. This place is not suitable for lingering, Yi-Chin thought to himself as he lifted the unconscious Hulaina and, under Mina's spatial powers, departed from the soul-hunting forest. Surrounding the forest were bustling markets, and Yi-Chin swiftly carried the feverish Hulaina into a nearby inn. After placing her on the bed, he issued a few instructions to Mina, who then tore through space to return to the soul-hunting forest. Soon thereafter, the enforcement officers of the Spirit Hall received reports of discovering Hong Rue's and her personal guards' clothing within the forest, alongside a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. Clearly, this beast had been instructed by Yi-Chin through Mina to obliterate evidence and fabricate the illusion that Hong Rue and her companion had fallen victim to a soul beast. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Yi-Chin continued to practice diligently beside Hulaina. Had he not been concerned about her lingering poison, he would have returned to the royal palace long ago. Not long after, Hulaina awakened once more, exclaiming, so hot, while tugging at her clothing. This foolish girl. Yi Qin sighed gently as he lifted Hulaina from the bed and immersed her into a bathtub, promptly turning the faucet to the maximum to cool her down with cold water. Upon seeing the beautiful figure drenched, Yi Qin felt a surge of heat and hurriedly exited the washroom. Determined to shift his focus, Yi Qin chose to cultivate his soul power. He was immensely satisfied with the might of the Annihilation Dragon, speculating that Hong Rue had possessed a soul power level of at least 28. Thus, it seemed that no soul master below the 30th level could surpass him. He again plunged into deep meditation, and when he awakened, it was already the early hours of the following day. After confirming that Hulaina's feverish body had returned to normal, Yi Qin carefully placed her back on the bed. He then gently closed the door, rented a carriage, and set off towards the palace of the Heaven-Defying Kingdom. Upon entering the prince's chamber, Yi Qin was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of hostility. Before him stood Yi Xian, wielding a blue vine with fury evident in her stance. Having never witnessed Yi Xian in such a state of anger, Yi Qin felt a jolt of apprehension, though he quickly regained composure, asking, "What are you doing here? Where else would I be if not here?" Yi Xian retorted, biting her lip as she struck the ground with her vine. "Yi Qin, you've grown bold. Haven't you? Just awakened your martial spirit and feel invincible enough to run amok." As Yi Qin attempted to explain, Yi Xian's vine came crashing toward his forehead. Reacting instinctively, Yi Qin activated his yellow soul ring, conjuring a protective barrier of black soul power that easily intercepted her attack. Realizing that Yi Xian's strike, while fierce in appearance, bore no true strength, he held her vine effortlessly. However, just as he felt triumphant, her right hand crackled with lightning, rapidly coursing along the vine towards him. Taken by surprise, Yi Qin hastily released his grip, yet still felt a faint electric shock course through him, causing a wince of pain. Before Yi Qin could voice his frustration, Yi Xian had already dashed in front of him, enveloping him in a sudden embrace. The unexpected affection caught him off guard, and he heard her softly whisper in his ear, "There was a commotion in the soul-hunting forest yesterday. The soul beasts went berserk. Uncle Yang said he couldn't find you, and I was worried all night, so I apologize." I'm fine," Yi Qin replied, somewhat bewildered. Yi Xian then released him, her expression earnest as she said, "Sister entrusted you to me. You must not come to any harm, or I shall have no face to meet her." Seeing the glimmer of tears in Yi Xian's eyes, Yi Qin couldn't help but nod in agreement. She gently took hold of his right hand and asked, "Did I hurt you?" "No, it's nothing," Yi Qin assured her. Once she confirmed his hand was unscathed, she released it and said softly, "I remember I have state affairs to attend to. I must go, but I've arranged breakfast for you, so be sure to eat well." With that, she departed without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Qin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He had a vague feeling that his relationship with Yi Xian was anything but ordinary. "Your Majesty." At that moment, another familiar female voice echoed from outside the prince's chamber. "General Zhao has come to see Yi Qin. He is inside," Yi Xian's voice responded. Shortly after, a woman in her late 20s entered Yi Qin's chamber. She sported a neat, short golden hairstyle, her skin as smooth as jade, adorned in silver armor, with a silver broadsword at her waist. Though she was a woman, her presence exuded an aura of bravery rivaling that of any man. She possessed an enviable figure, particularly her prominent bosom, which made it impossible for anyone to mistake her for a man. Through his memory, Yi Qin quickly recognized her as Zhao Ying, the foremost female general of the Heaven-Defying Kingdom, renowned for her military exploits and dubbed the kingdom's eagle. Born into the Zhao family, she had been a significant figure since the kingdom's founding. It could be said that the establishment of the Heaven-Defying Kingdom was partially attributed to the Zhao family, including Yang Qitian, who was invited to serve the kingdom. Having grown up alongside Empress Yi Xian, they maintained a close bond, appearing as ruler and subject while being true confidants, which also fostered a strong relationship with Yi Qin. "Zhaoing." Yi Qin greeted her with a smile. "You rascal, have you angered Xianer again?" Zhaoing inquired with authority. "Not at all." Yi Qin shook his head in response. "Why is she being so indifferent to me?" Zhaoing pressed. What's wrong with Yi Xian?" Yi Qin exclaimed in surprise. "You should know better. I've told you that you can call anyone by their name." But Xian'er is your aunt and also a queen. Addressing her so casually might just get you in trouble. Zhao Ying retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. All right, I understand. Yi Qin replied with a smile, wishing to avoid revealing his identity. By the way, what brings you here? Weren't you off to conquer the southern tribes? Yi Qin inquired. You ungrateful brat. I went to establish a territory for you and Xian'er. Are you wishing for my demise? Zhao Ying fumed. Not at all. Yi Qin responded, secretly thinking, is she really this fierce? Enough. Zhao Ying waved her hand dismissively and retrieved a delicate wooden box from her soul guide container. This is the southern specialty snow lily paste you asked me to bring. Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the box, revealing a jelly-like delicacy that exuded a subtle fragrance, quite appetizing. Well, the food is delivered. I shall take my leave, Zhao Ying declared, turning to exit the palace. Leaving so soon? Yi Qin called out. I must comfort my dear Xian'er first. Once I find out why she is upset, I will return to deal with you. Zhao Ying stated without looking back. After Zhao Ying departed, Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhao Ying was undoubtedly the most formidable person he had encountered in both of his lives. However, he could discern that beneath her fierce demeanor, she possessed a tender heart. Yi Qin smiled faintly, reaching for a piece of snow lily paste and preparing to indulge, when a guard rushed in, announcing, Your Highness, Hulaina, the submaster of the Spirit Hall, is waiting outside. Yi Qin paused, quickly storing the snow lily paste away before responding. Let her in. Also, you all should step outside the gate and wait. No one is permitted to enter without my orders, especially General Zhao Ying. Yes, the guard acknowledged respectfully and retreated. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed as Hulaina stormed in, her face a mask of fury. Yevin, she shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. Hulaina, I know what you want to say, but first, please close the door, Yi Qin calmly replied. Hulaina, initially seething, felt her anger dissipate upon seeing Yi Qin, and she turned to shut the palace door. All right, Hulaina, you may speak. Yi Qin smiled. What has happened to me? She shook her head, still glaring at Yi Qin. What did you do to me? Chapter 9. The angry Hulaina today. Hulaina awoke in an unfamiliar room, realizing she was devoid of clothing. Overwhelmed with rage and despair, she interrogated the innkeeper and discovered that a 6-year-old noble boy had brought her to the inn. Recalling the events of the day, she quickly thought of Yi Qin, although she later learned that the inn staff had changed her clothes. She was convinced that Yi Qin must have done something to her. Thus, she charged into the palace, determined to confront Yi Qin. What did I do to you? Yevin retorted. Hulaina bit her lip, accusingly asking, Was it you who sent me to the inn last night? Indeed, Yi Qin replied with a smile. Then prepare to pay with your life. Hulaina seethed, her soul power surging forth as her hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Wait, Hulaina, I saved you twice. Is this how you repay me? Yi Qin questioned with calmness. You speak nonsense. Hulaina shouted in fury. I will kill you. Hold on. You must at least provide me with a reason to justify such an act. Yi Qin quickly interjected. Hulaina wanted to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Let me help you remember. Yi Qin smiled. Given Hulaina's temperament, she should have dismembered Yi Qin by now. Yet she hesitated, her teeth clenched. Then, tell me, she challenged. Do you recall what transpired in the soul-hunting forest? I saved your life, and then you went to absorb a soul ring, only to fall victim to the illusion poison and attempted to charm me. Ye vin rejontet. Impossible. Would I ever attempt to charm you? Hulaina frowned. I told you, you were under the influence of the illusion poison, and you even kissed me. Ye vin grinut. Hulaina's expression soured further as she recalled losing her senses after absorbing the soul ring and her subsequent indiscretions, as well as the scolding she received from Hong Rue. Noticing her contemplative expression, Yi Qin continued, Are you beginning to remember? Even if I did kiss you, how could you take advantage of me in such a vulnerable state? Hulaina's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Did you really do anything to me? She pressed. Just listen to me. Yi Qin felt a surge of amusement, knowing he held the upper hand in this conversation. You should also remember that Hong Rue appeared and saw you kissing me, leading to you fainting from her scolding. Get to the point. Hulaina gritted her teeth, out of fear that the illusion poison would take effect again. I sent you to the inn, Yi Qin explained. Then what about you stripping me of my clothes? Hulaina demanded. I didn't remove your clothing. You were afflicted by the poison, and I had to cool you down with water. I couldn't bear to see you freeze to death. So I had the instaff remove your damp clothes. Ye vin kudarifiet. Is that truly the case? Hulaina asked, puzzled. I have no reason to deceive you. I am but a child, and have no interest in your bodies. Ye vin ripiet. Now you should understand that I saved you twice, yet you wish to kill me. What does that make sense? Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt conflicted, and she released her soul power, coldly stating, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If it turns out not to be as you say, then I... With that, Hulaina flung open the palace door and stormed out. Watching her retreating figure, Yi-Chin couldn't help but smile, realizing that the system's favorability had indeed taken effect. This could lead to interesting developments with Hulaina. Halfway through her departure, Hulaina suddenly halted, increasingly troubled by her thoughts. Normally, she would have killed Yi-Chin in such a situation, so why was she hesitating today? Was it merely because he was a child? Moreover, Yi-Chin's demeanor was genuinely astonishing, entirely unlike that of an ordinary 6-year-old. Yi-Chin, you little brat, come out. Zhaoying bellowed outside the prince's chamber. The 8-guard station outside could not restrain her, and she charged inside. What is it now? Ye vin emergit. Feeling a surge of irritation. What did you do to Xianer? Zhaoying shouted. She won't even acknowledge me. I swear I did nothing. Ye vin protested. He was certain he had not wronged Yi Xian in any way. Fine, if you refuse to speak, then according to our previous agreement, since you have awakened your martial soul, your soul power training will now be under my supervision, Zhaoying declared ominously. No way. Yi-Chin resolutely refused, sensing her sinister intentions. Give me a reason, Zhaoying demanded. Because I have joined the spirit hall, Yi-Chin replied in a panic. Recalling their earlier agreement that once he allied with a faction or academy, he would no longer require her guidance. Did you not reject me before? Zhaoying furrowed her brow. That's none of your concern. I made my decision. Yi-Chin shrugged, adding, perfect timing. I need to report to the spirit hall. Farewell. With a swift motion, Yi-Chin dashed out of the courtyard. To his surprise, Zhaoying did not attempt to stop him. Instead, Yang Qitian leapt down from the rooftop, following closely behind. Yang, why are you coming along? Ye vin invited. Your Highness, the Queen has personally instructed me to accompany you wherever you go, lest she reprimand me. Yang Qitian replied. Then feel free to follow. Ye vin nodded. After all, there was nothing particularly clandestine to conceal at the moment. Your Highness, I have heard you declined Hulaina's advances. Why then are you heading to the spirit hall? Yang Qitian asked with a grin. Times have changed. Ye vin chakdet. Although he did not genuinely intend to join the spirit hall at this time, he had devised a strategy, and it was time to launch an offensive against Hulaina. The spirit hall was situated in the heart of the royal city, mere streets away from the palace. Yi-Chin was merrily strolling along when suddenly, a galloping steed charged towards him. In that instant, Yi-Chin's reflexes proved faster than Yang Qitian's, as he summoned his soul power, causing several black tendrils to spring forth from the cobblestone street, entangling the horse and the young man riding it, sending them tumbling to the ground. Onlookers halted in their tracks, astonished by the spectacle. Yet, the young man was quick-witted. As the horse fell, he pushed against the saddle, propelling himself into a somersault and landing deftly on his feet. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with long black hair, dressed in an ancient silk robe, possessing striking features and a robust physique that exuded a certain handsomeness. Who are you to dare obstruct my path? The young man demanded angrily. And who are you to be in the wrong and still claim to be right? Yevin retorted defiantly. A mere child who hasn't yet matured dares to claim to know my name. The young man scoffed. Come here and kneel before me, bow 3 times, and I might let it slide. At that moment, a voice from the crowd recognized Yi-Chin, the first young scion of the royal city. The second young master of the Li Feng sect, Xiao Sun. You don't know him? Another explained. Despite being less renowned than the 7 sects, the Li Feng sect housed 3 Titled Douluo and controlled half of the kingdom's economic lifeblood, showing little regard for the royal family. Hearing Xiao Sun's crude words, Yi-Chin sneered. I kneel to heaven and earth, but not to a mere cur. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun's guards began to arrive, forming a fierce line against Yi-Chin. What did you say? Xiao Sun's fury ignited, but before he could unleash it, Yang Qitian intervened. Young Master Xiao, temper your anger. Prince Yi-Chin is still young. Do not stoop to his level. Prince Yi-Chin? Who are you? Xiao Sun inquired, glaring at Yang Qitian. Yang Qitian, he confidently declared. The guards of the Li Feng sect were taken aback, their bravado waning. While even Xiao Sun felt a chill, Yang Qi-tian was at level 82 of soul power, surpassing his father and 2 elders, making him the strongest in the kingdom. Very well, I'll consider this a stroke of bad luck. Xiao Sun glared at Yi Qin before strutting away with his guards, leaving behind the fallen steed. As Xiao Sun retreated, Yi Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. He summoned his soul power, causing several black tendrils to spring from beneath Xiao Sun's feet, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. The guards and onlookers were left astounded. Yang Qi-tian had not anticipated Yi Qin's swift retaliation, yet he approved of it. He had long been displeased with the Li Feng sect's arrogance, but due to Lady Ye's stern warnings, he had refrained from provoking them. You seek death. Xiao Sun roared in rage, scrambling to his feet, 2 yellow soul rings shimmering beneath him as a visible whirlwind surrounded him, indicating his martial soul. Wind. Dragon scale flower. Manifest. Yi Qin smiled faintly, rushing toward Xiao Sun as the dragon scale flower transformed into a black light enveloping his right arm. This was the second ability of the dragon scale flower, allowing it to adhere to the user like a beast martial soul. Once, a Titled Douluo from the dragon scale sect had fully manifested, covering himself in dragon scales, granting attributes akin to a martial soul's true form. Although Yi Qin's dragon scale flower was still in its nascent phase and had yet to materialize, its manifestation significantly elevated his aura. Xiao Sun was taken aback by Yi Qin's aggressive approach. However, he felt no reason to retreat from Soul Master. Activating his first soul ring and enveloping his right arm in a green whirlwind, preparing to counter Yi Qin's punch. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded as their fists collided. Xiao Sun was unexpectedly sent flying backward. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The guards of the Li Feng sect had presumed Yi Qin was no match for Xiao Sun and had refrained from intervening, but the situation had dramatically shifted, compelling them to activate their martial souls and soul rings. Among them was a formidable soul emperor. However, as they prepared to strike, Yang Qi-tian's 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, ignited, and a towering golden giant ape manifested behind him. Initially, the air was filled with vibrant hues as the Li Feng sect displayed their martial souls. But upon Yang Qi-tian's emergence, all colors faded, replaced by a brilliant golden radiance that shone like the sun. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Titled Douluo, even the Soul Emperor-level guard felt an overwhelming tremor in their chest, their faces twitching in distress. With a fierce roar, Yang Qi-tian unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, sending all Li Feng sect disciples sprawling to the ground. Remember this. The royal city belongs to the Yi family. It is not yet time for you to run rampant. Yi Qin coldly addressed Xiao Sun. Yi Qin, you will pay for this. Xiao Sun, thoroughly shaken, scrambled to his feet and shouted at Yi Qin before hastily retreating down the street. The remaining Li Feng sect disciples, stricken by fear, followed suit, fleeing in panic. As the Li Feng sect withdrew in disarray, Yi Qin and Yang Qi-tian finally relaxed their soul power. Well done, Prince Yi Qin. Yang Qi-tian could not help but give a thumbs up. Your Highness is magnificent. General Yang is formidable. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the sight of the once arrogant Li Feng sect now in such disarray. Yang, you were not so bad yourself. Yi Qin smiled in response. However, Your Highness, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but may I speak candidly? Yang Qi-tian inquired. Speak. Yi Qin replied nonchalantly. How will we explain this to the queen? She has warned us against provoking the Li Feng sect unless absolutely necessary. Yang Qi-tian stated with a smile. We will say exactly what occurred. I will take responsibility if there are repercussions. Besides, as you can see, we clashed with the Li Feng sect, and the people are elated. Yi Qin smirked. Very well. Yang Qi-tian nodded in agreement. With that, Yi Qin continued on his way towards the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall lived up to its reputation. The scale of its branch was unmatched, rivaling even the grandeur of the Haagen-Dazs Palace. Ding! A task notification sounded. Task issued. Location. Hulaina's bedroom in the Spirit Hall. Yi Qin thought to himself, it seems I have arrived at the right place. Stop. This is the sacred ground of the Spirit Hall. Entry is forbidden without a decree. A guardian knight obstructed Yi Qin and his companion. At that moment, Yang Qitian presented the decree to the guards, declaring, I am Yang Qitian, the honorary Archbishop of the Spirit Hall. Greetings, Archbishop. The guards bowed respectfully. What brings you here, Your Excellency? One of them inquired. Take us to your hall master. Hulaina, Yi Qin instructed. Yes, my lords. The guard responded with deference, leading Yi Qin and Yang Qitian into the hall. As they traversed the marble corridor, they soon arrived at the main hall. Get out, get out, get out. Before they even entered, Yi Qin heard a furious female voice, followed by a group of Spirit Hall soul masters retreating respectfully from within. My lords, please wait here while I inform the hall master, the guard said, trembling slightly, and hurried into the grand hall. Reporting to the hall master, Honorary Archbishop Yang Qitian requests an audience. Not seeing anyone, no one is to be seen. Before long, the guard emerged, drenched in sweat. Archbishop, a grave incident has occurred in the Spirit Hall. Deacon Hong Rue and Archbishop Yinshan have been killed. The hall master is not seeing anyone. Yi Qin smiled faintly, bypassing the guard and stepping directly into the hall. Wasn't it said that no one is to be seen? As Hulaina was about to unleash her wrath, the sight of Yi Qin softened her anger and stirred a sense of excitement within her, as if she harbored a fondness for the boy before her. Why are you here? Hulaina stammered. Is the hall master not welcoming us? Ye vinsimidet. Then we shall take our leave. With that, he turned to depart. Just come and go as you please. What do you think the Spirit Hall is? A hint of disappointment flashed in Hulaina's heart, and she quickly called out. Yi Qin smirked, turning back. Well then, what do you want from me? Huliena furuit harbro, scrutinizin yevin. What do you want? I wish to join the Spirit Hall. Yevin replied. Hearing this, Hulaina felt an inexplicable joy and responded, Did you not refuse me before? I have changed my mind. Now I agree. What do you think, Hall Master? Yi Qin grinned. Very well, you may join. Hulaina bit her lip, conceding. You may accept me, but I have conditions. Yi Qin continued. Speak. Hulaina's expression darkened. I only wish to hold a nominal position in the Spirit Hall, to be assigned a leisurely post without any obligation to partake in training or tasks. Yi Qin stated. Such a thing is unheard of. Hulaina frowned deeply. If not, then I shall not join. Yi Qin turned as if to leave. Come back. Considering that you have saved me twice, I will agree. Hulaina shouted. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qitian was left dumbfounded, as it seemed Hulaina was reluctant to see Yi Qin depart. Young monkey, did you hear that? I am now a member of the Spirit Hall. Go back and tell Zhao Ying that I shall not be subjected to her training. Yi Qin called to Yang Qitian. Understood, Your Highness. Yang Qitian replied. Then you may leave first. Yi Qin continued. Yes, yes. Yang Qitian hesitated, then turned to leave, only to stop midway and scratch his head. Wait, Your Highness. The Queen ordered me to protect you closely. Who in the Spirit Hall could harm me? Just go back and inform Zhao Ying. Return shortly. Ye vin fronet. All right. Yang Qitian hastily departed. Then, Yi Qin turned and firmly closed the palace doors. Why are you closing the door? Hulaina frowned in inquiry. To facilitate our discussion. Yi Qin smiled. This is the Spirit Hall. What are your intentions? Hulaina asked, her annoyance evident. Nothing sinister. I merely wish to inquire about the position you intend to assign me. Yi Qin asked. What position could a mere child like you hold? Hulaina retorted, her tone sharp. Currently, there are no idle positions in the Spirit Hall. I can only offer you an assistant to the Hall Master. Is it truly such a privilege? That position was surely held by Hong Rue. Yi Qin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. How do you know? Hulaina's expression darkened slightly. How could it possibly be? I heard from my aunt that Hong Rue was your rival. With her demise, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly suspect you. Be cautious. Yi Qin advised. Did your aunt tell you that? Who else would it be? Yi Qin chose to refrain from revealing too much. Shifting the topic, take me to see your bedroom. Absolutely not. Hulaina firmly rejected. Why not? You have seen my living quarters. What harm is there in me visiting your room? Ye vin insisted. Is there something shameful within? Of course not. I simply refuse. I recall that you owe me a favor. Thus, this request is for me to see your bedroom. The esteemed Hall Master would not break her word, would she? Yi Qin smirked. How could you be so insistent? Hulaina frowned, biting her lip. Follow me. Yi Qin smiled faintly, trailing behind Hulaina toward the Western-style room adjacent to the main hall. This is the one. You may look around, but do not touch my belongings. She instructed. Naturally, I will not. Excellent. Once you have seen it, we shall be even. Agreed. Yi Qin nodded, pushing open the door, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, bringing forth an indescribable sense of comfort. The room was immaculate, dominated by shades of pink, revealing Hulaina's seemingly aloof exterior, yet undeniably showcasing her youthful heart. Ding! Task activated. Wall slam and kiss Hulaina. Task reward. 1 divine spirit ring and a one-time permanent disguise card. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Goodness. Yi Qin internally lamented, "System, you are even more reckless than I am." Hulaina. Yi Qin suddenly exclaimed. Hulaina's body trembled slightly. Without further ado, Yi Qin braced himself against the wall, cornering Hulaina. "What do you think you are doing?" Hulaina blushed, her heart racing. "You have always disliked being taken advantage of. You kissed me first, and now I shall return the favor." "You." Before Hulaina could finish, Yi Qin sealed her lips with his own. In that moment, Hulaina felt a surge of anger, yet she found herself incapable of retaliating against Yi Qin. Eventually, her fury dissipated, and a sense of enjoyment began to blossom within her as she reciprocated the kiss. Moments later, Hulaina pushed Yi Qin away, fuming, "You scoundrel." Ding. Task completed. Congratulations. You have received 1 divine spirit ring, one-time use, and a permanent disguise card. Now we are truly even. Yi Qin smiled. Hulaina's expression was one of indignation, but Yi Qin said nothing further and strode out of the bedroom. Chapter 12. Xiaoshen, what is wrong with me? I should have killed him. Hulaina pondered, watching Yi Qin's retreating figure, deeply conflicted. Why do I feel a bit of enjoyment? He is merely a 6-year-old child. Meanwhile, Yi Qin's confidence stemmed from Hulaina's unmistakable affection for him. Hall Master. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from outside the bedroom. It's Deacon Dana. Yi Qin quickly hide. Hulaina exclaimed in a panic. What is there to fear? I am now the Hall Master's assistant. Yi Qin replied. No, we cannot let anyone know that there is a man in my bedroom. Hulaina shook her head firmly. Then where should I hide? Anywhere. Hurry. Hulaina urged anxiously. Yi Qin sighed in resignation, then quickly dove into the wardrobe. As he nestled inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. He peered inside and couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, this foolish girl. At this moment, Dana's voice echoed from outside the cabinet. Master, regarding Hong Rui and Yinshan. Our investigation confirms they indeed perished at the hands of that colossal flame dragon. Even with such evidence, the Elder Hall may not believe it. Hulaina sighed. Especially since Hong Rui is dead, they will undoubtedly suspect me. You need not worry, for with His Holiness the Pope present, she will surely resolve this matter on your behalf, Dana replied. My teacher's situation within the Spirit Hall is already precarious. I do not wish to burden her further with this incident. If it comes to that, I shall simply refuse to be the saintess. Hulaina retorted. Master, that is absolutely out of the question. His Holiness has placed immense expectations upon you. Please think carefully. Dana urged, her voice tinged with urgency. By the way, how are the negotiations with the Li Feng sect progressing? Hulaina inquired. If I can persuade them to affiliate with the Spirit Hall, I will not be left so vulnerable. We are in discussions, though the Li Feng sect may not rival the 7 sects. It is an established sect with a century of history, and their terms are quite stringent. Dana explained. Expedite the process. Hulaina pressed. Yes, Master. I shall take my leave now. With that, as Dana's footsteps receded, Yi Qin emerged from the wardrobe. Hulaina closed the door and turned, her face flushing as she exclaimed, How did you get in there? For that was her private space for storing intimate garments. Weren't you the one who said to find any place? Yi Qin replied, pinching his nose and shrugging. All right, you may leave. Hulaina said, her brow furrowing slightly. Very well, I shall report tomorrow. Be sure to prepare a dedicated office for me. Yi Qin stated as he walked towards the exit. Dream on. Hulaina could not help but call after him. Yi Qin paid her no heed. Once out of the bedroom, he hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his nose. It seems I've overindulged in supplements recently. After tidying himself, he strode confidently toward the entrance of the Spirit Hall. Apologies, sir, but entry without the Spirit Hall's command token is prohibited. A knight guarding the entrance stopped a well-dressed young man who approached just as Yi Qin arrived at the gate. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18, dressed in white, holding a rose, and exuding charm and grace with his refined features and black hair, one side of which fell over his eye. Two armored guards stood straight behind him. "Do you know who I am?" The young man barked at the knight. "Yes. You are the young master of the Li Feng sect." The knight replied. "Then why are you not clearing the way for me?" Xiao Feng commanded. "Young Master Xiao, the master has instructed us that you are not to enter. Please do not make things difficult for us." The knight replied helplessly. "Impossible. Laina would never allow this. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being rude." Hearing their exchange, Yi Qin deduced that this Xiao Feng was likely a suitor of Hulaina. "Ha, trying to steal my woman." Yi Qin smirked, then approached Xiao Feng, coldly stating, "Come, let me see how you intend to be rude." At the sound of Yi Qin's voice, both the knight and Xiao Feng turned to him. "Who are you?" Xiao Feng asked icily. "I am the assistant to the master of the spirit hall." Yi Qin crossed his arms, speaking matter-of-factly. "Huh, who does this wild brat think he is? Claiming to be Laina's assistant." Xiao Feng sneered. "Do you know him?" Xiao Feng turned to the knight. "No, I do not recognize him." The knight shook his head, as he had not encountered Yi Qin due to the guard rotation. "You claim the spirit hall is heavily guarded, yet a wild boy like this manages to sneak in?" Xiao Feng chastised the knight. "How did you gain entry to the spirit hall?" The knight demanded of Yi Qin. "Entering without permission is punishable by death." With that, the knight and several guards brandished their long blades, lunging at Yi Qin. Yi Qin merely smiled calmly as a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath him, and countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the knights like cocoons. "You dare to act against us in front of the spirit hall?" Xiao Feng sneered. "I am the assistant to the master of the spirit hall. Is it wrong to discipline my own subordinates?" Yi Qin clapped his hands and smiled nonchalantly. "If you disagree, you may also try. I won't stoop to argue with a child." Xiao Feng retorted derisively. Yi Qin shook his head slightly, a faint black light expanding from him as numerous black vines surged from the ground, targeting Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's two guards appeared weak, practically unable to retaliate as they were bound by Yi Qin's vines, rendered immobile on the ground. "Ha, an obstinate brat. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Laina," Xiao Feng declared, summoning a soul ring beneath him, a verdant leopard materializing behind him. His hand morphed into a leopard's claw, wildly slashing at Yi Qin's black vines. Approaching adulthood, yet merely a one-ring soul master. How utterly pathetic. Yi Qin scoffed. Xiao Feng's fury intensified at the remark. His talent had always been a hindrance, having only reached level 19 at 16, garnering no respect within his sect as the eldest son. The guards he brought with him were a testament to his low standing. "Against you, I am more than sufficient," Xiao Feng coldly declared, transforming into a blur as he dashed toward Yi Qin, activating his first soul ring, a chilling green light enveloping his claws. Soul skill, Gale Claw. Soul manifestation. Yi Qin remained unfazed, his arm enveloped in the black light of the dragon scale flower, meeting Xiao Feng's leopard claw head-on. The outcome was predictable. Even Hong Rue could not match Yi Qin, let alone Xiao Feng before him. In an instant, Xiao Feng was sent flying by Yi Qin, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 13. Yi Qin set up. "Are you done causing a ruckus?" Yi Qin was about to make another move when a commanding female voice resonated behind him. It was Hulaina. "Laina, you arrived just in time. This person is causing a disturbance before the spirit hall, and I was about to deal with him." Xiao Feng quickly stood, pointing at Yi Qin. "Who permitted you to call my name? Even your father refers to me as master. What gives you the right?" Hulaina scolded Xiao Feng angrily, her voice imbued with a faint soul power that intimidated him. "Master Hulaina, I apologize," Xiao Feng stammered, visibly shaken. "And you?" Hulaina turned her gaze to Yi Qin, her voice laced with anger. "You should not act so recklessly before assuming your position. I was merely teaching these disrespectful subordinates a lesson on your behalf." Yi Qin shrugged. Hulaina bit her lip, quickly released them. "What will outsiders think of the spirit hall in such a state?" Yi Qin smiled lightly, channeling his soul power to loosen the vines binding the knights and Xiao Feng's guards. Hulaina cast a complex glance at Yi Qin before turning to enter the hall. The knight immediately knelt before Yi Qin. You truly are the masteress assistant?" It was evident even to the simplest observer that Yi Qin shared an extraordinary bond with Hulaina. Could there be any doubt? "Ye vin simidet. I was blind and did not recognize the esteemed one. I beg your pardon." The knights all knelt in unison. "Enough. Ignorance is no sin. But heed this. In the future, no outsiders, regardless of their status, are permitted to step foot within the spirit hall. Yi Qin instructed the knights. Understood. The knights responded in unison. With that, Yi Qin did not cast a glance at Xiao Feng, striding away into the street. Behind him, only Xiao Feng's furious gaze remained. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Dana addressed Hulaina, saying, Master, you are being overly impulsive. Xiao Sheng is the young master of the Li Feng sect. Treating him with such disregard may lead to resentment from the sect. That is of no consequence. Hulaina replied coldly. Dana, remember this. Even if I am expelled from the Elder Hall, I shall never stoop to please such a morally bankrupt individual. Seeing Hulaina's icy demeanor for the first time, Dana shuddered and lowered her head. Hulaina's gaze was complex, recalling Yi Qin's actions. An unexpected warmth surged within her heart. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for him? At that moment, within the grand hall of the royal palace, Yi Xian sat regally upon the throne, adorned with a crown and a flowing gown of white and gold. Below, an elderly man dressed in opulent robes stood, his white hair and sunken cheeks marked with the unique insignia of the Li Feng sect, a stylized character for wind. He was none other than Xiao Feng, one of the two sole Douluo elders of the sect. Beside him lay Xiao Sun, wrapped like a mummy. You Li Feng sect are truly audacious, openly bringing someone to the palace. Are you attempting to stage a rebellion? Ye Wan éclamet angridi. Your Majesty, we are left with no choice. The young master has been schemed against, and the entire sect is filled with indignation, which is why we dared to seek an explanation from you. Xiao Feng replied respectfully. Why do you seek an explanation from me regarding your young master's predicament? Yi Xian asked knowingly. This morning, in the royal city, the young master clashed with Prince Yi Qin, and by afternoon, he was ambushed. Does this not imply? Are you suggesting that the royal family would engage in such treacherous and despicable acts? Yi Xian interrupted sternly, cutting Xiao Feng off. That is not the intention of the Li Feng sect. However, the coincidence is too great. We request that your Majesty hand over Prince Yi Qin so we may investigate. Xiao Feng insisted, maintaining his imposing demeanor. Preposterous. Yi Xian rose, her anger palpable. Setting aside whether Yi Qin truly ambushed Xiao Sun, how could I possibly hand him over? The suspicions surrounding Prince Yi Qin are substantial. The citizens will surely speculate. Xiao Feng continued. If we investigate and find Prince Yi Qin innocent, it would quell public discourse. Otherwise, the world will accuse the Queen of favoritism, inciting public outrage. Thus, we implore you, your Majesty, to provide the Li Feng sect with an explanation. As a sole Douluo, he faced Yi Xian's authority without fear. What explanation do you seek? Just then, a high-pitched female voice echoed from outside the hall. And Zhaoing strode in confidently. You Li Feng sect possess remarkable audacity to bring someone to the palace. This alone is enough to condemn you for rebellion. Zhaoing addressed Xiao Feng coldly. Xiao Feng, no longer bowing and scraping, retorted, though we may not rival the royal family. The members of the Li Feng sect are spread across the continent and are not to be trifled with. Are you implying you wish to engage in battle? Very well. My Zhao family's iron cavalry of 200,000 stands ready, Zhao Ying declared fearlessly. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Feng's momentum faltered. Not to mention the 200,000 cavalry, the Zhao family also had formidable soul masters like Yang Qitian. In a true conflict, the Li Feng sect might not withstand them. General Zhao's words are rather heavy. The Li Feng sect has always supported your Majesty. Xiao Feng shifted his tone slightly. However, we must have an explanation. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the public. I stand by my earlier statement. Zhaoing crossed her arms defiantly. Hand over Yi Qin. Dream on. Return and tell your sect master, Xiao Chun, that if he desires Yi Qin, he should inquire whether my sword consents. Moreover, you have 1 hour to vacate the palace, or face dire consequences. Xiao Feng coldly snorted, signaling for his men to carry Xiao Sun's body as they departed in frustration. Once Xiao Feng had left, Yi Xian resumed her seat on the throne. Inger, do you believe this matter truly involves Xiao Qin? Xianer, are you out of your mind? Zhao Ying retorted. Yi Qin would never commit such an act. If you consider handing him over, do not blame me for turning against you. Impossible. Yi Xian shot Zhaoing a glare. Nevertheless, this incident is certainly not a coincidence. I suspect someone is framing Xiao Qin. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure that the perpetrator pays the price. Zhao Ying replied. However, The Li Feng sect will undoubtedly not rest easily. You must remain vigilant. I will handle it. Ye Wan nodded earnestly. Where is Yi Qin? Zhao Ying inquired further. I had Uncle Yang take him outside, Yi Xian responded. Meanwhile, Yi Qin was halfway down the street when he encountered Yang Qitian rushing towards him in a panic. Your Highness, it's bad. Something has happened. What is it? Yi Qin asked, startled. Elder Xiao Feng of the Li Feng sect has come to the palace with 500 soul masters, demanding justice for the incapacitated Xiao Sun, specifically seeking you. Yang Qitian explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin immediately understood. It was likely due to his confrontation with Xiao Sun that the Li Feng sect was seeking retribution. Wait a minute, Yang, you said Xiao Sun was incapacitated? Ye, vin idiot. I don't recall having injured him that severely. Nevertheless, it is indeed true. The old minister personally investigated and found him with all his bones broken. Yang Qitian replied. The queen has instructed that you must not return to the palace for the time being. The more Yi Qin pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. How could Xiao Sun, who had escaped in good health, suddenly be found in such a state? Might someone be framing him? Let us return to the palace. Yi Qin declared resolutely. Absolutely not. The queen has given strict orders that you cannot return. Yang Qitian blocked his path. Yang, at this moment, you should not be hindering me. You should be protecting Yi Xian. Yi Qin insisted, pushing Yang Qitian aside as he hastened towards the palace. Realizing he could not stop Yi Qin, Yang Qitian quickly followed. Upon entering the palace, Yi Qin encountered Zhao Ying immediately. I knew you would return. Zhao Ying smiled. Zhao Ying, what is the situation? Yi Qin inquired. With me and your aunt here, everything has been resolved. Zhao Ying boasted proudly. Where's Aunt Yi? Yi Qin pressed. She has a headache and has gone to rest. Zhao Ying answered. Yi Qin, think carefully. Do you have any enemies? Upon hearing this, Yi Qin understood that Zhao Ying believed he had not schemed against Xiao Sun and that he was likely being framed. Of course not. Ye vin replied. I naturally believe you did not do this. Thus, there is only one possibility. Someone is trying to sow discord between the royal family and the Li Feng sect. Zhao Ying concluded. Yi Qin nodded in understanding, realizing the implications. In any case, the royal city may not be peaceful in the near future. You should limit your outings. Zhao Ying cautioned. Understood. Yi Qin nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Li Feng sect, a young man with a cold demeanor inquired. How has the matter progressed? He was strikingly handsome, his fringe obscuring his eyes, and he was none other than Xiao Sheng, the eldest young master of the Li Feng sect. Young master, everything has been arranged. A kneeling figure in black replied. Xiao Sun has been incapacitated, and attention has been drawn to Prince Yi Qin, who is also the one that attacked you today. Excellent work, Xiao Sheng sneered. However, it is not enough. Yi Qin must be eliminated. Only then can the royal family and the Li Feng sect be completely at odds, allowing us to reap the benefits. Yi Qin is guarded by Yang Qitian, which presents a challenge. The figure in black responded. I care not. Killing is your task. Xiao Sheng retorted coldly. Furthermore, find a way to capture Hu Laina. But Hu Laina is the disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The figure in black expressed concern. In the present day, with Xiao Sun being stripped of his title, I shall soon become the heir of the Lianfeng sect. Once I and Hu Laina consummate our bond, even the Pope will have no choice but to concede. Xiao Sheng chuckled softly, envisioning a future where not only the kingdom but also the Spirit Hall would likely be under my control. Ha ha ha. In the royal chambers of the Agandaz kingdom, Yi Qin firmly closed the palace doors, dismissed Yang Qitian, and then released Mina, preparing to absorb the second soul ring granted by the system. After successfully installing the second ring, which maintained its 5,000-year limit, his soul power surged to level 26. At 6 years old, with a level 26, Yi Qin's extraordinary abilities had already propelled him beyond the innate full soul power of Qian Renxue. However, Yi Qin was unsatisfied to ascend to the pinnacle. This was far from sufficient. Naturally, he could not leap to greatness in a single bound. His attention soon shifted to a one-time use permanent disguise card. Wow, this is amazing! Yi Qin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. This meant he could alter his appearance, although it would last only 7 days. It would enable him to shed his current youthful guise and prove invaluable during critical moments. Host, please envision your voice and appearance in your mind. The system continued to prompt. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin closed his eyes, and shortly thereafter, a three-dimensional projection appeared before him. The figure stood at 6 feet tall, clad in a black suit, with a well-proportioned physique and medium-length hair, possessing an extraordinarily handsome visage, with features so exquisite they would be unforgettable after a single glance. This visage was none other than that of Yi Qin from his previous life. In his past, Yi Qin was not only well-educated, but also strikingly attractive. Consistently referred to as the campus heartthrob from primary school through university, adored by countless girls. Please confirm your choice. The system prompted. Wait, Mina, come take a look. Is it good-looking? Ye vin inwit. Master, as long as you like it. Mina loves it too. Mina replied with a smile, adding, but to be honest, you look really handsome. Very well, confirm it. Yi Qin declared proudly. As the facial transformation commenced, the system's notification chimed, 19 out of 100. Accompanied by the sound of the system prompt, Yi Qin could distinctly feel a change within his body. The distance between his eyes and the ground began to increase. When he glanced into the mirror, he indeed transformed into the appearance of his former self. Wonderful. This face is truly pleasing. Yi Qin remarked with a smirk. Your Highness, a follower of Master who requests an audience. At that moment, a guard's voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin immediately reverted to his original appearance and instructed, let him in. Before long, a middle-aged woman entered the room. What does Ulaina want you for? Yi Qin inquired. The woman respectfully presented a book and a token, stating, Your Highness Yi Qin. This is the entry and exit permit of the Spirit Hall and the regulations of the Spirit Hall. Master who instructed me to deliver it to you. Receiving the two items with some confusion, Yi Qin asked, did she mention anything else? The master said that the regulations of the Spirit Hall are strict, and from now on, please act cautiously to avoid trouble. The woman replied, Hulaina, it seems. Yi Qin mused, feeling quite exhilarated. Additionally, Your Highness Yi Qin, the master requests that you report to the Spirit Hall tomorrow morning, bringing all necessary belongings. Bring all belongings? Yevin Kuidiot, puzzled. Yes, that is what the master said. The woman affirmed. What is Ulaina up to? Yi Qin thought to himself. Having conveyed the master's instructions, I shall take my leave now, Your Highness. The woman said respectfully. Go ahead. Yi Qin nodded slightly. To his surprise, Yi Xian did not come looking for Yi Qin. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Yi Qin organized his belongings and placed them into a soul guide container before striding toward the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, he observed Hulaina waiting, fully armed, accompanied by a group of Spirit Hall attendants. Hulaina, are you planning to go on a long journey? Yi Qin inquired. Yes, I intend to inspect the subordinate Spirit Halls for about half a month. Hulaina replied with a nod. Does that mean you want to take me along? Yi Qin pressed. Of course. You're my assistant, after all. Hulaina affirmed. Wait a moment. Didn't you initially say that being an assistant is a trivial role? Yi Qin furrowed his brow. There are no trivial roles in the Spirit Hall. So, will you come or not? What if you do or don't? Ye vinsimidet. If you choose not to, I will cancel your assistant position. Hulaina retorted immediately. Ding. Task activated. Ride a horse with Hulaina. Task reward. 1 divine steed-type soul beast. At that moment, the system's notification rang out unexpectedly. Yi Qin was taken aback for 2 seconds and then thought to himself, wow, this system is getting increasingly mischievous. The host must complete this task, otherwise the next task will not be triggered. The system replied, Yi Qin, are you going or not? Hulaina called out, noticing Yi Qin's hesitation. I can go, but I don't know how to ride a horse. Ye Vin responded. What will you do then? Hulaina asked. Very simple. I want to ride a horse with you. Yi Qin stated. Impossible. I can arrange a carriage for you. Hulaina shook her head. That won't he do. Then I won't he go. Ye Vin replied nonchalantly. Hulaina felt a flicker of anger, but gritted her teeth and replied, Fine. Ulyina. Don't blame me. Blame the system. Yi Qin said, and once Hulaina mounted her horse, he gracefully leaped onto the saddle behind her. You truly don't know how to ride? Hulaina asked, her brows furrowing slightly as she observed Yi Qin's adept movements. Would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, ask Young Monkey. Yi Qin replied. Indeed, Prince Yi Qin has never ridden a horse. Yang Qitian said, feigning ignorance. Hulaina, now somewhat convinced, led the entourage swiftly outside the royal city. Ding. Task completed. Obtained a divine beast, the Ice Divine Steed, which has been automatically stored in the system space and can be summoned at any time. although the system had coerced him. As he savored the fragrant aura emanating from Hulaina, Yi Qin felt an urge that was anything but ordinary. Thus, he extended his arms and embraced Hulaina. Witnessing this scene, the attendants couldn't help but feel a stir of envy. Though Hulaina was only 14, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. And with the potential to become the next pope of the Spirit Hall, her charisma was immense. They yearned to rush forward, pull Yi Qin down, and take her into their embrace. Hulaina felt a shiver down her spine and couldn't help but glance back. Your riding is too bumpy. I fear I might be thrown off. Je viens remarquer. Just focus on what's ahead. Initially, Yi Qin felt somewhat inappropriate, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. Although Hulaina appeared resistant, she found herself feeling surprisingly comfortable. As they journeyed on, the horse team swiftly traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at a forest near the royal city. As dusk approached, the group decided to halt their journey and set up camp by a small stream. After dismounting, Hulaina seemed to feel unwell and deliberately sat far from Yi Qin. Yi Qin, however, paid her no mind. He had already secured Hulaina's affections and was in no rush. Curious about the divine steed bestowed upon him by the system, he concocted an excuse and strolled into the depths of the forest. To avoid detection, he did not stop until he was quite far from the campsite. After all, with Mina as protection, he had no reason to believe that any Titled Douluo level threat could approach him. Upon arriving at an open field, Yi Qin swiftly summoned his divine steed. A brilliant blue light emanated from his being, illuminating the ground beneath him, and in an instant, a magnificent blue horse materialized before him. This ethereal creature resembled crystal, its entire body glistening with a translucent sheen, save for its crimson eyes. Glimmers of blue light danced around its form, casting a radiant glow upon the surrounding darkened forest. The ice divine steed, a tri-elemental soul beast, possessed the remarkable ability to traverse 30,000 miles a day. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Excellent, Yi Qin exclaimed, nodding with excitement before leaping onto the horse, eager to embark on a thrilling experience. However, at that very moment, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from within the forest. Not good, it's coming from the camp, Yi Qin shouted, immediately urging the ice divine steed into a rapid gallop towards the encampment. As he approached, he dismounted and called back his steed, only to find the fighting had ceased. The ground was strewn with several human-like corpses. At first glance, they appeared to be human, but they were bare-chested, their exposed flesh covered in wolf fur, with heads that resembled wolves. This sight instantly reminded Yi Qin of the half-beast race from Douluo Continent, the windstorm demon wolves, and their human descendants known as wolf thieves. The wolf thieves were even stronger than ordinary soul masters, living by the art of robbery. Yi Qin, where have you been? Hulaina questioned anxiously upon seeing him. I went to address a personal matter, Yi Qin replied. How inappropriate. Hulaina retorted upon hearing his response. What were you thinking? I just went to the restroom. Yi Qin clarified. What transpired here? Nothing much. We were attacked by a few wolf thieves, but it has been dealt with. Hulaina explained. It's not so simple. Yi Qin interjected. Wolf thieves are social creatures. Much like wolves, there must be a substantial number of them nearby. We need to be cautious. Oh, well. Before he could finish, the forest erupted with piercing wolf howls and the sounds of splintering wood from all directions. Your words are ill-fated. Hulaina couldn't help but scold Yi Qin, then turned to the guards, instructing, everyone be alert. Those with higher soul power should stand on the outskirts, while those with lower levels should move inward, and support-type soul masters should position themselves in the center. Understood. The guards of the Spirit Hall responded in unison. You, stand behind me, Hulaina commanded Yi Qin. The scene was set for an intense confrontation with the wolf thieves. Yi Qin remained silent, recognizing the necessity of concealing his true capabilities. As the tension escalated, a pair of glowing crimson eyes appeared in the darkness, followed by a pack of claw-bearing wolf thieves charging toward Hulaina and her companions. Form shield, Hulaina commanded, and 100 knights surged forward, wielding their shields to create a 5-layered circular defense. In Douluo Continent, the status of a soul master was highly esteemed, with each one considered a treasure. Thus, the front lines were typically occupied by commoners. However, the shield knights selected by the Spirit Hall possessed extraordinary strength. The wolf thieves, with their chilling claws, struck the shields, producing resounding thuds. yet they could not breach the shield formation. Nevertheless, some of the more formidable wolf thieves soon charged, causing cracks to appear in the thick iron shields. Attack! Another sharp command rang out, and the Soul Masters activated their soul rings, unleashing a dazzling array of colorful soul power attacks that burst forth like blooming fireworks from all directions. Many of the weaker wolf thieves fell under the beams of light, defeated in an instant. However, the stronger ones only sustained minor injuries. Under the fierce assault, the first layer of shields was compromised. The sheer number of wolf thieves, approximately 300, continued to swarm towards Yi Qin and the others. Charge! Martial Soul Manifestation, Enchanting Fox Shadow, Hulaina shouted, a pink tail sprouting from her back as she transformed into a shadow and darted toward the foremost wolf thief, striking fiercely with her claws. Oh dear, foolish girl! Yi Qin sighed quietly as he observed Hulaina's brave demeanor. At that moment, many soul masters from the Spirit Hall had already engaged in chaotic combat with the wolf thieves, though their battle prowess had significantly diminished due to the soul techniques employed. They remained formidable adversaries. Furthermore, the soul masters on the Spirit Hall side were not of particularly high rank, as the branch hall had yet to achieve the status of the main hall, with the strongest being the 78th level soul saint, Dana, stationed at the main hall. Among the 50 soul masters led by Hulaina, the strongest were merely 2 soul emperors. Thus, the Spirit Hall's soul masters struggled to suppress the wolf thief horde. The situation was particularly dire where Hulaina stood, as the wolf thieves had a natural affinity for women, and a beauty like Hulaina was especially enticing. Yi Qin could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He summoned his soul power, causing black vines to erupt from the ground, tripping 2 wolf thieves that were about to pounce on Hulaina and pierce their hearts with the vines. Then, Yi Qin activated his martial soul, his arms enveloped in dark energy, rushing to Hulaina's side to fight alongside her. What are you doing here? Hulaina demanded. You silly girl. Ye vin replied. The wolf thieves are drawn to women, and you flaunt yourself so flamboyantly. It's no wonder you're being targeted. What did you say? Hulaina retorted angrily while fending off attackers. Enough questions. Focus and don't get hurt. Ye vin urgit. Mind your own business. Hulaina snapped back, activating her third soul skill, Enchanting Magic Light. Driven by anger, she spun twice in place, her third purple soul ring glowing as pink radiance surged from within her, ensnaring all wolf thieves within a 5-meter radius. The wolf thieves, ensnared by Hulaina's magic light, fell victim to her charm and were swiftly dispatched by the soul masters. Under the overwhelming assault from the 2 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall, the wolf thieves had already suffered severe losses. Oh, whoa. Just then, a howl that echoed like thunder rang out, followed by a towering green wolf thief descending from a great tree, lunging toward Hulaina. This green wolf thief was not only taller than its kin, but also radiated a distinct green luminescence, indicating its extraordinary nature. Binding vines! Yi Qin shouted, unleashing hundreds of black vines from the ground to ensnare the green wolf thief. However, before his vines could touch the creature, they were shattered by the green aura emanating from its body. Master, perhaps I should take action? Mina's voice echoed in Yi Qin's mind. Wait, Yi Qin replied decisively. Introducing an additional Titled Douluo without cause would certainly raise the alarm of the Spirit Hall, potentially inviting unforeseen troubles. I will not resort to Mina's power unless absolutely necessary. Ceiling Slash. Earth Splitter. At this critical moment, the 2 soul emperors from the Spirit Hall simultaneously unleashed their soul techniques, striking toward the green wolf thief. Yi Qin once again turned his attention to Hulaina, employing binding vines to clear the area of wolf thieves surrounding her. Witnessing this, Hulaina's pupils constricted. The strength of these wolf thieves was comparable to high-ranking soul masters, even at the great soul master level, yet they were utterly powerless against Yi Qin's binding vines. What are you dawdling for? Yi Qin chided back-to-back with Hulaina. Are you hiding something from me? Hulaina inquired, her tone suspicious. What could that possibly be? Yi Qin feigned ignorance. Besides, is now really the time for such questions? Upon hearing this, Hulaina ceased her inquiries and plunged once more into the fray of the wolf bandits. As time progressed, the majority of the wolf bandits had been vanquished, leaving only the formidable Azure Wolf Bandit leader engaged in a fierce battle against 2 soul emperors. The energy emanating from that confrontation was so potent that many soul masters dared not approach, save for 4 soul kings who bravely charged into the fray. Remarkably, the Azure Wolf Bandit held its ground against 6 adversaries without faltering. Form a formation. Hulaina commanded the guards. Understanding her directive, the guards swiftly encircled the Azure Wolf Bandit, creating a large circle around it. Concurrently, the 2 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings withdrew from the combat. Following Hulaina's orders, all Soul Masters focused their energy into a single point, launching a concentrated assault towards the center where the Wolf Bandit stood. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming force of energy proved too much for the Azure Wolf Bandit, which ultimately disintegrated into fine particles. Witnessing this, the Soul Master Guards of the Spirit Hall erupted into jubilant cheers. Count the injured and clear the battlefield. Hulaina continued to shout. Well done. Yi-Chin smiled at Hulaina. Do I need your approval? Hulaina retorted coldly. Nevertheless, she felt a flutter of excitement at receiving Yi-Chin's commendation. Yi-Chin refrained from further speech. This was his inaugural battle, and though fatigue weighed upon him, he sensed his soul power surging within, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Clearly, aside from opportunity, it was through combat that one could most swiftly enhance their soul power. Furthermore, the experience gained in practical combat was invaluable. Without such experience, mere enhancement of power could never lead one to become a true powerhouse. Realizing this, Yi-Chin resolved to forego sleep that night, dedicating himself to an all-night training session to fortify his foundation in soul power. Chapter 17. Waltz with the air thick with the stench of blood. Hulaina commanded a relocation of the camp to the opposite bank of the river. After moving, Yi-Chin quickly retreated to his tent, preparing for an all-night session of soul power cultivation. He soon entered a state of meditation. The night passed in silence. When Yi-Chin awakened once more, the sky had begun to brighten. Remarkably, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued after a night of training. The gentle morning breeze further lifted his spirits. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a breathtaking figure standing silently by the riverbank. Without question, it was Hulaina. Hulaina, Yi-Chin called out. Yi-Chin, why are you up so early? Hulaina responded, her heart racing with excitement as she turned to face him. I didn't sleep at all, Yi-Chin replied. By the way, Hulaina, it seems you haven't put on any makeup today. Upon closer inspection, Yi-Chin noted that Hulaina, devoid of cosmetics, remained stunningly beautiful, akin to a piece of jade sculpted by the heavens, captivating and enchanting. Few could withstand such allure. I like it. Mind your own business, Hulaina replied coldly. All right then, where shall we go next? Yi-Chin deftly shifted the conversation. Unbeknownst to Yi-Chin, Hulaina had chosen not to wear makeup precisely because of his offhand remark from the previous night. To Baishui Town, Hulaina declared, we need to patrol the 6 towns surrounding the royal city before we can return. After such a fierce battle, are you not worried about further ambushes? Yi-Chin inquired. As long as you don't have a tongue of ill omen, I believe we shall be fine, Hulaina assured him. For 10 consecutive days, Yi-Chin accompanied Hulaina in their explorations, their bond growing increasingly intimate. Throughout their journey, they encountered no further dangers. One day, as the sun hung majestically in the sky, casting a brilliant red hue, they arrived at Shilu City in the Hagen-Das Kingdom. Behind the branch hall of Shilu, Yi-Chin donned a suit, waiting attentively. Before long, the back door of the branch hall swung open, revealing an exquisite beauty. Hulaina, still without makeup, she radiated natural beauty. Clad in a white dress, her long legs bare and inviting, stirring desires within onlookers. However, at that moment, Hulaina appeared somewhat bashful, as the dress Yi-Chin had gifted her was rather short, prompting her to shyly grasp at the hem. Exactly. Now you truly resemble a woman, Yi-Chin remarked with a smile. Are you implying that I don't look like a woman normally? Hulaina shot back, annoyed. You look like one, but wearing a dress enhances it. Vin kudarifiet. Honestly, you invite me out and then insist I wear such a short skirt. If my subordinates see me, I would be utterly embarrassed. Hulaina reprimanded him lightly. Haha, yet you still wear it. Vin lafit. Now, where are we headed? Hulaina quickly changed the subject. Being stuck in transit or the spirit hall every day is tiresome. Today, I shall take you somewhere delightful, Yi-Chin declared, taking her hand and leading her toward the center of Shilu City. As they walked, pedestrians noticed Yi-Chin, youthful yet accompanied by such an extraordinary beauty. The glares he received could have pierced through him. Soon, Yi-Chin brought Hulaina to the most luxurious restaurant in Shilu City. What is this? Is it merely a meal? Hulaina asked with a slight furrow in her brow. Yi-Chin smiled enigmatically, leading her inside and seating them by the window. Their attire immediately attracted the attention of fellow diners, many of whom fixated on Hulaina's legs, causing her to feel even more bashful. Before long, a well-dressed waiter approached respectfully. "Excuse me, sir and madam, what would you like to order?" "2 steaks and a few concertos." Yi-Chin snapped his fingers. "Sir, we have steak available, but what is a concerto?" The waiter replied, perplexed. "Don't you have a band here?" "Ye vin cantaret." "No." The waiter shook his head. "A meal without music lacks a sense of ceremony. Go find me a band," Yi-Chin instructed. The waiter appeared troubled by the request. "I say, kid," a burly man at the adjacent table interjected, "just eat your meal. What do you need a whole band for? Who can eat with all that racket?" Upon hearing this, other diners began to murmur in agreement. "Is it any of your business?" Yi-Chin retorted coldly, then handed the waiter 10 gold soul coins. "This is your tip. Go find a band immediately, and there will be a reward once it's done. Finding a band is fine, but if you ruin my good mood, you'll regret it." The burly man warned angrily. "Yi-Chin, perhaps we should let it go. The noise from a band could be too overwhelming." Hulaina suggested. "It's all right. You will understand shortly." Yi-Chin replied with a smile. Before long, the waiter returned, accompanied by several musicians who entered through the restaurant's main entrance. "Sir, we have found a band for you," the waiter announced. "Excellent." Yi-Chin tossed out 10 gold soul coins and turned to the lead musician, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. "What is your name?" "Beethoven," the man replied. "Indeed, a name destined for music. Can you play a waltz?" "Je vin inwidet." "What is a waltz?" the musician asked, bewildered. "Fear not. If you do not know, I shall teach you," Yi-Chin declared, snapping his fingers and summoning the waiter. "Bring me pen and ink." As a distinguished patron, the waiter could not afford to be negligent and quickly procured the requested materials. At this moment, the diners in the restaurant shifted their focus from their meals, casting astonished glances at Yi-Chin. Hulaina, with her brows tightly furrowed, was bewildered by Yi-Chin's intentions. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi-Chin inscribed the melody of the Blue Danube on a piece of paper and handed it to Beethoven. Initially displeased, Beethoven's expression transformed into one of fascination as he absorbed the notes, his eyes widening in surprise. "Can you understand it?" Yi-Chin inquired. I can understand. I can understand," Beethoven exclaimed. "May I ask, young sir, from which master of instruments do you hail?" The surrounding onlookers gasped, eager to unravel the unfolding mystery. "No need for further inquiries. Since you comprehend it, play along." "Je vin simidet." "Very well," Beethoven replied eagerly, preparing to perform the melody as dictated by Yi-Chin. "Yi-Chin, what on earth are you up to?" Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment. "You will find out soon enough." Yi-Chin chuckled. "Wait, boy, do you truly dare to play?" At that moment, a burly man stood up, seething with anger. "If you dare to play, you will not be leaving this place." Hearing the man's furious tone, the musicians grew apprehensive. Yi-Chin merely smiled calmly. "What is there to fear? Play." With a nod, Beethoven began to pour his heart into the performance. Before long, the enchanting melody enveloped the entire restaurant, leaving every patron entranced, as though they were experiencing a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. Remarkably, the fury of the bald man diminished inexplicably. The restaurant fell into an unexpected silence, with all present captivated by the exquisite tune. "Cheers!" Yi-Chin smiled slightly, raising his glass towards Hulaina. Unable to resist, she lifted her glass, downing it completely. Unbeknownst to them, the piece had concluded, and thunderous applause erupted. "Play it again," the burly man shouted. "Didn't you claim to dislike music?" Yi-Chin shot him a glance. "This melody is a first for me." The man laughed. "Then let us have another go. I shall pay." Yi-Chin gestured to Beethoven. "All right," Beethoven responded with a smile. As the delightful melody looped again, glasses of red wine were consumed, and Hulaina began to feel slightly tipsy. "Je vin. I feel a bit drunk and long for a nap," she said, her cheeks flushed. "All right," Yi-Chin replied, his smile serene. Chapter 18. The fall of Hulaina. Yi-Chin supported Hulaina as they approached the entrance of a luxurious suite, guided by a waiter. Although Yi-Chin did not specify, the waiter led them to a couple's suite, adorned in shades of pink that ignited a sense of desire. "What are you bringing me here for?" Hu Laina asked, her intoxication blurring her anger. "What do you think?" Yi Qin smirked. At that moment, any lingering shyness was far from Yi Qin's character. Vulgar. Hu Laina could not help but exclaim. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the bed. Yi Qin awoke first, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Hu Laina, his heart filled with unease. Just then, Hu Laina's eyelids fluttered, and she quickly roused. Upon seeing Yi Qin, a jolt of realization struck her. This was no dream. Their eyes met, revealing a complex exchange of emotions, and the room fell into a hushed silence. "I will prepare breakfast for you," Yi Qin awkwardly announced, hastily dressing before turning to leave. In that moment, Hu Laina felt an inexplicable loss, reaching out to grasp Yi Qin's arm. "Don't go, Yi Qin." Suddenly, a figure burst through the window, a middle-aged man with a fierce demeanor. The abruptness of the scene left Hu Laina in a state of embarrassment and rage. Hastily covering herself, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Qin shouted, angrily wrapping the blanket tighter around Hu Laina. Concurrently, the door to the luxurious suite swung open, revealing a young man accompanied by several guards. This young man, with his hair obscuring his eyes, was none other than Xiao Sheng, the young master of the Laikong sect. Clearly, Xiao Sheng had been tracking Hu Laina and Yi Qin, but their stay at the Spirit Hall had thwarted his attempts. Upon learning they had come to the hotel, his fury boiled over, prompting him to travel directly from the royal city. "Hu Laina, you filthy wench." Pretending to be aloof while engaging in such lewd acts with Yi Qin, Xiao Sheng pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Laina. "Xiao Sheng," Hu Laina gasped in terror. "Looks like you're having quite the fun." Xiao Sheng sneered. "Come, let us continue playing," as he reached to pull back Hu Laina's blanket. However, before his hand could reach its destination, Yi Qin seized it, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering and Xiao Sheng's anguished cries. "Release my young master," the middle-aged man growled, his anger rising as 6 soul rings illuminated beneath him, charging toward Yi Qin. Yet, just as his fist approached, a white light erupted from Yi Qin, revealing Mina, who swiftly grasped the middle-aged man's neck. The man struggled desperately, but Mina's strength was beyond his capacity to resist. "Mina, leave no one standing," Yi Qin commanded, his fury palpable. "Yes, master," Mina replied coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura from within her. In the next instant, the guards were crushed to pieces in despair. Witnessing this, Xiao Sheng's terror reached its zenith, causing him to collapse to the ground, crawling backward in fear. "Wait, I will handle this one myself," Yi Qin called to Mina, vanishing in a blur to Xiao Sheng's side, ruthlessly stomping on his chest. Instantly, Xiao Sheng's ribcage shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Yi Qin showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow until Xiao Sheng's life flickered out. Yevin, though Hu Laina was bold and never one to show weakness. The scene before her shattered her mental defenses, a tear slipping down her cheek as she clung to Yi Qin tightly. "It's all right, I'm here. Everything will be fine," Yi Qin reassured her. "First, get dressed. We must leave this place." Hu Laina nodded, retrieving a garment from her soul guide and putting it on. In an instant, with Mina's spatial powers, they vanished from the scene, reappearing in Hu Laina's bedroom at the Spirit Hall. "Yevin," Hu Laina gasped in surprise, then said, "Could you step out for a moment? I wish to be alone." "Of course," Yi Qin replied. Understanding her nature, he recognized that Hu Laina, a strong woman, would prefer to conceal her vulnerable side. As Yi Qin and Mina exited Hu Laina's bedroom, Mina asked, "Master, my identity has been revealed. Will it affect you?" "Not at all. Hu Laina is now my woman. I have ways to ensure she remains silent," Yi Qin assured her, shaking his head. "Return for now." "Understood." Mina nodded, transforming into white light and re-entering Yi Qin's body. At that moment, an elderly man rushed towards Yi Qin, clad in the red robes of the Spirit Hall. He was none other than Zhang Haoyan, the master of the West Ru branch. "What is the matter? So flustered?" Yi Qin inquired. "Lord Yi Qin, is Hall Master Hu present?" Zhang Haoyan asked urgently. "She is resting. Whatever it is, you can discuss it with me," Ye Vin responded. "The Elder Hall sent individuals to apprehend Master Hu," Zhang Haoyan responded. Chapter 19. Long Mingho and Yang Qitian What? Yi Qin's face flushed with anger as he charged towards the outside of the Spirit Hall. Upon reaching the square, A formidable group advanced towards him. This assembly donned the attire of Spirit Hall's enforcers, with a leader clad in a platinum robe, signifying his status as a platinum bishop. His name was Long Mingho, a man of approximately 70, with silvery hair, a face marked by sagging flesh, and an expression of cold authority. "Stop!" Yi Qin boldly obstructed the approaching party. "Who are you?" Long Mingho barked at Yi Qin. "Lord Long. He is the prince of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom and the assistant to Master Hu, Yi Qin." Zhang Haoyan quickly interjected. Upon hearing Yi Qin's identity, Long Mingho displayed a flicker of surprise before asserting, "The law enforcement hall is executing a task. No one is permitted to interfere." "Task? What is your task?" Yi Qin retorted with a scoff. "Under the strict orders of the Elder Hall, we are to arrest Hu Laina for questioning." Long Mingho replied. "And the reason?" Yi Qin continued. "The Elder Hall's orders require no justification." Long Mingho replied, his ire rising. "Yi Qin, as the assistant to the Hall Master, do you not understand this rule? The regulations of the Spirit Hall state that the arrest of anyone above the rank of bishop requires the Pope's decree." Yi Qin declared with conviction. Long Mingho was momentarily taken aback. Certainly, this was true, yet it was common knowledge that the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall had each formed their factions, rendering the rules mere scraps of paper. "Yi Qin, you obstruct the Spirit Hall's law enforcement. I shall take you into custody." Long Mingho's anger flared as he summoned his spirit power to bear down on Yi Qin. "Long Mingho, you dare lay a hand on my prince." At that moment, a deep voice resonated, and in an instant, a robust figure stood before Yi Qin, clad in golden armor and towering at nearly 2 meters. His hair was streaked with gray, and his fierce expression belonged to none other than Yang Qitian. "Yang Qitian," Long Mingho exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Huh, I did not expect Long Bishop to still remember this old man." Yang Qitian crossed his arms defiantly. "How could I forget?" Long Mingho frowned. "What crime has my prince committed that warrants your aggression?" Yang Qitian inquired. "You obstruct the law enforcement hall's duties," Long Mingho retorted. "Yang Qitian, you were once the chief enforcer. You should know the consequences of interference." "I know nothing of the past," Yang Qitian replied coldly. "I only know that by the queen's command, I must protect Prince Yi Qin. No one shall harm him." "Well said, young monkey. You are indeed a loyal companion." "Ye vin remarquet. Rest assured, Prince Yi Qin, while I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you," Yang Qitian declared confidently without looking back. "Very well. Yang Qitian, you have asked for this." Long Mingho's voice turned icy as his spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, activated simultaneously. At the same moment, a creature with the body of a crocodile and the head of a dragon manifested behind him. It was Long Mingho's spirit, the white-eyed crocodile dragon. Oof. Yang Qitian was equally undeterred, as his 8 spirit rings pulsed to life, and a massive golden ape roared behind him. "Yang Qitian, it appears you wish to engage me in battle." Long Mingho growled. "Is it not obvious?" Yang Qitian scoffed. "Everyone retreat." Long Mingho commanded his followers. "Prince Yi Qin, step back for your own safety," Yang Qitian advised with a smile. "Be careful, Yang," Yi Qin cautioned. "Fear not, your highness. He is merely a defeated foe." Yang Qitian sneered at Long Mingho. With that, Yi Qin and Zhang Haoyan both retreated, while Long Mingho shouted, "Spirit manifestation." His arms transformed into crocodile skin and dragon claws. Launching towards Yang Qitian. "Golden armored ape, manifest." Yang Qitian roared in response, his muscles swelling to twice their size as his arms elongated by half a meter. The dragon claws of Long Mingho collided violently with Yang Qitian's elongated arms, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that distorted the very air around them. Yet, both combatants consciously restrained their power, ensuring that the surrounding structures remained unscathed, for this was the Spirit Hall. "Long Mingho, after 10 years, you have made no progress." Yang Qitian Tauntet. Long Mingho's icy smile broadened, his aura suddenly swelling, shifting the advantage that had favored Yang Qitian to himself in an instant. "You have hidden your strength," Yang Qitian exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed. Do you believe I am still the one you once oppressed? My spirit power has now reached level 83. Long Mingho chuckled darkly. "And what of it?" Yang Qitian retorted coldly, activating his 5th spirit ring, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Gravity Wave. As this technique manifested, Yang Qitian's height surged by a meter, and a visible wave of golden energy relentlessly pressed towards Long Mingho. Are we to clash with our soul skills? Long Mingho sneered, activating his sixth soul skill, Crocodile Dragon Roar. As he unleashed this roar, a phantom of a crocodile dragon appeared above him, its massive jaws opening wide to release a sound wave infused with spirit power directed at Yang Qitian. In that instant, the energy waves from Long Mingho's sound wave collided fiercely with Yang Qitian's energy wave. Boom! After a tense minute of confrontation, Long Mingho's sound wave ultimately overpowered Yang Qitian's energy wave, shattering it and surging towards him. Seeing this, Yang Qitian's expression shifted in alarm as he swiftly crossed his arms before him. Even so, he found himself pushed back toward the ground. Witnessing this, Yi Qin's pupils narrowed. It was evident that under the disparity of spirit power, Yang Qitian was not Long Mingho's equal. At that moment, he resolved firmly within himself that even if the spirit hall uncovered Mina's secret, they could not take away that which belonged to him. Young monkey, it seems you have grown old, Long Mingho taunted. Until the very end, we shall see who prevails. Yang Qitian replied coolly. Very well. Today I shall ensure your defeat is undeniable, Long Mingho declared smugly. Just as Long Mingho and Yang Qitian prepared to clash in earnest, a melodious female voice rang out. Stop! Everyone was taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice to find Hulaina standing there. Hulaina, Yevin Iklemet Anjuosli. However, Hulaina paid him no heed. She approached Long Mingho and stated, I am Hulaina. You are the one here to summon me, are you not? Indeed, I am Long Mingho, the current chief enforcer of the law enforcement hall. Long Mingho replied. Very well, I will accompany you, Hulaina said. Chapter 20, BB Dong. 6 steps to unlock. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoyan and Yang Qitian were all taken aback. Master Hu, you are a disciple of the Pope. If you can prove your innocence, we will certainly release you. Long Mingho replied. Huh, Long Mingho, you must understand what the law enforcement hall truly represents, especially in regard to those aligned with the Pope. Yang Qitian retorted angrily. Long Mingho remained non-committal, choosing not to respond. Hulaina, Yi Qin shouted urgently. Yi Qin, we shall meet again by fate. Hulaina remarked without turning back. Yang Monkey stopped them. Yi Qin commanded furiously. Understood. Yang Qitian affirmed before charging once more towards Long Mingho. Long Mingho scoffed, intercepting Yang Qitian. As the situation unfolded, Yi Qin was about to summon Mina when 2 enigmatic figures descended from the heavens, landing gracefully on the ground. Long Mingho, cease your actions. One of these figures donned a black robe, surrounded by an ethereal glow, concealing his true visage behind a mask. The other possessed skin as smooth and delicate as that of an infant, adorned in light yellow armor, exuding an androgynous allure. I have encountered Elder Ju and Elder Gui. Upon recognizing the two, Long Mingho was taken aback, promptly bowing in their presence. With this revelation, Yi Qin discerned their identities. The 2 esteemed elders of the papal hall, Ju Wan and Gui Mei. At that moment, a large entourage surged into the Wuhuan hall, arranging themselves in an orderly fashion to either side, followed by the appearance of an extraordinarily beautiful figure. She was clad in a resplendent golden gown, her head adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown, and wielded a scepter encrusted with jade and diamonds. Her tall and graceful form was accentuated by the flowing gown, which, despite its looseness, could not conceal her alluring silhouette. Beyond her physical beauty, her countenance was strikingly exquisite and exceptional. Her features were flawless, yet her demeanor was cold and commanding, especially her gaze, which seemed to look down upon all, exuding an air of superiority that made it difficult to meet her eyes. This individual was none other than the current pope of the Wuhuan Hall, BB Dong. Master! Upon BB Dong's arrival, Hulaina gasped in astonishment and immediately knelt in reverence. We humbly welcome your holiness, the Pope. Long Mingho, Zhang Haoyan, and others echoed in unison, all kneeling in respect. The sole exception was Yi Qin, who remained standing. Moreover, a notification from the system resonated in his mind, indicating the encounter with a special character. Pope BB Dong, and unveiling a hidden task. 6 steps to unlock the BB Dong task. Yi Qin, momentarily disregarding the system's prompt, focused his gaze on BB Dong's captivating eyes. At that moment, the entire square was prostrated, save for Yi Qin, who met BB Dong's gaze directly. Consequently, she quickly noticed him and shot him a fierce look. Startled by the intensity of her gaze, Yi Qin felt a chill in his heart. It was a terrifying stare, imbued with the authority of superior and tinged with a hint of lethal intent. Truly the most stirring gaze he had ever encountered. However, he soon regained his composure. Noticing Yi Qin's tranquil demeanor, Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. Yet, that was all. She turned her attention to Long Mingho, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the chief steward of the law enforcement hall, Long Mingho," he replied, trembling and drenched in sweat. "Why did you apprehend Hu Laina?" Bibi Dong pressed on. "I acted under the orders of the Elder Hall," Long Mingho responded. "Hu Laina is the master of the Royal City Hall, equivalent to a cardinal. How dare you arrest her without my command? Who bestowed upon you this authority?" Bibi Dong thundered. "I," Long Mingho stammered. "Long Mingho of the Law Enforcement Hall. You have acted outside the regulations. I hereby remove you from your position as chief steward and order your detention for formal questioning at the Wuhuan Hall," Bibi Dong declared with formidable authority. "Yes." Guido smiled enigmatically, raising his hand to extract Long Mingho's chief steward token from his soul guide container, subsequently commanding his arrest. "You may all rise." Bibi Dong finally spoke. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Everyone responded in unison, respectfully standing. "This inspection of the sub-halls will be conducted with minimal formality." Bibi Dong continued. "We shall adhere to your holy order," Zhang Haoyan, the hall master, quickly affirmed. Soon after, Bibi Dong exchanged a few brief words before summoning Hu Laina to the main hall. With nothing pressing on his mind, Yi Qin returned to his chamber, ready to delve into the hidden task bestowed by the system. Given Bibi Dong's dominant character and formidable strength, the system indicated that he must complete the task step by step to gain her complete favor. This aligns perfectly with my disposition," Yi Qin mused with a smirk. Challenges devoid of difficulty held no allure for him. The step-by-step tasks were categorized as hidden missions, thus not interfering with Yi Qin's acceptance of other tasks. The first step was to join the Wuhuan Hall. Upon detecting that Yi Qin had accomplished this, the system promptly awarded him a reward, a 5% increase in Bibi Dong's favorability, and a manual on the Lingbo Weibu technique. Lingbo Weibu? Ye vin éclaté in astonishment. To his surprise, the reward included a technique from beyond the Douluo Continent. However, recalling Tang San's Ghost Shadow Perplexing track, he quickly came to terms with it. The second step was to become a Hall Master-level member. Upon detecting that Yi Qin had fulfilled this requirement, the system issued another reward, a 10% increase in Bibi Dong's favorability and the Yijinjing manual, unlocking innate internal energy. "Excellent," Yi Qin exclaimed with excitement. Not only did he acquire innate internal energy, but he also obtained the Yijinjing, which, if he remembered correctly, allowed for the enhancement of internal energy even during meditation or sleep. In simpler terms, he could elevate his strength without any active engagement. The third step required him to ascend to the rank of a Platinum Cardinal member, offering a reward of a 10% increase in Bibi Dong's favorability and the Kin Bunchiko Hockey Manual. Wait, isn't this essentially a promotion? Yi Qin was taken aback. The so-called 6 steps comprised the roles of Member, Hall Master, and Platinum Cardinal, leading one to wonder what the subsequent steps entailed. Elder, Worshipper, Host. You must complete the third step to receive the next task. The system replied. Fine, it's just a branching task. Yi Qin dismissed his concerns, for his desire for Bibi Dong was not particularly strong at the moment. His thoughts were more occupied with Hu Laina. Subsequently, Yi Qin began to study the 2 manuals. To his delight, these manuals were not physical tomes, but rather directly integrated into his mind, achieving a profound level of comprehension. Upon acquiring innate internal energy, he felt a marked enhancement in his strength. Tang San's Xian Tiangong likely represented a similar kind of internal energy, and, in this moment, he grasped why Tang San could consistently challenge formidable opponents. Of course, even Tang San would seem trivial in his presence. He surmised that at this very moment, Tang San was probably at Notting Academy, engaged in skirmishes with a group of elementary students. Chapter 21. Using a Knife to Kill. The operation of internal energy paralleled that of soul power, and with the aid of Yijinjing, Yi Qin swiftly learned how to wield internal energy. He was confident that, even without utilizing any soul power, he could easily surpass a soul master of around level 15 merely with his internal energy. Furthermore, with the augmentation of internal energy, he believed that dealing with a 3-ring soul venerable would pose no challenge at all. As for Lingbo Weibu, It exponentially increased his agility, allowing him to easily outrun a Soul King, an absolute life-saving technique. Meanwhile, within the main hall, Bibi Dong stood facing the statue of the angel god, her left hand resting behind her back while the right gripped her scepter. Hulaina stood silently behind her, head bowed. Laina, was the death of Hong Rue connected to you? After a long pause, Bibi Dong coldly inquired. No, master, Hulaina replied. Then have you discovered the identity of the murderer? Bibi Dong turned to pursue the question. A fleeting thought crossed Hulaina's mind. After witnessing Mina's prowess, she increasingly felt that this matter was linked to Yi Qin. Nevertheless, she shook her head and responded no. Hong Rue was sent by the Elder Hall to compete with you and was a direct disciple of Elder Aotian. They will not let this matter rest. Noticing Hulaina's averted gaze, Bibi Dong continued. Laina, you are someone I have nurtured, and I hope you do not disappoint me. Are you truly unable to uncover the perpetrator? Bibi Dong's tone turned imperious. No, Hulaina reiterated, shaking her head. You must act swiftly. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed. Otherwise, even I would find it challenging to ensure your safety. Indeed, Yi Qin once again fell into contemplation, and unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Yi Qin halted his training and called out towards the door. The person outside remained silent, causing Yi Qin to feel a slight surprise as he opened the door, only to find Hulaina standing there. Hulaina, Yi Qin exclaimed with a hint of excitement. May I come in to speak? Hulaina asked. Of course. Yi Qin hurriedly pulled Hulaina inside and closed the door. Yivin, sorry. Hulaina bit her red lips gently. Why? Yi Qin asked with a smile. I initially thought I could pretend that nothing had happened between us, but I realized I couldn't. Hulaina said, lowering her head. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin abruptly embraced Hulaina, thinking that if she couldn't resist, why bother fighting it? Hulaina did not resist and tightly held onto Yi Qin. Yi Qin then gently pushed Hulaina onto the bed. Yi Qin, we can't do this right now. Hulaina protested. Although we mustn't let the teacher discover our relationship. Very well. Yevin nodded. Yevin, I want to ask you something, and you must answer me honestly. Hulaina lay on the bed, looking earnestly at Yi Qin. Speak. Yi Qin replied. Did you kill Hong Rue? Hulaina inquired. Yi Qin gazed into Hulaina's eyes for a long moment before responding no. Sometimes, not admitting is better than confessing. Really not? Hulaina questioned. You dare doubt me? Yi Qin playfully smacked Hulaina's perky backside. I don't. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Hulaina pondered. The Lai Feng sect. Ye, Vin answered. The Lai Feng sect? Hulaina was taken aback. But they seem to have no grudge against Hong Rue. No grudge, then create one. Yi Qin replied. Your teacher only wants you to evade accountability from the Elder Hall. As for who the actual culprit is, she doesn't care at all. Upon hearing this, Hulaina suddenly understood. So you mean to frame the Lai Feng sect? The Lai Feng sect is not a good bunch. Yi Qin remarked, precisely, to rid the world of a menace. You are quite right. Hulaina agreed, but Yi Qin, how do you know what the teacher is thinking? Because I am your man, Yi Qin said, gently kissing Hulaina's red lips. After their passionate encounter, Hulaina said, Yi Qin, I'll tell the teacher that it was Xiao Sheng who killed Hong Rue. Are you foolish? Doesn't an investigation take time? You are right. 2 days later, within the West Lu Branch Hall. What did you say? Hong Rue was killed by the Lai Feng sect? Bibi Dong said coldly to Hulaina. Yes, teacher. Hulaina replied. My investigation yielded results. It was the young master of the Lai Feng sect, Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng? Bibi Dong frowned. Yes, Xiao Sheng was infatuated with Hong Rue's beauty and, unable to possess her, resorted to murder. Hulaina explained. And he fabricated the illusion that Hong Rue was killed by a soul beast. Teacher, Hong Rue's protector, Yun Shan, is a soul emperor-level guardian in the royal city. Only 2 forces could kill him, the Lai Feng sect and the Yi family royal household. The Yi family has no enmity with my spirit hall, and the Lai Feng sect has always been arrogant. They don't even regard me. Clearly, this was taught to her by Yi Qin. On one hand, Xiao Sheng was indeed lecherous, and on the other, Xiao Sheng was already dead, leaving no one to contest his innocence. What is Xiao Sheng? What a Lai Feng sect? Bibi Dong exclaimed angrily. Teacher, shall we arrest him immediately? Hulaina asked. You do. Bibi Dong called out sharply. At your command. Zhu Douluo's figure appeared like a specter before Bibi Dong. Hurry to the royal city. Lai Feng sect, bring Xiao Sheng to the hall. Bibi Dong instructed. Should there be any obstruction, eliminate them without mercy. Yes. Zhu Douluo acknowledged and stepped outside the hall. Laina, you may leave now. Bibi Dong said to Hu Laina. Yes. Teacher. Hu Laina respectfully exited. Gui Douluo. After Hu Laina left, Bibi Dong continued. What is your command, your holiness? Gui Mei responded. Order the Dark Hall to investigate the Yi family royal household. Bibi Dong replied. Laina is too young. I fear she will be used as a tool by others. Understood. Soon, news of Xiao Sheng's demise reached the Lai Feng sect. Unfilial son, a bunch of unfilial sons. Upon hearing this news, an elder with graying temples cursed vehemently, nearly collapsing. He was clad in splendid robes, with a robust physique, keen eyes, and a copper-toned face marred by a centipede-like scar. This man was none other than Xiao Han, the sect master of the Lai Feng sect. Xiao Han was over 70, with only 2 sons, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Sun. Now, one was killed, and the other was incapacitated. Witnessing the vast foundation of the Lai Feng sect on the brink of ruin, how could he not be furious? How could that unfilial son go to West Lu City? Xiao Han pointed fiercely at the kneeling disciples of the Lai Feng sect. We had no knowledge of this. The disciple trembled, unable to lift his head. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Xiao Han was seething with rage. Chapter 22. Confrontation before the palace. Sectmaster. The most crucial task now is to find out who killed the young master. An elder, Xiao Feng, spoke up. Indeed, Sectmaster, we must avenge this grievance. Another elder, with red hair, chimed in. His name was Xiao Han, the last of the 3 sole Douluos of the Lai Feng sect. According to our investigation, Xiao Sheng died in a hotel under our Lai Feng sect. At the time of the incident, someone saw the royal prince Yi Qin staying at that hotel. The disciple reported. Yevin? Xiao Han's face twisted with rage. Sectmaster, it's that Yi Qin who had incapacitated the second young master. Xiao Feng replied. No doubt about it. Xiao Han declared angrily. The only one bold enough to act on our territory must be Yi Qin. This is intolerable. This is utterly intolerable. Xiao Han was furious. Gather all the sole masters of the Lai Feng sect and besiege the Yi family royal household. Yes, both Xiao Feng and Xiao Han bowed in unison. Within the palace of the Heaven-Defying Kingdom. Where on earth has that rascal Yi Qin run off to? Yi Xian sat on the throne with a face full of indignation. That brat is now the assistant to the master of the spirit hall, accompanying Hu Laina on patrol. Zhao Ying sat beside her, her foot propped on the chair, demonstrating the blade in her hand. Umph. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned even more furious. Daring to be so unruly at just 6 years old. When he returns, I will have to discipline him. Would you really? Zhao Ying smirked. At her words, Yi Xian's anger began to dissipate, sighing, I truly hope he doesn't cause any trouble for me. Your Majesty, it's bad, it's bad. Just then, a guard rushed into the hall in a panic. What's the matter? Why the commotion? Yi Xian was initially taken aback, then immediately grew furious. The sect master of the Lai Feng sect, Xiao Han, along with elders Xiao Feng and Xiao Han, has brought 1,000 soul masters, declaring they want to kill Prince Yi Qin. The guard reported. What? Yi Xian was shocked. The Lai Feng sect has truly gone too far. Zhao Ying unsheathed her sword and stood up in anger. With that, Zhao Ying stormed out of the hall in fury. In my name as the king, swiftly informed the 5 gate patrols of the royal city to rush to the palace. Yi Xian commanded the guard. Meanwhile, outside the Heaven-Defying palace. At this moment, Xiao Han, accompanied by 2 soul Douluo elders and 800 soul masters, surrounded the palace gates. Opposing them stood only one person, Zhao Ying. She stood confidently with her arms crossed, facing Xiao Han and the others without a trace of fear. Xiao Han, you have reached an advanced age. Why not enjoy your retirement peacefully within your Laiwen sect? Shao Ying coldly remarked to Xiao. I would indeed wish to relish my twilight years. Yet the royal heir, Yi Qin, has unjustly crippled my son, Xiao Sun, and slain my eldest, Xiao Sheng, truly a flagrant insult. Xiao Han seethed with fury. This rascal truly knows how to provoke trouble. Zhao Ying mused inwardly, then retorted coldly to Xiao Han. What evidence do you possess? Do you have any witnesses or physical proof to substantiate that it was Yi Qin or that you... Xiao Han, witnessed it yourself? When my son perished, Yi Qin was present. What further evidence is required? Zhao Ying, if you are wise, step aside. Xiao Han's rage was palpable. Should you dare obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite. I am eager to witness your supposed impoliteness. We're the 6 saints of the Zhao family. Zhao Ying shouted furiously. As her words fell, 6 figures emerged from an unknown location, landing in unison behind Zhao Ying. Simultaneously, all 6 revealed their spirit rings, boasting 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, a formidable assembly of 6 soul saints. The disciples of Lai Wen sect were taken aback by the imposing presence of the 6 soul saints. Zhao Ying, with these 6 soul saints, you may find it difficult to withstand us 3. Xiao Han replied icily, as 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black erupted beneath his feet. In that instant, a fully purple leopard shadow manifested behind him, his martial spirit, the holy wind spirit wolf. Concurrently, both Xiao Feng and Xiao Han displayed their martial spirits, a green lion and a black spear, respectively, with their 3 soul Douluo spirit rings revealed. Their aura instantly overshadowed the Zhao family's 6 saints. General Zhao, this matter pertains solely to the Lai Wen sect and the royal family. I hope your Zhao family refrains from interference. Titled Douluo. Then listen carefully. The Zhao family will forever remain loyal to the royal family. If you wish to claim Yi Qin, you shall have to step over my corpse. Zhao Ying declared with unwavering confidence. If that is the case, prepare to meet your demise. Xiao Han's voice dripped with fury as he began to gather his soul power. The 6 soul saints, equally unwilling to back down, assumed an offensive stance. The air crackled with tension, war imminent. Xiao Han, you truly possess audacity. Just then, the royal carriage of Yi Xian appeared at the palace gates. And simultaneously, 20,000 troops from the 5 city patrols surged forth from all directions, encircling the 1,000 soul masters of Lai Wen sect. Yivwan, you have finally mustered the courage to appear. Facing the patrol troops, Xiao Han remained unfazed, directly addressing Yi Xian by name. Xiao Han, heed my words. Yi Xian intoned with great authority. As of this day, all privileges of the Lai Wen sect within the kingdom are hereby revoked. The siege of the royal palace by Lai Wen sect is tantamount to treason, and thus they shall be eradicated. Yes, kill, kill, kill. The 2,000 troops roared in unison. The sheer volume of their chant instilled fear in the hearts of some wavering disciples of Lai Wen sect. The Lai Wen sect has acted against the heavens. You may still withdraw while it is not too late, or face severe consequences. Yi Xian addressed the 1,000 soul masters coldly. You should weigh the strength of Lai Wen sect against that of the kingdom. Observing Yi Xian attempt to sway the morale of the troops, Xiao Han retorted, disciples, do not panic. After this battle, Lai Wen sect will align with the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, the confidence of Lai Wen sect's disciples surged anew. The Spirit Hall is an entity of immense strength, rivaling the 2 great empires, far surpassing the insignificant Häagen-Dazs kingdom. I see you are lost in a dream. A youthful voice chimed in, drawing everyone's attention to 2 figures galloping towards them, 1 male and 1 female, none other than Yi Qin and Hu Laina. Yevin. Upon seeing him, both Zhao Ying and Yi Xian cried out simultaneously. So you are Yi Qin? Xiao Han's teeth ground together in fury, and in the next instant, he transformed into a blur. With his hand poised to strike, he lunged towards Yi Qin in anger. However, before he could reach him, he was struck by a chrysanthemum, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, both the disciples of Lai Wen sect and the soldiers of the patrol were astonished. Who dares to ambush me? Those who refer to themselves as Zybe for me are already marked for death. A voice unexpectedly resonated. Everyone turned to see a figure atop the palace roof, clad in light yellow armor, his skin as smooth as a baby's. None other than Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yuguan vanished from the rooftop, appearing almost spectrally before Xiao Han. You have encountered Chrysanthemum Douluo, Xiao Han exclaimed in shock, Your Grace. Yuguan. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. In the Douluo Continent, only one kind of person is referred to as Your Grace, a Titled Douluo. Indeed, I am the Chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Yuguan stated with a ghostly smile. Your Grace Yuguan, may I inquire what brings you here? Are you perhaps here to assist me? Xiaoan instantly feigned favor. Assist you? Yu Guan smirked. The Liwen sect's Xiao Sheng has intentionally murdered a candidate for the position of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. The evidence is irrefutable. By order of the Pope, I am here to execute the sect's elder and sect leader, Xiao Sheng, on the spot. As Yu Guan's words fell, countless shadows leapt down from the rooftops, surrounding the Liwen sect, while three figures swiftly placed blades at the throats of Xiao Han, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Hun. The two who had acted were exceedingly swift, leaving Xiao Feng and Xiao Hun no time to react, a clear testament to their superior rank. Observing Xiao Han and the others easily subdued, the remaining disciples of Liwen sect dared not resist, retreating in fear. Your Grace Yu Guan, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Xian exclaimed in alarm. Whatever you wish to say, take it up with the King of Hell. Yu Guan coldly replied, his finger, sharp as a blade, piercing through Xiao Han's heart. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng and Xiao Hun met the same fate. At this scene, terror gripped the hearts of all present, including Yi Qin. The actions of a spirit hall are undeniably tyrannical. Do you wish to resist? Yu Guan then turned to the disciples of Liwen sect, a chilling smile upon his lips. At his words, the disciples of Liwen sect trembled, collapsing to their knees in fear. Take them all away. Yu Guan commanded the spirit hall's personnel. Consequently, 1,000 disciples of Liwen sect were escorted away for trial. Thank you, Elder Chrysanthemum, for your intervention. Yi Xian approached Yu Guan and expressed her gratitude. No need, I am merely following orders. Yu Guan replied coldly, before following the personnel of the Spirit Hall. The decisive intervention of the Spirit Hall swiftly resolved the crisis within the royal city. Witnessing the brutal demise of Xiao Han and his companions, Yi Qin felt a pang of guilt, for he had been responsible for Hong Rui's death. Yi Qin, come here. Once Yu Guan departed, Ye Wuan shouted angrily at Yeving. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin promptly tugged at Hu Laina's sleeve, who immediately comprehended, Your Majesty Yi Xian, my teacher has arrived in the royal city, and Yi Qin is my assistant, required to accompany me to meet him. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian dared not oppose and replied, Please convey my regards to the Pope. Indeed, Hu Laina nodded. Then, Yi Xian shot a glare at Yi Qin. I shall deal with you once you return. Farewell. Yi Qin smiled faintly, then mounted his horse and galloped toward the Spirit Hall. How outrageous! Watching Yi Qin depart, Yi Xian ground her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. Never would I have imagined you could also feel fear. Upon entering the quarters of the Spirit Hall, Hu Laina chuckled at Yi Qin. You little rascal, are you seeking another beating? Yi Qin replied with a faint smile. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Hu Laina lowered her voice and said, The rules of our Spirit Hall have always been strict, and we would never easily take actions to annihilate a sect. The fact that Elder Ju directly destroyed the Li Feng sect seems rather suspicious to me. You are not as foolish as you appear. Ye Vin replied. This indicates that your teacher most likely learned of our intentional framing of Xiao Sheng. However, she has indulged you by eliminating all evidence, leaving the Elder Hall unable to investigate even if they wish to. How do you know everything? Hu Laina frowned. Mind your own business. Ye Vin simidet. Just know that you are mine, and I would never harm you. Who is yours? Hu Laina retorted playfully. Very well, since your teacher has not yet returned, I shall allow you to continue experiencing the feeling of being a woman. Yi Qin grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's face turned crimson, yet she nodded in agreement, shyly asking, Could you be a little gentler? That is not up to you. Palace Master, His Holiness, the Pope has arrived and requests your presence in the main hall. At that moment, Dana's voice called from outside. Oh, they're here so quickly. The two, who had just ended their battle, immediately began to dress. Dean Dana, please wait outside. I will be out shortly. Hu Laina called as she hastily donned her garments. Yes. Originally, Yi Qin intended to utilize Mina's spatial powers to escape. But upon reconsideration, he realized that both Bibi Dong and Zhu Gu were present, which would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Thus, he was compelled to hide once more in the wardrobe. Hu Laina was the first to tidy herself and step outside. After they left, Yi Qin slipped out through the window and entered his own chamber. To his surprise, Bibi Dong had summoned him as well. Feigning nonchalance, he walked into the central hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong reclined with her legs crossed upon the throne, while Hu Laina stood obediently beside her. May I ask why your holiness has summoned me? Yi Qin inquired of Bibi Dong. Do you know that in the spirit hall, only 3 types of people do not kneel before me? Bibi Dong coldly stated. First, the offerings of the spirit hall. Second, those whom I grant special permission. And third, the legless. Upon hearing her melodious yet piercing voice, a shiver coursed through Yi Qin's heart. Teacher, Yi Qin is still young and does not understand the rules. I implore you to spare him this time. Hulaina immediately interceded. Young? Bibi Dong's lips curled in anger. Hulaina, you acknowledge he is young. A child holding a position of such importance in the spirit hall. Do you not fear that others will say there is no one capable within our ranks? Upon hearing this, Hulaina promptly knelt before Bibi Dong. Teacher, Yi Qin possesses innate full soul power and is a prince of the kingdom. That is why I appointed him as my temporary assistant. Though young, he has been diligent and has achieved much during his tenure. Enough. Bibi Dong interrupted Hulaina. This time, I shall let it pass, but let it not happen again. Thank you, teacher. Hulaina replied gratefully. As for you considering your mother, I shall not hold it against you. Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Yi Qin. Yi Qin's heart raced at her words. Could it be that Bibi Dong knew his mother? Of course, at that moment, he dared not inquire further. Yi Qin, while innate full soul power is indeed precious, Bibi Dong continued, her coldness slightly diminishing. If it is not cultivated through later effort, it cannot achieve greatness. The spirit hall is undoubtedly superior to any sect. Since you have chosen the spirit hall, you must remain steadfast. Hearing Bibi Dong's somewhat gentler words, Yi Qin pondered deeply. Was it due to his mother's influence or the 10 points of favorability? Yes. Ye vina firmet. Teacher, should Yi Qin's assistant position be revoked? Hulaina asked. Do as you see fit. I am tired. Bibi Dong replied succinctly. Yes, I take my leave. Hulaina bowed to Bibi Dong and then gave Yi Qin a knowing glance. He immediately understood and departed the main hall. Once outside, the two found themselves in a secluded garden. Yi Qin, our teacher is actually quite kind. Do not take offense, Hulaina said apologetically. For the next few days, I must trouble you. Once our teacher leaves, I will restore your position as assistant. It's nothing. Yi Qin replied nonchalantly, but Laina, may I ask if you know anything about my mother's identity? I have heard our teacher mention that your mother is extraordinary, but I do not know the details. Never mind, I shall ask my aunt. Yi Qin responded. Ah, are you returning to the royal palace? Hulaina said, her voice tinged with disappointment. I cannot remain here for a few days. Yi Qin nodded. It is evident that your teacher has high expectations for you. We must not allow her to discover our relationship. Very well, I will find a reason to visit the palace to see you. Hulaina said. Is it truly just to see me? Ye vin simirkit. Rogue. Hulaina could not help but lightly punch his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Qin suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Yi Qin, are you all right? Hulaina exclaimed in alarm. Yi Qin smiled, pulling her closer and kissing her, of course. I'm fine. Scoundrel. Hulaina playfully scolded. After bidding farewell to Hulaina, Yi Qin made his way to the royal palace. Along the way, he contemplated the identity of his mother, wondering how she could command such respect even from Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, Yi Qin began to formulate his own plans. He aspired to establish a sect of his own, ensuring that he would never have to rely on others again. However, founding a sect was no simple task. He required ample preparation. Upon returning to his quarters, he was once again met with the familiar aura of menace. Oh no! Yi Qin looked up to see Yi Xian standing before him. Yi Qin, you troublemaker! How dare you return? Yi Xian turned, her expression furious as she raised her hand. Yi Xian, you cannot hit me again. Yi Qin quickly protested. Who said I was going to hit you? Yi Xian replied, clapping her hands. Come in. Soon, numerous maidens entered, carrying various pastries and arranging them on the table. Yi Xian, what is the meaning of this? Yi Qin asked, bewildered. You have lost weight recently. These are all pastries I made myself. Please eat more. Yi Xian's demeanor softened, her eyes sparkling with affection. Yi Qin was taken aback by Yi Xian's actions, but he readily sat down to enjoy the treats. Are they good? Yi Xian asked gently. Yes, quite delicious. Ye vin pires enthusiastigei. As long as you stay in the palace and do not cause trouble, I will make them for you every day. Yi Xian said, sitting beside him with great joy. All right. Yi Qin readily agreed. Of course, this was merely Yi Qin's perfunctory response. Nonetheless, Yi Qin's answer delighted Yi Xian to no end. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with excitement. With a faint smile, Yi Qin brought a piece of pastry to Yi Xian's lips. You should eat too. Yi Xian was initially startled, but then opened her small mouth, savoring the treat slowly. Yi Xian, may I ask you something? Yi Qin began. Go ahead. Yi Xian replied. Could you tell me what kind of person my mother is? Yi Qin inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian abruptly halted her chewing, her eyes dimming as if stars have lost their shine. Yi Qin, why do you suddenly ask about this? I have never heard you speak of our mother since I was born. I am simply curious. Yi Vin responded. Wait until you grow a bit older. When the time is right, I will tell you everything. Yi Xian replied with a hint of melancholy. You must remember, sister is the best person in this world. She is also the most beautiful, captivating countless admirers. Hearing Yi Xian's unabashed praise, Yi Qin felt increasingly aware of how extraordinary his mother truly was. Could you elaborate further? Yi Qin inquired eagerly. In her youth, she was renowned across the continent for her beauty and intelligence, pursued by countless noble heirs and successors of various sects. Yet, she ultimately chose your father, an utterly ordinary man, devoid of even a trace of soul power. Ye Wan responded. Wow, Yi Qin thought inwardly. The prowess of his mother exceeded all his expectations. Regrettably, beauty often invites misfortune, and with a sorrowful sigh, Yi Xian fell silent. Yi Qin, during this time, I will have Uncle Yang keep a close watch on you. You must remain in the palace and go nowhere. Ye Wan Genti admonishit. Then remember to make me pastries every day. Ye Vin replied. Indeed, Ye Wan nodded. In the past few days, Yi Qin had indeed felt somewhat fatigued. Having been somewhat drained by Hulaina, unable to visit the spear hall, he chose to remain indoors, practicing his internal and soul power while contemplating how to establish his own sect. Yi Xian fulfilled her promise, personally preparing pastries for Yi Qin every day. To Yi Qin's surprise, Zhao Ying did not come to visit him, and he later learned that she had set forth again, heading south to eliminate bandits. One day, the sky was clear and cloudless. At this moment, Yang Qitian was in the courtyard training with Yi Qin. It was evident that with each move of Yang Qitian's 8 rings, under his formidable pressure, Yi Qin's legs began to bend slightly, sweat glistening on his smooth skin. Despite possessing an extraordinary system, Yi Qin deeply understood that without training, even the strongest soul power could be easily outmatched by those of equal or even lesser rank. Observing the hint of pain on Yi Qin's face, Yang Qitian quickly suggested, Your Highness, should I perhaps lessen the soul power? Unnecessary. Keep going. Yi Qin shook his head while channeling his soul and internal power. Yang Qitian, feeling concerned, noted that he was exerting pressure equivalent to that of a soul sect, a level even great soul masters found difficult to bear. If he continued to escalate it to that of a soul king, he feared Yi Qin might be harmed. However, Yi Qin's resolve was unyielding, so Yang Qitian cautiously increased his soul power output. Even so, in that moment, Yi Qin collapsed, kneeling on one knee. Yi Qin, a familiar female voice, reached his ears, and through the pain, Yi Qin turned to see Hulaina standing there. Master Hu. Yang Qitian immediately halted, bowing to Hulaina. Hulaina. Yi Qin, amid his suffering, felt a surge of excitement and quickly rose to greet her. Could you step out for a moment, Yang Qitian? I need to discuss something with Yi Qin. Hulaina said to Yang Qitian. Yang Qitian glanced at Yi Qin and replied, All right, I shall take my leave. Master Hu, please. Yi Qin led Hulaina into his chamber. Once inside, Hulaina promptly closed the door and eagerly embraced Yi Qin, who returned the gesture warmly. What brings you here? Has your teacher departed? After a moment of embrace, Yi Qin asked with great enthusiasm. Not yet. Hulaina shook her head, but I have wonderful news for you. As she spoke, she produced a black token and handed it to Yi Qin. He noticed 5 intricate designs engraved upon it, a chrysanthemum, a sword, a hammer, a dragon, and a crown. The Tindo 6 royal medallion? Yi Qin inquired, slightly startled. Not quite. It is the Tindo 5 royal medallion, the emblem of the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Hulaina corrected him. It was given to me by my teacher to pass on to you, as it rightfully belonged to your mother. Ah, Yi Qin exclaimed in astonishment. My mother? Who exactly is she? Your teacher did not elaborate, but your mother made significant contributions to the Spear Hall and had a close relationship with my teacher, which is why she granted you the Platinum Bishop's token. Hulaina explained. Although it does not confer actual power, your status within the Spirit Hall now surpasses mine. Hulaina added excitedly. Furthermore, I can officially appoint you as my assistant. Ding. Host has been promoted to Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Task Step 3 completed. Reward. Observation Hockey acquired. And BB Dong's favor increased by 15%. Yiqin thought to himself how unexpectedly sudden this was. Ding. Task Step 4 unlocked. Assist Hulaina in claiming the title of Saintess. Reward. 1 golden hook bait, and BB Dong's favor increased by 20%. Yevin, what's wrong? Hulaina asked, noticing his contemplative expression. Nothing. Just pondering. Yiqin replied. Laina, I recall you are a candidate for the Saintess of the Spirit Hall? Yes. Hulaina nodded. Why do you ask? Of course. I am concerned about you. Yiqin responded. I am curious about how you plan to become the Saintess. According to the Spirit Hall's regulations, the requirements for a Saintess candidate are extremely stringent. Hulaina paused before continuing. Not only must one possess exceptional management skills and undergo 3 years of internship to assess performance, but after 3 years, one must return to the Spirit Hall for a rigorous selection process to determine the top 3, who will then be voted on by individuals of Platinum Bishop rank or higher. Is it really that complicated? Yiqin asked, taken aback. Indeed. Hulaina nodded gently. After all, the Saintess represents the next inheritor of the Spirit Hall, and there can be no room for error. Go for it, Laina. I believe you can definitely do it. Yiqin affirmed, I will always support you from behind. Thank you, Yiqin. Hulaina expressed her gratitude, embracing him once more. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received 1 divine beast egg. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 divine soul ring. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a manual monkey steals peaches. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a self-portrait from a system. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a box of Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Ding. Sign-in successful. Received a peak Douluo level follower, the fallen king, Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Over these 3 years, through countless sign-ins, Yiqin had amassed innumerable rewards, the most precious of which was undoubtedly the second Titled Douluo, Lucifer. However, the majority were useless manuals and items. Nonetheless, his cultivation talent had already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After 3 years of awakening his soul power, he reached level 39. One day, along the road from Häagen-Dazs City to Spirit City, a luxurious carriage moved leisurely. Inside the carriage were 2 individuals. One, with golden hair and blue eyes, though somewhat youthful, was strikingly handsome. His face exuded charm, captivating all who beheld it, as if it were flawless. This person, of course, was Yiqin, now 9 years old. He resembled an adult more than ever. Beside him was the stunning Hulaina, now 17. She had blossomed into a breathtaking beauty. Her slightly curled, long hair cascading to her waist, accentuating her curvaceous form. Without any makeup, her enchanting visage was naturally captivating, evoking admiration from all who gazed upon her. Especially with her innate allure, she possessed an irresistible charm that could enthrall anyone. If there were any men present, they would undoubtedly cast jealous glances. For this remarkable woman was giving Yiqin a massage. Qin, thank you for accompanying me to the Soul Hall for the selection competition, Hulaina said, her face radiating satisfaction as she gazed at Yiqin. You are my woman. It is only natural. Yiqin replied with a smile. Yiqin's journey to the Soul Hall was twofold. Firstly, to assist Hulaina in securing the title of Saintess, and secondly, he had received a crucial piece of information from Yi Xian. His mother once held a significant position in the Soul Hall. He was eager to discover the identity of this mysterious and formidable woman who had earned a platinum order from BB Dong herself. Ding! Host! The sign-in task has been released. Sign-in location: Hunting Soul Forest in Notting City. Task: Acquire the Dragon Scale Flower as the second soul ring. Reward: Indestructible Divine Skill. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yiqin's mind. Notting City as Hunting Soul Forest? Yiqin's expression shifted in surprise. Qin, what's wrong? Hulaina inquired. It's nothing. Let us continue. Yiqin chuckled. All right, but you'll have to massage me later. Hulaina smiled, her delicate fingers resuming their soothing work on Yiqin's back. Following Yiqin's explicit instructions, they headed towards the Hunting Soul Forest near Notting City. Fortunately, Notting City was located along the main road, not too far from their route, and with a month and a half remaining before the selection competition, They had ample time to arrive. Your Highness, we have reached the hunting soul forest. A deep voice announced from outside the carriage, prompting Yi Qin and Hu Laina to step out one after the other. The coachman was Yang Qitian, who, after 3 years, had only seen his soul power rise to level 83 without any other notable changes. Thank you for your hard work, young monkey. Ye vin responded. Serving your highness is an old servant's duty. Yang Qitian replied. Yi Qin's gaze fell upon a vast forest before him. Indeed, this hunting soul forest was no different from the one in the Hejda's kingdom. Nodding City, hunting soul forest, Yi Qin murmured. Perhaps I might even encounter Tang San. In the original story, Tang San had spent 6 years in Nodding City, and given that Yi Qin was of a similar age, Tang San should still be at the Nodding Academy at this time. Young monkey, you wait here and keep an eye on the carriage. Yi Qin instructed. Yang Qitian hesitated slightly. Well, have you ever seen me in danger? Yi Qin said with a confident smile. Yang Qitian thought for a moment. Indeed, in the past 3 years, Yi Qin had never truly faced peril. Even when danger arose, he could swiftly turn the tide. He was blissfully unaware that with Mina and Lucifer, 2 titled Douluos, accompanying him, Yang Qitian was merely a decorative figure. You all wait here. Hu Laina directed the soul hall attendants. Subsequently, Yi Qin and Hu Laina walked side by side into the hunting soul forest. Qin, have you decided on your second soul ring? Hu Laina asked. I plan to obtain a 1,000-year soul ring. Ye vin replied. But the second soul ring is typically a 100-year one. Isn't that dangerous? Hu Laina expressed her concern. Trust me, I can handle it. Ye vina surit. Over the past 3 years, Yi Qin's extraordinary performances had left Hu Laina in awe. She no longer perceived him as just a child, but rather as a true man, one worthy of her reliance. Well, if it becomes dangerous, you must stop immediately. Hu Laina cautioned, still somewhat uneasy. Got it. Ye vin pilaifu lupinchit Hu Liena seichek. It seems you haven't worn makeup in 3 years. Didn't you say my makeup was too flamboyant? Hu Laina replied, her head bowed and a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Yi Qin felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. A casual remark from him had been remembered by Hu Laina for 3 years. Without hesitation, Yi Qin swept Hu Laina into his arms. Ah Qin, what are you doing? Hu Laina exclaimed in surprise. Let me show you what speed feels like. With that, Yi Qin activated the wave step technique, moving with such swiftness that he covered several yards in a single stride, racing deep into the hunting soul forest. In his earlier days as a great soul master, his wave step had already surpassed that of a soul king, and now he could rival a soul emperor. Within just a minute, they traversed 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a multitude of purple vines surged towards him. Yi Qin, startled, quickly lifted Hu Laina to evade the attack of the vines. He soon set her down, and before them loomed an eerie giant tree, approximately 8 meters tall, its trunk a deep purple black, adorned with a grotesque, human-like visage. It's the devil spirit tree, Yi Qin exclaimed with excitement. 8 meters high. It seems to be around 1,200 years old. Qin, I'll help you, Hu Laina declared, her 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, illuminating. As fox ears sprouted from her head, a fluffy tail extended from her proud posterior. Laina, be careful, Yi Qin cautioned, but he did not refuse her assistance. Although only 1 soul ring glowed beneath his feet, the combined force of his soul power and inner strength exuded an aura that rivaled Hu Laina's. Hu Laina had witnessed Yi Qin's formidable presence before, so she was not taken aback. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year devil spirit tree, enraged by their counterattack, unleashed a flurry of purple vines, resembling steel spikes, aimed at them. Second soul skill, Heavenly Fox Fire Rain. Hu Laina's eyes narrowed, and, as her soul ring shone, she leaped into the air. Numerous fireballs coalesced around her, launching forth to collide with the incoming spikes. Fire was particularly lethal to plant-type soul beasts, and under the assault of the fireballs, half of the steel spikes were reduced to ashes. At the same time, Yi Qin executed the wave step, evading all the spikes with his extraordinary agility. He then enveloped his fist in dark energy and struck at the devil spirit tree's left eye. Having thoroughly studied the soul beast compendium, Yi Qin was well aware of the weaknesses and habits of these soul beasts. The left eye was the devil spirit tree's most vulnerable point. After this strike, the tree emitted a howl akin to a wounded beast before wilting away. Immediately, A circle of purple soul rings illuminated from within its body. At that moment, applause erupted from behind Yichin. Both he and Hulaina frowned and turned to see a tall figure standing there. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With black hair styled in a 3/7 partition, his appearance rather ordinary, yet emanating a unique aura. His eyes conveyed a sense of lethargy and despair. Ding. Encountered a special character, Yu Xiaojiang. Hidden task released. Refuse to become Yu Xiaojiang's disciple and obtain a fragment of the super artifact, Dragon God Claw. Note, collecting all 16 fragments will allow for the synthesis of the super artifact. Yu Xiaojiang? Yichin's lips curled into a sneer. Setting aside the system's directive to refuse apprenticeship, Yichin considered that, without the system, no one on the Douluo Continent could be his master. Moreover, while he did not harbor hatred for Yu Xiaojiang, he certainly held no fondness either. The ruthless tactics and precise judgments he had witnessed were almost unbelievable in a child of merely a decade or so. Yu Xiaojiang praised Yichin effusively. Who are you? Before Yichin could respond, Hulaina furrowed her brow. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaojiang, but they all call me Master. With a hint of confidence, Yu Xiaojiang inquired, which academy in Nottingham do you both belong to? I have never seen you before. You are Yu Xiaojiang? Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. As a disciple of Bibi Dong and a candidate for the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, it was impossible for Hulaina to be unaware of this so-called master. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang replied, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Chapter 27. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who you are is of no concern to me. Yevin replied coldly. I am about to absorb a soul ring. With that, Yichin strode towards the radiant purple soul ring and settled down cross-legged. Wait. Noticing that Yichin only had a yellow soul ring beneath him, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. You are merely a one-ring soul master? The limit for a two-ring master is 764 years. A one-ring master cannot absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Laina, silence him, Yichin said impatiently. Would you prefer to silence yourself, or shall I assist you? Hulaina retorted coolly, turning to Yu Xiaojiang. What academy are you students from? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his sentence, Hulaina had swiftly appeared behind him, knocking him to the ground and binding him, subsequently gagging him with cloth strips. Clearly, this so-called master, a waste of a soul master, had no power to retaliate against Hulaina, a spirit master of her caliber. Meanwhile, under Yichin's guidance, the purple soul ring gradually transformed into a luminous essence, flowing into his body. Ugh! Watching Yichin's reckless actions, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed. However, the next moment, he was rendered speechless as the purple soul ring completely entered Yichin's being without any adverse reactions occurring. Soon, with the manipulation of Yichin's soul power, a brand new purple soul ring firmly settled at his feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Hulaina was slightly taken aback, while Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Ding! Task completion successful. The indestructible body cultivation manual has reached a perfected state. Yichin rose nonchalantly, stretching leisurely. After all, this soul ring was of little significance to him. Who are you? Release my teacher. At that moment, a youthful voice pierced the air. Yichin turned to see a boy, approximately 8 to 9 years old and about 1.50 meters tall, standing there. He was clad in a blue school uniform, his appearance unremarkable, with a tan complexion and eyes filled with determination. Beside the boy stood a girl in a pink dress, of similar height and age, lively and charming, adorned with pink rabbit ear decorations, her hair styled like a scorpion's tail. Ding! Detection of a child from the Douluo Continent. Top-tier hidden, task triggered. Task: defeat once every 3 years. Upon success, receive top-tier rewards. This time's reward is a random soul bone from the 10,000-year soul beast, Thunder Kirin. Ding! Detection of a special character from the Douluo Continent, Xiao Wu. Hidden task triggered. Make Xiao Wu cry. Task reward: 3 boxes of kidney treasures. Special manual for purification and dispelling. Wow! Yichin could hardly contain his excitement. Defeating Tang San would be a piece of cake, and he could obtain a 10,000-year soul bone. Not to mention it was a recurring task. Tang San was practically a mobile treasure trove. As for making Xiao Wu cry, that seems simple. Who are you? Hulaina coldly demanded upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Release my teacher, or do not blame me for being impolite. Tang San glared at Hulaina, his voice icy. Oomph. Hulaina's lips curled disdainfully, ready to mock, when Yi Qin interjected. I am eager to see how you intend to show your impoliteness. Tang San's expression was ruthless, but he concealed his hand behind his back, launching several steel needles towards Yi Qin. Utilizing his observation haki, Yi Qin quickly perceived Tang San's actions, internally scoffing at his cunningness. As expected of a master of hidden weapons, in an instant, Yi Qin executed the wave step, evading Tang San's projectile assault like a specter. The 3 steel needles silently pierced into the massive tree behind Yi Qin. You dare to play dirty. Hulaina's expression hardened. Darling, leave these 2 to me. Do not interfere, and keep an eye on you, Xiao Jiang. Ye, Vin Simudkit. Hearing such endearments from Yi Qin, Hulaina's face flushed crimson, her demeanor slightly bashful as she nodded. Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings illuminated beneath Tang San. First soul skill, entanglement. Tang San shouted, as countless blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, coiling towards Yi Qin. However, Yi Qin stood his ground. The encroaching blue-silver grass seemed to recoil in fear. Unwilling to advance, the dragon scale flower, as the dominant plant-type martial soul, could easily crush the blue-silver grass, the most rudimentary of plant martial souls. Its lethality was evident. Not to mention, Tang San's blue-silver grass had yet to awaken. Even if it did become blue-silver emperor, it would only be evenly matched with the dragon scale flower. Gasping for breath from the pressure of his martial soul, Tang San struggled to command the blue-silver grass. Unable to approach Yi Qin, the blue-silver grass is yielding so easily. What in the world is his martial soul? Tang San realized. My turn. Yi Qin smiled faintly, as a yellow and purple soul ring glowed at his feet. With a subtle gesture of his hand, Tang San's blue-silver grass was immediately repelled and withered. Following that, Yi Qin darted forward like a wraith, his entire being shimmering with a golden hue. He had just acquired the indestructible body. Clearly, Yi Qin did not intend to reveal his martial soul. Nevertheless, with the strength cultivated from the easing tendon's scripture and the might of the indestructible body, he could easily contend with a 25-level soul master, let alone Tang San, who was merely at level 21. With a series of rapid punches, Tang San opted not to engage directly. Instead, he desperately evaded. Despite his efforts, Yi Qin struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Little San, witnessing Tang San's predicament, Xiao Wu could no longer hold back. In an instant, her 2 yellow soul rings flared to life, and her body, as agile as a swallow, soared towards Yi Qin. As a soft-bone charm rabbit reformed into a human, Xiao Wu's physique was incredibly supple and her speed astounding. Of course, Yi Qin had already anticipated Xiao Wu's attack, yet he made no attempt to dodge. Despite this, the impact of Xiao Wu's strikes against Yi Qin merely produced a series of dull thuds. Yi Qin remained unscathed, while Xiao Wu felt the sting of pain. In the next moment, with a simple strike, Yi Qin effortlessly sent Xiao Wu flying. If they were truly 2 9-year-old children, Yi Qin might have hesitated to engage. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu were far from ordinary. One was a 30-year-old pretending to be a child, and the other a 10,000-year-old pretending to be a little girl. Of course, neither could be killed. They were, in a sense, his 2 mobile treasure troves. One carried top-tier rewards, while the other was a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed, his eyes turning violet as the Shantian skill surged violently within him. With his blue-silver grass suppressed and the Haotian hammer martial soul too risky to wield, he resorted to using the Tang Sect's secret techniques. Ghost Shadow perplexing track and controlling the crane to catch the dragon. Chapter 28. Tang Hao Yet. Against the remarkably resilient Yi Qin, Tang San's attacks proved ineffective. He had barely approached when Yi Qin unleashed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Instantly, water and blood erupted from his mouth once more. Yi Qin chose to press the advantage, unleashing a torrent of punches upon Tang San. Of course, Yi Qin held back somewhat. As Tang San was his invaluable source of resources, he could not allow him to perish so easily. However, to draw tears from Xiao Wu, each punch landed with ferocity, causing Tang San to cry out in pain. Yoo-hoo! Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in shock. Little San, third brother. Xiao Wu cried out from the ground. tears streaming down her face. Ding. Hidden task completed. Reward. 3 boxes of kidney treasure. Special technique purification dispersal has reached the major achievement stage. Ding. Top-level hidden task completed. Reward. Thunder Kirin right arm bone installed in the host's arm. As the system notifications chimed in succession, Yi Qin finally ceased his assault. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his right arm. In an instant, upon the installation of the 100,000-year spirit bone, his soul power skyrocketed to level 40. Naturally, this was because he had not yet obtained the 4th ring. Otherwise, his level would have continued to rise. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold this against you any longer. Yi Qin chuckled softly at Tang San, then took Hulaina's hand and strolled towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Hulaina had refrained from asking questions, but eventually, she could not contain herself. Qin, do you know those 2 children? How could that be? Yevin replied playfully. I have been residing in the palace. You know that well. Is that so? Hulaina inquired, a hint of doubt in her voice. You doubt me again? Yi Qin retorted, playfully slapping Hulaina's pert behind. Ah, you are so naughty. Hulaina giggled, her cheeks flushed. All right, no more jokes. We should leave quickly. Otherwise, if the enforcement team catches us, it will be difficult to explain. Yi Qin redirected the conversation. With that, Yi Qin led Hulaina onward toward the location where the carriage was parked. However, not long after they had departed, Yi Qin suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, Laina. Yi Qin gestured for Hulaina to halt. What is it, Qin? Hulaina asked, surprised by the sudden seriousness on his face. Come out. Yi Qin cast a cold glance around the vicinity and shouted. As his words fell, numerous shadows emerged stealthily from the thicket, clad in black and adorned with full masks. Their true identities remained obscured. A mere great soul master, yet so alert. The leader of the black-clad figures remarked icily. Unfortunately, you 2 shall die here today. As he spoke, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, flared to life beneath his feet. The others followed suit, with the weakest among them being a soul king. Who are you? Do you know our identities? Hulaina said, a hint of panic creeping in her voice. We are facing a saint-level assassin. Before she could finish, Yi Qin interjected. Who would have thought that to kill a great soul master in a soul sect, the Elder Hall would send a soul saint assassin? Upon hearing Yi Qin's words, the soul Douluo assassin furrowed his brow. Clever indeed. No wonder you are the prince of this generation. But alas, Yang Qitian is no longer by your side. I cannot be bothered to deal with you. You might as well take your own lives. Realizing the implication, Hulaina understood the gravity of the situation. Clearly, this was an assassination attempt orchestrated by the Elder Hall to thwart her campaign for the title of Saintess. Mina, Yi Qin coldly smirked. What are you saying? The soul saint assassin gasped. Even if you scream your throat raw, Yang Qitian will not hear you. However, before he could finish, a white lance pierced through his heart. The soul saint stared in despair at the sudden appearance of the white dragon princess, his life ebbing away. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining assailants were filled with terror. They hesitated for a moment, then simultaneously summoned their soul power to charge at Mina. Mina's expression turned steely. With her white dragon lance, she struck through the air like a true dragon. In an instant, this group of soul emperors and soul kings was skewered like meat on a skewer, pinned to a massive tree. Then with a firm grasp, Mina unleashed a torrent of energy from the lance, reducing the assailants to mere ashes. Following this, Mina began to gather soul power, intending to obliterate the corpse of the soul saint. Mina, leave this one for now. Yevin commanded. Mina halted immediately, and Yi Qin approached the lifeless body of the soul saint. He removed the mask, revealing the face of an elderly man. Upon further inspection, he discovered a medallion within the soul guide device, bearing 3 symbols. The Tiendo 3 Emperor's token, a high-ranking deacon of the Spirit Hall. Hulaina gasped in realization. It seems the Elder Hall truly intends to strike against us. We cannot jump to conclusions. Yevin Varnit. In this continent, anyone could be a friend or a foe. Hulaina nodded seriously. However, the Elder Hall bears the greatest suspicion. We must remain vigilant. There may be other assassins lurking. Yi Qin added. I must inform my teacher about this. Hulaina declared. Rest assured, Laina, with me around, no one can harm you. Yi Qin said with unwavering confidence. gazing into Hulaiina's enchanting eyes. "Master, be careful." Just then, Mina suddenly shouted. However, she was a moment too late, as a figure flashed past, gripping Yi Qin's neck and forcefully pressing him against the massive tree behind him. Yi Qin coughed a few times, finally opening his eyes to discern the identity of his assailant. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his attire tattered, hair unkempt, and his face caked in dirt, with an unkempt beard that looked as though it had never been washed. He appeared utterly filthy. At the first sight of this man, Yi Qin had already drawn his conclusion. "Release, Yi Qin. Let go of my master." Mina and Hulaiina shouted in unison. "Who are you? And why did you attack my son?" The newcomer ignored Mina and Hulaiina, directing his inquiry at Yi Qin. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin was now 100% certain of his identity. Tang San's father, the Heaven-Defying Tang Hao. Seeing that Tang Hao refused to release Yi Qin, Mina's anger flared. She gathered her soul power, transforming it into a luminous shadow aimed at Tang Hao's back. "You would do well to stay back. I can break his neck in an instant." Tang Hao replied coldly without turning around. At this, Mina abandoned her attack, just as everyone found themselves at a loss. A strange voice echoed. "I am the ruler of the night, obstructing the arrival of eternal dawn. To harm the Lord of the Solitary King is no different from death." Before the words had fully settled, an immensely powerful black force surged from within Yi Qin. Tang Hao was taken aback by the overwhelming energy, hastily retreating. In the next moment, a ball of black light manifested in the air, revealing another figure within. Clad in a black trench coat with long purple-silver hair cascading to his waist, he possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, albeit with an eerie and domineering presence. Most notably, his pupils were shaped like crosses. His chest was bare, displaying a sculpted physique with 10 perfect abdominal muscles. This figure was none other than Yi Qin's second guardian Douluo, the fallen king, Lucifer. "Who are you?" Tang Hao, confronted by Lucifer's enigmatic gaze, felt a twinge of trepidation. "Master, should I answer him?" Lucifer inquired of Yi Qin. "Kill him for me." Yi Qin rasped, rubbing his sore throat, his anger palpable. "At your command, master," Lucifer replied. "Listen closely, young man." With a wicked smile, Lucifer pointed at Tang Hao and proclaimed, "You are about to perish at the hands of the fallen king." Before Lucifer could finish his words, Tang Hao lifted the colossal Haotian hammer, akin to a water vat, and hurled it towards him. "Impudent!" Lucifer's expression hardened as a black gold great sword materialized in his right hand, clashing directly with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. "Master, be careful." Mina, perceiving the imminent danger, wasted no time in scooping up Hulaiina and bringing her beside Yi Qin. She then summoned her soul power, forming a semicircular shield that enveloped the three of them. A deafening crash ensued as the fallen giant's sword and the Haotian hammer emitted waves akin to a meteor collision. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, akin to a raging wind, causing the nearby towering trees to sway violently. However, it was evident that the scales of victory tipped in Lucifer's favor. Not to mention that Lucifer, a peak 96th level Douluo, possessed a soul power level higher than Tang Hao's at that moment. Each of Yi Qin's subordinates also wielded divine-grade martial souls, naturally surpassing the quality of the Haotian hammer. Nonetheless, Tang Hao was far from an easy opponent to vanquish. Unlike other titled Douluos, Tang Hao cultivated pure strength, and coupled with the dominance of the Haotian hammer, he had once single-handedly battled 3 95th level Douluos upon just attaining titled Douluo status. That was indeed Tang Hao's most glorious battle. Of course, at this moment, Tang Hao bore grave injuries. His glory was no longer as radiant as before. Impressive power. Lucifer smirked as beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red, terrifying soul rings magnificently manifested. What? As Tang Hao beheld Lucifer's soul ring configuration, his pupils involuntarily contracted. At that very moment, as the soul rings illuminated, Lucifer's aura surged, sending Tang Hao flying. Fortunately, Tang Hao was not weak. He steadied himself in midair, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings that shone brilliantly. "You dare offend the Master of Kings? You shall endure the judgment of hell." Lucifer's smile turned icy. Soul skill, hell's judgment. Accompanied by Lucifer's chilling words, the 5th ring beneath his feet blazed with brilliance, and his black gold giant sword expanded 20-fold in an instant. Simultaneously, a terrifying phantom emerged behind him, resembling a fallen angel comparable to divine souls. As the fallen angel appeared, the surrounding space darkened instantly, with only Lucifer's black gold giant sword radiating a dazzling brilliance. Sixth soul skill, Haotian Mountain Crusher. Not to be outdone, Tang Hao stepped forward with his left foot slightly bent, causing the Haotian hammer in his right hand to expand rapidly, matching the size of Lucifer's black gold giant sword. With resolute determination, Tang Hao gripped the hammer's handle tightly and swung it fiercely towards Lucifer. Mina, protect the master. Lucifer chuckled ominously. Do I need you to remind me? Presumptuous fool? Mina retorted with a hint of resentment. Then, her own 8 black and 1 red soul rings flared to life, maximizing the circular shield that enveloped her and Yi Qin. Incantation of truth, eternal night descends. As Lucifer's voice resonated ominously, black light began to emanate from the hilt of his black gold sword, spreading to the sword's tip, before he wielded it with one hand, striking down towards Tang Hao. The clash of hammer and sword once again reverberated through the void with terrifying force. In that moment, the entire space was filled with the collision of super energies, distorting reality itself. Nearby, the towering trees were shattered by the monstrous waves, splintered with swirling into the tempest. From above, one could see a radius of several miles engulfed by the energy waves, ancient trees swaying violently, and soul beasts scattering in panic. In the forest, many soul masters hunting soul beasts felt the tremor, paralyzed by fear. The enforcement teams of martial souls were equally astonished, swiftly converging towards the source of the energy. This is bad. Outside the soul-hunting forest, Yang Qi-Tian sensed the commotion and rushed inside. The clash between Lucifer and Tang Hao swiftly determined a victor. The horrifying energy erupted instantaneously, the blinding radiance rendering one unable to open their eyes. As the brilliance faded, Tang Hao's figure had vanished from the spot. He fled? Lucifer furrowed his brow, promptly employing his mental sensing to search frantically for Tang Hao's presence. Alas, he found nothing. Sigh, had I known, I would have used both hands. Lucifer lamented. Master, I am incompetent, allowing him to escape. He then landed on the ground, apologizing to Yi Qin. However, rest assured, he has been afflicted by my dark corrosion. He will not survive unscathed. Do not blame yourself. He was never an easy opponent, Yi Qin interjected, but upon glancing at Hulaina beside him, he altered his words. It's fine. If he fled, then so be it. Even so, Yi Qin sighed inwardly, realizing that Tang Hao was more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet upon reflection, he recalled that even Qian Daolu himself had struggled to corner Tang Hao, and thus he felt somewhat reassured. Tang Hao must possess some form of life-preserving technique. Mina, let us depart from here. Yevin instrushtit Mina. Yes, master. Mina replied. And with that, she wielded her spatial powers, transporting Lucifer, Yi Qin, and Hulaina away. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. In a flash, Mina and Lucifer vanished into thin air, quietly returning to Yi Qin's interior. You always keep secret from me. Hulaina grumbled at that moment. What is it? Yi Qin inquired, surprised. You told me that Mina is a personal guardian left by your mother. Then what about Lucifer? Hulaina frowned. Am I easily deceived? Hulaina turned her head away. If I were to say he is also a guardian entrusted by my mother, would you believe me? Yi Qin responded, somewhat awkwardly. Seeing that Hulaina was about to say more, Yi Qin grasped her face, decisively sealing her lips with his own. In Chapter 30, entering the martial soul city, faced with Yi Qin, Hulaina's mind momentarily blanked, and she quickly closed her eyes, beginning to relish the moment. Once Hulaina was satisfied, Yi Qin exhaled gently. Promise me, do not divulge today's events to anyone, including your teacher. With a 100 affinity, combined with Hulaina's unwavering affection for Yi Qin, she soon acquiesced. Hulaina nodded gently, but I still want more. Next time, Yi Qin shook his head. Are you not afraid that scruffy fellow will continue pursuing us? All right then, remember it for now. Hulaina replied helplessly. Prince. At that moment, Yang Qi-Tian's resonant voice echoed through the soul-hunting forest, imbued with soul power. That monkey. Yi Qin couldn't help but curse under his breath as he led Hulaina towards the source of the voice. On the other side of the soul-hunting forest, Tang Hao's figure appeared, and a tremor coursed through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ain, you saved my life once again. Tang Hao sighed inwardly, then furrowed his brow in confusion. Who exactly is he? Prince. Upon seeing Yi Qin appear unscathed, Yang Qitian rushed over in excitement. Young monkey, your loud cries are surely to ensure that everyone knows I am here, are they not? Yi Qin complained slightly. Prince, it was the old minister's oversight. Yang Qitian replied with a smile. I am glad you are unharmed. With the turmoil concluded, although they had endured a harrowing ordeal, Yi Qin felt immensely satisfied, having not only acquired the indestructible golden body, but, more importantly, a 10,000-year soul bone. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang's apprenticeship task, its completion is of little consequence, merely a fragment that may take eons to gather. Throughout the journey, no further dangers arose. After 3 days, Yi Qin's caravan arrived at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit City. The scale of Spirit City is modest, smaller than even the Haagen-Dazs Royal City, yet as the epicenter of the Soul Master Realm. It emanates a solemn and dignified aura from afar. Especially striking is the magnificent Douluo Palace, standing atop the Spirit Mountain, evoking an inexplicable desire to worship. Yi Qin, when we meet the teacher, you are expected to kneel. Hulaina dismounted the carriage and addressed him. Very well, Yi Qin sighed lightly, for your sake. I shall begrudgingly kneel once. Ah Qin, you are truly kind. Hulaina beamed. Now let us maintain some distance, Yi Qin continued. After all, the Spirit Hall surely has numerous eyes belonging to your teacher. Indeed, Hulaina nodded. Thus, the trio of Yi Qin, Hulaina, and Yang Qitian proceeded towards the Pope's palace atop the Spirit Mountain. Along the way, they encountered fully armored palace knights. And the architecture of the Spirit Hall was exquisitely crafted from top-tier granite, each edifice more grandiose than the last. However, none could rival the imposing presence of the Pope's palace before them. After ascending hundreds of steps, the three arrived at the towering Pope's palace. Before it lay an expansive square, at the center of which stood a magnificent statue of the angel god, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. The main structure of the Pope's palace was distinct, with 3 grand doors, each 10 meters high, constructed from precious materials. The central door was tightly shut, while the side door was slightly ajar. At that moment, Yi Qin held but one thought. The Spirit Hall truly deserves its reputation as the most powerful organization across the continent. The Yi family palace, though lavish, pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall. Your Highness, I shall wait for you outside, Yang Qitian said as they reached the main entrance. All right, Yi Qin nodded slightly. At that moment, Hulaina turned to the palace knight. Please inform the teacher that both I and Yi Qin have arrived. Certainly, the palace knight, recognizing Hulaina, promptly entered through the side door. Before long, the knight emerged. His Holiness the Pope has requested your presence. Let's go, Yi Qin. Hulaina smiled back at him. One moment, sir. Please temporarily entrust your soul guide container to us. The palace knight intercepted Yi Qin. Absolutely not. Yi Qin firmly declined, as his soul guide container contained numerous personal belongings and precious texts acquired through the system. Yi Qin is my assistant. Hulaina interjected. Rest assured, he poses no threat to the teacher. Very well then. The palace knight hesitated for a moment, but did not obstruct Yi Qin further. Passing through the side door of the Pope's palace, they found themselves in a hall comprising 3 chambers: the conference hall, the worship hall, and an unmarked hall. Under the guidance of the palace knights, Yi Qin and Hulaina entered the worship hall. As the hall doors slowly opened, Yi Qin's gaze fell upon a breathtaking woman seated upon the throne. She wore a 9-curved purple gold crown, held a jeweled scepter, and donned an elegant pink and white robe adorned with gold trim. Her beauty was unparalleled, striking enough to captivate anyone's attention. The deep neckline of her gown hinted at her alluring figure, while her smooth, delicate legs extended from beneath her skirt, rendering one almost unable to look away. Undoubtedly, she was Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong languidly reclined on her throne, her eyes, sharp and cold, mirrored Yi Qin's astonishment upon their first encounter. Hulaina pays her respects to the teacher. Hulaina immediately knelt before Bibi Dong. Yi Qin, I salute your holiness. Yi Qin hesitated, as Bibi Dong was destined to be his partner. He truly wished to abstain from kneeling. If you do not wish to kneel, then stand. After all, You are a prince. Bibi Dong's voice, melodious yet frigid, resonated throughout the hall. Thank you, your holiness. Yi Qin felt a surge of relief. Laina, rise. I have reviewed your performance over the past 3 years. You have excelled, and I am quite pleased. Bibi Dong spoke lazily to Hu Laina. It is all thanks to your guidance. Teacher, Laina will forever be grateful. Hu Laina stood, respectfully and excitedly addressing Bibi Dong. In 7 days, the selection for the Saintess will take place. I hope you will strive even harder. Bibi Dong stated without emotional attachment. I will certainly do my utmost. Hu Laina responded. It is not merely about effort. It is about giving your all. Bibi Dong remarked. Should you fail to secure the position of Saintess, I intend to send you to the mysterious canyon for training. Understood? Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's heart jolted, and she bowed her head in reply. Yevin, filled with a myriad of emotions, found the most prominent feeling was his undeniable attraction to the aloof Bibi Dong. Noticing Yi Qin's continued bowed head, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Qin, within the spirit hall, do not easily reveal the platinum bishop decree I bestowed upon you. And why is that? Yi Qin could not help but inquire. Do not ask what you should not, Bibi Dong replied coldly. You may leave now. Chapter 31. Sign in at the Great Soul Arena. Disciple takes her leave. With that, Hu Laina and Yi Qin exited the Pope's palace. As Yi Qin's figure faded from view, Bibi Dong's gaze flickered. Nan Shi, have you truly perished? Once Hu Laina and Yi Qin left the Pope's palace, they did not linger. Upon hearing that Yi Qin intended to stay at a hotel, Hu Laina immediately suggested, Qin, why not stay at my residence? That might not be appropriate. Yi Qin hesitated. Not all. My home is quite spacious, reserved specifically for me by the teacher. As my assistant, your presence there will not raise any suspicions, Hu Laina insisted. Absolutely not. Yi Qin rejected. A solitary man and woman sharing a space would attract too much attention. In truth, Yi Qin felt the need to recuperate and also harbored an aversion to the notion of living off Hu Laina. Very well, Hu Laina sighed in resignation. Sister, it has been too long. At that moment, a male voice reached their ears, and they turned to see 2 young men approaching. One wore green attire, his hair spiked skyward like steel needles, bearing a resemblance to the lady. The other donned a fiery red outfit, his hair a flame-like hue, handsome yet slightly arrogant. Brother, Hu Laina exclaimed excitedly as she rushed forward. Hey, Laina, am I merely air? Yin could not help but interject. Who permitted you to speak so intimately? Hu Laina retorted angrily. Yin felt a pang of discomfort but dared not voice it. Brother, what brings you back? Hu Laina ignored Yin and turned to Xieyu. You are to participate in the Saintess selection. As your brother, how could I not lend my support? Xieyu replied with a smile. Thank you, brother. By the way, let me introduce you. Hu Laina pointed at Yi Qin with excitement. This is he. Hello, I am Yi Qin. Yi Qin stepped forward. You are Prince Yi Qin? Xieyu expressed mild surprise. My sister often mentions you in her letters. I truly appreciate your continual care for her. I am merely her assistant. It is only right. Yi Qin replied. He then turned to Hu Laina. I shall take my leave now. All right, until we meet again. Yi Qin and Hu Laina exchanged smiles and nodded. Upon witnessing this scene, Xieyu's lips curled slightly, starkly contrasting with Yan's face filled with indignation. After bidding farewell to Hu Laina, Yi Qin descended from the Spirit Hall mountain and arrived at the opulent Spirit Hotel, the most luxurious establishment in the heart of Spirit City. This hotel, undoubtedly exclusive to the Spirit Hall, barred entry to anyone without the hall's official decree, even those of noble rank. However, for Yi Qin and Yang Qitian, who possessed the commands of both the Cardinal and the Platinum Bishop, this was hardly a concern. After completing the necessary formalities, Yi Qin and Yang Qitian secured 2 adjacent luxury suites for an entire month, entirely complimentary. Yi Qin firmly closed the doors and windows, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and commenced his soul power and inner strength cultivation. Although he was accompanied by 2 powerful Titled Douluos, it was still insufficient to satiate his ambitions. True strength lies in personal power, and achieving divinity was essential for attaining eternal life. Yet, he understood the importance of patience and gradual progress. At present, he not only possessed strength equivalent to a soul master, but also the inner strength comparable to a senior great soul master. He resolved to temporarily forego cultivating his soul power, as it was primarily acquired through system sign-ins. Only his inner strength required personal cultivation. Moreover, since he alone possessed this inner strength, it often yielded unexpected advantages in various situations. After several hours of circulating his energy through the major meridians, Yi Qin could distinctly feel an enhancement in his inner strength. Now all I need is a divine spirit ring, and I shall ascend to the level of a soul master, he mused. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Another delightful opportunity? Yi Qin asked, a hint of excitement in his tone. No, the system is preparing to issue the next check-in task. Check-in location, the Spirit Hall Grand Arena. Task, achieve a first victory in a duel match. Task reward, 1 divine spirit ring and a spirit ring simulation ring. The Grand Arena? Yi Qin exclaimed, slightly startled. He recalled that this venue resembled an arena for gladiators, designed for soul masters to train and gather combat experience. With some free time on his hands, he decided it was the perfect occasion to visit the Grand Arena. As the task required a duel victory, he immediately thought of Hulaina. Originally intending to find her at the Spirit Hall, he fortuitously encountered her the moment he stepped outside his room. Hulaina, what brings you here? Ye vin inwudith. His expression brightening. I missed you. Hulaina replied with a smile, lowering her voice. Tonight, I still wish to sleep with you, after just a few hours apart. You already miss me? What if we can't see each other in the future? Yi Qin questioned. Then I will cry. Hulaina responded. I will cry every day until you come back. Yi Qin paused, then smiled. All right, it's still early. There's no rush to sleep. Come with me to a place. Where? Hulaina asked excitedly. To the Grand Arena. Yi Qin replied. What are we going there for? Hulaina asked in surprise. To fight, Yi Qin said, a smirk forming on his lips as he took Hulaina's hand and led her toward the Grand Arena. The Grand Arena in Spirit City was the easiest location to find, its height nearly parallel to that of the Spirit Hall, making it one of the most dazzling structures in the city. Although night had fallen, under the illumination of specialized soul-guiding devices, it appeared as bright as day, with a continuous flow of soul masters entering and exiting. After donning masks, Yi Qin and Hulaina reached the front desk of the Grand Arena. Fortunately, the queue was not long, and they were quickly attended to. Noticing their extravagant attire, the young woman at the front desk regarded them with a hint of respect and asked, May I inquire what type of battle you wish to engage in? Following her explanation, Yi Qin learned that the Grand Arena offered various types of duels, including ordinary duels and life and death battles, each divided into team, individual, and duel formats. As the Spirit Hall was a sanctuary for soul masters, life and death battles were prohibited, prompting Yi Qin to choose an ordinary duel. Subsequently, the front desk attendant assessed Yi Qin and Hulaina's soul power. As described by the system, Yi Qin's true soul power could not be measured, displaying only at level 23, while Hulaina was at level 41. Given this scenario, the attendant couldn't help but ask Yi Qin, Sir, if you wish to engage in a duel match with this lady, you will be facing 2 opponents at the soul master level. In this case, your chances of victory are nearly non-existent. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely, Yi Qin replied confidently, with Hulaina offering no objections, as she held immense faith in him. Your match has been arranged, the attendant announced. As this is your first duel, to avoid complications, please choose pseudonyms. Ultimately, Yi Qin adopted the alias Immortal of Fortune, while Hulaina chose Enchanting Celestial Fox. Their combined name became the Celestial Fox Duo. First, Yi Qin and Hulaina would participate in a duel match. Guided by security personnel, they stepped onto their designated duel stage. At that moment, the audience seating above was entirely filled, and it became apparent that the majority of the gazes were directed toward their platform. Surprised, Yi Qin noted that both he and Hulaina were newcomers to the Grand Arena, and it was unlikely they would garner such attention. The only explanation could be that their opponents were well-known figures. Looking ahead, Yi Qin observed a man and a woman approaching, both tall, around 6 feet. The woman wore her sky-blue hair in a bun, clad in a sleek black leather outfit. Although her face was masked, her long, graceful legs and alluring figure captivated countless spectators. The man beside her was equally well-built and muscular. Next, the announcer proclaimed, entering the stage, the Celestial Fox Duo, Immortal of Fortune and Enchanting Celestial Fox, alongside their opponents, the Ling Feng Duo, Ling Hanji and Feng Xingwan. It's them. Upon hearing the announcer's introduction, Hulaina turned to Yi Qin in surprise. What's wrong? Do you know them? Yi Qin asked. Those two are named Ling Zhiruo and Feng Qiling, seed candidates number 2 and 3 from the Elder Hall. Not only are they exceptionally capable, but they also reached level 44 by the age of 21. Hulaina whispered. Moreover, Hong Rue is a close friend of Ling Zhiruo. Interesting. Yi Qin smirked, but Laina, how do you know their identities? My teacher taught me that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. For the past 3 years, I have had people monitoring them. They arrived at the Grand Arena a month ago, Hulaina candidly replied. However, I am curious as to how we encounter them in our first match. Perhaps I should eliminate them for you. Ye vin lafit koldi. No way. Hulaina shook her head. They may have elders from the Elder Hall secretly guarding them. Qin, do not act impulsively. Just joking. Ye vin responded. Hulaina, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here. As they reached the center of the stage, Ling Zhiruo greeted Hulaina with a sly smile. Ling Zhiruo, how did you recognize me? Hulaina furrowed her brow. Because you reek of fox odor, making you exceptionally recognizable. Feng Qiling interjected, crossing his arms with a cold remark. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qin cast a cold smile towards Feng Qiling, remarking, your eyes may be quite striking, but it is a pity that you have succumbed to blindness at such a tender age. And who might you be? Feng Qiling retorted with a hint of disdain and indifference. You need not concern yourself with my identity, for you are unworthy of knowing my name. Ye vin replied easily. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Ling Zhiruo sneered. I hope you can still manage a smile after this. We shall see. Yi Qin shrugged nonchalantly. All contestants to your positions. Activate your martial souls and soul rings within 1 minute. The announcer's voice rang out once more. Soul summon. Ling Zhiruo and Feng Qiling exchanged confident smiles as they unveiled their soul rings and martial souls. Their configurations were impeccable. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Their martial souls manifested as 2 swords, one crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of blue crystal, and the other a deep bronze, intricately etched with patterns, somewhat akin to the legendary Xianyuan sword. The names of their martial souls were Ice Jade Sword and Fire God Sword. Ah, indeed, 2 sword wielders. Yi Qin remarked with a chilling smile. Oomph. Feng Qiling smirked, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the heat of battle, it would be quite reasonable to kill you. Unfazed by Feng Qiling's words, Yi Qin remained composed, while Hulaina, activating her martial soul ring, coldly interjected, Feng Qiling, should you dare to harm him, I assure you, you shall not survive the night. It seems you hold this boy in high regard. Ling Zhiruo chuckled darkly. Very well, I shall spare his life, but I will break both his arms to teach him a lesson. Yi Qin chose not to engage further in verbal sparring. The match begins. The announcer declared loudly. As his words faded, Feng Qiling swung the Fire God Sword, dashing towards Yi Qin like a tempest, aiming to cleave his arm. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Yi Qin's gaze sharpened. Rather than evade, he raised his right arm to meet the strike. With a resounding clang, not only was Yi Qin's arm unscathed, but Feng Qiling was also sent staggering back several paces. This spectacle left Ling Zhiruo, Feng Qiling, and the audience in stunned silence. More astonishingly, Yi Qin had not even activated his soul ring before Feng Qiling could regain his composure. Yi Qin's right arm crackled with lightning as he unleashed a fierce assault aimed at Feng Qiling's abdomen. Caught off guard and shaken, Feng Qiling found himself unable to retaliate. Observing this, Ling Zhiruo immediately lunged at Yi Qin with her Ice Jade Sword. However, Hulaina, already poised for action, intercepted her with a swift strike of her fox claws. Qilin Thunder, the wrath of heaven. Yi Qin showed no mercy, unleashing the 10,000-year soul bone skill, combined with his full 40-level soul power. With a single punch, he sent Feng Qiling flying, a stream of blood erupting from his mouth, following a relentless barrage of strikes. Feng Qiling's bones shattered under the onslaught, ultimately collapsing to the ground, motionless. The swift defeat left him incapable of continuing the fight. Seeing Yi Qin's relentless assault, the announcer called out urgently as a soul saint-level guard soared onto the stage to escort Feng Qiling away. At that moment, the announcer was drenched in sweat. For the Soul City, strictly prohibited killing. This sudden turn of events plunged the arena into a momentary silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause. You? Ling Zhiruo gazed at Yi Qin in disbelief. She understood Feng Qiling had been careless, yet Yi Qin's formidable prowess left her astounded. Next, it is your turn. Yi Qin smirked coldly. I concede, Ling Zhuo replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. The odds were decidedly against her in a 2-on-1 scenario. It appears you are not only two lowly individuals, but also two who delight in grandiloquence. Yi Qin taunted Ling Zhuo. Mark my words, I shall not let you escape at the competition in 7 days. Ling Zhuo coldly declared before storming off the stage, her demeanor one of humiliation. The battle concluded far too swiftly. Even the audience, along with Hulaina, stood in shock. Was that it? Match fixing. Chapter 33, BB Dong's Night Summons. The audience shared a collective sentiment, suspecting that Ling Zhuo and her companion had been bribed by some powerful figure to stage a charade. The blatant nature of this ruse was undeniable. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd. However, Yi Qin remained indifferent. Completing his task was what truly mattered. Ding! Congratulations. Host, on achieving your first victory as a duo, reward acquired. A divine soul ring and a soul ring simulation ring. It is not that I am too strong, rather, they are too weak. Yi Qin flashed a confident smile at Hulaina. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Soon, Yi Qin took her hand, and amidst the gaze of the crowd, they descended from stage. What is it? Noticing the astonishment on Hulaina's face, Yi Qin smiled reassuringly. Qin, you are only at level 23. How could you so effortlessly defeat Feng Qiling? I find you increasingly inscrutable, Hulaina inquired. Did I not mention? He was careless. Yi Qin feigned an explanation. Promise me, do not ask too many questions in the future. My strength is solely for your protection. Hulaina nodded excitedly at his words. Shall we return to the hotel now? Hulaina asked. Are you tired? Yi Qin asked affectionately. A little, Hulaina replied. Very well, let us return to rest. Yi Qin agreed. Yet, as they were midway, several palace knights suddenly blocked their path. Lord Yi Qin, the Holy Emperor requests your presence. Master, what does she want with Yi Qin? Hulaina inquired first. Her Majesty did not specify. I am unaware, the knight replied. Then I shall accompany him. Hulaina's brows furrowed slightly. My lord, Her Majesty has summoned only you. Can I not accompany him? Hulaina pressed. Hearing the knight's words, Yi Qin frowned, pondering for a moment before whispering to Hulaina, You return to the room and wait for me. I shall return shortly. But Hulaina appeared worried. Do not fret. Yi Qin interrupted her, then turned to the knight. Lead the way. Following the knights, Yi Qin made his way to the papal hall. Lord Yi Qin, Her Majesty awaits you inside. Upon arrival, the knight instructed before respectfully retreating. Entering the grand hall, Yi Qin felt a surge of confusion as the heavy doors closed behind him, leaving him alone within. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed a powerful aura erupting, causing him to feel momentarily breathless. Instinctively, Yi Qin summoned his soul power to counteract the pressure. Even so, the oppressive sensation was unrelenting. Without time to think, he activated both his inner strength and soul power, as a surge of dark energy began to rise from within him. Just as he prepared to invoke the Annihilation's sovereign dragon's soul power, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, leading him to abandon that idea. He then clasped his hands together in respect, stating, Yi Qin pays his respects to your holiness. What a clever and astute prince, truly deserving of being her son. A melodious voice echoed through the hall, followed by the appearance of an exquisite figure seated upon the throne. Undoubtedly, she was BB Dong. Hearing BB Dong's words, Yi Qin could not help but inquire, Does your holiness know who my mother is? Indeed, unexpectedly, BB Dong answered her question, revealing herself to be the most intelligent woman I have ever encountered. Your Majesty, could you share some details regarding my mother? Yi Qin inquired. It seems that Yi Xian has said nothing to you. BB Dong replied coldly, This is for the best. The less you know, the better. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi Qin's heart sank, but he suspected that BB Dong would divulge nothing further. So he redirected his inquiry. Might I ask why your holiness summoned me? What is your second martial soul? BB Dong asked directly, maintaining her composure. Yi Qin was taken aback, but responded, I do not comprehend your Majesty's meaning. You are a clever individual. BB Dong retorted with a sneer. Surely you understand the consequences of deceiving me. How did your Majesty discern that? Yi Qin asked, both helpless and astonished. Your dragon scale flower is indeed formidable, but with your 23rd level of soul power, how could you possibly defeat Feng Qiling in one strike? BB Dong explained calmly, at merely 9 years of age, you have already reached the level of soul zone. This indicates that you possess a martial soul far superior to the dragon scale flower. Although you made considerable efforts to conceal it, I cannot believe you do not have another. Bibidong's reasoning astonished Yi Qin, who thought to himself, truly, she is a legendary empress. Are you still unwilling to speak? Bibidong's tone turned frigid. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth and wishing to avoid further suspicion from Bibidong, Yi Qin focused his thoughts, and the dark figure of the Annihilation Ancestral Dragon manifested behind him. Upon its emergence, Yi Qin's aura surged dramatically, and a fearsome dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire cathedral. Witnessing the overwhelming presence of the Annihilation Ancestral Dragon, even Bibidong was taken aback. What is the name of such a domineering martial soul? The Annihilation Ancestral Dragon, a mutated martial soul of the Golden Ancestral Dragon, Yi Qin declared forthrightly. At this juncture, he understood that the more he concealed, the greater the repercussions. The Golden Ancestral Dragon? Upon hearing these 4 words, Bibidong did not find them unfamiliar. In the Douluo Continent, any soul beast could potentially become a human's martial soul, and the Golden Ancestral Dragon, as an absolute ruler among soul beasts, is even comparable to the 6-winged angel or sea god, both of which are divine-level martial souls. What level is your soul power? Why am I unable to sense it? Bibidong continued her inquiry. Level 40. As for why you cannot perceive it, I am also uncertain. Yi Qin replied. 9 years old, level 40. Bibidong's expression stiffened, and she inwardly sighed. Nanshi, though you have passed, you have indeed left behind a worthy successor. Yi Qin, do you understand why I summoned you today? Bibidong asked. Please enlighten me, your majesty. Yi Qin responded. I require your assistance in helping Hulaina ascend to the position of Holy Maiden. Bibidong stated. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin remained unfazed, as this was precisely the task he intended to undertake. However, he still inquired, Your Majesty, how may I assist? The Holy Maiden selection will be conducted in groups of 3. Bibidong explained, apart from the candidates, any members under the age of 25 may participate. Ah, I see. Yi Qin understood, but then asked, Your Majesty, you have many talents at your side. Why have you chosen me specifically? I am fully aware of your relationship with Hulaina and what you have done together, Bibidong replied calmly. Do you understand my meaning? Damn. Yevin Inyardli Jursit. From this day forth, you shall formally join my papal hall's ranks. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unjustly, Bibidong stated without sentiment. Understood. Ye vina firmit. Of course, Yi Qin's words were merely a stalling tactic. Once he garnered Bibidong's complete favor, he could easily extricate himself from the spirit hall. Chapter 34. Who can endure this? Feng Qiling is a disciple of Elder Capricorn, who is notably protective. It is likely that the Elder Hall will take action. Therefore, for the next few days, avoid going out alone. If anything were to happen to you, it would be difficult for me to intervene, Bibidong continued. However, rest assured, my people will secretly protect you. Understood. Yevi nodded. You may leave now. I shall have Smog escort you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin did not linger. As soon as he stepped out of the papal hall, a white-haired elder approached him. Yi Qin, at the behest of the Pope. I am here to escort you back to the hotel, Smog said kindly. Very well, let us go. Yevi nodded. Throughout the journey, no unexpected events occurred, and Yi Qin returned to the hotel safely. Upon reaching his floor, he discovered Hulaina waiting at his door. Hearing Yi Qin's footsteps, Hulaina immediately embraced him, and he reciprocated the gesture. Laina, why are you waiting outside? Yi Qin asked, puzzled. You did not give me a key, Hulaina replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. I forgot. I apologize. Yi Qin expressed his remorse. Wait a moment. Yang Hozi lives right across from me. Doesn't he know you are here? Just as Yi Qin was about to knock on the door, a thought struck him. That Yang Hozi. In that instant, he realized that he had always been extremely cautious in his dealings with Hulaina, with hardly anyone else present, except for Yang Qitian. There was only one explanation. Yang Qitian was very likely a spy planted by Bibidong within the Yi family palace. With this thought in mind, Yi Qin disregarded Yang Qitian, used his key to unlock the suite, and led Hulaina inside. Laina, you will sleep in my room tonight, and I will take the living room. Yi-Qin informed her. Why? Hulaina's brows furrowed in confusion. Do you find me unworthy? Be good. Yi-Qin comforted her. The selection competition is approaching. We need to conserve our energy. Excuses, Hulaina retorted, her anger rising. Did the teacher say something to you? I will go find her and tell her about our relationship. As she spoke, Hulaina stormed toward the door, but was quickly stopped by Yi-Qin, who sighed and said, Very well, I will keep you company tonight, but you must sleep alone tomorrow night. Okay, Hulaina exclaimed excitedly. I will go take a shower first. Once Hulaina entered the bathroom, Yi-Qin immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa, preparing to absorb the divine soul ring. Yi-Qin's first 2 soul rings were both of 50,000-year duration, while the third ring was 60,000 years, and the fourth had already reached 70,000 years. This configuration was undoubtedly terrifying. Apart from the peerless Douluo participating in the divine examination, few could rival it. Under the absorption of the 4th soul ring, Yi-Qin's soul power surged by 5 levels, a result not only of the soul ring, but also due to the release of soul power accumulated from the previous 10,000-year soul bone. Such is the ease of advantage. Realms unattainable by others throughout their lifetimes, Yi-Qin achieved in mere moments. After installing the soul rings, Yi-Qin's gaze shifted to the soul ring simulation ring. As its name suggests, this ring should possess the ability to simulate soul rings. Yi-Qin resolved to test its efficacy. He placed the ring on his hand and summoned the 4 black soul rings of the Annihilation Ancestral Dragon. Immediately, under the influence of his will, those 4 black rings transformed into 4 red soul rings. Then they morphed into a white soul ring. Finally, it became 9 golden soul rings. This indicated that the simulation ring could not only alter the color of soul rings, but also change their quantity. Wonderful! Yi-Qin exclaimed in excitement. This way, he could boldly utilize the Annihilation Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul. After all, his dual martial souls would eventually be revealed to the world. Previously, he had refrained from using them due to the color of the soul rings. As he settled down, Yi-Qin suddenly heard the sound of running water and paused. Suddenly, Yi-Qin awoke to Hulaina's words. Just then, the door to the washroom swung open, releasing a wave of enticing fragrance. Following this, a captivating silhouette emerged. Although Yi-Qin had seen Hulaina countless times before, this particular scene was a first for him. Who could resist such a lure? With such a delicate wife at home, it felt as though his lifespan had been halved. A warm sensation seemed to rise within his nostrils. Qin, why are you bleeding from your nose? Hulaina asked gently, her smile soft. It's nothing. Yi-Qin wiped away the blood and approached with a faint smile. Nar, you are simply breathtaking. Do you desire me? Hulaina replied shyly with a smile. Yi-Qin responded with a hint of impatience. Your Highness, are you inside? At that moment, a rough, elderly voice rang out from outside the door. Yi-Qin felt a surge of anger. Why did Yang Qitian have to come at this exact moment? Though Yang Qitian was a spy for Bibi Dong, his dedication to the Yi family was undeniable, and Yi-Qin had no intention of exposing him. Moreover, Yang Qitian had already arrived at the Yi family, indicating that his presence was not solely orchestrated by Bibi Dong for Yi-Qin's sake. Furthermore, this would become an important leverage for Yi-Qin in his future conquest of Bibi Dong. Young monkey, I'm going to bed. You may leave. Yi-Qin called out. Your Highness, as long as you're here, that's enough. Yang Qitian replied. I shall rest first. Just call for me if anything arises. Understood. Yi-Qin replied impatiently. He then turned his attention back to Hulaina, directing her gaze towards the ground. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. At last, the day of the special event in Wuhuan City had arrived, the time for the air selection competition. In the early morning, the skies were clear and the breeze was gentle. Yi-Qin followed Hulaina and Xieyu to the outskirts of a vast forest behind Wuhuan City. The selection for the Saintess comprised groups of 3, and, undoubtedly, the original member of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, Yin, had been ousted from the group. Accompanying Yi-Qin and the others were dozens of young men and women around 20 years old, all participants grouped in 3s. The mechanism for selecting candidates for the Wuhuan Temple allowed for candidates to be proposed from all halls, except for the Popess and the Elder Hall. Thus, there were as many as 64 candidates this time. Due to the competition mechanism, this was merely a portion of the participants. Of course, many were merely there to serve as support. What is the mechanism for the selection competition, Xieyu? Yi-Qin inquired. After Xie Yu's explanation, Yi Qin gained a general understanding of the competition's mechanics. The forest before them was artificially cultivated, consisting of 3 layers: forest, swamp, and abandoned city. Contestants would be divided into groups of 3, entering the forest from different positions to engage in a contest for numbers. Hidden within these 3 terrains were metal spheres inscribed with 10 numbers. Only by collecting all the numbers could they achieve victory. During this time, the 3-member teams were free to attack other groups to seize their number spheres. Additionally, unknown levels of Soul Master teams would ambush them within these terrains. Naturally, these Soul Masters also possessed corresponding numbers. Only the first 3 teams to gather all 10 numbers would claim victory in this competition. If any opponents were killed, their qualifications would be immediately revoked, and they would face the penalties of the Wuhuan Temple. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi Qin's interest was piqued. He had initially thought the selection competition would be a mere confrontation, but it now appeared to have more depth. Moreover, the competition structure bore a resemblance to a survival game he had played in his past life. Soon, everyone received their soul guide devices, a small white metal sphere inscribed with a number. Yi Qin's trio all bore the same number, 3. Following this, they entered the jungle from different points. "Sister, what should we do now?" Xie Yu asked Hulaina. "Right now, we need to locate the 4 teams belonging to the Pope's Hall. That would significantly increase our chances." Hulaina replied. Xie Yu nodded. "Sister, did His Holiness give you any instructions?" "None." Hulaina shook her head. "My teacher is not one to engage in underhanded tactics." "Then we shall take it step by step." Yi Qin shrugged, feeling helpless. He had considered leveraging the powers of Mina and Lucifer, but he felt that such an important competition would inevitably attract the attention of the Wuhuan Temple's elders. If they noticed, Hulaina would likely be disqualified immediately. The forest was vast, and after half an hour of brisk walking, Yi Qin and the others had yet to see an end. They had not encountered any teams along the way. Just then, as they reached a clearing, Yi Qin, utilizing his observation abilities, sensed something and shouted to Xie Yu and Hulaina, "Be careful, there's an ambush." Sure enough, 5 young men dressed in Wuhuan Temple attire sprang from the jungle. This was a team composed of 1 Soul Master and 4 Soul Emperors, all wielding blue spears as their martial spirits. "Esteemed sirs, please hand over your number spheres," the leading Soul Master commanded. "That depends on whether you have the ability," Xie Yu replied coldly, and with a surge of energy, 2 blood-red, glowing curved blades appeared in his hands. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards the leading Soul Master, slashing at his abdomen. Upon seeing Xie Yu's 4 soul rings, the 5 men were taken aback. However, the Soul Master quickly regained his composure, wielding his blue spear to parry Xie Yu's bloodblade. The remaining 4 Soul Emperors, like 4 agile dragons, attacked Xie Yu from both sides with their spears. Seeing this, Yi Qin and Hulaina swiftly darted to Xie Yu's flanks, intercepting the attacks of the 4. Both Hulaina and Xie Yu possessed the strength of Soul Masters, while Yi Qin was comparable to a top-tier Soul Master. Under their combined assault, the 4 Soul Emperors were swiftly sent flying. Simultaneously, Xie Yu's powerful strike overwhelmed the Soul Master, sending him crashing to the ground. "We concede." The Soul Master, lying on the ground, immediately shouted, surrendering a purple sphere. The 4 Soul Emperors, not daring to resist, also handed over a green sphere. After receiving the 5 spheres, Yi Qin's trio ceased their attacks, allowing the 5 men to retreat into the jungle. "All are numbered 5. Yi Qin and Hulaina exclaimed in unison upon examining the numbers on their spheres. "Mine is number 6. Xie Yu smiled. "Now we have 3 numbers. This doesn't seem too difficult. Brother, perhaps we can actively seek out these individuals to collect numbers," Hulaina suggested excitedly. "A splendid idea," Xie Yu replied. "That way, we should collect quickly. What do you think, Yi Qin?" Xie Yu turned to Yi Qin. Hearing this, Yi Qin smirked, seemingly mocking Xie Yu and Hulaina for their youthful naivety. In such games, the most treacherous aspect is that after collecting 9 out of 10 numbers, the final one is often the most elusive. "Yi Qin, what are you laughing about?" Hulaina asked, puzzled. Without hesitation, Yi Qin quickly responded, stating that the jungle was merely the starting point and unlikely to harbor formidable foes. "I concur with your assessment." Both Xie Yu and Hulaina echoed in agreement. Within the span of 2 hours, the trio encountered several official Soul Hall teams in the forest. Although these individuals possessed relatively low spirit power levels, they only managed to gather 3 identical numbers, 5, 6, and 7. This outcome caused Xiaoyu, who was previously brimming with confidence, to sigh in dismay, realizing that perhaps only the numbers 5, 6, and 7 existed in this jungle. We ought to venture into the inner marshes and ruins to search further. Ye vin replied, suggesting that the competitors should possess different numbers. Indeed, Yi Qin is correct. However, it seems we have not encountered any competitors along the way, Hulaina remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Clearly, we were quite close when we entered. Perhaps there is a mystery to unravel, or perhaps our luck simply hasn't favored us. Given the vastness of this area and the presence of only 64 teams, Yi Qin concluded. At that moment, a rough voice boomed from behind them, exclaiming at last, "We have found a competing team." Turning around, Yi Qin and his companions beheld 2 extraordinarily burly men and a woman in her 20s standing before them. The woman, somewhat dark-skinned and not particularly striking in appearance, possessed an extraordinary physique. "Hand over the numbers you hold," the 2 muscular men commanded in unison. "It appears fortune is on our side." Yevin chucked it softly. No sooner had he spoken than Hulaina and Xiaoyu simultaneously bent low and charged the trio. Soul skill, Xian Gui possession. The 2 men shouted in unison, their feet illuminated by 4 soul rings of yellow and purple. Armor resembling a turtle shell enveloped their towering frames, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With a resounding crash, Hulaina and Xiaoyu's fist struck the shell, yet it bore no cracks, instead bouncing them back. Chapter 36. The Battle for Numbers 2. Evidently, many participants in such selection tournaments were elite soul masters summoned by the Soul Hall or hired at great expense by various sects, all prominent figures in the grand competition. Though all were under 25, none were less than prodigies among prodigies. Their abilities would undoubtedly surpass those of the official Soul Hall teams. With such meager strength, you dare participate in the competition? The woman scoffed coldly. Oof. Xiaoyu smirked, as 2 blood-red curved blades sliced through the air towards her. The woman's expression turned icy, crimson light emanating from her body, swirling around her like blood crows. Second soul skill, Blood Crow's Fury, accompanied by her piercing cry. The second yellow soul ring beneath her feet glowed, unleashing countless blood crows that lunged at Xiaoyu. Second soul skill, Bloodblade Dance. Xiaoyu, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the blood blade back to his hands, spinning it rapidly before slashing at the crows. However, as the blood blade made contact with the crows, its speed inexplicably slowed, allowing the crows to evade effortlessly. Cold Princess, 24 years old, rank 46, hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Tiendo Holy Temple in a century, wielding the cold-blooded crow as her martial spirit, which inherently possesses a slowing effect. At that moment, Hulaina recognized the woman's identity. "You seem quite knowledgeable." Cold Princess's eyes narrowed, a slight smirk gracing her lips. "Sister, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Xiaoyu exclaimed softly, then retreated rapidly. Yet, Cold Princess appeared intent on pursuing Xiaoyu, commanding her blood crows to continue their assault. Second soul skill, Celestial Fox's Fire Rain. Just then, Hulaina launched her own offensive. Countless fireballs coalesced around her, immediately surging forth to intercept the blood crows. The fireballs collided with the crows, erupting in a fierce blaze. Yet Cold Princess's spirit power evidently surpassed Hulaina's by a significant margin. Under the relentless onslaught of the crows, the fireballs were swiftly obliterated. "Yi Qin, help me!" Hulaina called to Yi Qin, only to realize he had vanished from his previous position. In the next instant, Yi Qin appeared behind Cold Princess. "When did he?" Cold Princess exclaimed in surprise. "Watch out, boss!" The Xiangui brothers shouted in alarm, hastily channeling their spirit power to strike at Yi Qin. However, under the effect of the Lingbo Weibu, Yi Qin's speed was beyond their comparison. With a surge of lightning coalescing in his right hand, he struck Cold Princess from behind, sending her hurtling forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, dark energy surged from Yi Qin's arms, absorbing the impact from the 2 burly men. Yi Qin's movements were lightning fast, completing all actions in an instant, leaving Hulaina and Xiaoyu momentarily frozen in place. Quickly, The two sprang into action, launching their assault on the tumbling cold princess, sending her crashing to the ground. Hulaina rushed to her side, retrieving her soul tool. Meanwhile, Yichin held his ground against the two formidable men, refusing to yield. Not only that, but he summoned a thunderous force from his right arm, sending the man on his left flying, then swung his right fist to launch the remaining one away. Swift as a phantom, Yichin appeared before the two men, swiftly collecting their soul tools. You should leave now. I hope we do not cross paths again. Yichin sneered at the three on the ground. Though Cold Princess seethed with anger, she dared not continue to resist, retreating into the jungle in disarray. Ye brother, you are incredible, Xiaoyu exclaimed in awe, and you seem to have yet to reveal your soul rings. Just how high is your level? Moreover, you appear to be only 15. Ye vin medili similit faintly. Remaining silent, Hulaina interjected, Brother, Yichin's strength exceeds your imagination. It's best not to inquire further. Alas, I suppose that is acceptable. Xiaoyu conceded. In that moment, he began to grasp why Hulaina insisted on removing Yin and including Yichin in their team. Let's not dwell on that. Let us see how many numbers we have obtained this time. Hulaina declared with a proud smile. 5, 6, 7, and a 2. Xiaoyu nodded, retrieving the numbered spheres from the soul tool, visibly excited. Mine is the same as Xiaoyu's, Yichin remarked, indicating that they too had encountered several official teams, acquiring the numbers 5, 6, and 7 alongside their own two. It seems the remaining numbers are not in the jungle. We should head to the marshes and test our luck. Hulaina agreed. The trio swiftly reached a consensus and hastened towards the inner marshes. Along the way, they still encountered no competing teams, nor even any official Soul Hall squads. At this point, the trees in the jungle had thinned out significantly, becoming shorter, and the soil increasingly loose. The three refrained from treading on the ground, instead traversing the treetops. Suddenly, from a nearby towering tree, they heard the sounds of battle. The trio paused to observe, discovering a competing team engaged in combat with an official Soul Hall squad. They noted that the official team consisted of 5 members, all adorned with 4 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple. The competing team, though consisting entirely of 4-ring spirit masters, was clearly at a disadvantage due to their smaller numbers. The official squad had grown stronger. With a hint of surprise, Xiaoyu remarked, 5 soul masters. It seems we cannot strike recklessly. Yichin, what shall we do next? Xiaoyu turned to Yichin, whose formidable strength and unique charm had clearly established him as the backbone of their small team. I prefer to reap the rewards without taking the initiative, Yichin replied. Let them exhaust each other. We can conserve our energy. I concur with Yichin's perspective. Hulaina responded promptly. Very well, Xiaoyu nodded. As time passed, the competing team and the official squad gradually revealed the outcome of their clash. After an intense battle, the competing team was ultimately defeated, their members all incapacitated, and the numerical spheres they held were seized by the official squad. Now we can act, Yichin exclaimed. However, just as they were about to strike, 2 more competing teams launched an assault on the official squad from either side of a towering tree. What a bunch of old schemers. Yichin couldn't help but mutter. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, it doesn't matter. Lighten the atmosphere. Yichin replied with a smile. Yichin, brother, that seems to be the team from our Pope Barton. Hulaina pointed at one of the small teams. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Chapter 37. Tianluo. Accompanied by Xiaoyu's words, Yichin and the others rushed towards the towering tree. At this moment, due to the previous fierce battle, the official squad had exhausted themselves and abandoned their competition with the competing teams, laying their numerical spheres at their feet before making a swift retreat. Thus, only Barton's team and another competing team remained, vying against each other. It was evident that Barton's team was formidable, boasting an optimal configuration of soul rings and possessing extraordinary martial souls. However, their opponents were even more powerful, with the leader among them wielding a dual-winged angel martial soul. Though not as divine as the 6-winged angel martial soul, the dual-winged angel was certainly among the pinnacle of high-level martial souls. Their innate soul power and training aptitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Take, for instance, the young man with the angelic martial soul named Tianluo, a member of the Angel Clan, age 21, possessing a soul power level of 46. Beside Tianluo stood a young man and woman, their martial souls not quite matching his, yet their levels were comparable due to their age. Consequently, in an instant, Barton's team was overwhelmed by Tianluo's squad. Hulaina, Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Yi Qin and the others, Barton seemed to have grasped the lifeline, exclaiming with great excitement, Hulaina, that woman-'s disciple? Tianluo appeared unperturbed in facing Yi Qin and his companions. Indeed, she possesses some beauty, but she is not someone you can covet. Before Hulaina could speak, Yi Qin sneered first. Though he may be somewhat flirtatious, he would never allow anyone to have designs on his woman. I am speaking to your master. Tianluo retorted coldly at Yi Qin. When did it become your place, servant, to interject? He is not my servant. Hulaina shot back icily. You must be Tianluo from the Elder Hall. Well then, hand over the numerical sphere you possess. Hulaina's personality was equally assertive. As Yi Qin's woman, she would not tolerate anyone maligning her man. Oof. Tianluo smirked, revealing the soul-guiding container on his finger. The numerical sphere is right here. Come and take it if you dare. However, before Tianluo could finish his sentence, the world darkened before him, and Yi Qin's figure suddenly appeared at his side. In the next moment, Yi Qin's right arm crackled with lightning as he struck towards Tianluo's face, while his left hand smoothly snatched the ring from Tianluo's right hand. Seeing this, Tianluo was taken aback and immediately summoned his soul power with his left hand to shield his face. Nonetheless, even so, when Yi Qin's fist came crashing down, Tianluo's face contorted in response. Martial soul manifestation. Tianluo exclaimed in surprise as a pair of pristine wings emerged from his back, and powerful angelic energy surged from within him, pressing towards Yi Qin. Yet in the next moment, Yi Qin had already returned to Hulaina's side, smirking at Tianluo. Thanks, I shall take this ring. You bastard, you seek death. Tianluo bellowed in fury, swinging the angelic sword in his hand towards Yi Qin. The angel clan was renowned for their beauty, but now, Tianluo's face, appearing somewhat asymmetrical from Yi Qin's strike, had caused his attractiveness to plummet. Truly ugly. Yi Qin chuckled coldly and once more summoned the power of his thunder armbone, colliding head-on with Tianluo. With a resounding clash, Yi Qin's right arm collided fiercely with a golden sword. In that instant, the soul power of both combatants clashed relentlessly. Witnessing this, aside from Hulaina, everyone, including Xiaoyu, was astonished. They had not anticipated Yi Qin could hold his ground against Tianluo, who possessed a dual-winged angel martial soul. Tianluo himself was equally surprised. Yi Qin appeared to be no more than 15 years old, yet he had achieved a level of strength that allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with Tianluo. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, leave this one to me. The other two are yours, Yi Qin said with a calm smile. Okay. Hulaina confidently nodded and immediately charged at the remaining two members of Tianluo's team. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Barton wasted no time, summoning their martial souls and following Hulaina into battle. At that moment, as the energies of Yi Qin and Tianluo collided, the tree trunk beneath them cracked, and as it fractured, both combatants were propelled backward by the splintering branches. How is this possible? Tianluo's gaze sharpened, realizing that Yi Qin's strength exceeded his expectations. It seems I can no longer afford to hold back my soul rings, Yi Qin thought to himself. Recognizing Tianluo's immense power, which was far beyond what his internal strength could match, he called out, and the 4 simulated soul rings beneath his feet shone brightly. What? Although Xiaoyu and the others had anticipated this, they could not help but express their astonishment. For Yi Qin was exceedingly young, appearing to be merely 14 or 15 years old, yet he had advanced to the soul master level, which was indeed surprising. Moreover, Yi Qin's level was certainly not 41 or 42. Otherwise, how could he contend evenly with Tianluo? Of course, the most shocked was Hulaina, for she alone knew that Yi Qin was merely 9 years old. In that moment, she had an epiphany. Yi Qin must possess a twin martial soul. Upon seeing Yi Qin's soul rings manifest, Tianluo's expression turned cold, and his third soul ring glowed, activating his third soul skill, Angelic Charge. As Tianluo roared, his entire body was enveloped in golden light, gripping his great sword tightly, pointing the tip forward as he charged directly towards Yi Qin. Without the ability to utilize his Annihilation Ancestor Dragon martial soul, Yi Qin could not employ martial soul skills. Thus, he resorted to using his soul bone technique. Kirin, Thunder Fury. Yi Qin murmured, his arm instantly shrouded in raging lightning as he met Tianluo head-on. Soul bone. Upon witnessing the anomaly in Yi Qin's arm, Tianluo exclaimed in slight shock. However, he did not relent in his assault. Crackle. In the next moment, Tianluo's angelic sword collided with Yi Qin's Kirin right arm, akin to a meteor striking. In an instant, lightning surged forth, affecting even the battlefield of Xie and the others. Following this, an ethereal Kirin shadow erupted from Yi Qin's arm, shattering Tianluo's soul power and sending both him and his sword flying away. Yi Qin pressed his advantage, delivering a series of fierce blows that rendered Tianluo motionless, sinking him into the mire and creating a deep pit. We concede. Upon witnessing Tianluo's severe injury, the other two members of Tianluo's team dared not continue their assault and tossed their digital spheres to Xie and the others. They then dragged Tianluo away from the battlefield. Naturally, Xie, Hulaina, and the others would not pursue them further. After all, this was a tournament organized by the Spear Hall, and setting aside the grievances with the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, it was ultimately an internal friendly match. Of course, Yi Qin would not stoop to their level. Chapter 38. The Ice and Fire Battle. God, Brother Yi, you are impressive. After Tianluo and his companions departed, Xie couldn't help but give Yi Qin a thumbs up. Is Brother Yi also one of us from the Papal Hall? Barton asked Xie, clearly astonished. Absolutely. Hulaina replied eagerly. Hello, Brother Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Barton. A young man of about 20 with blue hair smiled at Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded with a smile. Having a genius like Brother Yi join our team makes it significantly easier to contend against those from the Elder Hall. Barton exclaimed excitedly. However, he suddenly revealed a troubled expression. What's wrong? Xie questioned, perplexed. It seems the Elder Hall has a team at the Soul King level. They may be quite formidable. Barton responded. Do you know something, Barton? Hulaina inquired. She had investigated Ling, Zhiruo, and Feng Qiling, knowing they were the second and third seed players of the Elder Hall, but the identity of the first seed remained shrouded in secrecy. I don't know. However, we encountered that team in the jungle, and one of them displayed 5 soul rings. Barton replied, the Elder Hall has always been meticulous in their operations, and this individual hasn't appeared in the elite competition for high-level soul masters. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin's mind raced. Initially, he believed this team could be led by Qian Rinxue. However, setting aside Qian Rinxue's covert activities in the Heaven-Do Empire, she was now nearing 20 years old, and her strength likely surpassed that of a Soul Emperor. As long as Qian Rinxue was not participating, Yi Qin felt confident that dealing with other Soul Kings would not pose a significant challenge. Upon receiving this news, Hulaina and the others fell into a brief despondency. In a competition predominantly filled with Soul Zone teams, the presence of a Soul King-level genius was undoubtedly a considerable setback. Yi Qin, what do you think? Hulaina asked. Yi Qin smirked slightly. Regardless of the Soul King, this is merely a contest for digital spheres. Perhaps we've already secured victory without even encountering him. Hearing Yi Qin's reassurances, the group relaxed a bit. Perhaps we have already collected everything we need. Hulaina appeared even more optimistic. Let us gather together and see how many numbers we have. Ultimately, after pooling their efforts, they discovered they had accrued 7 numbers, leaving only the 1st, 8th, and 10th numbers to collect. Just 3 numbers left? Everyone, let us push on. Xie urged. By the way, Barton, did you encounter Zhang Song and the others along the way? Hulaina asked Barton. No, Barton shook his head, continuing their exploration in the swamp. Yi Qin and his companions defeated several official teams, yet regrettably, all the numbers they obtained were duplicates. Fortunately, they managed to find 2 teams from the Papal Hall, acquiring the 8th number, but the 1st and 10th numbers eluded them. Ultimately, they resolved to advance towards the central abandoned city. The expanse of the swamp was considerably larger than that of the jungle, and thus, Yi Qin and the others spent several hours before finally reaching the ancient city. As night fell, a radiant moon ascended into the sky, illuminating the ancient city. According to Hulaina's explanation, Yi Qin learned that this ancient city belonged to a formidable power that existed before the emergence of the Spirit Hall. The landscape was one of desolation and decay. Although most areas were in ruins, the remnants still hinted at the city's former grandeur and prosperity. Seizing the cover of night, Yi Qin and his companions ventured into the city. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, devoid of even the faintest bird song. Why is there not a soul in sight? Xie mused, perplexed. The greater the silence, the more ominous it is. We must not let our guard down. Yi Qin responded, everyone, stay close together and avoid splitting up. Understood. Hu Laina and the others nodded in unison. After some time exploring, they arrived at the central street of the abandoned city. You have indeed come. At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the air, followed by the appearance of over 20 figures atop the buildings lining the street. The sight of so many people startled Yi Qin and the others, and they turned to see a graceful figure standing in the moonlight. It was Ling Zhuo from the Elder Hall, accompanied by Feng Qiling, whom Yi Qin had previously struck down. Ling Zhuo, Hu Laina frowned as she spoke. Enough of the pleasantries. Hand over all the digital spheres you possess. Ling Zhuo sneered down at Hu Laina. Your dream of becoming a saint ends here. Impossible. Hu Laina retorted defiantly. If you have the ability, come and take them. Humph. Ling Zhuo smirked, and at that moment, the figures along the street simultaneously activated their soul rings, displaying a dazzling array of yellow and purple configurations. Upon witnessing the magnificent soul rings of their adversaries, Yi Qin's group was taken aback, for the enemy's numbers were double their own, making victory seem unlikely. Quickly, their gazes turned to Hu Laina, as they were all tasked with assisting her in achieving victory under Bebe Dong's orders. Hu Laina looked at Yi Qin with hopeful eyes. Attack! Ye Vinbe Loit. Charging forward like a phantom towards Ling Zhuo, his speed was akin to lightning. He closed the distance of 10 meters in just 2 breaths. Ling Zhuo was filled with dread at Yi Qin's velocity and hurriedly swung her ice jade sword to meet his fist. However, as the tip of her sword made contact with Yi Qin, his fist suddenly transformed, landing a solid blow to her left chest. Instantly, Ling Zhuo recoiled, as if deflating like a balloon. Zhuo, Feng Qiling exclaimed in horror, quickly rallying a Soul Zone team to surround Yi Qin. Simultaneously, various teams from the Elder Hall charged towards Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, and the others. Undeterred by Feng Qiling's encirclement, Yi Qin executed the perfected version of his ripple step, paired with his observation haki, evading their combined assault with the grace of a drifting dragon. Observing the scene, 2 more teams comprising 3 Soul Zone members surged towards Yi Qin. Second Soul skill, gravity slow. Third Soul skill, time diminution. Before long, the group realized their surroundings, unleashing a barrage of slowing techniques upon Yi Qin without reservation. Under the influence of these various slowing skills, Yi Qin's speed plummeted. Even so, within a short span of time, he held his own against 6 Soul Zone opponents without falling behind. Just as Yi Qin was fully engaged in battle, he caught a glimpse of 2 beams of light, one icy and the other fiery, hurtling towards him. He turned his head to see the ice jade sword and the fire god sword approaching swiftly. Yi Qin was startled and hastily raised his right arm to block. Yet, upon meeting those 2 swords, he felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, a tremendous shock reverberating through his chest, threatening to overwhelm him at any moment. Chapter 39. The Annihilating Ancestor Dragon. The Soul King emerges. At that moment, Yi Qin's body felt as though it were caught in the dual oppression of ice and flames, giving rise to an indescribable agony. The fusion of martial souls. Yi Qin immediately realized neither Ling Zhuo nor Feng Qiling alone could wield such formidable strength. This was undoubtedly a fusion technique of their martial souls. Both Ling Zhuo and Feng Qiling were merely at level 44. Yet they surpassed Qian Luo to become the 2nd and 3rd seed competitors, relying solely on their martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique is a superlative skill unique to the Douluo Continent, and its potency is determined by the quality of the martial souls and the soul power of the fusers. As seed-level competitors, Ling and Feng naturally possessed powerful martial souls, and combined with their soul master ranks, their fusion technique wielded the might equivalent to that of a high-ranking soul king, which explained Yi Qin's precarious situation. Let us see how long you can endure. At that moment, a figure appeared before Yi Qin, one half blue-faced and the other half red-faced, exuding an air of peculiarity. This figure was none other than the fusion of Ling Zhuo and Feng Qiling, the ice and fire war god. As Yi Qin struggled under the pressure, a terrifying dragon roar erupted, and a pitch-black giant dragon unfurled its wings behind him, roaring towards the heavens. It was his martial soul, the annihilating ancestor dragon. Vast energy surged forth from the annihilating ancestor dragon, its dark radiance even overshadowing the moon's brilliance. In the presence of the annihilating ancestor dragon, Yi Qin appeared both sacred and enigmatic. Simultaneously, as the ultimate power of his martial soul emerged, Yi Qin's aura surged, forcing back the ice and fire dual swords before him. What kind of martial soul is this? The ice and fire war god's expression changed dramatically. He hastily withdrew the ice jade sword and the fire god sword back into his grasp. Aren't you the dragon scale flower, martial soul? The ice and fire war god exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, a dual martial soul. The crowd was immediately taken aback. In the midst of battle, various martial souls emerged, many of which were of high rank. Yet when compared to Yi Qin's martial soul, they paled in stature and presence, coupled with his striking appearance. All eyes instinctively turned toward Yi Qin with envy. Moreover, Yi Qin possessed a dual martial soul. Not only they, but from the shadows, pairs of deep and weathered eyes also focused intently. Yi Qin remained unfazed. He had no need for restraint. A smirk graced his lips, dark light flickering in his eyes, as the second yellow soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, unleashing his second soul skill, annihilating dragon god wave. As this technique was unleashed, the annihilating ancestor dragon erupted in a blaze of black light, releasing a roar while a visible black wave surged towards the ice and fire war god. The ice and fire war god's gaze turned icy as he rubbed the dual swords together, and subsequently, a beam of ice and fire converged towards Yi Qin's wave. The two bizarre beams collided in an instant, producing a deafening sound. The mysterious light merging created an odd dimension within the space. Up, witnessing Yi Qin's terrifying power, the ice and fire war god commanded the 6 soul masters beside him. The 6 soul masters responded, their soul rings flickering in succession, as they unleashed various soul techniques towards Yi Qin. At this juncture, Yi Qin found himself immobilized by the ice and fire war god. After all, while the duration of a martial soul fusion body may be short, its strength was undeniably formidable. Yi Qin could not easily overcome him. Just as it seemed Yi Qin was on the verge of defeat, a female voice rang out. Yi Qin, I come to assist you. As her voice faded, a figure appeared before Yi Qin, wielding 2 blood blades that whirled with deadly light, toppling all 6 soul masters surrounding Yi Qin to the ground, motionless. Yi Qin focused and recognized the figure clad in armor, wearing a mask, her stature reminiscent of Hulaina. It was she and Xieyu's fusion, the Enchantress. Enchantress. Upon seeing her, the ice and fire war god's brow furrowed, abandoning his confrontation with Yi Qin. Are you Hulaina? Yi Qin inquired deliberately. To be precise, I am the fusion of my brother and me. The Enchantress replied. Yi Qin, leave Ling Zhuo to us. You go assist Barton and the others. Understood. Yi Qin nodded, invoking his martial soul. With a resounding shout, black dragon scales erupted from his arms, transforming his hands into metallic dragon claws. He then swung the sharp dragon claws and plunged into the chaotic fray between the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall. Initially, the Elder Hall had the upper hand due to their numerical advantage, but with Yi Qin's arrival, the situation shifted dramatically. Yi Qin appeared to possess unmatched might. With each merciless strike of his dragon claws, a low-level soul master was sent flying to the ground, incapacitated. His dragon claws are peculiar, don't touch. The members of the Elder Hall gradually realized the unique effects of Yi Qin's dragon claws. Indeed, the annihilating ancestor dragon, beyond its overwhelming strength, also bore a potent paralyzing effect due to its mutation. It's too late, brother. Yi Qin smiled eerily, akin to a specter, as he approached the speaker, his dragon claws gliding straight towards the man's chest. However, in that instant, a flash of golden light caught Yi Qin's eye, and, almost simultaneously, a magnificent golden sword lunged toward his forehead. Sensing the formidable malice, Yi Qin abandoned his attack on the man and swung his dragon claws upward to block. Looking up, Yi Qin saw a figure suspended above him, clad in golden armor, with golden hair and blue eyes. He bore a resemblance to Qianluo. Yet this individual appeared significantly more mature, sporting remnants of stubble along his jaw. Most astonishing to Yi Qin, 5 prominent soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, pulsated rhythmically on his body. The appearance of this man, adorned with 5 soul rings, caused all combatants to halt, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. It is the Soul King, our Elder Hall's Soul King. The members of the Elder Hall immediately recognized him, erupting in cheers. Fantastic! This revelation revitalized the previously disheartened members of the Elder Hall. As the tides turned, the Pope Hall's members displayed signs of discouragement. At this moment, the Ice and Fire War God and the Enchantress were locked in a fierce battle. Also wielding a Soul Master-level martial soul fusion technique, they were evenly matched, engaged in a relentless struggle. Qian Xiao, he has arrived. The Ice and Fire War God exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the man. He then sneered at the Enchantress. Hulaina, with Qian Xiao's arrival, your Pope Hall stands no chance of victory. The Enchantress did not respond to his provocation, but instead gazed at the golden-haired man with astonishment. Sister, he truly is the Soul King. What should we do? Our soul power can barely hold out much longer. The Enchantress thought, confiding in Xiaoyu. I believe in Qin, Hulaina declared confidently. As long as we focus on defeating Ling Zhiruo before us, he will surprise us. All right, with that, the Enchantress shrugged off the Ice and Fire War God's taunts and resumed her assault with renewed vigor. Seeing this, both factions plunged back into battle once more. Chapter 40. Yi Qin and Qian Imohan, who are you? I have never seen you before. At this moment, the golden-haired man propelled himself into the air, executing a stylish backflip before landing gracefully, inquiring of Yi Qin with calm composure. No comment. Yi Qin replied, maintaining his composure. I am well acquainted with all the geniuses from the Spirit Hall. There's no way someone like you could exist. The golden-haired man remarked with a slight smirk. Is that so? Perhaps you are simply uninformed. Yi Qin retorted coldly. Elder Hall's guardian, Qian Mohan, a rank 51 assault system soul master, introduced himself with a touch of gentlemanly charm, seemingly unfazed by Yi Qin's indifference. Pope Hall, Yi Qin, rank 45. Yi Qin responded politely. The crowd stirred once more at the sound of Yi Qin's rank. What a remarkable achievement for someone so young. Could it be that the Spirit Hall has produced such a prodigy? Qian Mohan smiled humbly, appearing modest compared to the arrogance of others. Yi Qin found this demeanor somewhat agreeable. No longer wishing to engage in idle conversation, Yi Qin activated his first soul ring. I concede that if you were of my age, I would not stand a chance against you. However, are you certain you wish to battle me at this moment when you are still in your infancy? Qian Mohan inquired. First soul skill, annihilating Dragon Claw, was Yi Qin's response. As the words fell, his Dragon Claw radiated a dark brilliance and shot forward like lightning towards Qian Mohan. Very well, then I shall engage you in combat. Qian Mohan replied with a calm smile as a colossal golden apparition materialized behind him, resembling a woman. 4 white wings sprouted from her back, revealing Qian Mohan's martial spirit, the 4-winged angel. First soul skill, Angel's Wings. With a sharp cry, Qian Mohan's first-century soul ring glowed, and the 4 immaculate wings of the 4-winged angel unfurled with ethereal light, propelling him towards Yi Qin at great speed. A resounding metallic clash echoed as Yi Qin's Dragon Claw collided with Qian Mohan's angelic sword. The black power of Yi Qin's ancestral dragon met the golden might of Qian Mohan's angelic force in a fierce confrontation. Although Qian Mohan's strength might have slightly surpassed Yi Qin's, he had underestimated Yi Qin's capabilities, believing him to be merely a century-level soul skill user, hence only employing his first soul skill. In truth, Yi Qin's first soul ring had an astonishing age of 50,000 years. The disparity in soul ring quality effectively bridged the gap in soul power between him and Qian Mohan. As the progenitor of power, the annihilating ancestral dragon surpassed any martial spirit capable of matching its strength. Even the 6-winged angel could not compare, let alone Qian Mohan's 4-winged angel. Thus, the scales of victory began to tip in Yi Qin's favor. Qian Mohan found himself being pushed back by Yi Qin's Dragon Claw, a sight that left the Ice-Fire War God and Yao Mei astounded. A Soul King, and one with a top-tier martial spirit, is being repelled by a Soul Master. What a shocking spectacle. Brother, I told you Yi Qin would surprise us. Yao Mei thought of Hulaina's words. Incredible, Simply incredible. Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. No, this is impossible. In contrast to Yao Mei's excitement, the Ice Fire War God was both astonished and furious. Many spectators believed that Qian Mohan was intentionally yielding to Yi Qin. However, those higher-ups from the Spirit Hall, observing from the shadows, perceived the situation with greater clarity. Their astonishment palpable. Although Qian Mohan was being modest, as an undeniable genius, his pride remained unscathed. Until now, as Yi Qin was shattering that pride, inciting a flicker of anger within Qian Mohan. Cornered by Yi Qin's relentless pursuit, Qian Mohan found himself against the wall. He braced himself, and, in a moment of explosive energy, the pure light of the angels surged through him, completing his martial spirit manifestation. With this transformation, Qian Mohan's aura surged, temporarily pushing back Yi Qin's assault. His fifth soul ring illuminated, forming a golden halo that encircled his feet. The moment the halo appeared, Yi Qin felt his strength waning while Qian Mohan's power surged. The balance of power shifted, and Yi Qin's advantage began to dissipate. Angel's Halo, a 10,000-year skill, reduces all your attributes by 20% while enhancing mine by 10. Qian Mohan explained, observing Yi Qin's puzzled expression. Attribute skills, you say? I too possess such a skill. Annihilating Ancestral Dragon. Annihilating Dragon Body, Yi Qin declared, as his third soul ring shone, a purple light flooding him with power. After a resounding dragon roar, Yi Qin turned the tide once more, forcing Qian Mohan back. This time, Yi Qin's strength was significantly amplified, driving Qian Mohan into the stone wall. Annihilating Dragon Body, Power Attribute, Dragon Attribute, increases by 50%. Yi Qin elucidated to Qian Mohan. 50. Qian Mohan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the disparity in their enhancements. I concede. Qian Mohan sighed. Thank you for your graciousness, Yi Qin replied with a gentle smile, halting his advance against Qian Mohan. Aside from the grand offering, I have never revered anyone else. You are the first, Qian Mohan said with a self-deprecating smile, as he activated his soul guide ring, producing a sphere inscribed with a single digit. When I entered the competition, I believed no one could retrieve it. It seems I was mistaken. Qian Mohan smiled in acceptance, handing the sphere to Yi Qin. Witnessing this, both the onlookers in the open and those hidden in the shadows were filled with astonishment. The Soul King, Qian Mohan, regarded as the strongest genius of this generation in the Spirit Hall, had willingly conceded. Sister, it seems your position as the Saintess is secure, Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. How wonderful to have him around. Hulaina smiled sweetly. If I am not mistaken, you have taken a liking to him, haven't you? Xiaoyu teased with a knowing smile. Hulaina blushed in silence. Suddenly, the Ice Fire War God's expression shifted dramatically, as Ling Zhuo exclaimed, Qian Shao has conceded. Qiling, run. With that, the Ice Fire War God abandoned his fight with Yao Mei and fled towards the city's exit at great speed. Oof. Yi Qin coldly snorted, employing his swift footwork to intercept the Ice Fire War God, his icy dragon claw descending swiftly towards the latter's head. The Ice Fire War God, taken aback by the sudden assault, hastily raised his twin swords in defense. Meanwhile, Yao Mei, wielding her bloodblade, struck from behind, leaving two clear trails of crimson on the Ice Fire War God's back. In that moment, two anguished voices, a man and a woman, echoed in lament as they disintegrated. Chapter 41. The selection tournament concludes. Ling Zhuo, you have lost. Hand over the numbers you possess, Yao Mei declared, her expression cold as she pointed at the injured Ling Zhuo. Take it. Ling Zhuo gritted her teeth, extending her soul guide container towards Hulaina. Yet, just as Hulaina reached out, a dagger suddenly shot from Ling Zhuo's sleeve, aimed directly at Hulaina's chest. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, and Yi Qin, filled with fury, was about to intervene. However, an elderly figure appeared before Ling Zhuo, deflecting the dagger and slapping her to the ground with a single swift motion. This figure, the head elder of the Spirit Hall, the Judgment Elder, was the Capricorn Douluo. Judgment Elder. Upon seeing the figure, Ling Zhuo gasped in horror, covering her stinging left cheek. You wretched child! How dare you attempt to kill? The Capricorn Douluo roared in fury. Ling Zhuo, you have openly defied the regulations of the Spirit Hall and sought to commit murder. Your qualification for the competition is hereby revoked. and you shall be taken to the enforcement hall for judgment. As the Capricorn Douluo's words fell, two flying soul masters descended from the clouds, capturing Ling Zhuo. Ling Zhuo was engulfed in fear, not daring to resist in the slightest. Teacher, I was momentarily confused. Please show mercy, she implored as Feng Qiling hurriedly appealed to Capricorn. Silence. Capricorn interrupted, his tone laced with anger. It seems I have been too lenient with you. After the competition, I shall hold you accountable. Never had Feng Qiling witnessed Capricorn Douluo in such a furious state, leaving him too frightened to speak further. Congratulations, Helena, for being the first to gather all the numbers and securing first place in this competition. Capricorn Douluo addressed Helena before summoning the soul guiding containers, from which the numbered orbs flew out, perfectly aligning to form a sequence from 1 to 10. Helena, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully to Capricorn Douluo, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Elder. Capricorn Douluo nodded slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Yi Qin before departing with Ling Zhuo and the others. Yi Qin naturally noticed Capricorn Douluo's gaze, but felt no perturbation. From the moment he revealed the Annihilation Primordial Dragon, he was destined to no longer remain inconspicuous. Soon, with Helena's victory, all members of the Papal Hall withdrew from the competition, as the subsequent battles held no significance, even if the Papal Hall could achieve victory. During the ensuing bishop voting session, Bibi Dong would not cast a second vote. With the absence of the Papal Hall and Yi Qin's interference, Qian Mohan faced no opponents, undoubtedly becoming the second person to advance. The third victor was Feng Qiling from the Elder Hall, yet it was evident that he merely served as a backdrop to Qian Mohan's triumph. The prolonged battles left Yi Qin somewhat fatigued, and upon returning to his residence, he collapsed onto the bed. Helena, who initially intended to accompany Yi Qin back to the hotel, was summoned to the Papal Hall by Bibi Dong. The following morning, a gentle rain brought a refreshing respite to the sweltering heat of summer. Yi Qin had already risen early and called Yang Qitian to the hotel's underground training facility, preparing for a training session. This basement was specially created by the Spirit Hall Hotel for advanced soul masters to cultivate. Thus, its walls were constructed from precious materials, rendering them exceptionally sturdy. Your Highness, what did you do during yesterday's battle? Yang Qitian smiled at Yi Qin. Your name now echoes throughout the entire Spirit City. Flattery won't get you anywhere, Yi Qin retorted coolly. Tell me, do you possess any skills for slowing or paralyzing? Indeed, Yang Qitian replied with a smile. It's merely my first soul skill, which I seldom utilize. Perfect, then apply your soul skill on me, Yi Qin said with a smirk. Your Highness, what are you planning? Yang Qitian asked, puzzled. When did you become so talkative? Yi Qin replied. In the previous battle, he had gained significant insights, accumulating practical experience while also recognizing his shortcomings. His deficiency lay in his inability to resist paralysis effects, while the Lingbo Weibo allowed him to match the speed of Soul Emperor. Its efficacy diminished significantly in the face of paralysis and slowing effects. Typically, powerful soul masters develop comprehensively, possessing various amplifying and weakening soul skills. Thus, he sought out Yang Qitian for specialized training. All right, Yang Qitian nodded, then shouted loudly, causing 8 soul rings to materialize, the first of which was a flickering yellow. Instantly, a vague golden light enveloped the entire training room. Your Highness, be careful, Yang Qitian softly warned. First soul skill, gravity slow. As Yang Qitian's voice fell, Yi Qin felt as though his feet were shackled by a colossal stone, becoming considerably heavier. That's the sensation. Yi Qin smirked, then began to execute the Lingbo Weibo. Originally, Yi Qin's Lingbo Weibo could cover several zhang in a single step, traversing a distance of 10 meters in merely 2 seconds, but under Yang Qitian's gravitational influence, the time had stretched to 5 seconds. Your Highness, you are remarkably fast, Yang Qitian exclaimed, astonished. For according to Yang Qitian's abilities, even if he held back, he believed no Soul King could reach Yi Qin's speed within his gravity field. Put in more effort. Yevin replied curti. Is that advisable? Yang Qitian hesitated, adding, to be blunt, if I exert my full strength, you might not be able to stand. Do it. Yi Qin frowned. Very well. Yang Qitian hesitated for a moment before maximizing his soul power. At that instant, Yi Qin felt as though a ton of weight was suspended from his feet, making his movements exceedingly challenging. Your Highness, Yang Qitian began to speak, but he was interrupted as a dark light flashed behind Yi Qin, and after a fierce roar, the majestic form of the Annihilation Primordial Dragon appeared. The moment the Annihilation Primordial Dragon manifested, Yang Qitian felt the golden monkey behind him tremble, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the quality of the martial soul. "Your Highness, do you possess twin martial souls?" Yang Qitian exclaimed, filled with excitement upon witnessing the Annihilation Dragon. Yi Qin did not respond immediately. He attempted to gradually unleash the power of the Annihilation Primordial Dragon. Initially, it bore no effect. However, after multiple attempts and explorations, the dark light radiating from the Annihilation Primordial Dragon formed a domain around Yi Qin, repelling Yang Qitian's gravity field. In that moment, the slowing and paralyzing effects on Yi Qin diminished significantly, and his steps became light and agile. "This is a gifted domain." Yang Qitian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young monkey, what do you think?" Yi Qin approached Yang Qitian, confidently and gracefully moving before him. "Incredible, truly remarkable." Yang Qitian praised without reservation. "Your Highness, does your domain have a name?" Yang Qitian inquired. "How about the Annihilation Domain?" Yi Qin pondered for a moment before responding. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. His domain was still in its nascent stage, merely alleviating some negative effects, and such an illustrious name seemed unbefitting. Ultimately, Yi Qin decided to temporarily refer to it as the Forbidden Domain. Yi Qin, Yi Qin. Helina's voice resonated from outside the training room before she came rushing in and leaped into his arms. Yi Qin, ecstatic, swiftly supported her. "Yi Qin, I have wonderful news," she exclaimed with great excitement. "You've been selected, haven't you?" Yi Qin immediately realized. "Yes." Helina nodded vigorously. "I am now officially the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall." Yi Qin affectionately pinched her delicate nose and replied, "As a dignified Holy Maiden, being in someone else's arms will surely earn you another lecture from your teacher." Helina suddenly realized that she had become somewhat complacent, hastily blushing as she descended from Yi Qin's side, casting an embarrassed glance towards Yang Qitian. "Lina, do not concern yourself with him." Yi Qin interjected. "This young monkey has already disclosed our relationship to your teacher." "What?" Helina, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows and demanded, "Qin, what do you mean by that?" Yang Qitian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly attempted to defend himself. "Your Highness, enough." Yi Qin interrupted. "If I intended to blame you, you would have long returned to the royal palace." Without hesitation, Yang Qitian knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, I implore you, do not reveal this matter to the Empress or Zhao Ying. I can refrain from informing them." Yi Qin replied, "But you must honestly disclose the purpose for which Bibi Dong sent you to the Yi family palace." "Your Highness, I am afraid I cannot answer that." Yang Qitian gritted his teeth, prostrating himself. "I am ashamed before your Highness and Her Majesty the Empress." "You cannot speak of it." Yi Qin's expression grew cold. "If you were to divulge it, I would rather look down upon you. Rise." Hearing this, Yang Qitian lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddening, yet he remained kneeling. "However, I have just one question for you." Yi Qin continued. "You need only answer with a yes or no." "Please speak, Your Highness." Yang Qitian replied. "Is there enmity between Bibi Dong and my Yi family?" Yi Qin inquired. Yang Qitian shook his head. "The Pope has never harbored ill will towards the Yi family. However, I have sworn to the Pope that I would never mention this matter to anyone. I beg for your Highness's forgiveness." Upon hearing Yang Qitian's response, Yi Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Had there been animosity between Bibi Dong and his family, it would have been utterly dramatic. "Young monkey, I shall not pursue this matter further. I can treat it as though nothing happened. However, you must consider your actions wisely from now on." Having finished his stern words, Yi Qin took Hulina's hand and strode towards his room. After firmly closing the door, he noticed Hulina's countenance was somewhat anxious, prompting him to alter his serious demeanor and inquire, "What is the matter?" "Qin, your expression was quite frightening just now." Hulina responded. "Did I frighten you?" Yi Qin smiled. "Not quite." Hulina shook her head. "But it feels as though you've become a different person." Yi Qin chuckled. "Now that we are alone, shall we?" "Perhaps later." Hulina interjected. "My teacher will be looking for me shortly. I snuck out to share this wonderful news with you. Only to find out you already guessed it. Indeed, you are now a dignified saintess, and it is only natural that you might look down upon me, a mere prince." Yi Qin feigned a sigh. "I would never, I swear." Hulaina's words seemed to ignite a spark within her. Even if I became the Pope, I would only love you. Seeing her blush as she protested, Yi-Chin felt a surge of joy and leaned in to kiss her tender lips. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to relish the moment. After a considerable time, Yi-Chin gently pulled away from Hulaina and said, "All right, go meet your teacher now. She must have important matters to discuss with you." "Very well, Chin, I shall take my leave," Hulaina replied, reluctantly opening the door to depart. Ding! Step 4 of the BB Dawn task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a fishing golden hook. Would you like to begin fishing immediately? At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. I almost forgot about this. Let us commence, Yi-Chin nodded. Fishing in the Soul River is in progress. 10%, 20%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-level martial soul. The sword of gods and demons. Awesome, Yi-Chin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He had not held out much hope, having fished several times over the past 3 years, only to acquire weapons of little lethality. To his astonishment, this time he had received a divine-level martial soul. The sword of gods and demons has been successfully installed. The host can summon it at will. The system continued. Weapon soul summon, sword of gods and demons. With a mere thought, a resplendent golden sword materialized in Yi-Chin's hand. The sword, 1.5 meters long, radiated a lustrous golden sheen, with countless intricate runes and ancient golden inscriptions dancing along its blade. A magnificent sword, Yi-Chin mused, feeling the immense power contained within it, especially considering it had yet to be infused with any soul rings. The sword of gods and demons must have more than one form. Yi-Chin smiled subtly, and as he willed, the sword in his hand began to transform. The original golden brilliance was completely engulfed by a dark aura, and the runes etched upon the blade morphed into a fearsome, sinister design. Additionally, 2 inward-facing barbs extended from a point 20 centimeters from the sword's tip. The divine sword is light, while the demonic sword is heavy. Consequently, upon shifting into its demonic form, it began to tremble violently, almost slipping from Yi-Chin's grip. My sword must obey my command. Yi-Chin commanded fiercely, channeling his entire soul power into his right hand to suppress the vengeful energy within the demonic sword. Ultimately, under Yi-Chin's sheer force, the sword's quaking subsided. Gazing at the somewhat rebellious demonic sword, Yi-Chin felt a surge of delight. This indicated that the power of the demonic sword would undoubtedly surpass that of the divine sword. He sensed that the might of this demonic sword was no less than that of the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. Of course, at this moment, without any soul rings added to the sword of gods and demons, he would still primarily rely on the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, he could now use the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon freely. Ding! Step 5 of the BB Dawn task has been released. Preserve BB Dawn's purity. Task rewards. Gain 20% favorability from BB Dawn and maintain her purity. Cast your votes. Everyone contribute. Cast your votes as it pertains to the plot's direction. I hope every reader will participate. First, completely preserve BB Dawn's purity. Qianren Xue will cease to exist. Second, theoretically preserve BB Dawn's purity. Qianren Xue exists. Third, supplement your thoughts. Leave your answer, 1 or 2, and any additional comments. Chapter 43, Yi Nanqi. What does this mean? Yi-Chin inquired, bewildered. It means you are to return to the past, create a parallel world, prevent BB Dawn from being violated, and bring back her pure form. The system replied, a parallel world? Yi-Chin frowned. I have studied this, but I feel somewhat confused. This parallel world is not the quantum mechanical parallel world you have researched. Theoretically, every outcome represents a parallel world. The rest will be explained upon your return. Next, the system will transport you to the moment before BB Dawn's loss of purity. You must safeguard her integrity. Upon hearing this explanation, Yi-Chin did not fully comprehend. Yet the essence of the matter was clear. He was to traverse to the past and thwart Qian Xuanji's malevolence. Did this not align perfectly with his desires? He had long wished to mete out punishment to that vile creature. Host, good luck. As the system's voice faded, the surroundings vanished, and Yi-Chin found himself in a dim chamber enclosed by walls. Where is this? Yi-Chin wondered, slightly astonished. He realized that his appearance had transformed back to that of his previous life. At that moment, he noticed a figure seated cross-legged on a stone bed nearby. Clad in golden armor, with a golden crown adorning his head, he possessed handsome, symmetrical features. His eyes were slightly closed, yet a regal authority emanated from his brow. Yi Nanshi pays homage to the Pope. Just then, the door to the chamber swung open, and a woman entered respectfully. Upon hearing the name Yi Nanshi, Yi Qin's heart trembled. This was indeed the name of his mother in this life. Yi Qin instantly deduced the man's identity, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. He immediately scrutinized the woman beside him. The lady was graceful and elegant, with crescent-shaped brows and large eyes, red lips, and a delicate nose. Her collarbone exquisitely beautiful, adorned in flowing sleeves and a celestial dress, resembling an otherworldly fairy. Has Bibi Dong arrived? Qian Xuanji inquired. The holy maiden is already waiting in the Pope's chamber, Yi Nanshi replied. Bring her here. The man opened his eyes. Understood, Yi Nanshi responded before exiting the secret chamber. Master, did you call for me? Shortly thereafter, Yi Nanshi entered with another stunning figure, smiling at Qian Xuanji. She wore a golden gown, her hair flowing freely, her beauty striking, and her figure curvaceous, precisely resembling the Bibi Dong Yi Qin had seen before. However, this Bibi Dong appeared younger, her gaze not that of cruelty, but rather filled with the brilliance of the stars and the sea. Is this what Bibi Dong looked like in her youth? Yevin Gaspit. This visage was undoubtedly more enchanting than any woman he had ever encountered, even surpassing Yi Nanshi standing beside her. Elder Yi, you may leave. Vin Wunji instructed Yi Nanji. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter. Yes. Yi Nanshi cast a worried glance at Bibi Dong before exiting once more. Elder? Yi Qin mused, astonished to learn that his mother was an elder of the Spirit Hall. Initially, he intended to deal with Qian Xuanji immediately, but his curiosity about the relationship between Yi Nanshi and Bibi Dong stayed his hand for the moment. Bibi Dong, do you know your crime? Qian Xuanji suddenly spoke coldly. Bibi Dong's smile faltered, her brows knitting slightly. I am unaware of any wrongdoing. As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, you dare to consort with a wild man. You have brought disgrace upon the Spirit Hall. Qian Xuanji retorted icily. I have not. Bibi Dong countered. What you Xiaojiang? Qian Xuanji's anger flared. Xiaojiang is not a wild man. Bibi Dong argued back. Silence. Qian Xuanji shouted furiously. Bibi Dong, I promoted you to holy maiden for your innate dual martial souls, yet you show such a lack of ambition. From this day forth, you shall remain in the Spirit Hall, never to step outside. No, Bibi Dong exclaimed in shock. Master, you once said you would never harm me. I have the right to choose love. It is my freedom. I shall strip you of that freedom. Tomorrow, I will kill you, Xiaojiang. Qian Xuanji declared. Teacher you. Upon hearing Qian Xuanji's intent to harm you, Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong became furious and rose, a crimson aura surging from within her. You dare lay a hand on me. However, Qian Xuanji had already sensed her intentions and swiftly activated his soul power, binding Bibi Dong and rendering her immobile, before striking down with a palm, knocking her unconscious. Bibi Dong, you are a genius of my Spirit Hall. I do not hesitate to employ the dirtiest means to keep you. Qian Xuanji sighed slightly as he moved toward the unconscious Bibi Dong. Yi Qin was consumed with rage, but just as he was about to act, countless green vines surged from the ground, entwining around Qian Xuanji. Yi Nanshi, are you rebelling? Qian Xuanji shouted angrily. In the next moment, Yi Nanshi's figure appeared before Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji, I did not expect you to be such a beast. Bibi Dong counts as half my disciple. I will not allow anyone to harm her. Very well, since you insist. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Qian Xuanji retorted furiously, gathering his soul power to suppress Yi Nanshi. 8th soul skill, Wrath of the Flower Goddess. Yi Nanshi's gaze turned cold, and beneath her feet, 8 soul rings of various colors appeared, the 8th glowing brightly, enveloping the entire secret chamber in a green light. As a massive green flower surged forth to meet Qian Xuanji's attack, the 8th ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. No wonder my mother has attained the position of elder. Yi Qin understood instantly. Although Yi Nanshi's attack was formidable, it ultimately possessed only the strength of a soul Douluo, unable to withstand Qian Xuanji's formidable level 95 power. Under the descent of Qian Xuanji's angel sword, the green light shattered into countless fragments. as Qian Xuanji's angel sword was poised to pierce Yi Nanqi's body. A massive black sword suddenly descended before Qian Xuanji, intercepting his strike. Seeing this, Yi Nanqi furrowed her brows in shock. Qian Xuanji, equally astonished, bellowed, "Who dares? Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall reveal myself. The king of the night, the sovereign of the fallen realm, Lucifer has arrived." As Lucifer's voice resonated, his figure slowly descended between Qian Xuanji and Yi Nanqi. Lucifer? Sensing the aura emanating from Lucifer, Qian Xuanji frowned. "Qian Xuanji, it is finally a pleasure to meet you, you beast." At that moment, another voice echoed from behind Qian Xuanji. His expression stiffened as he turned to see a tall figure standing there. With tousled hair and striking features, complemented by a muscular physique, he was undeniably more handsome than Qian Xuanji. In his arms, he cradled none other than Bibi Dong. Additionally, a stunning woman clad in white armor followed closely behind him. Author's note: unconsciously, this book has been in the making for nearly 2 months. Time truly flies. Tomorrow at noon, it will officially go live. At 12 o'clock, 10 chapters will be released simultaneously. I kindly request your first subscriptions. After the launch, I will maintain at least 3 updates. I hope those who can afford it will support financially, and those who cannot will lend their moral support. A few thoughts. This is my first attempt at writing a harem novel, thus the slow pace. I deeply appreciate your support and encouragement. Furthermore, based on 2 voting sessions, the female leads of this book are tentatively set as Bibi Dong, Guyuna, Qian Renchua, Hulaina, Yi Xian, Shuei Binger, and Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, Xuedi, Poseidon, and Xiao Wu are still undecided. Chapter 44. The man and the woman in white armor were none other than Yi Qin and Mina. "And who might you be?" Qian Xuanji inquired coldly. "I am Bibi Dong's man. What do you think?" Yi Qin replied with a chilling smile. "You Xiaojiang?" Qian Xuanji exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not compare me to that incompetent fool." Yi Qin's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Now, tell me, how do you wish to die?" "Oomph. You dare cause havoc in the Pope's chamber?" Qian Xuanji bellowed, his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, flashing ominously. "Lucifer, showing the consequences." Yi Qin declared fearlessly. "As you command, my master." Lucifer replied with a faint smile, manifesting 8 black and 1 red soul rings as the fallen angel unfurled its wings behind him. Immediately, Lucifer swung the fallen sword towards Qian Xuanji with a decisive strike. Qian Xuanji snorted coldly, promptly countering with the angel's sword. As the 2 swords clashed, it was evident that Qian Xuanji's body trembled violently, his face contorted in agony, while Lucifer maintained an expression of relaxed enjoyment. This was to be expected. Lucifer's martial soul was that of the fallen angel, which, prior to evolution, was on par with the 6-winged angel. However, Lucifer's soul power level surpassed Qian Xuanji's by a full rank. Though it seemed only a single rank separated level 95 from 96, in reality, it represented the chasm between a Titled Douluo and a peak Douluo. Such a disparity was akin to an insurmountable gulf. Lucifer ended swiftly. "Ye vin urgit." Understood. Lucifer responded with a nod and then swiftly addressed Qian Xuanji, expressing his initial intent to engage in playful banter. However, he swiftly added, "I regret to inform you that my master's command takes precedence." With that statement, Lucifer unleashed his full soul power, propelling Qian Xuanji violently against the stone wall of the secret chamber. Without pause, Lucifer pursued him relentlessly, delivering a series of fierce strikes as Qian Xuanji, despite his commendable strength, found himself off balance and sustained numerous wounds, collapsing heavily to the ground. Realizing the futility of continued combat, Qian Xuanji transformed into a streak of light and fled frantically towards the outside of the Pope's palace. Lucifer intercepted him. "Ye vin commandit coldi." Upon hearing this, Lucifer immediately drew his sword and gave chase, while Mina hastily wielded her spatial powers to escort Yi Qin and company outside the palace. Your end is nigh. Upon reaching the palace's exterior, Qian Xuanji grew increasingly brazen, calling out for the elders of the spirit hall. With a resonating cry, numerous figures soared from the elder hall, converging upon Yi Qin and his companions. Among them was the Capricorn Douluo, a figure Yi Qin recognized instantly. Each of these individuals bore 9 shimmering rings, unmistakably all Titled Douluos. Simultaneously, a deep, resounding voice echoed, "Enough of this insolence." Almost instantly, a beam of golden light shot skyward from the direction of the Elder Hall, hurtling towards Yi-Chin. Fifth Soul Ring, White Dragon, Sacred Shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Mina conjured a white light shield to intercept the golden beam. Yet, in an instant, her shield was shattered by the force of the attack. Seeing the situation unfold, Lucifer abandoned his pursuit of Qian Xuanji and joined Mina in attempting to block the incoming golden light. Within that radiant beam, an ancient and imposing figure emerged. With long white hair flowing freely, despite his aged appearance, he radiated vitality, his eyes sparkling with a fierce brilliance. "Father!" Qian Xuanji exclaimed with uncontained excitement upon recognizing the elder. Realizing who had arrived, Yi-Chin understood that this was none other than Qian Douluo, the revered master of the Elder Hall and one of the three unparalleled Douluos of the Douluo Continent. With a thunderous crash, Qian Douluo's hand descended, causing both Lucifer and Mina to stagger back, landing beside Yi-Chin. In the presence of such an extraordinary Douluo, Lucifer and Mina were clearly outmatched. "Who are you to dare assault the Pope of the Spirit Hall?" Qian Douluo demanded coldly, hovering in midair. "The Grand Priest," before Yi Nanshi could complete her sentence. Qian Xuanji interjected sharply. "Father, this traitor Yi Nanshi has conspired with these three to assassinate me." "You beast, Qian Xuanji! You shall not die a peaceful death." Yi Nanji retorted furiously. "Qian Xuanji, you are a dignified pope. How can you deny your deeds?" "Yevin Sokolfut Didisividi." What do I have to deny?" Qian Xuanji replied coldly, though the words caught in his throat, making it difficult for him to continue. "Enough. Regardless of who you are, daring to wreak havoc in the Spirit Hall shall only lead to one fate, death." Qian Douluo seemed to sense a change in the atmosphere and declared angrily. As soon as the word death left his lips, his powerful hand surged towards Yi-Chin once more. "System, can you truly bear to see me perish like this?" Yi-Chin's face displayed terror. "Very well, I shall lend you a hand." A system notification chimed, and in an instant, 8 figures materialized beside Yi-Chin. Aside from Lucifer and Mina, these figures, shrouded in black cloaks, concealed their identities, yet their feet bore 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, glimmering with power. In the face of the sudden emergence of these formidable beings, not only the elders of the Spirit Hall, but even Qian Douluo exhibited a look of panic, abruptly halting in the air. "System, what an impressive display." Yi-Chin observed the 10 titled Douluos surrounding him, a smirk playing on his lips. "There is still one more." The system responded. In the next moment, another cloaked figure descended before Yi-Chin. To his astonishment, this figure bore 8 red and 1 gold ring, 9 superlative soul rings radiating an extraordinary brilliance. What? Upon witnessing this, Qian Douluo was left in utter shock. The golden soul ring signified what? A million-year soul ring. The powerful figure remained still, yet a golden clock-like phantom appeared above his head, while his 9th golden soul ring shimmered beneath him. Time of the end solidified, accompanied by the mechanical voice of the powerful figure. A mystical light spread across the entire Douluo Continent at an unimaginable speed. In that moment, all objects were rendered completely motionless, whether clouds drifting or water flowing. The only beings capable of movement were Yi-Chin and the 11 titled Douluos. They immediately sprang into action, swiftly eliminating all the elders of the Spirit Hall, including Qian Douluo. Not to mention that he was ensnared in the time freeze. Yi-Chin's side boasted several unparalleled Douluos, far beyond what he could withstand. Only Qian Xuanji remained. Once the elders of the Spirit Hall had perished, time resumed its flow. Qian Xuanji gazed in horror at the fallen titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, utterly overwhelmed. "Who on earth are you?" he stammered in fear towards Yi-Chin. "You are unworthy to know my name." "Lucifer, lend me your sword." Yi-Chin replied coldly with a smile. Without hesitation, Lucifer tossed the fallen sword to Yi-Chin, who caught it and accurately plunged it into Qian Xuanji's heart. Instantly, Qian Xuanji was corroded by the power of the fallen, succumbing to despair as his life was extinguished. At that moment, the woman in Yi-Chin's arms suddenly awakened, gazing at him with astonishment. "Who are you?" In response, Yi-Chin met her gaze with a gentle smile. Upon seeing Yi-Chin's handsome face and his affectionate eyes, Bai Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback, her starry eyes fixed upon him, speechless for a long while. Congratulations, Yi Qin, on completing the 5th task and obtaining Bai Dong's perfect body. The mechanical notification sounded once more as the scenery around Yi Qin dissolved, returning him to the room of the Spirit Hotel. Simultaneously, within the Pope's palace, an imperceptible light infused into Bai Dong, seated upon the throne. Chapter 45. Conquering Bai Dong. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Yi Qin's face turned to confusion. System, what is happening? Where's my Dong? You have completed the task. Thus, the system naturally transported you back to your original world. The system responded. Completed the task. So, does that mean Bai Dong has become the perfect body? Yi Qin inquired. Indeed, the body of Bai Dong in this world is the same as the one you brought back from the other world, entirely intact. The system replied. What about Qianren Shue? Is she still around? Yi Qin hesitated briefly before asking. Of course, this world will remain unaffected. The system assured. I merely swapped Bai Dong's body for a perfect one. Her consciousness, personality, and abilities remain unchanged. Wow, is that even possible? Je viens exclamer in astonishment. Of course. The system is all-powerful. The system answered. Well then, congratulations, host, on completing the 5th task. You have gained a 20% favorability from Bai Dong. Only one final step remains to unlock the 6th task. The system announced. What is it? Yi Qin asked anxiously. A wall slam and a passionate kiss with Bai Dong. The system replied. Nanny, je viens exclamer in shock. Are you trying to set me up for failure? I can wall slam Hulaina, as she is relatively weaker, but Bai Dong, despite a slight change in her body, retains her consciousness and abilities. Wall slamming her? Are you deliberately making this difficult for me? Je viens lamented. The system fell silent, with only the final step remaining in his long journey. Yi Qin naturally could not give up. After much contemplation, he conceived a bold idea. Inside the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sensed a change in her body. She touched her remarkably smooth skin, her brows furrowing in confusion, and quickly retrieved a mirror. Bibi Dong gasped slightly, staring at her reflection that seemed 10 years younger, as if she had returned to her peak beauty. Moreover, an unfamiliar yet handsome face with a smile inexplicably appeared in her mind. Who is he? Bibi Dong exclaimed, bewildered by what had just transpired. Just as she pondered using her soul power to detect her own abnormalities, a voice from outside the door interrupted. Your Holiness. The Platinum Bishop Yi Qin requests an audience. Not seen, Bibi Dong replied coldly. Outside, upon hearing her voice, Yi Qin called out, Your Holiness. I have urgent matters to discuss with you regarding my mother. The chamber remained silent for a few seconds before Bibi Dong's voice finally responded. Come in. Only then did Yi Qin enter the grand hall, immediately issuing a command to the palace knights. No one is permitted to enter the hall without my orders. Yes. Smog and the others responded in unison, promptly sealing the doors. Upon entering the hall, Yi Qin felt an inexplicable nervousness. He looked up to find Bibi Dong seated upon the throne, seemingly unperturbed, except for a thin veil covering her face. What do you wish to say? Bibi Dong inquired calmly. Your Holiness, I wish to understand the nature of my mother's relationship with you. Yi Qin asked. In the other realm, he had already learned of the bond between Yi Nanshi and Bibi Dong, who were both teacher and friend, yet he sought confirmation. Did I not instruct you not to ask too many questions? Bibi Dong retorted coldly. I have heard that my mother was once an elder of the Pope's chamber, yet for some reason, she became a taboo within the Spear Hall. Yi Qin questioned. How do you know this? Bibi Dong responded, astonished. Yi Nanshi offended Qian Xuanji and was expelled from the Spirit Hall. Her records have been sealed. It seems that is indeed the case. Ye vin ripiet. Then how was my mother expelled from the Spear Hall? Yi Qin, I am speaking to you kindly, because you are the son of an acquaintance. Do not presume to question me. Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. Do you believe I could kill you at this moment? However, as she finished her sentence, a pang of pain pierced her heart. It felt as if she had just rebuked someone she cared for. Unfazed, Yi Qin took a step closer to Bibi Dong. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong's brows knitted together in surprise. Yi Qin had a plan. In the face of such a dominant woman, extraordinary measures were required. If you come any closer, I will not be courteous. Bibi Dong warned, her heart slightly unsettled. Just this once. Suddenly, Yi Qin raised a finger, and immediately, Lucifer and Mina appeared behind Bibi Dong, using their soul power to immobilize her movements. Who are you? Bibi Dong roared in fury as her internal energy surged violently, causing the entire Pope's chamber to tremble. Outside, the palace knights felt the commotion and turned to Smog, asking, "Captain, is there a problem with the Holy Pope? What could possibly be wrong with the Holy Pope?" Smog replied, "Did you not hear her say that no one is allowed to enter without her command?" Seeing the situation escalate, Lucifer and Mina increased their output of soul power. Bibi Dong's energy continued to amplify. At that moment, her soul power reached level 98. Logically, Mina and Lucifer together were not her match. However, due to the restrictions from the Rakshasa goddess trial, most of her power was sealed, preventing her from escaping their grasp. Even so, the overwhelming forces clashed, sending ripples throughout the Pope's chamber. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qin pressed Bibi Dong against the throne, their gazes locking in an intense moment. At this sight, the handsome face from her mind resurfaced, compelling her to hesitate in her actions against Yi Qin. "You, who are you?" Bibi Dong withdrew her soul power, astonished. Yi Qin remained silent as he lifted her veil. Upon seeing her flawless face, he was oblivious to everything else. Ding! The task of unlocking 6 steps had been completed, earning him a 100% approval rating from Bibi Dong and a special gift package. With her approval at its peak, Bibi Dong found the man before her increasingly agreeable, yet she still pushed Yi Qin away, saying no, feeling her gentle resistance. Yi Qin understood she had been conquered and waved his hand to summon Mina and Lucifer back, preparing for the next round of advances. At this moment, Bibi Dong lay upon the throne, Yi Qin's arm leaning against its back. Witnessing this scene, Smog and the others were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They immediately knelt. "Who allowed you to enter?" Bibi Dong pushed Yi Qin away once more, directing her fury at Smog and the others. "If you dare to breathe a word of today's events, you shall face annihilation." Chapter 46. Elder Hall Summoning, for life thus. A multitude of rewards. Smog and the others trembled, filled with terror. "Get out!" Bibi Dong commanded with great authority. The palace knights immediately scurried out of the Pope's chamber. "Why do you not leave?" Bibi Dong shouted at Yi Qin, though her tone had noticeably softened. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Yi Qin replied with a slight smirk, then briskly exited the Pope's chamber. Observing Yi Qin's departure, Bibi Dong felt as though something was lost. Unable to refrain from calling out, "Yi Qin, wait." However, Yi Qin had already exited without hesitation, closing the grand doors behind him. At this moment, the strategy of feigning retreat was indeed the way to victory. Upon seeing Yi Qin emerge, Smog and the others immediately bowed their heads in acknowledgement. "What did you witness just now?" Yi Qin inquired of Smog and the others with an enigmatic tone. Smog feigned ignorance, replying, "Bishop Yi, we were merely standing guard and had no idea what transpired inside." Yes, the palace knights echoed in agreement. Following this, Yi Qin strode confidently toward the outer chamber of the Pope's hall. At this moment, Yi Qin's heart was undoubtedly exhilarated. He had conquered Bibi Dong, the most powerful woman on the continent. Along the way, he hummed a cheerful tune, feeling utterly content. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall's Grand Hotel, Yi Qin ordered a bottle of red wine and began to examine the special gift package from Bibi Dong. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a purple celestial herb in his possession. The herb was translucent and shimmering, its brilliance shifting between gold and black. "System, what is this?" "Ye vin inwided." "Host, this is not for you." The system replied, "It is a gift prepared for your woman, Bibi Dong. As for its effects, once she consumes it, you shall know." "How considerate of you." Yi Qin smirked, temporarily storing the celestial herb in his soul guide container. At that moment, he recalled one of Tang San's fabled creations, the celestial herb planted within the eye of ice and fire. Yet, he felt no urgency. After all, according to the timeline, Tang San would not seek the celestial herb for several more years. For now, his focus was on accompanying Bibi Dong and Hulaina, especially Bibi Dong. Although her physical form has been restored to perfection, her consciousness remains unchanged, indicating that the painful memories still linger, requiring immense comfort. Of course, he'll not give up on Hulaina. Although Yi Qin is sentimental, once he makes a choice, he will treat them with utmost sincerity. The primary premise is to avoid any discord in the harem, which is, for him, a formidable challenge. Bibi Dong is already aware of my relationship with Laina. Yi Qin mused. As for Laina, he would address that when the time is ripe. After all, their mutual affection is already at 100%. With Yi Qin's charm and intellect, managing the relationships among his women should not be a daunting task. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Yi Qin initially thought it was Ulaina arriving, only to find Yang Qitian standing outside the door. Upon seeing Yi Qin, Yang Qitian immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am but a foolish old minister. Young monkey, do you not know that a man's knees are as precious as gold?" Yi Qin exclaimed in surprise. "No, Your Highness. This bow is the result of my long contemplation. Yang Qitian earnestly replied, I have resigned from all my duties to the Pope, and from now on, I shall devote myself entirely to safeguarding the Yi family and Your Highness." Yi Qin, not intending to cast blame on Yang Qitian, felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart upon hearing his genuine words. "Please rise. I do not hold you accountable, and I will not inform Yi Xian and the others." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yang Qitian rose. "Have you truly resigned from your position in the Spirit Hall?" Yi Qin inquired. "Absolutely," Yang Qitian affirmed. "Over the years, both you and Her Majesty Inger have treated me exceptionally well. My actions have indeed been unworthy of a human." "Very well, I respect your choice," Yi Qin responded. "You shall remain by my side." Just as Yang Qitian was about to bow again, Yi Qin immediately assisted him to his feet. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in Spirit Hall uniforms strode forcefully into Yi Qin's room, led by the chief executor of the Law Enforcement Hall, Long Mingho. "What do you intend to do, Long Mingho?" Upon seeing Long Mingho, Yang Qitian instinctively shielded Yi Qin, his expression one of cold fury. "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to enforce the law," Long Mingho replied to Yang Qitian. "The Elders' Hall requests the presence of Prince Yi Qin." Yi Qin was taken aback. While he could not discern the Elders' intentions, he surmised that the summons was unlikely to bode well. Naturally, he did not believe that the Elders' Hall would conspire against a mere soul sect member. For what purpose? Yang Qitian frowned. "Yang Qitian, you should understand that the Elders will never disclose their thoughts to us," Long Mingho replied. "Humph." Yang Qitian's temper flared, declaring, "If you wish to take the prince, you must first get past me." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Yi Qin immediately intervened to prevent Yang Qitian's rash action. "Your Highness," Yang Qitian se med troublet. "Do not worry, I will be fine," Yi Qin replied with a calm smile, and then stepped out of the room, followed closely by Long Mingho and his entourage. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong leaned on her cane with one arm, her head resting on her other hand, reclining against the throne. Her beautiful eyes, once fierce, now appeared somewhat vacant. Yi Qin, Bibi Dong murmured, lost in thought, her mind consumed by images of Yi Qin and his somewhat youthful face. "He is but a child," she whispered, feeling a sense of loss. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door, disrupting Bibi Dong's thoughts. She called out towards the door, "Who is making such a ruckus outside?" "Your Majesty, it is Yang Qitian, the protector of Yi Qin, requesting an audience." A voice responded, "Yevin." Upon hearing that name, Bibi Dong's sensitivity heightened. "Let him in." The doors of the grand hall swung open, and Yang Qitian rushed in, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Your Holiness." "Yang Qitian, have you not resigned from all your offices? Why have you returned?" Bibi Dong questioned coldly. "Your Holiness, I beseech you to save our prince." Yang Qitian knelt once more. "The prince? Yi Qin?" Bibi Dong gasped. "What has happened to him?" "He has been taken by the Elders' Hall," Yang Qitian replied. "Considering the prince's dedication to the Holy Maiden, I implore you, Your Holiness, save his life." The Elders' Hall, the most powerful organization within the Spirit Hall, boasts a grandeur surpassing even that of the Pope's Hall. Under Long Mingho's guidance, Yi Qin calmly traversed the circular door, entering the Elders' Hall. Chapter 47. The Elders' Hall, Threats and Temptations. The Pope arrives. Long Mingho escorted Yi Qin into the main chamber of the Elders' Hall. The vast expanse was adorned with opulent decorations, with numerous gilded thrones lining the walls. At the center stood a towering statue, gilded and reaching several meters high. This was a statue of a goddess, her 6 wings extended backward, her right hand gripping a mighty sword, its tip pointing toward the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty. This was the idol of the Spirit Hall, the statue of the god of angels. The angelic secret realm seemed to reside within the statue itself. Yi Qin's gaze briefly lingered on the statue before sweeping to other areas. At that moment, the hall was devoid of any presence, enveloped in a profound tranquility. Where are the elders? Yi Qin inquired of Long Mingho. The elders, all titled Douluo, hold an esteemed status. You should feel honored to be summoned by them. Just be patient. Long Mingho replied coldly. I suspect you do not know, as some are simply not destined to be above others. Yi Qin retorted with a detached mockery. Throughout their exchange, Yi Qin had become convinced that Long Mingho was merely a tool of the Elders' Hall. Yevin, do not think that just because you are a prince, I will not dare to act against you. In the Spirit Hall, even the Emperor of the Empire must tread carefully. Long Mingho declared with anger. You may attempt it. Yevin replied fearlessly. While the Elders' Hall may provoke some concern, he certainly did not regard a mere soul Douluo with trepidation. Long Mingho, infuriated, was about to unleash his wrath when an aged voice suddenly interjected. Long Mingho, do you seek death by acting recklessly in the Elders' Hall? As the voice faded, an elderly man appeared before the two. The old man, adorned with a specially crafted high hat and holding a thick tome, wore a golden red robe designated for elders of the Spirit Hall. Although he appeared somewhat frail, with deep-set eyes and sunken cheeks, a kind smile adorned his face. I pay my respects to Elder Shengyan. Upon seeing the old man, Long Mingho's anger dissipated, and he knelt respectfully. Yi Qin, do you dare to remain standing before Elder Shengyan? Long Mingho chided. You may kneel. I shall not. Yi Qin replied coldly with a smile. You. Long Mingho's anger flared again, but he was interrupted by Elder Shengyan, who chuckled. Indeed, your temperament bears some resemblance to your mother, Yi Nanshi. Yi Qin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Elder Shengyan's words, realizing that the elder was acquainted with Yi Nanshi. What? Long Mingho's pupils constricted. Elder Shengyan, are you saying he is the son of Elder Yi? Indeed, Elder Shengyan affirmed. The former Elder Yi, the youngest among the elders, was greatly praised by both the grand and second offerings. Alas, it is a pity. As Elder Shengyan spoke, Long Mingho's gaze towards Yi Qin shifted, now imbued with a sense of reverence. What is your name? Elder Shengyan inquired of Yi Qin. Yi Qin. Yi Qin replied succinctly. I have heard that you, at the tender age of 9, were able to defeat Qian and Mohan. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now it makes sense that you are her descendant. Elder Sheng Yin smiled at Yi Qin. Ah, Yi Qin is only 9? Long Mingho exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Elder Sheng Yin chuckled, showing exceptional talent at such a young age. Had I not been aware of his background, I would have assumed him to be at least 15. Yi Qin, increasingly perplexed, felt as though he had been drawn into Elder Sheng Yan's words, and thus he directly inquired, Elder Sheng Yan, may I ask why I have been summoned to the Elder Hall? Upon hearing this, Elder Sheng Yan maintained his composure, stating, I initially intended to converse with you. Since you've asked, I shall be direct. Yi Qin, on behalf of the Elder Hall, I extend an invitation for you to join us. A wave of delight surged through Yi Qin's heart as he began to discern the Elder Hall's intentions. With keen interest, he replied, what are the benefits of such an invitation? There are numerous advantages. Elder Sheng Yin responded confidently. I dare say there's no place in the entire continent with resources that can rival this one. Not even the Papal Hall. With your extraordinary talent, the Elder Hall will undoubtedly invest heavily in your development. I can assure you, within 30 years, you will ascend to the rank of Titled Douluo. At this proclamation, envy gleamed in Long Mingho's eyes, for he was already advanced in years and had only recently surpassed the rank of Soul Douluo. Achieving Titled Douluo within 30 years is a staggering feat. In all of Douluo Continent, there's only been one individual who reached Titled Douluo before turning 50, known as the youngest Titled Douluo, Hao Qian Douluo. The Elder Hall's expectations of Yi Qin have already surpassed those of Tang Hao. However, Yi Qin remained unfazed. With the formidable system he possessed, he believed that in 30 years, he would likely transcend even divine ranks. Moreover, joining the Elder Hall was out of the question. With Bibi Dong currently his partner, how could he possibly align himself with an opposing faction? I appreciate your goodwill, but I've already pledged my allegiance to the Papal Hall, so I see no necessity in this matter. Yi Qin replied. Elder Sheng Yan's expression shifted dramatically, just as another voice coldly interrupted. Given your dual martial souls and exceptional talent, I allowed Elder Sheng Yan to converse with you. should you fail to recognize your fortune. You ought to be aware of the consequences. The three turned towards the source of the voice and beheld another figure clad in golden robes, seated upon a throne. Greetings, Judgment Elder. Both Elder Sheng Yin and Long Ming Hao bowed in unison. The individual, with graying temples and a robust stature, exuded an air of authority. And it was none other than the Capricorn Douluo whom Yi Qin had previously encountered. The Capricorn Douluo's blunt words ignited Yi Qin's temper, and he retorted coldly. It appears this is indeed the true intention of the Elder Hall. Upon hearing Yi Qin's statement, the Capricorn Douluo's fury ignited. Yi Qin, you are the descendant of a traitor to the Martial Soul Hall. There are countless methods at my disposal to eliminate you. Despite the Capricorn Douluo's fierce gaze, Yi Qin revealed no outward emotion. However, he silently vowed to remember this animosity, and when the time was right, he would ensure retribution. Seeing the tension escalate, Elder Sheng Yin quickly interjected with a smile. Judgment Elder, please calm down. He then turned to Yi Qin with a warm demeanor. Yi Qin, the Judgment Elder has a rather irritable temperament. Do not take his words to heart. At this moment, Yi Qin comprehended the dual strategy of intimidation and allure employed by both the Capricorn and Sheng Yin. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from outside. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Upon hearing this proclamation, both the Capricorn and Sheng Yin's expressions shifted in surprise. Yi Qin felt a mixture of shock and joy, turning towards the entrance to see the enchanting figure of Bibi Dong gracefully approaching. At that instant, Bibi Dong caught sight of Yi Qin, and their eyes met, stirring a subtle wave of emotion within her, a fleeting flicker of excitement crossing her features. Yet, she quickly masked it, her gaze turning cold as she faced forward. Your Highness, Long Ming Hao immediately knelt before Bibi Dong, declaring, I greet your holiness. Elder Sheng Yin also inclined his head respectfully to Bibi Dong, while the Capricorn Douluo remained impassive upon his throne, questioning, what brings his holiness to the Elder Hall? Bibi Dong retorted, since Yi Qin is the descendant of a traitor to the Martial Soul Hall, it is only natural for the Elder Hall to inquire about him for the sake of Martial Soul Hall security. Have you finished your inquiries? Bibi Dong's expression remained cold. Once you have, I shall take him away. Yi Qin, come with me, Bibi Dong said, extending her hand towards him. Yi Qin felt a momentary pang of apprehension, yet he still followed Bibi Dong out of the Elder Hall. Witnessing this scene, the Capricorn Douluo felt a fury he could not express. Bibi Dong was a person who feared no one, not even the Grand Offering Qiandao Lu. How could he dare to offend her? He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would personally come to the Elder Hall for Yi Qin. As Bibi Dong held Yi Qin's hand, he felt a sense of discomfort. He did not wish to be protected by a woman. Rather, he yearned to be the protector of his own woman. Thus, upon exiting the Elder Hall, Yi Qin released Bibi Dong's hand and calmly said, thank you. In that moment, as Yi Qin's hand slipped away, a hint of disappointment flickered in Bibi Dong's heart. However, upon meeting Yi Qin's gaze, she felt a surge of joy and replied softly, you're welcome. Once again, their eyes locked in silence, and a faint blush graced Bibi Dong's exquisite cheeks. Your Highness, your Highness. At that moment, Yang Qi Tian hurried over, breaking the enchantment of the moment. Upon hearing his voice, both Bibi Dong and Yi Qin diverted their attention. Your Highness, I am so relieved to see you unharmed, Yang Qi Tian exclaimed with fervor. Thank you, Young Monkey, for your help this time, Yi Qin replied. This is all thanks to His Holiness the Pope. Yang Qi Tian respectfully addressed Bibi Dong, expressing gratitude for her intervention. Yang Qi Tian, I grant you an opportunity, Bibi Dong replied without sentiment. I will restore all your positions within the Martial Soul Hall. From this day forth, you shall accompany Yi Qin without my command. Not even the Grand Offering of the Martial Soul Hall may summon him. Yang Qi Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then rejoiced. I shall obey your orders. Thank you. Yi Qin expressed his gratitude to Bibi Dong, then turned to Yang Qi Tian. Let us head back to the hotel. Yi Qin, Bibi Dong suddenly called out. What is it, your holiness? Ye vin inuited. Bibi Dong, gripping her staff tightly, beads of perspiration forming, said it's nothing, just be careful. It was evident that Bibi Dong was internally conflicted. She desired Yi Qin to stay with her, but found herself at a loss for words. Yi Qin understood Bibi Dong's sentiments, but intended to continue playing hard to get. Thus, he offered a gentle smile as he made his way with Yang Chi-tian towards the hotel. As they reached the entrance of their room, Yi-Chin spotted Hulina rushing towards him. "Chin, are you all right?" Hulina asked anxiously. Mifine. Yi-Chin gently shook his head. "I heard you were taken by the Elder Hall, and I was so worried about you. I searched for the teacher, and when I learned she had gone to the Elder Hall, I finally felt relieved." Hulina expressed her concern. "They didn't do anything to you, did they? It's my fault for making you worry." Yi-Chin offered a tender smile to Hulina. "I'm so glad you are safe." Unable to contain herself, Hulina leapt into Yi-Chin's embrace. Feeling Hulina's softness and the intoxicating fragrance she emanated, Yi-Chin's heart raced. Thus, he promptly lifted Hulina into his arms and stepped into his room. Today, Hulina appeared particularly alluring. Clad in a form-fitting short skirt and adorned with pink high heels, her slender, jade-like legs were elegantly encased in white silk. In the early morning, a series of knocks on the door stirred Yi-Chin from his slumber. Standing outside was Smog, the personal bodyguard of Bibi Dong. "Lord Yi-Chin, Her Holiness requests your presence," Smog announced. "Now?" Yi-Chin questioned, half opening the door, surprise evident on his face. "Yes, it is urgent. Please, my lord, set forth at once." Smog replied. "Very well. I shall change my attire and be there shortly." With that, Yi-Chin closed the door, dressed quickly, tucked in the covers for the still sleeping Hulina, and gave a few instructions to Yang Chi-tian before following Smog to the papal palace. Despite already being with his disciple, why did he constantly yearn to see her? Moreover, did he truly deserve her? Inside the papal palace, Bibi Dong gazed out the window, her beautiful eyes dimmed, her heart tangled with conflicting emotions. In that moment, she bore little resemblance to the iron-willed pope, appearing instead as a lovesick woman. No, perhaps this was Bibi Dong's true self. Once she was an innocent girl, filled with her own love, only to have it ruthlessly stripped away, losing her original candor in the process. "Do you mind?" Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through her reverie. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting power over Bibi Dong, causing her to shiver as she turned to see Yi-Chin standing there. "When did you arrive? Answer my question." Yi-Chin did not respond directly. His gaze fixed upon her enchanting eyes, his voice commanding. Hearing his inquiry, combined with that inexplicable allure, Bibi Dong's candid heart seemed to crack open, her lovely eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I shall ask you but one question." Yi-Chin pressed. "Are you willing to be my woman?" "Yi-Chin, do not say such things." Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. "Can we not take a moment? Grant me some time." Yi-Chin's expression hardened. "I will count to 3. Faced with such a formidable woman, he understood that he could not pursue her as he would with an ordinary girl. However, his confidence stemmed from an unwavering sense of affection. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, Yi-Chin felt a flutter of anxiety within him, pondering how he would mask his feelings if Bibi Dong were to reject him. But then, he noticed a sudden shift in her demeanor. Her gaze returned to its usual state, laced with disdain yet tinged with a hint of cruelty, all the while a sly smile curved her lips. Seeing the transformation on her face, Yi-Chin's heart skipped a beat as Bibi Dong declared, "Very well, I will be your woman." He exhaled in relief. "However, I have one condition," she continued. "Speak," Yi-Chin replied. "You may only have me as your woman," Bibi Dong stated firmly. Taken aback, Yi-Chin's mind raced. It was impossible for him to forsake Hulina, not to mention the system often presented him with women he could not refuse. "Excuse me," the system interjected. "The hidden task is merely based on the host's preferences. Clearly, it is your own lecherous nature. Do not blame the system." Yi-Chin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He turned to Bibi Dong, conflicted and hesitant. "I fear I cannot agree to that condition. I can concede to everything else." To his surprise, Bibi Dong did not react with anger. Instead, she responded, "Then I require 3 conditions from you." "Agreed." Yi-Chin nodded eagerly. He had not anticipated Bibi Dong would accept as having a harem. Surely, this was the system's doing. "First, regardless of how many women you have, I must be the foremost," Bibi Dong asserted. "Not problem," Yi-Chin replied, for in his heart, Bibi Dong's place was undeniably paramount. "Yi-Chin, confess honestly, besides Hulina, do you have any other women?" Bibi Dong pressed. The image of Yi-Chin flickered in his mind, yet he shook his head. "None. I do not believe you. At such a tender age, possessing such prowess? You are the first of your kind I have encountered." Bibi Dong retorted. "Believe what you will. Now let's discuss the second condition." Yi Qin shrugged nonchalantly. Second, I want you by my side. Bibi Dong continued. Of course. Yi Qin replied, that is hardly a condition. No, I mean, I want you to hold a position in the papal palace, so I can keep a watchful eye on you and prevent you from straying. Bibi Dong replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Very well. Yi Qin hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Deep down, Bibi Dong still could not accept his flirtatious nature. Now the third point. Bibi Dong added, for the time being, I do not wish to engage in that particular activity. As a seasoned individual, Yi Qin understood her meaning and readily agreed. All right. Not to mention, he already had Hulaina, which made him somewhat hesitant. However, once they solidified their relationship, such matters would naturally follow. My conditions are laid out. Do you have any of your own? Bibi Dong inquired. I have but one condition, Yi Qin said earnestly. Regardless of what occurs, you must stand by my side. Agreed. It is settled. Bibi Dong nodded gently, extending her right hand. Today, Bibi Dong, as ever, donned a resplendent purple and gold gown, her head crowned with a 9-curve crown. Beneath her gown lay a pair of slender legs encased in gold-threaded black stockings, exuding a captivating fragrance that enchanted countless men. Yi Qin smiled faintly, swiftly approaching her and lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Ah, Yi Qin, what are you doing? Bibi Dong gasped in surprise. Without a word, Yi Qin carried her directly to the throne. Though Bibi Dong possessed the strength to easily escape his embrace, she chose not to. Soon, he gently placed her upon the throne. Yi Qin, did you not promise me this would not happen? Bibi Dong questioned, a hint of trepidation flickering in her gaze. Ah, I am simply curious why you agreed to become my woman, Yi Qin asked. Because I wish to, Bibi Dong replied defiantly. Ah, splendid. That is the Bibi Dong I remember. Yi Qin smiled at her boldness. Yi Qin, could we change how we address each other? Bibi Dong suddenly suggested, her expression dimming. Why? Is Dong or not to your liking? Yi Qin began, only to realize that Dong or likely was a term associated with Yu Shaojiang. Very well. What shall I call you? In public, you shall refer to me as your holiness. Bibi Dong commanded. Privately, you may call me as you wish. Then I shall call you Sister Dong. Yi Qin declared. That sounds delightful. Bibi Dong responded, clearly pleased, observing her content demeanor. Yi Qin felt a surge of desire and was about to initiate another round of flirtation when suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Your Holiness, Elders Zhu and Gue request an audience. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was startled while Yi Qin remained calm. Yi Qin, you must hide, Bibi Dong urged, pushing him aside. Must I truly hide? Ye vin inwidit. Yes, Bibi Dong insisted. Very well then. Yi Qin Xuan cast a glance, his face flushing as he hurriedly concealed himself behind the throne. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Bibi Dong's Martial Soul. Once Yi Qin had hidden away, Bibi Dong swiftly composed herself, her voice coldly resonating. Let the two elders enter. Soon after, the second elder, Zhu Gue, stepped inside, respectfully kneeling before Bibi Dong. Greetings, Your Holiness. Rise, elders, Bibi Dong replied. How did the mission fare? Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have fulfilled your trust. Zhu Douluo answered. Excellent. Bibi Dong responded. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you two elders. Please, Your Majesty. They both replied in unison. The position of the Pope has remained vacant for too long. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Bibi Dong inquired. Zhu Guidao was momentarily taken aback. Why does Your Majesty bring this up? However, without hesitation, they replied in unison. Everything shall depend on Your Majesty's holy judgment. Very well, I have a candidate in mind. What do you think of Yi Qin? Bibi Dong stated. Yi Qin? Zhu Guidao exchanged glances. Indeed, he was personally bestowed the title of Platinum Bishop by me. Considering his performance in the city of Das and his contributions during the selection trials, I believe he is well suited for this responsibility. Bibi Dong articulated. Understood, Your Majesty. They echoed simultaneously. Then, you two elders, having traveled a long way, should now take your rest. Bibi Dong continued. We take our leave. Both Zhu Douluos bowed and departed. Old ghost, do you feel someone behind the throne? Zhu Douluo whispered to Guidao. You think too much. Her Holiness's cultivation is no less than ours. If you can sense her, she can surely sense you. Guidao replied, discreetly signaling with his hand. Zhu Douluo immediately understood, feigning a sigh. It seems it was merely my imagination. Regardless, I haven't slept a wink in 3 days and nights. I must go and get a good rest. Once Douluo had exited, the Great Hall's doors closed once more. Only then did Yi Qin emerge from behind the throne. Does this mean I will be your pope in the future? Yi Qin asked Bibi Dong. What? Don't take advantage of the situation. Bibi Dong reclined on the throne, a sly smile gracing her lips. What exactly does this position entail? Yevin inwidet kadimni. Quite simply, you will attend to my daily needs. Bibi Dong replied. From this day forth, you will move into my palace, ensuring you have no opportunity to frolic elsewhere and cause trouble. Yi Qin was taken aback. What about Hulaina? Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly. Yi Qin, while I permit you to have other women, it would be best not to mention them in my presence, lest I be compelled to act. Yi Qin was momentarily stunned. Despite Bibi Dong's unwavering affection for him, could such a formidable person truly accept the presence of other women in his life? This could undoubtedly pose a challenge. Sister Dong, allow me to present you with a gift. Yi Qin pondered for a moment before speaking. Coincidentally, I also wish to gift you something. Bibi Dong said, you go first. Yi Qin smiled faintly and produced a mystical herb bestowed upon him by the system. Upon seeing the purple, translucent herb, Bibi Dong's expression shifted in surprise. What is this? I don't know, but it is certainly something extraordinary. Yi Qin replied with a smile. As for its effects, you will discover them upon consumption. You dare offer me something unknown to eat? What if something goes wrong? Bibi Dong questioned, perplexed as she took the herb. You are mine, Yi Qin assured her. I will not let anything happen to you. Very well, I shall eat it. Let us see if you will mourn my demise. With that, Bibi Dong placed the herb in her mouth and began to chew slowly. How does it taste? Yi Qin asked. Very bitter, Bibi Dong replied, her face devoid of expression. I find it hard to believe you find it bitter at all. Je viens éclamer in astonishment. When one endures much suffering, even the most bitter of things can be consumed as easily as water. Bibi Dong sighed softly. Hearing this, Yi Qin's heart sank. The world only knew of Bibi Dong's unparalleled glory. Who could fathom the depths of her suffering? Yi Qin, what troubles you? Seeing him staring at her blankly, Bibi Dong asked in surprise. Nothing. Yi Qin forced a smile. So, do you feel anything? Bibi Dong gently shook her head. Nothing. That cannot be true. Ye Vin pondered it. Perplexed. This was the reward for completing his final task. It could not possibly be an ordinary herb. In the next moment, a surge of crimson energy erupted from within Bibi Dong. 9 dazzling spirit rings materializing beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a massive spider silhouette loomed above her. Instantly, red patterns enveloped her exquisite face, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying murderous intent. Moreover, her hair transformed from golden to a deep wine red. Sister Dong, what has happened to you? Yi Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Qin, do not look at me. Bibi Dong's expression turned fearful, as if she dreaded his seeing her in this state. System, come forth. Yi Qin commanded angrily. What in the world is this herb? Do not panic, host. This is a normal process. The system responded. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yi Qin felt a semblance of calm wash over him. But when he observed Bibi Dong's anguished moans, his heart grew uneasy once more. At this moment, the crimson energy enveloping Bibi Dong morphed into raging flames, incinerating her crown and garments entirely, leaving her bare form concealed within the blinding red light. Minna. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qin summoned Minna. Master, how may I serve you? Minna appeared by Yi Qin's side. Guard the Pope's hall. No one is to enter. Yi Qin commanded. Understood. Minna complied, immediately utilizing spatial powers to seal the entrance to the Pope's hall. At that moment, the spider silhouette above Bibi Dong began to shift. The shadow of the spider gradually transformed into an ethereal human shape. As the red patterns on Bibi Dong's face slowly faded, her turbulent aura began to stabilize, leaving only the piercing red light surrounding her. As time passed, the spider silhouette fully transformed into a crimson figure. This humanoid entity was a woman, possessing a beauty akin to Bibi Dong's, clad in red armor and adorned with a crown of sin, her eyes cloaked in darkness, exuding an eerie crimson aura. Additionally, a pair of purple wings unfurled from her back. The martial soul has evolved. Yi Qin realized instantly. The herb bestowed upon him by the system had the capacity to evolve martial souls. Chapter 51, Bibi Dong's Gift. The 10,000-year soul bone, continuing to enhance for the sake of life. Host, behold the power of the yin-yang Sanqing herb. It has induced a metamorphosis in Bibi Dong's martial soul, liberating her from the visage of that unsightly spider. Furthermore, even the might of the Rakshasa god will not diminish her beauty. The system's mechanical voice resonated. I adore you, system. Yi Qin's heart swelled with joy. By the way, what is the name of this martial soul? Yi Qin inquired. The Sinful Empress. The system replied. At that moment, Bibi Dong and the Sinful Empress's energies fully stabilized, and the red light surrounding her gradually dissipated. Witnessing this sinister scene, a warmth welled up from Yi Qin's nostrils. Soon, Bibi Dong awakened, feeling the vast energy within her body and the transformation of her martial soul, and she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Yi Qin, what kind of celestial herb did you give me? Bibi Dong inquired. Sister, perhaps you should put some clothes on first? Ye vin ripiet. Bibi Dong glanced at her body and was immediately startled. She quickly retrieved a brand new outfit from the soul guide container and adorned herself. If any other man had seen her body, Bibi Dong would have effortlessly killed him. However, Yi Qin was already considered hers, so she felt no concern. How shameless! She chided lightly as she noticed Yi Qin's nosebleed. Sister, you're simply too alluring. Yi Qin lamented. Your figure is undoubtedly the finest I have ever seen. Does that mean you've seen many women's bodies? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. No. Yi Qin fibbed with his eyes wide. Never mind. I won't bother arguing with you. Bibi Dong replied. Now, you can tell me what celestial herb you gave me, right? It is called the Yin-Yang Three Purities Grass, which can allow your Death Spider Queen to evolve into the Evil Empress. Yi Qin answered, following the system's prompt. So, my martial soul has already evolved? Bibi Dong expressed with a hint of excitement. Yes. Yi Qin nodded. Now, how do you plan to repay me? By the way, I have a gift for you too. Bibi Dong continued, a red light emanating from her chest, revealing a miniature wing within that glow. What is this? Ye viniklemet. It's the external winged soul bone from the 10,000-year soul beast, the heavenly winged demon spider. Bibi Dong replied, I preserved it after defeating it. Since I already possess winged soul bones, I cannot absorb it. Sister, you are incredibly fortunate. Ye Qin's pupils constricted. External soul bones are immensely precious, especially those of the wing type. While other 10,000-year soul bones from the 6 major parts can only be utilized by those who have absorbed their corresponding soul rings, external soul bones are different. You are giving me such a precious item? Yi Qin asked. Did you not also give me such a precious celestial herb? Why wouldn't I? Bibi Dong smiled. Of course. Thank you, my dear wife. Yi Qin accepted the soul bone. Upon hearing Yi Qin's words, Bibi Dong's face flushed. Who is your wife? Who else could it be? Yi Qin teased with a grin. Bibi Dong, the 10,000-year soul bone, is extremely valuable. You must use it with caution to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Bibi Dong cautioned. Thank you for your concern, my dear wife. Yi Qin replied. Enough with the flattery. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul bone is no trivial matter. However, I will protect you, so there shouldn't be any significant issues, Bibi Dong said, her face radiant. Understood. With that, Yi Qin immediately sat cross-legged, preparing to draw the soul bone into his body. Yi Qin originally possessed a 10,000-year soul bone, but since it was generated by a soul beast, it differed from the system's soul bones, making absorption somewhat challenging. He first opened his 4 soul rings of yellow and purple, along with his second martial soul, the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. Then, under Yi Qin's will, a terrifying black energy from the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon surged toward the soul bone of the heavenly winged demon spider. Under the guidance of this energy, the soul bone began to enter his body, and Yi Qin's expression changed slightly with discomfort. Bibi Dong, observing intently, was concerned about any potential problems. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but just as the soul bone completely merged with Yi Qin's body, a massive spider shadow roared forth from above his head. The spider was entirely purple, with 8 legs and wings, the very illusion of the heavenly winged demon spider. In that instant, the phantom of the heavenly winged demon spider frantically roared, launching an attack on Yi Qin's Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. Is that the resentment power of the heavenly winged demon spider? Bibi Dong frowned. Yi Qin, I believe in you. The resentment power of soul beasts only appears in high-quality soul rings and soul bones, representing the indomitable will of those powerful soul beasts whose bodies may be dead. Yet their spirits persist. It can directly assault a soul master's martial soul, aiming to severely injure them. This is one reason lower-tier soul masters hesitate to absorb high-level soul rings. Currently, this heavenly winged demon spider had nearly reached 200,000 years of cultivation when Bibi Dong defeated it, making it exceptionally ferocious. Faced with the attack of the heavenly winged demon spider, Yi Qin immediately urged the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon to retaliate. Quickly, a fierce battle ensued above Yi Qin's head between the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon and the heavenly winged demon spider. Realizing the situation, Yi Qin activated his soul power to shield himself. Although the heavenly winged demon spider was merely an essence of will, its terrifying power, akin to that of a fierce beast, managed to pierce one of the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon's arms. At that moment, with the martial soul suffering a heavy blow, Yi Qin's body also felt the impact, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yevin, Bibi Dong gasped, her heart filled with alarm, but she refrained from speaking, knowing she could not interfere at this moment. Humph. Yi Qin let out a cold grunt as his 4 rings simultaneously radiated light, infusing it into the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. However, even so, the battle between the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon and the heavenly winged demon spider remained evenly matched. Meanwhile, a pitch-black great sword appeared beside the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon, thrusting toward the phantom of the heavenly winged demon spider. This sword was the demonic sword form of the Sword of Gods and Demons. What is that? Bibi Dong's pupils constricted. The third martial soul? After the appearance of the demonic sword, the deadlock was instantly broken, piercing into the illusion of the heavenly winged demon spider. In that moment, the heavenly winged demon spider was utterly destroyed, and a flash of red light emanated from Yi Qin's spine, as a pair of red wings extended from his sides. The wings resembled red metal, radiating a hazy flame-like glow, appearing exceedingly mysterious. As the soul bone was completely absorbed, Yi Qin's soul power surged again, reaching level 48. Yi Qin did not rise immediately. His body and martial soul were heavily injured, so he continued to cultivate and recover. Seeing the dimming Annihilation Ancestor Dragon, Bibi Dong promptly sat behind him, infusing her soul power into him, feeling the vast and warm soul power flowing into his back. Yi Qin smiled with closed eyes. "Thank you, my dear wife. Don't speak. Focus on recovery. A damaged martial soul is no trifling matter," Bibi Dong responded. Yi Qin ceased his conversation. 10 minutes later, the Annihilation Ancestor Dragon's martial soul stabilized once more, radiating a brilliant black light. Only then did Yi Qin finally exhale in relief, leaning back on a Bibi Dong's graceful legs. "Sai, I'm so exhausted. Yevin Sikit, you are still young. Facing some setbacks is beneficial," Bibi Dong comforted gently. "By the way, Yi Qin, do you have any secrets you're keeping from me?" "What secrets?" "Yevin fine innocence. Like your 2 Titled Douluo attendants, or your 3rd martial soul," Bibi Dong remarked. Yi Qin had carefully considered revealing his 3rd martial soul before Bibi Dong, and he opened his eyes, looking up. "Come closer. I'll tell you." At that moment, Smog's voice echoed from outside the hall. "Not good. Your Majesty the Pope, the Holy Maiden has been injured." Upon hearing this, both Yi Qin and Bibi Dong were taken aback. Yi Qin immediately declared, "Yi sister, I need to see what happened." Without hesitation, Yi Qin dashed out of the Pope's palace. Observing his anxious departure, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, pondering whether their relationship was indeed the right choice. However, recalling Yi Qin's tender affection towards her, she quickly found solace. Yet, the thought of her disciple being bullied stirred her resolve, and she rose, gripping her scepter, and commanded coldly, "Come forth." After a series of inquiries, Yi Qin learned that the younger generation from the Elder Hall had stormed into the Pope's training camp, challenging them to a duel. What a foolish girl. How could she agree to fight without knowing her own strengths? Yi Qin scolded inwardly as he hurried towards the site of the duel. At the center of Wuhuan Mountain, a duel platform was bustling with young men and women. Hu Laina and Xie stood on one side with a group, while on the other, Ling Zhuo and Feng Qiling were prominently positioned, flanked by a silver-haired young man. This young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, wore a black mask over one eye and donned silver armor, exuding an air of arrogance as he stood with his arms crossed. "Qiling, is this the holy maiden Hu Laina you mentioned?" The silver-haired man sneered at Hu Laina. "Not impressive at all. Umph. Han Dong, do you think your 10 years of age makes you superior? Xiaoyu retorted with a scoff. Huh, if you possess the capability, find a sole master of my age in the Pope's palace, and I would gladly engage. Han Dong declared arrogantly. His words left Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. BB Dong's influence had only recently flourished, with Ulaina being the standout of her generation, whereas the Elder Hall's prominence had been established since the era of Douluo. Consequently, the Pope's palace could not rival the Elder Hall in terms of youthful talent. Or perhaps you could wait 10 years. By then, you might be of my age. Han Dong smirked, and his sarcastic tone drew laughter from the young generation of the Elder Hall. Ulaina, if it weren't for the fact that the heir selection competition only allows participants under 25, how could you ever dream of the heir position? He taunted, pointing at her coldly. Oomph. Ulaina held her injured abdomen and shot him a frosty glare. Don't think that just because you are the holy maiden, you can act all high and mighty. Ling Zhuruan mocked. It's only a matter of time before you're stripped of your title. By the way, I heard your Pope's palace recently gained a genius who defeated Qian Moan. Where is he now? Han Dong's lips curled into a taunting smile. Could it be that upon seeing me, he has been too frightened to show up? If he were here, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to stand. Ulaina's pupils constricted. Just a coward hiding away. Feng Qiling snapped. I think you've forgotten how you sustained those injuries, Ulaina retorted coldly. At this, Feng Qiling fell silent. Yet, taking advantage of Han Dong's presence, Ling Zhuruo coldly remarked, Enough. Let him come. Spare us your verbal bravado. Forgive my bluntness. But there isn't a single capable fighter in the Pope's palace. Who dares to bully Laina? Just then, a shrill voice pierced through the air, causing everyone to turn in its direction. Ulaina initially thought it was Yi Qin arriving, but instead, a red-haired man clad in crimson armor stood before them. It was Yen. This sight left Ulaina feeling disheartened. Oh, and who might you be? Han Dong sneered at Yen dismissively. Yen disregarded his question and turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect that without me. You could win the selection competition. I won't hold it against you. But such an exhilarating duel, and you didn't even call me. And now, Laina is injured. What kind of brother are you? Yen, how many times must I tell you not to speak so intimately? Xiaoyu interjected, but Laina's cold words interrupted him, unable to suppress her irritation. Oh dear, and they haven't even started fighting yet. And already it's a dog-eat-dog situation. Han Dong remarked coldly. The Pope's palace truly is a collection of ridiculous fools. Say that again, if you dare. Yen shouted at Han Dong. I said, the Pope's palace is filled with trash. Han Dong replied with a chilling smile. In truth, he was the disciple of the Capricorn Douluo, clearly here to mock the Pope's palace. In that moment, Yan's anger erupted. Flames surged around him as a peculiar humanoid creature formed from fire and rock emerged behind him. His unique martial spirit, the Flame Lord. Simultaneously, for soul rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath him. Upon witnessing Yan's extraordinary martial spirit, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Dong's eyes. Yet the sight of those 4 soul rings reignited his confidence. Fine, I shall teach you a lesson, you presumptuous brat. Han Dong smirked coldly, raising his palm to reveal a purple metallic ring the size of a basin. The ring's outer edge bristled with jagged spikes, gleaming ominously. Han Dong's martial spirit was evidently a weapon type, boasting a splendid name, the Night Star Wheel. With a sly grin, Han Dong summoned 5 eye-catching soul rings beneath him, and the star wheel in his hand blazed with brilliance, shining like a star. Upon seeing Han Dong's 5 rings, Yan's confidence waned. Nevertheless, eager to impress Ulaina and driven by youthful arrogance, he maintained a defiant expression. Xiaoyu and the other disciples from the Pope's palace clearly held little hope for Yen, their faces reflecting their disappointment. Ulaina's dismay was particularly pronounced as she frequently glanced towards the edge of the duel platform, yearning for the sight of the most handsome figure. Alas, fate had other plans. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had already launched an attack against Han Dong. 4th soul skill, Fiery Rock Earth. With a furious shout, Yan's body was instantly enveloped in rock, flames flickering vividly around it. Overconfident, 3rd soul skill, Star Moon Reincarnation. Han Dong sneered, his star wheel expanding tenfold, spinning rapidly before hurtling towards Yen like a shooting star. Yan's Flame Lord possessed both fire and earth attributes, categorizing it among the top-tier martial spirits. At merely 18 years of age, he had already reached level 43. In individual combat, neither Xiaoyu nor Ulaina could rival him. But the duo's martial spirit fusion technique concealed Yan's brilliance. However, facing Han Dong, whose level surpassed his by a significant margin, Yan was evidently outmatched. In an instant, Yan's fiery and rocky armor shattered under the onslaught of the star wheel, and his robust form was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Such meager strength is a waste of my time. Han Dong swiftly approached Yan, stepping on his head and speaking coldly. Witnessing this scene, the young disciples of the Pope's palace were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice their fury. After all, the three most formidable geniuses of the Pope's palace, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, had all been defeated. The most crucial point was that their generation's talent was not inferior to that of the Elder Hall, merely hindered by their youth. Yi Qin has arrived. At that moment, a disciple from the Pope's palace shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see Yi Qin hastening towards the duel platform, making a beeline for Hulaina. Yi Qin, you finally made it. A faint smile emerged on Hulaina's face, despite her evident pain. Are you all right? Yi Qin asked, both affectionate and concerned as he gazed at Hulaina. I'm fine. Hulaina gently shook her head. Are you Yi Qin? At that moment, Han Dong disdainfully remarked towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin ignored Han Dong and continued to ask, Hulaina, who injured you? It was me. What, are you not convinced? Han Dong retorted with a cold smile. Yi Qin's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he gazed at Han Dong, and before the latter could react, he activated his lightness technique to its utmost, delivering a swift slap without hesitation. Yi Qin's speed was unparalleled. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Han Dong had already been sent flying to the left. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Fortunately, Han Dong was not weak. At the critical moment, he stabilized himself with his soul power, preventing a fall, though his expression transformed from arrogance to fury and shock. You dare to ambush me? Han Dong coldly spoke to Yi Qin. Oh, is that so? Yi Qin smirked, appearing before Han Dong like a phantom, their gazes locking, feeling each other's breath. At this moment, Han Dong was finally prepared, gripping the edge of his star wheel with his right hand, swinging it like a butcher's knife towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin made no attempt to evade. Lightning flickered on his right arm as he met Han Dong's star wheel head-on. In that instant, Han Dong's 5 rings and Yi Qin's 4 rings erupted beneath them, engaging in a battle of soul power. A mere 4-ringed soul master dares to. But before Han Dong could finish, a massive black dragon roared forth from behind Yi Qin. The moment the world-destroying ancestral dragon appeared, Yi Qin's aura surged dramatically, and his fist, imbued with the power of thunder, shattered Han Dong's weapon, sending it flying. Well done, Yi Qin. Teach him a lesson. Someone from the Hall of the Pope shouted excitedly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Hall of the Pope beamed with joy, while the Elders' Hall displayed looks of astonishment. I thought you were formidable. Yi Qin taunted Han Dong. It seems you are even inferior to Qian and Mohan. Do not get too proud. Han Dong retorted coldly. Let me show you the true power of the Night Star Wheel. Though he spoke bravely, Han Dong's heart trembled. Yi Qin's strength exceeded his expectations. Twin Night Star Wheels. Han Dong declared coldly, revealing a purple wheel in his left hand and a red one in his right. Following this, the 4 soul rings beneath him lit up. The 2 star wheels in his hands immediately crossed and hurled towards Yi Qin. In that instant, the 2 star wheels transformed into 2 ethereal dragons, appearing exceedingly eerie. In the face of Han Dong's assault, Yi Qin remained unperturbed, activating his first soul ring, world-destroying Dragon Claw. With this move, Yi Qin became a shadow, effortlessly evading Han Dong's star wheels and arriving before him. You fell for it. Han Dong's lips curled into a sinister grin as he vanished from sight. The next moment, the red star wheel morphed into Han Dong's true form, while he wielded the purple star wheel, launching an attack towards Yi Qin's back. This was the terrifying aspect of Han Dong's twin star wheels. He could project his body into the 2 wheels and switch between them at will to achieve an element of surprise. Truth be told, at that moment, Yi Qin had let his guard down. Han Dong fought coldly. Everyone was taken aback, including some from the Elders' Hall, for if Han Dong's strike landed, Yi Qin would either die or be gravely injured, especially Hulaina, whose eyes brimmed with tears as she shouted, Yi Qin, watch out behind you. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded next. As Han Dong's star wheel struck Yi Qin's back, the latter sensed the incoming attack through his observation hockey. Simultaneously, a crimson glow erupted from Yi Qin's shoulder, forming a visible red light shield. It could be seen that when Han Dong's star wheel collided with the light shield, instead of breaking through, he was sent flying backward. This is impossible, Han Dong exclaimed in astonishment. His twin star wheels were top-tier martial souls, and he possessed a level 52 strength. How could he not break through the defense of a mere soul master? Thank you, my dear wife, for this soul bone, Yi Qin thought joyfully. Undoubtedly, Yi Qin's red light shield stemmed from the 10,000-year soul bone skill gifted to him by BB Dong. Surviving the ordeal, Yi Qin immediately seized the opportunity. His transformed black dragon claws ruthlessly struck Han Dong's abdomen with 2 heavy blows. Instantly, Han Dong's abdomen erupted with blood, forcefully propelling him backward. Feeling Yi Qin's unexpectedly formidable attack, Han Dong's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that if he did not use some hidden cards, defeating Yi Qin today would be impossible. 5th soul skill, Big Dipper formation. With Han Dong's low shout, his solitary black soul ring radiated with dazzling black light. In an instant, the sun's brilliance was eclipsed, plunging the entire duel stage into an eerie darkness. The only thing shining was the star wheel in Han Dong's hand. As he released the star wheel, the 2 wheels transformed into 7, swirling rapidly around Han Dong. Observing the soul power wildly gathering around Han Dong, Yi Qin understood that this strike was no ordinary attack, so he did not dare to be careless. 4th soul skill, Dragon Emperor's world-destroying wave. Yi Qin's garments billowed as he raised his dragon claws, the pitch-black soul power continuously converging between them, ultimately forming a black energy sphere. The energy emanating from that sphere was equal to Han Dong's Big Dipper formation. How is this possible? Han Dong exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. Han Dong's 5th soul ring was derived from a body of a top-tier soul beast, the Starburst Demon Beast. It was an exceedingly powerful soul skill and his strongest trump card, having previously defeated a level 56 Soul King instructor with it. Now, a soul master was unleashing energy equal to his own. This left him astounded, compounded by Yi Qin's peculiar light shield, causing Han Dong's complexion to darken further. Go, Yi Qin, Hulaina shouted loudly at that moment. I don't believe you can truly withstand my strike, Han Dong retorted coldly, as the 7 star wheels surged towards Yi Qin like 7 shooting stars. At the same time, Yi Qin hurled his black energy sphere towards Han Dong without reservation. A thunderous roar erupted as the black dimensional wave clashed violently with the 7 star wheels. The shockwave from the battle was terrifying, causing Hulaina and others to retreat rapidly. At that moment, both Yi Qin and Han Dong unleashed their soul power to the fullest, ultimately reaching a critical juncture in their clash that culminated in a tremendous explosion. Unexpectedly, Yi Qin's black energy wave triumphed over Han Dong's star wheels, relentlessly advancing towards him. Witnessing this, everyone present was taken aback. No, this is impossible. Han Dong's face contorted with fear and disbelief. Little did he know that the soul bone bestowed upon Yi Qin by BB Dong had elevated him by 3 levels. At level 45, Yi Qin had already been able to defeat the Soul King level Qianmo Han, so surpassing him now was certainly within reach. In that moment, Yi Qin's dragon claws glimmered with black light once more, unhesitatingly striking towards Han Dong as heart. However, Yi Qin's dragon claws showed no signs of stopping. Han Dong, filled with terror, had yet to react when Yi Qin's dragon claws had arrived before him. Yi Qin, you dare? He is the disciple of the Judgment Elder. Seeing this, Ling Ji Ruo hurriedly shouted. Originally, Yi Qin had no intention of killing Han Dong. However, the latter sought to take his life. If one wishes to slay me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. This is the principle that Yi Qin upholds. At that moment, a resonant and aged voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming force that immobilized Yi Qin in place. Following this, an ancient figure descended, the Judgment Elder of the Elder Hall, Capricorn Douluo. Yi Qin, you dare to attempt to take my disciple's life? Then you shall meet your demise. The cold words of Capricorn resonated as a powerful soul force enveloped Yi Qin, squeezing him towards the center. Consumed by fury, Yi Qin manifested 2 beams of light, one white and one black, above his form. Sensing the terrifying surge of energy within Yi Qin, Capricorn Douluo's expression shifted in alarm. Capricorn, You possess an audacity unlike any other. In the next moment, a commanding female voice rang out, and soon, the twin Douluos, Gu and Judo, appeared on either side of Capricorn Douluo. Simultaneously, an exquisitely beautiful figure emerged behind Capricorn Douluo. It was the Pope, Bibi Dong. "Teacher, please save Yichin." Hulaina cried out anxiously upon seeing Bibi Dong. Ignoring Hulaina, Bibi Dong fixed a gaze of cold fury upon Capricorn Douluo. Bibi Dong, Capricorn Douluo's brow furrowed, and he promptly released the confinement and pressure on Yichin. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong leaped forward and cradled Yichin in her arms. "Bibi Dong, Yichin attempted to kill my disciple Han Dong. Should this matter be so easily dismissed?" Capricorn Douluo's face darkened. It was clearly Han Dong who sought to slay Yichin. He was merely acting in self-defense. Hulaina retorted angrily. Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression icy as she stood her ground, observing the fierce glare from Bibi Dong. The younger generation of the Elder Hall hesitated to voice their thoughts, swallowing their words. They dared to insult the Pope's domain, but in the face of the Pope herself, they would not have the audacity to offend her, even if they had tenfold the courage. "Bibi Dong, do you truly wish to oppose the Elder Hall for the sake of one Yichin?" Capricorn Douluo asked, his gaze filled with rage, yet lacking conviction. "Capricorn, you are overly sentimental." Bibi Dong replied coldly, "With your strength, you hardly represent the Elder Hall." Bibi Dong, I will certainly report this matter to the Worship Hall." Capricorn Douluo, after a moment's contemplation, angrily departed with the injured Han Dong. Bibi Dong paid no heed to Capricorn Douluo's harsh words, instead turning her attention to the younger generation. At her words, they trembled and fell to their knees. "I do not overlook matters, nor do I remain ignorant. Should anyone from the Elder Hall dare to provoke my Pope's domain again, they shall not escape my wrath." Bibi Dong's gaze was piercing. "We shall obey the Pope's sacred decree." The members of the Elder Hall responded in unison. Begone. Chapter 55. Rivalry and jealousy between master and disciple. With Bibi Dong's icy command, the members of the Elder Hall dared not linger and hurriedly departed. "As for you, you have brought shame upon my Pope's domain." Bibi Dong turned to Hulaina and the others. "Gue, I leave this group to you." "Understood." Gue Douluo immediately accepted the order. Hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin felt a chill in their hearts, for Gue Douluo was known as a formidable trainer. They could already anticipate the suffering that awaited them. However, of greater concern to Hulaina was Yichin. Upon seeing Yichin lying in Bibi Dong's embrace, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. Yet, Bibi Dong said no more and gracefully departed with Yichin in her arms. Upon returning to the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong looked down at Yichin and said, "Enough, cease feigning death. Do not set me down. Allow me to linger here a while longer. My life has lost all meaning." Yevin replied languidly. "Why is that?" Bibi Dong queried, puzzled. "Having been saved twice by my own woman, how am I any different from a mere fish?" Yevin sikit. "Is that the reason?" Bibi Dong smiled slightly. "You still laugh." Yichin furrowed his brow. "Enough. Stop acting like a child. Come down, or else Laina will arrive." Bibi Dong responded. "By the way, Yichin, have you informed her of our relationship?" "Not yet." Yichin shook his head. "Sister Dong, I believe it is best to keep it a secret for now, but she will find out eventually." Bibi Dong replied, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "Very well. I shall play along with you." Bibi Dong nodded, find an appropriate moment to tell her. "Understood." Yichin affirmed. "One more thing. Capricorn Douluo is a vengeful individual. Having injured two of his disciples, he is unlikely to refrain from seeking retribution." Bibi Dong transitioned her tone, laced with concern. "I have anticipated that." Yichin replied, "Your husband is not so easily slain. Do not forget that both Lucifer and Mia are protecting me." "No, Yichin, my greatest concern lies not with Capricorn." Bibi Dong clarified, but with the individual standing behind him. "Who?" Yichin feigned ignorance, though he had already guessed the answer. "The master of the Elder Hall. The Grand Priest of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Daolu." Bibi Dong revealed, "You may not be aware, but he possesses the strength of a peerless Douluo and wields immense influence within the Wuhuan Hall, far surpassing my own. With your current display of power, it is uncertain whether he will not set his sights on you." Yichin smiled faintly. "Will you protect me? Were you not just saying that you do not require my protection?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "Rest assured, Sister Dong." Yichin reassured regardless. My strength remains insufficient to pose a threat to the Elder Hall. Douluo should not act against me, especially considering he will give you face. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed slightly, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Not only due to Yiqin's youth, but also because he seemed to grasp the dynamics between her and Douluo. This was decidedly unusual. As she contemplated this, Bibi Dong lowered her gaze to Yiqin, just as Laina's voice rang out from outside. "Teacher, may I enter?" "It's Laina." Yiqin's expression shifted in surprise as he sprang from Bibi Dong's embrace, landing firmly on the ground. Bibi Dong also quickly adjusted herself, responding loudly towards the door. "Gumin." Upon entering the Pope's hall, Laina rushed towards Yiqin without hesitation. "Yiqin, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yiqin embraced Laina gently, speaking softly. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's expression darkened momentarily, and she coldly remarked, "Laina." Realizing her misstep, Laina quickly released Yiqin and turned to Bibi Dong. "Teacher, you know my relationship with Yiqin, do you not? And what of it?" Bibi Dong's tone was frigid. "In the Pope's hall, in front of your teacher. Embracing others is utterly inappropriate." "I'm sorry, teacher, I acted thoughtlessly." Laina lowered her head, revealing a look of grievance. "Your Majesty, Laina is merely overly concerned for me. Please do not hold it against her." Yevin intagestet deliberately. At Yiqin's words, Bibi Dong shot him a look that seemed to say, "You'll regret this," and then turned back to Laina. "Laina, you are now a saintess and should be mindful of your conduct. This time, I shall overlook it for Yiqin's sake. Should there be a next time, I will impose severe punishment." "Yes, teacher." Laina nodded. "Wait, teacher, Yiqin's history?" Laina raised her head in surprise. "Indeed, I neglected to inform you that, effective immediately, Yiqin will assume the role of the Pope's historian." Bibi Dong replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Laina gasped, her delicate brows knitting as she turned to Yiqin. "What does being the Pope's historian imply?" "This signifies that Yiqin will be moving into the Pope's quarters, which will undoubtedly complicate certain matters." "What is it, Laina? Do you have any objections?" Bibi Dong's gaze turned slightly cold. "None, but I rely solely on the holy judgment of my teacher." Laina replied respectfully, though her heart felt uneasy. Behind the Elder Hall lies the sanctuary. As the name suggests, the sanctuary is where the Wuhuan Temple's offerings are housed. To attain the status of an offering in the Wuhuan Temple, one must fulfill a singular criterion: to reach the pinnacle of a Titled Douluo at level 96 or above. Within the Wuhuan Temple, the position of an offering is exceedingly exalted. They are not required to participate in any actions, and even the Pope cannot command them. They answer only to one person, the Grand Offering, Douluo. At that moment, within the sanctuary stood two figures. One wore a golden red robe, being the judging elder of the Wuhuan Temple, the Capricorn Awe. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a golden robe. The old man, having surpassed a century, with silver hair and a white beard, bore an aged visage yet exuded remarkable vitality. His neatly combed hair was pulled back, and his slightly sunken eyes sparkled with vitality. This individual was the second-ranked offering, the formidable golden crocodile, Douluo, possessing a strength of level 98. "Little Scorpion, I have come to grasp the general circumstances." The golden crocodile, Douluo remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. "Second offering. This Yiqin is the descendant of the traitor Yin Nanshi from the Wuhuan Temple, having severely wounded several of our Elder Hall members on multiple occasions. He shows utter disdain for our Elder Hall, and I request that he be transferred to the Law Enforcement Hall. Yet, Bibi Dong staunchly protects him, and he is not someone to provoke lightly. The Grand Offering once stated that unless absolutely necessary, one must not oppose her. As the Grand Offering is currently in seclusion within the Douluo Hall, I fear I cannot make a decision on this matter." The golden crocodile, Douluo, sighed softly. "However, the dignity of the Elder Hall must not be trampled. You are a distinguished title, Douluo. He is merely a soul sect member. Surely, you know how to resolve this matter gracefully without my guidance." "Understood." A sinister smile crept across the Capricorn Douluo's lips. Chapter 56. Moving into the Pope's quarters. Laina's little scheme remembered to execute this flawlessly and leave no trace for Bibi Dong to seize. The golden crocodile, Douluo, instructed. "I already have a plan in mind." The Capricorn Douluo responded. "If he cannot serve my purpose, then he shall be eradicated." Yiqin and Laina walked a short distance from the Pope's palace. Hulaina, with a forlorn expression, remarked, Yi Qin, are you truly going to become the teacher's Pope's historian? What choice do I have? Yi Qin feigned helplessness, saying, Who would dare defy your teacher's orders? Oof. Even if you move into the teacher's quarters, I will still visit you often. Hulaina huffed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. You are my woman, so you are always welcome. Yi Qin nodded, though he wondered if her teacher would permit it. She will certainly allow it, Hulaina replied. Although my teacher can be cold and stern, she cares for me the most. A mysterious smile appeared on Yi Qin's lips as he responded. That is indeed the case. For you are her heir. The two exchanged light-hearted banter and soon returned to the Wuhuan Grand Hotel. Initially, Yi Qin intended to inform Yang Qitian, but it appeared that the latter was not present at the hotel. Where has that monkey gone off to have fun? Ye Vinmut did it. With no other options, Yi Qin instructed the hotel security and returned to his room to pack his belongings. Just then, Hulaina unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Yi Qin's neck. What is it? Yi Qin asked with affection. Qin, after you enter the teacher's quarters, we may not have many opportunities together. Hulaina expressed her feelings of grievance. Haven't we had enough fun yet? Yi Qin immediately understood, his brows knitting together. Not enough. A lifetime isn't enough. Hulaina shook her head. Is it the system's intimacy that enhances one's desires? Or am I simply too alluring? Ye Vin pondered it. Please, Hulaina said playfully. This time, I can promise you to dedicate 1 day each week to accompany you. Ye Vin responded. At least 2 days, Hulaina asserted firmly. All right then, Yi Qin conceded. Your Highness, you called for me? At that moment, Yang Qitian pushed open the slightly ajar door and smiled at Yi Qin. Where have you been, monkey? Yi Qin inquired. The Empress mentioned she would be coming to Wuhuan City in a few days, so I booked a suite for her. Yang Qitian replied with a smile. Oh, Yi Xian is coming? Yi Qin exclaimed with surprise and joy. How did I not know? The Empress just sent a letter. And I hadn't had the chance to inform you yet, Yang Qitian answered. Monkey, I have something to tell you, Yi Qin began. I have now been promoted to the Pope's historian and will be moving into the Pope's quarters. Perfect timing. You can stay at the hotel to protect Yi Xian. Yang Qitian exclaimed. Your Highness, are you abandoning me? Then convince the Pope to free up a room for you. Ye, Vin simulkit. No. Yang Qitian hastily shook his hands. How could I dare? Rest assured, what misfortune could befall me in the Pope's quarters? Yi Qin added. Monkey, when Yi Xian arrives, remember to inform me. Yes, Yang Qitian replied. Yi Qin, at that moment Hulaina spoke. Since our relationship has been confirmed, could you introduce me to Empress Yi Xian? Hulaina asked, her smile tinged with shyness. Laina, please don't create trouble for me. Yi Qin said, startled. Create trouble? Hulaina furrowed her brows, crossing her arms. Is this considered creating trouble? Yi Qin realized he had misspoken and embraced her gently, asking, All right, don't be angry. I will agree to your request. That is more like it. I forgive you. Hulaina smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Yi Qin felt a knot in his heart. Despite navigating romantic entanglements for many years, how could he make such a basic mistake? Was it because of Yi Xian? After organizing his belongings and placing them into a soul guide container, Yi Qin confidently approached the entrance of Bibi Dong's quarters. As the most powerful woman on the entire Douluo Continent, Bibi Dong's residence was no less grand than the palaces of ancient European royalty. Everywhere was adorned in opulence. With European-style palaces and villas embellished with gold and silver, the entrance and balustrades exquisitely carved, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Furthermore, between the halls were gardens and flower beds, resembling a manor-like arrangement, permeating the air with delightful fragrance. Coupled with the gentle sunlight, it was a truly invigorating experience. Passing through a series of heavily guarded arches, Yi Qin, guided by Hulaina, finally arrived before a magnificent villa. At this moment, a guard intercepted him, declaring, Halt! This is the Empress's quarters, and no one is permitted to enter. The guard, clad in golden armor and appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, radiated a mystical purple aura, suggesting he was a top-tier powerhouse. Douluo, you do not recognize me anymore? Hulaina asked the armored man. Of course I recognize you. Holy maiden, do you not live here? Douluo replied with a slight smile. You should know the rules. No one is allowed to enter the Empress's quarters. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin immediately furrowed his brows at Hulaina. This is the newly appointed Pope's historian. Hulaina smiled, pointing at Yi Qin. Ah, Douluo exclaimed in surprise. He's so young? Holy maiden, you must be mistaken. Why would I deceive you? Douluo replied, her tone slightly serious. So, it is. Douluo immediately addressed Yi Qin, saying, Your Excellency the Pope's historian, your residence has long been prepared. Please follow me. Lead the way. Soon, under the guidance of Douluo, Yi Qin and his companions took a few steps and arrived before a villa adjacent to Bibi Dong's palace. The entire layout exhibited a symmetrical structure, with 3 villas situated within the courtyard of Bibi Dong's residence. Aside from the one occupied by Bibi Dong and Yi Qin, there was another villa adorned in pink on the right. That is my residence, Yi Jiaoshi. We shall be neighbors from now on, Douluo joyfully exclaimed, pointing at the pink villa. Yevin gasped in astonishment. Seeing Yi Qin's shocked expression, Douluo instantly covered her mouth and chuckled, remember, twice. At that moment, Yi Qin realized he had been outsmarted by this silly girl. Chapter 57. Check-in task. Naturally, Douluo was unaware of the implications of Douluo's words. He turned to Yi Qin and introduced himself. Yi Jiaoshi. I am the captain of the Pope's Palace Guard, an 85th level agility type, Golden Eagle Spirit. Douluo. Greetings. Pope Shiyevin. Yi Qin politely extended his hand. To see someone so young capable of holding the position of Pope is truly commendable. Douluo marveled. Yi Qin offered a faint smile, feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if he were living off someone else's success. Wait a moment, Douluo. I have a question, Yi Qin inquired. How can a Pope whose duty is to care for the Pope's daily life, fulfill this role without being able to enter the palace? Indeed, the position of Pope has remained vacant since the Pope's ascension, Douluo replied. You could be considered the first. I see, Yi Qin acknowledged. Well then, Yi Jiaoshi, please make yourself comfortable. If you need anything, just let me know. I must take my leave now. After Douluo spoke, he departed. Take care, Yi Qin replied, watching as Douluo walked away. Once he confirmed that Douluo's figure had completely vanished, Yi Qin immediately took Douluo's hand and dashed into his villa. How dare you deceive me? Didn't you say we wouldn't see each other? How do we end up as neighbors? Yi Qin feigned anger at Douluo. Seeing Yi Qin's furious demeanor, Douluo immediately lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry. I just want to give you a surprise. Yi Qin had never intended to blame her, and upon seeing her pitiful expression, he gently said, All right, let this be the last time. MHM. Douluo nodded with a smile. However, a small punishment is still in order, Yi Qin added, noticing her startled expression. What? Douluo asked, somewhat expectantly. You shall help me unpack. Yi Qin handed her one of the soul-guided containers filled with luggage. MHM. Douluo nodded eagerly. In Yi Qin's villa, the first floor served as a kitchen and living area, while the second floor housed the bedrooms. Observing Douluo's excited ascent upstairs, Yi Qin furrowed his brow, pondering. What is Dong Jie thinking? Why has she arranged for me and Douluo to stay together? Ding. Check-in task initiated. Location, Bibi Dong's bedroom. Task. Sleep under the same blanket with Bibi Dong. Task reward. Princess Mina's soul power level 1. At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Just as Yi Qin took a sip of cold tea, he nearly spat it out. System, you've gone too far. The system responded, this is a mainline task. Failure to complete, it means you will never receive the next one. Sigh. It seems I need to pay a visit to Dong Jie's palace. But how do I send this clingy girl away? Yevin contemplated. Yi Qin, the room is all set. Douluo exclaimed with boundless excitement. So soon? Yi Qin was astonished. Of course. Your luggage wasn't that much to begin with. Douluo replied. Besides, who said I'm the perfect example of a virtuous wife and mother? All right then. You may return now, Yi Qin suggested. Are you trying to chase me away? Douluo's expression shifted slightly. Not at all. Yi Qin responded. I'm just a bit tired and wish to take a nap. Then I'll keep you company. Douluo said eagerly. No, this is your teacher's palace. If she catches you here, you will surely get scolded. Yevin replied. Furthermore, are you certain there are no spies from the Elders' Hall within your teacher's palace? They must be eager to find an opportunity to undermine you. Yi Qin's words were not mere excuses. They reflected his genuine concerns. All right then. Douluo paused before replying. In that case, I also have some matters to attend to, but once I'm done, you must accompany me to a certain place. Where to? Yi Qin asked, puzzled. I won't tell you yet. Hulaina said excitedly as she exited Yi Qin's villa. Yi Qin was in no rush to visit Bibidong's palace. Setting aside the glaring attention during the day, sleep was inherently a nighttime affair. Thus, Yi Qin sat down first and began to cultivate his soul and inner strength. Currently, his soul power stood at level 48, with combat capabilities rivaling that of a soul king. However, he pondered, why not create some unexpected attacks, similar to Tang San? His hidden weapons always seemed to come in handy at critical moments. Regrettably, as he perused his manuals, he found only simplistic techniques like Monkey Steals Peaches, Black Tiger Steals Heart, and Monkey Reaches for the Moon, along with 3 practical skills: Indestructible Diamond, Ripple Steps, and Yi Jin Jing. If only I had the Ice Soul God Needle or the Flying Dagger of Shaoli. Such exceptional hidden weapons would certainly rival Tang San's myriad of secret techniques. Yi Qin sighed softly. Nevertheless, he recognized that the system's rewards were beyond his control, so he diligently entered a state of meditation. That night, as darkness enveloped the land and the bright moon hung high, Yi Qin awoke from his meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a stunning figure seated gracefully with her legs crossed on the sofa opposite him. It was none other than Pope Bibidong. Awake? My dear wife, what brings you here? Yevin iklemet, overvalued. Am I not welcome? Bibidong replied. Not at all. That is not what I meant. Yevin kuladifiet. I merely wished to know when you arrived. I forgot. Bibidong smiled. Yi Qin, are you accustomed to this place? She inquired. Not quite, Yi Qin admitted. Why not? Bibidong asked, surprised. Dongye. Why did you arrange for us to stay together with Laina? Yi Qin furrowed his brow. She already resides here, Bibidong replied playfully. Noticing Yi Qin's uncomfortable expression, Bibidong teasingly asked, Am I interrupting something between you two? Don't you think it's more disruptive for us? Yevin simirkit. Who would want to be with you? Bibidong retorted promptly. Who else could it be? Yi Qin stood up and approached Bibidong. What are you doing? Bibidong asked, a mix of anticipation and apprehension in her tone. Without heeding her reluctance, Yi Qin grasped her delicate arm. Come on, Dongjie, take me to tour your palace. Ah, Bibidong gasped slightly. Yi Qin paid no mind to whether Bibidong resisted and led her out of his villa. Once outside, they quickly released their hold on each other and walked to Bibidong's palace. It was then that Yi Qin noticed that Nordaila and the guards had mysteriously vanished. Dongjie, you're being disingenuous. Yi Qin immediately realized. How so? Bibidong inquired. You've dispatched all the guards. It seems you anticipated my intentions. Yevin simidet. Not only that, but I also sent Laina away. To Yi Qin's surprise, Bibidong did not deny it. Instead, she wore a smug expression. What are we waiting for? Yi Qin said, taking hold of Bibidong's hand and striding directly into her palace. Chapter 58. Restlessness. The opulent decor of Bibidong's chamber exuded an exquisite fragrance that could intoxicate one in an instant. My lady, do you not feel lonely residing in such a vast space all by yourself? Yi Qin inquired, glancing at Bibidong. One becomes accustomed to it. Bibidong replied with a hint of a sigh. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, my existence is bound to be unlike that of an ordinary woman. But, Yi Qin pressed. But, Bibidong hesitated, then decided against voicing her thoughts. She wished to express that ever since encountering Yi Qin, an irresistible urge to see him had taken root within her, yet the words remained unspoken. Yi Qin, no one has ever set foot in my chamber, let alone a man. You're the first, Bibidong stated. Are you hinting at something? Yi Qin remarked with a slight smirk. Feel free to explore, Bibidong said. Her expression conflicted. I recall I have some administrative matters to attend to. With that, she turned to exit the chamber. Yi Qin smiled faintly and swiftly approached her, lifting her into his arms. Instantly, her crown tumbled, and her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Having meticulously arranged everything, leaving now was no simple task. Yi Qin gazed into Bibidong's beautiful eyes and smiled gracefully before leaning in to kiss her. Bibidong remained silent, lost in Yi Qin's eyes. Although the system had granted them 100% affinity, her desire for power remained fervent. If the Elders' Hall, especially Douluo, were to sense her feelings, she could potentially lose her authority. Thus, she often found herself torn between her affection for Yi Qin and her ambition for power. However, witnessing Yi Qin's boldness, she made her choice. She closed her eyes and surrendered to the moment. Yi Qin, feeling a sense of clarity, suggested, Very well, let us do nothing today. I am rather fatigued. Let us retire for the night. Retire? Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Yes, simply to sleep. Nothing more. Yi Qin affirmed. What if my subordinates or Hulaina were to see us? Bibi Dong expressed her concern. Did you not say that no one could enter your chamber? Ye vin kantarit. Besides, even if someone were to discover us, Mina's spatial powers would allow me to escape in an instant. Where is Mina? Why can I not sense her? Bibi Dong's expression darkened, her brow furrowing. Her powers are rather unique, making her difficult to detect, Yi Qin explained. Well, very well then. Bibi Dong conceded, her brow still knitted. Then lead me to your bedroom. Ye vi nodded. Soon, Bibi Dong guided Yi Qin upstairs to her room. Bibi Dong's bedroom was impeccably clean and tidy, furnished only with a bed, a dressing table, and adorned with a crown and a long gown hanging on the wall. It appeared almost stark in its simplicity. I shall take a bath first, Bibi Dong declared, making her way to the washroom. Hearing the sound of water flowing, Yi Qin felt a wave of heat wash over him. Seeking to divert his attention, his gaze landed on Bibi Dong's dressing table. At that moment, Yi Qin's eyes caught sight of a book placed at the upper left corner of the table, The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. This book was well known to him. Its author could only be one, Yuxiagang, the theoretical master of the spirit world. Yuxiagang, what enchantment do you possess that has led such an exceptional woman to fall so deeply in love with you? Ye vin musid inyardli. Yi Qin's affection from Bibi Dong was entirely the system's doing, while her feelings for Yuxiagang were born of genuine love. In this regard, Yi Qin felt a twinge of inadequacy. Driven by his passion for literature, Yi Qin began to peruse the book. Although he was not fond of Yuxiagang, his years of understanding the theories of soul beasts and soul masters on Douluo Continent made it clear that this book was indeed worthy of attention. Extract the essence and discard the dross, was Yi Qin's approach. Yi Qin, what brings you to read this book? Bibi Dong's surprised voice suddenly echoed from behind him. My lady. Yi Qin turned and was immediately captivated by Bibi Dong. Her perfect figure was accentuated in a way that contrasted starkly with Hulaina's youthful allure, as Bibi Dong radiated a mature and enchanting aura at all times. What is it? She queried, noticing the dazed look in Yi Qin's eyes. I must exercise restraint. Yi Qin thought to himself before deliberately asking, My lady, is there something special about this book? Nothing at all. It is filled with fallacies. I should have discarded it long ago. Bibi Dong replied coolly, her eyes glinting. What waste to throw it away? Why not gift it to me? Yi Qin suggested. Very well, if you like it, then take it. Bibi Dong replied without a change in her expression. Yi Qin, would you like to take a bath as well? Of course. After a long day, I certainly would. Yi Qin responded, placing the book into a soul guide container before heading into the washroom. Yi Qin was not a lecherous man. After a refreshing wash, he returned to the room. At this point, Bibi Dong had already tucked herself under the covers and drifted off to sleep. It seemed that the one to endure the night's torment was he, not her. Feeling the rhythm of Bibi Dong's steady breaths, Yi Qin smiled wryly. He had intended to spend the night in tranquility, yet the alluring beauty beside him made it impossible for him to calm his mind. My lady, are you asleep? Chapter 59, The Astral Manor. A farewell to Yi Xianding. Task completed. Reward. Princess Mina's soul power level increased by 1. Current level. 96 Super Douluo. Ding. Princess Mina's martial spirit evolved into the spatial divine dragon. At that moment, the system's notification rang out, and simultaneously, Yi Qin noticed that Bibi Dong's body began to tremble. What is it, my lady? Yi Qin asked hurriedly. I am fine, Bibi Dong replied, though Yi Qin could clearly detect a tremor in her voice. My lady, why are you crying? Yi Qin inquired with concern. I'm fine, Yi Qin, let us sleep. Bibi Dong replied, clutching her blanket tightly. Bibi Dong, a figure of formidable strength, could only be brought to tears by her harrowing experiences. The earlier discussion of core competencies likely stirred painful memories within her. Regardless, Bibi Dong remained a woman at heart. The system may have gifted her a new body, yet those haunting memories lingered. Before others, she presented a facade of coldness and strength, but she too possessed a tender side. Yi Qin's heart shattered at the sight, and he instinctively embraced her from behind. My lady, if you wish to cry, then do so. Bibi Dong paused her weeping, but did not turn to face him. With a soft sigh, Yi Qin decided to release her. Just then, Bibi Dong spoke. Yi Qin, hold me tight, and do not let go. All right, Yi Qin replied, tightening his embrace. In such a moment, How could Yi Qin take advantage of her vulnerability? He merely held her close, refusing to loosen his grip. Bibi Dong was determined not to reveal her vulnerable side to Yi Qin. The night passed in silence, with neither of them uttering a word. As dawn broke, Yi Qin was awakened by the sunlight streaming in. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Bibi Dong was no longer beside him. Instead, he found a note left on the dressing table, inscribed with delicate handwriting. Yi Qin, thank you for your company last night. Reading those words warmed Yi Qin's heart, and a smile graced his lips. It appeared she had found solace. Outside, Hulaina's voice echoed. Teacher, are you in there? Your Highness. The Pope has already gone to the council. The room is empty. Came the voice of Nordiala. Mina, come out. Upon hearing the words, Yi Qin immediately summoned Mina. As Mina appeared, Yi Qin instantly sensed her transformation. Compared to before, Mina had not only changed her attire from white armor to a flowing white gown, but her appearance had also subtly altered, becoming even more enchanting. Oh, Mina, what has happened to you? Je viens éclamer une surprise. Thanks to you, my master. My martial spirit has evolved, reaching level 96, enabling me to serve you even better. Mina replied with a smile. I seem to have forgotten about that. Yi Qin mused, recalling Bibi Dong's sobs from the previous night, which stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Never mind, please take me back to my room. Of course, master, Mina responded. And before she could finish her sentence, a faint roar echoed, and in the next moment, the space around them collapsed, transporting Yi Qin to his villa. He quickly tidied himself up and stepped out of the villa. Yi Qin, Hulaina exclaimed with both surprise and joy upon seeing him standing in front of Bibi Dong's villa. Your Highness, what brings you here? Yi Qin asked playfully. As he remembered that Nordiala was still nearby, Hulaina's tone shifted. Have you forgotten the promise you made to accompany me to the training camp yesterday? What promise? Yi Qin inquired, knowing full well that his memory seemed to have faltered the previous day. You. Hulaina flashed a hint of annoyance, but managed to smile. As expected, the esteemed educator is forgetful. Did you not agree to accompany me to the training camp? Ah. Yi Qin was taken aback, but nodded, smiling at Nordiala. Captain Nordiala, I need to step out for a moment. If the Pope inquires, please inform her that I am accompanying Her Highness to the training camp. Rest assured, Educator Yi, the safety here is in my hands. Nordiala replied. With that, Yi Qin followed Hulaina out of the dormitory. Nana, what purpose do we have in going to the training camp? Yi Qin asked as they exited the dormitory. Fool, that was merely for Nordiala's ears. Hulaina replied with a triumphant smile. I intend to take you to the Astral Manor. Astral Manor? What is that place? Yi Qin inquired. The owner of Astral Manor, the Astral Douluo, possesses the ability to foresee the future, Hulaina explained. Such a thing exists? Yi Qin's expression turned astonished. Indeed, though his predictions are not always accurate. I wish to try and see what fate holds for us. Hulaina smiled and nodded. If it's not reliable, then perhaps we should forego it. Yi Qin replied with a smile. Moreover, I certainly will not abandon you. Just accompany me for a moment. Hulaina insisted. The Astral Manor is not an official institution of the Spirit Hall. The owner is quite particular and will not perform readings for strangers. It took considerable effort for me to persuade him. Yi Qin found himself in a dilemma. Although the predictions might lack precision, the owner was still a Titled Douluo. If he were to foresee an overabundance of romantic entanglements, it could lead to complications. However, unable to resist Hulaina's persistent persuasion, he finally relented. Very well. I will accompany you for a little while, but I remain skeptical of his prophetic abilities. Great. Before long, Yi Qin followed Hulaina down the Spirit Hall mountain, arriving at a relatively secluded estate in the western part of Spirit City. Here stood a villa manor, grand and imposing, though it paled in comparison to Bibi Dong's dormitory. May I ask you to halt, for this is the sacred ground of Astral Manor. At that moment, a guard clad in ancient robes intercepted them. Inform your lord that the Spirit Hall's Saintess Hulaina has arrived. Hulaina commanded with a hint of authority. Ah, it is indeed Her Highness. The guard replied respectfully. The lord is currently in discussion with esteemed guests. Please follow me to the hall to wait. The guard led them to a cathedral-like hall before taking his leave. This man has quite the status, allowing you, a dignified saintess, to wait here. Yi Qin remarked with a slight smile. I have only met the owner of Astral Manor once, Hulaina replied. He is somewhat capricious, exuding an air of inscrutability. to receive your praise. He must be quite extraordinary. I am eager to meet him, Yi Qin said, spinning the cup on the table, letting out a faint sigh. Let's wait a little longer. Time trickled by. Finally, half an hour later, the guard returned. The Lord has concluded his discussions. Please follow me. As they exited the hall, an elderly man and a young woman approached them. The man appeared to be in his 80s, with a frail physique, deep-set eyes, a goatee, and a slight hunch, dressed in the attire of a platinum bishop from the spirit hall. The woman, likely in her mid-20s, donned a short white dress. Strikingly beautiful with delicate features and a graceful figure, her skin flawless as if sculpted from jade. Additionally, her long blue hair was elegantly styled, and she wore chain-framed glasses, exuding an air of poise and elegance, her every step imbued with charm. Yi Xian, upon seeing the woman, Hulaina and Yi Qin exclaimed in unison. Xiao Qin, Yi Xian responded with delight. Yi Xian, what brings you here? Yi Qin asked with a smile. Feza Prince. How could I not come to see you after such a long absence? Yi Xian replied with mild annoyance. As she spoke, a hint of sadness flickered across her face. You've lost some weight in this time. Not at all. I've been leisurely passing the time. How could I lose weight? Ye vinsimidet. When do you plan to return home? Ye wan inuidet. That may take a while. Yi Qin began to respond, but Hulaina interjected. Yi Qin is now a favored companion of my teacher. Hu Hall Master, no, Saintus, it has been a while. Yi Xian finally greeted Hulaina. Indeed, I have only ever seen you in royal attire. This casual look is a first. Hulaina responded with a smile, nearly failing to recognize her. Saintus, I am grateful for your care of Xiao Qin during these days. Has he caused you any trouble? Yi Xian asked with a gentle smile. Not at all. It is he who has taken care of me. Hulaina replied with a smile. Thanks to him, I could ascend to the position of Saintus. Huh? Yi Xian expressed slight surprise. Just him? Yi Xian, whom do you look down upon? Yi Qin retorted with a proud smile. So the Saintess and Queen Yi Xian are quite familiar. At that moment, the astral Douluo Dai Zong spoke up. By the way, Dai Zong, allow me to introduce you to my nephew, Prince Yi Qin. Yi Xian gestured towards Yi Qin. Upon hearing this, Dai Zong's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly concealing it as he nodded with a smile. Yi Qin, what brings you to the astral manor? Yi Xian asked. And what brings you here? Yi Qin countered. I was clearly the one who asked first. Yi Xian frowned. Queen Yi Xian, we have come to seek a reading of fate, Hulaina said as she took Yi Qin's hand. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of anger crossed Yi Xian's eyes. Dai Zong, is it time for the reading now? Hulaina eagerly inquired. Unfortunately, Saintess, Dai Zong replied. My divination requires immense soul power and can only be performed once a week. I have already conducted a reading for Queen Yi Xian today. You'll have to wait until next time. I had made the reservation long ago. Hulaina's expression turned to one of frustration. Dai Zong did not respond, merely standing there with a smile. Noticing this, Yi Qin turned his gaze to Yi Xian, a thought forming in his mind. The identity of Yi Xian appears to be exceedingly intricate. Otherwise, how could she dare to compel Dai Zong to breach his agreement with Hulaina? Reflecting on his mother's identity, he finds himself increasingly unable to discern the enigmatic Yi Xian before him. Xiao Qin, what are you staring at? Yi Qin, help me settle this. At that moment, both Yi Xian and Hulaina spoke simultaneously. It's nothing, merely that my aunt looks particularly lovely today. Yi Qin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian beamed gracefully, while Hulaina's anger intensified, turning her head away in a huff. Yi Qin hurriedly turned to Hulaina, attempting to soothe her. Nana, since Lord Dai is indisposed, we shouldn't press the matter. We can come again another time. This seemed to alleviate some of Hulaina's ire. Your Highness Yi Qin. Holy Moiden. At this juncture, Dai Zong interjected. Today my arrangements have been lacking. Instead, let me offer a modest banquet at my estate to honor you both and Queen Yi Xian. Very well. It has been a while since I last saw my aunt. I apologize for the disturbance, Lord Dai, Yi Qin responded. As Yi Xian approached Yi Qin, she took his hand and said, Xiao Qin, we have some time before the meal. Let's take a stroll together. Witnessing this, Hulaina immediately wrapped her arms around Yi Qin's other arm, exclaiming, I want to join you as well. Yi Qin glanced helplessly at Yi Xian, who smiled and replied, Very well. Let's all walk together. Observing this scene, Dai Zong, the master of the star constellation manor, let out a profound sigh before retreating into the hall. The trio, one man and two women, strolled leisurely through the estate. Xiaoqin, have you truly taken up the position of Pope? Yi Xian inquired first. Yes. Aunt, you wouldn't disapprove, would you? Yi Qin smiled and nodded. Yi Xian gently shook her head. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you unconditionally. However, the most crucial point is to avoid placing yourself in danger. I would worry. Understood. Yi Qin replied affirmatively. By the way, Aunt, did Mother once serve as an elder in the Pope's hall? Yi Qin asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Your mother was once the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, but due to certain special circumstances, she was expelled. At this moment, Hulaina expressed her astonishment. Ah, so your mother is Elder Yi Nanshi. You only just realized? Yi Qin smiled indulgently at her. Elder Yi Nanshi is an extraordinary figure, Hulaina remarked. She gained fame across the continent, not only for her beauty, but also for breaking through to the soul Douluo level in her 30s. Regarded as someone who could surpass Tang Hao. Alas, hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled while holding Yi Qin's arm. Nana, don't speak of it, Yi Qin whispered to Hulaina. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately fell silent. Yi Qin then shifted the topic. By the way, Aunt, how long do you plan to stay? Yi Xian smiled. How long would you like me to stay? I would prefer if you stayed longer. After all, you are a queen and should not linger too long, right? Yi Qin asked. Before I left, I entrusted Zhao Ying to manage state affairs temporarily, Yi Xian replied. I intend to remain here for a while, as I have some matters to attend to. That's splendid, Yi Qin exclaimed. Aunt, I currently reside in the Pope's palace. I shall have Yang protect you in the future. Yi Qin, you must be cautious. Uncle Yang's identity is not ordinary, Yi Xian said, her expression shifting slightly. Of course, he would not harm you. Otherwise, he would have ceased to exist long ago. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qin and Hulaina were taken aback. Yivin Iklaimet, aunt. So you already knew of Uncle Yang's identity. So, you're already aware? Ye Wan retorted. Yes. Yi Qin nodded. This situation is rather convoluted. Originally, Uncle Yang resigned from all his positions in the Spirit Hall for my sake, but the Pope then assigned him to protect me. Yi Xian smiled gracefully. It appears your charm is indeed considerable. Not only the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, but even the Pope has been captivated by you. At this moment, Yi Qin found himself blushing, feeling somewhat flustered. Chapter 61. The Assault of the Capricorn caused suddenly. A fierce gust of wind swept through, rustling the garments of the three. Yi Xian quickly shielded her skirt with her hand. What is happening? Yi Qin exclaimed. Where did this wind come from? This wind is unusual. Both Hulaina and Yi Xian said in unison. Yi Qin furrowed his brow slightly, activating his observation haki, sensing a powerful force within the haze, yet unable to discern its precise location. Let us retreat indoors. Without further contemplation, Yi Qin grasped the hands of both women and hurried toward the house. However, at that very moment, a visible wall of wind appeared before them, obstructing their path. Following this, two white figures emerged upon the wind wall. They were tall and clad in white night attire. Beneath them shimmered 8 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, revealing them to be 2 soul Douluos. Who are you? Yi Qin demanded angrily. Do not blame us, Yi Qin. It is you who has offended those you ought not to have. One of the white figures spoke in a hoarse, aged voice. Yi Qin, have you truly offended someone? Yi Xian asked, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Yi Qin ignored Yi Xian and coldly sneered at the two figures. With just the two of you, do you truly believe you can kill me? Just then, a compass-like shadow appeared beneath their feet, and in an instant, Yi Qin and the others were transported to the entrance of the hall. Before them stood Daizong, the master of the star constellation manor. You two are quite bold to act recklessly within the star constellation manor. Daizong regarded the two white figures with an inscrutable expression. Daizong, I advise you not to meddle. The individuals behind us are not ones you can afford to offend. The elderly figure in white retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin's mind raced with 2 potential identities. One was Tang Hao, but he typically operated alone, which he swiftly dismissed. Thus, only the second remained, the Capricorn Douluo from the Elders' Hall. It is laughable that such a despicable character as Capricorn would remain in the Spirit Hall. Ye vin sepulk koldi. Hearing this, both Yi Xian and Hulaina's expressions tightened, while Daizong's eyes narrowed slightly. You are mistaken. It is not he who has sent us to take your life, but rather another individual. Of course, You may seek someone in the underworld for answers. The white figure's cold words were followed by a sword forged of fierce wind, lunging towards Dai Zong and the others. With the wind as my sword, windsword sect. Yi Xian furrowed her brows. Everyone, step back, Dai Zong said coldly, and as he did, his platinum clerical robe fluttered without wind, while the 8 soul rings beneath him glowed simultaneously, and a golden compass materialized in his hand. At that moment, it was not that Yi Qin did not wish to summon Mina and Lucifer. He simply sensed that something was off. There was likely a backup plan behind the two figures, for how else would they dare to brazenly attack him within the Star Constellation manner? 5th soul skill. Star Constellation Shield. With a piercing cry, a shield inscribed with runes formed before him. As the sword of fierce wind collided with the shield, it suddenly split open, engulfing the attack. The martial spirit of the master of the Star Constellation manner is the top-tier martial spirit, the Star Constellation Compass. It has even withstood attacks from Titled Douluos, so we need not worry excessively, Yi Xian explained with a smile. Aunt, how do you know this so well? Yi Qin inquired. Upon witnessing the wind sword being devoured, the wind sword's soul, activated his 5th soul ring, unleashing a tempest. A visible green hurricane surged towards Yi Qin and the others. This wind is toxic. Cover your mouths and noses, Dai Zong immediately declared. And before his words could fully escape his lips, a radiant golden light enveloped him and Yi Qin, encasing the 3 of them within its bounds. It was evident that Dai Zong's golden barrier effectively repelled the swirling green tempest outside. Witnessing this spectacle, a white, armored quadrupedal, dragon-like apparition materialized behind another soul, Douluo. With a fierce growl, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Dragon's Shedding Armor. The white dragon phantom surged forth, propelled by an immense soul power, charging directly at Dai Zong and his companions. The impact of the white dragon collided with the golden barrier, creating a fissure that threatened to shatter it entirely. In that critical moment, Dai Zong activated his 8th soul skill, Starry Universe. His 8th black ring shimmered, and the ground beneath them seemed to be cloaked in a multitude of intricate characters. In an instant, these numerous symbols coalesced into an impenetrable shield, enveloping Dai Zong and the others. At that moment, both the Tempest and the white dragon apparition were instantaneously obliterated. With such trifling skills, you dare to intrude upon my starry manor? Dai Zong scoffed coldly as some of the characters intertwined like ropes, binding the 2 soul Douluo. Simultaneously, their visors were removed, revealing 2 aged faces, Elder Feng Chun of the Windsword sect and elderly Hao Ian of the Holy Dragon sect. Upon recognizing them, a chill swept over Dai Zong's expression. Only the Spirit Hall could have summoned you too, he added. Dai Zong, you are quite astute. A thunderous voice suddenly resonated, casting a shadow over the entire space. Regrettably, I cannot abide by the presence of such clever individuals. As everyone's attention turned, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and an ancient voice descended from above. A figure clad in a gilded red robe, tall and imposing, emerged, none other than the Judgment Elder, Capricorn Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Capricorn Douluo, Hulaina exclaimed in shock. At this sight, Dai Zong's expression darkened with rage, while Yi Xian's pupils constricted. Unbeknownst to them, a smirk curled at the corner of Yi Qin's lips. Hulaina, I initially intended to eliminate only Yi Qin. It seems I must now dispose of you as well. Capricorn Douluo sneered. You dare? Hulaina's face paled with fear. I have my reservations. But now that the traitor Yi Nanshi of the Spirit Hall has colluded with Dai Zong, Yi Xian, and Yi Qin to slay the Spirit Hall's heir, Hulaina, this justification should suffice. Capricorn Douluo chuckled malevolently. Yi Qin furrowed his brow, realizing that Dai Zong was also a subordinate of his mother. Capricorn, should you lay a finger on Yi Qin, I assure you, you will find no rest in death. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with coldness. What a joke. Capricorn Douluo retorted sharply. You, a mere inconsequential queen, cannot threaten me, let alone the emperors of Tiando and Xinglao. Enough of this trivial banter. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 62, Lucifer Takes Action. With that, Capricorn-S rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, activated simultaneously, and a verdant scorpion materialized behind him. The scorpion, with an icy body and a green tail, was his martial spirit, the ice-green scorpion. The ice green scorpion shared the same classification as the ice emperor species among the three northern kings. On the Douluo Continent, any soul beast, barring the exceedingly malevolent, could serve as a martial spirit for a human. Observing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly glinted with cold intensity. Dai Zong clenched his fists, seemingly prepared for a fierce battle. Yet, Yi Qin stepped forward with an easy smile. Capricorn, I appreciate your intervention. It has relieved my concerns. What? Do you wish to prolong your life a little longer? Capricorn's lips curled into a sinister smile. As a titled Douluo, I should not be concerned with you, but you have repeatedly challenged the dignity of the Elder Hall, flaunting the favor of that woman. I cannot be blamed for this. I merely wish to grant you a few more seconds of life. Yevin Grinna Davidishli. Capricorn ceased his words, gathering icy light to form a colossal silhouette of the ice-green scorpion and hurled it towards Yi Qin. Seventh Soul Skill. Starry Compass Martial Spirit Manifestation. Dai Zong shouted, and his seventh soul ring flared once again, summoning a 10-meter radius compass above his head. The compass radiated dazzling golden light, safeguarding Dai Zong and Yi Qin within its confines. However, when the ice-green Emperor Scorpion collided with the compass, it emitted a thunderous roar, and moments later, the compass shattered as if made of glass. Despite Dai Zong's formidable defenses, he remained merely a soul Douluo, especially when faced with the formidable Capricorn Douluo, who possessed a soul power of 95 and a supreme beast martial spirit. At that moment, a voice resonated. Before this king, light shall never prevail. Following this, a pitch-black beam descended from the clouds, intercepting the assault of the ice-green scorpion. Witnessing this, both Capricorn Douluo sighed and Dai Zong, Yi Xian, and the others were taken aback. In the next instant, two figures had landed on either side of Yi Qin, one strikingly handsome yet mysterious, the other alluring yet divine. Lucifer and Mina had arrived. Who are you? Capricorn Douluo asked, a hint of trepidation evident in his tone as he sensed the overwhelming soul power emanating from Mina and Lucifer. May I inquire? Lucifer turned to Yi Qin. Wait, Mina commanded, seal the space. Yi Qin's expression turned cold. Indeed, Mina replied calmly, her 9 rings, 8 black and 1 red, bursting forth. The 9th soul ring shimmering as she invoked her 9th soul skill, Dragon Domain. Accompanied by Mina's fierce roar, a colossal white dragon ascended into the sky. A titled Douluo. Both Yi Xian and Dai Zong gasped in astonishment, exchanging meaningful glances, as they observed Lucifer and Mina's reverence towards Yi Qin, along with Mina's formidable prowess. Capricorn Douluo and the 2 other soul Douluo felt an impending crisis and promptly turned to flee. However, they were a moment too late. Mina's dragon domain had been established in an instant, forming a visible elliptical barrier that enveloped Lucifer and the 3 of them. Yi Qin, do you dare to kill me? Capricorn Douluo exclaimed, both shocked and fearful, as he had never anticipated the sudden appearance of 2 peak Douluos. Do you dare to kill me? What do I have to fear? Yi Qin replied coldly with a smile. Earlier, did you not inquire who I am? Lucifer, wielding the sword of the fallen, smiled enigmatically at Capricorn Douluo. I am the sovereign of the night, Yi Qin's first protector, the fallen king, Lucifer. Lucifer. Capricorn Douluo's pupils contracted in horror. Do not speak so grandly, Lucifer. Mina interjected with a smile. Now, I am of equal rank to you. Clearly, I am the true first protector. Little Mina, ensure their safety and maintain your space. Do not allow anyone to escape. As she spoke, Lucifer's sword of the fallen glimmered ominously, and he gently slashed forward with the sword's tip pointing downwards. Instantly, a black wind, stretching over 10 meters, surged towards Capricorn Douluo. Yi Qin, do you truly believe you can kill me? You are exceedingly naive. Despite his bravado, Capricorn Douluo did not dare to underestimate Lucifer's formidable attack. His soul rings flickered as he activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit Manifestation. In an instant, Capricorn Douluo's body expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal ice-green scorpion. Immediately, 2 beams of icy light shot forth from his scorpion eyes, colliding head-on with Lucifer's black wind. Though Lucifer held a higher rank than Capricorn, the latter's attributes were significantly enhanced in his martial spirit manifestation state. And since Lucifer's attack was merely a straightforward strike, Capricorn's icy beams began to overpower Lucifer's black wind. Lucifer, do not indulge in reckless battles. Observing Lucifer's casual demeanor, Yi Qin furrowed his brows and spoke. Should he allow the Capricorn Douluo to escape this time? It would not only implicate him, but also Bibi Dong and Yi Xian. As you command, Lucifer replied with a wicked smile, and in the next moment, his figure sliced through the air, hurtling towards the true form of Capricorn Douluo, judgment from the depths of hell, the sword of Lucifer's decree. With cold words, Lucifer swung his colossal sword at an unimaginable speed, launching a frenzied assault on Capricorn Douluo. Within mere moments, he had delivered hundreds of strikes around Capricorn's scorpion head, scorpion tail, and abdomen. In an instant, sword light flashed, ice shards, and blood splattered across the sky, accompanied by a mournful roar that resonated through the heavens. Capricorn's martial spirit disintegrated, revealing his battered human form, clothes tattered and body wounded. Incredible, he can still stand. Lucifer marveled in surprise. Then let me put an end to you once and for all. Just as Lucifer prepared to sever Capricorn's head, a radiant crimson glow erupted from Capricorn's entire being. His eyes blazed with a fierce red light, and a scarlet beastly silhouette emerged above his head, invoking the soul bone technique, soul hell. As this technique was unleashed, the space sealed by Mina was enveloped in an eerie red light, and in that moment, Lucifer's movements abruptly halted, as if bound. The power of the soul binds all. Now this space is under my dominion. Capricorn bellowed madly. Lucifer, perish. In the next instant, Capricorn Douluo's claw transformed into a scorpion stinger, piercing Lucifer's heart. Caught off guard, Lucifer cried out in despair as he shattered into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qin and Hulaina were taken aback. They had not anticipated the sheer terror of Capricorn Douluo. Mina's pupils narrowed. If she were to withdraw the dragon domain, retaining a level 95 Titled Douluo would prove difficult. Just then, from the spot where Lucifer had fallen, a faint tremor echoed. Redemption from hell, rebirth into eternity. As the words left his lips, a mass of black particles swiftly reassembled, ultimately transforming back into Lucifer's form. Lucifer, you are not dead, Yi Qin exclaimed with immense joy. Capricorn Douluo, however, appeared utterly terrified, unable to fathom how this man could shatter and yet resurrect. A monster indeed. My ninth soul skill grants me the ability to be reborn. No, to be precise, hell dares not keep me. Black light radiated from Lucifer's entire being, his cross-shaped eyes filled with wrath. But right now, I am exceedingly enraged. With that, Lucifer opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying suction that surged towards Capricorn Douluo. Despite Capricorn Douluo's desperate attempts to resist, Lucifer unleashed his full soul power in a fit of rage. In an instant, Capricorn Douluo's body was disintegrated by the force of darkness, reduced to particles consumed by Lucifer. Easily vanquished, Lucifer remarked coldly, then turned to the two individuals huddled in the corner. It is time to send you on your way. It was not that the two individuals were unwilling to assist Capricorn, but the attacks from these two super strong opponents rendered self-preservation a challenge, let alone resistance. Before the words could leave his lips, Lucifer charged at the two. Naturally, they were unwilling to be slain without a fight and immediately retaliated. But the outcome was all too predictable. Within mere exchanges, they fell as victims beneath Lucifer's blade. Once the battle concluded, Mina finally withdrew from the dragon domain, having expended considerable energy as a 10,000-year soul skill. With Capricorn Douluo slain, Yi Qin sighed in relief, but thoughts soon crossed his mind as he turned to Lucifer. Lucifer, what of Capricorn's soul bone? Lucifer hesitated momentarily. Apologies, but I consumed his soul bone. Yi Qin was momentarily stunned, then replied, well, it matters not. After all, the death of Capricorn Douluo is of utmost importance. However, those two soul bones were left behind, Lucifer said, retrieving a purple left leg bone and a blue right arm bone, handing them to Yi Qin. Well done. Yi Qin smiled as he accepted the soul bones. Yevin, who are those two? Yi Xian inquired, eyeing Lucifer and Mina, voicing a question she had long wished to ask. Hulaina frowned, thinking to herself, Mina and Lucifer are the protectors left for Yi Qin by Yunanshire. How could Yi Xian be unaware? They are subordinates of the Pope, tasked with protecting Nana. Yevin replied nonchalantly. Isn't that right, Nana? This revelation left Hulaina even more bewildered, but she nodded. Yes, they were sent by the teacher to protect me. Wait. Yi Xian frowned. If they are here to protect Hulaina, why do they solely obey your commands? You misunderstand. Mina interjected. The Pope ordered us to protect Her Highness the Saintess, but now, Yiqin is also a primary object of the Pope's protection. Ah, so that's how it is. Yixian nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. Besides Elder Nanshur, I've never seen another female elder in the Spirit Hall. Dai Zong exclaimed in astonishment at Mina. Moreover, you appear so youthful. The core secrets of our Spirit Hall are not for you to inquire about. Lucifer replied coldly. Do not ask what should not be asked. Yes. Dai Zong hastily replied. Your Highness the Saintess, Yiqin, we shall take our leave. Mina stated, then utilized her spatial powers to depart with Lucifer, secretly returning to Yiqin's body. Auntie, Nana, this matter must not be disseminated. Yiqin addressed Yixian and Hulaina, glancing at Dai Zong as he spoke. Rest assured, Shaoqin, Dai Zong is one of us. He will not speak of it. Yixian interjected before Dai Zong could respond. Hearing this, Dai Zong stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, at this moment, I should prepare lunch for our distinguished guests. With that, he departed with a smile. Yiqin, may I have a word? Just then, Yixian and Hulaina spoke in unison. Yiqin paused, then turned to Yixian, reassuringly saying, Auntie, I shall accompany Nana for a short while, and will seek you out shortly. With that, he took Hulaina's hand and quickly walked away. Upon witnessing this, Yixian frowned and clenched her teeth, nearly stamping her foot in frustration. Nana, are you curious about Mina and Lucifer's identities? Yiqin initiated the conversation. Hulaina shook her head and smiled. Qin, I know you truly love me. I do not wish to pry into what you prefer not to disclose. Thank you for your understanding. Yiqin replied tenderly. However, I am concerned. As a judging elder of the Spirit Hall, the death of Capricorn Douluo is a matter of great significance. Hulaina expressed her worries. This is also a concern of mine. Yevin responded. He brought this upon himself. I do not regret my decision. Regardless of the path you take, even if it leads you to oppose the Spirit Hall, I will always stand by your side. Hulaina declared resolutely, grasping Yiqin's hands tightly. I too will do everything within my power to protect you. Yiqin responded sweetly. Indeed, I believe in you. With that, Yiqin embraced Hulaina tightly. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Hall stood. The Douluo Hall is the most sacred place on the continent, where every individual who ascends to the rank of Titled Douluo undergoes the consecration ceremony. It is an ancient bronze hall weathered by time, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any rustle of wind or the chirping of cicadas. At the heart of the hall stands a colossal statue of a golden angel. Surrounding the statue are walls adorned with golden ancient tablets, each inscribed with the titles and true names of the illustrious Titled Douluo. Many of these Titled Douluo have long since passed, akin to worshipping the divine angel. Of course, there are also blank golden tablets reserved for the living Douluo. At this moment, an elderly and robust figure sits cross-legged before the statue, his eyes gently closed. This individual is none other than the esteemed Elder Hall and Douluo Hall Master, Qian Daolu. Suddenly, one of the blank golden tablets on the wall radiates a brilliant light. Revealing inscription. Qian Daolu instantly opens his eyes, his hand reaching out to draw forth a profound power, pulling the tablet into his grasp. He gazes at the words inscribed upon it. Capricorn Douluo Li Su. Fury ignites in his eyes, and the bronze doors of the Douluo Hall swing open as he transforms into a streak of light, racing outwards. Unexpectedly, Yixian does not engage in conversation with Yiqin. Instead, the group carries on amiably, enjoying a meal together. Yiqin and Hulaina accompany Yixian back to the Wuhuan Grand Hotel. After settling in, the two hastily return to the Pope's quarters. Upon entering, they are met by Bibi Dong. Teacher, Hulaina calls out, a hint of guilt in her voice. Where have you two been? Bibi Dong inquires with a cold demeanor. Training camp. Hulaina replies promptly. Laina, do not lie before me. You should know the consequences. Bibi Dong's expression hardens. Chapter 64. Reflections on Milestone. This is my first time appearing on the cover with a grand recommendation, and, as is customary, I must express my gratitude. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Yuewen platform, my editor Wu Heng, Xinghe, and all the editors at 404 for granting me this opportunity for a recommendation. Secondly, I am grateful for the support and recommendation votes from all my readers, as well as their encouraging messages. A special thanks to those who have generously tipped, such as Life is Like This, Yu Chao, and 666. I will strive to enhance both the speed and quality of my updates, working diligently to create works that resonate deeply with readers. Additionally, I will be posting 3 updates today. Once again, thank you all. Chapter 65. Awaiting you tonight. Hulaina did not anticipate Bibi Dong's fury today. Before she could speak, Yi Qin interjects, returning to the Pope. My aunt has arrived, and the Saintess has accompanied me to attend to her. Bibi Dong hesitates, then addresses Yi Qin. Yi Qin, come with me. Laina, return to your room and copy the Wuhuan Temple's regulations 10 times. Yes. Hulaina responds with her head bowed, then heads towards her villa. Subsequently, Bibi Dong leads Yi Qin into a secluded room, closing the door firmly behind them. My dear, has something transpired? Yi Qin inquires, noticing the absence of others. The Elder Hall's adjudicating elder, Capricorn Douluo, has died. Bibi Dong states solemnly, gazing intently at Yi Qin. What? Where did he perish? Yevin asks in astonishment. Unknown. Bibi Dong shakes her head, but his Douluo golden tablet has surfaced, and both the Elder Hall and the Worship Hall are now searching for Capricorn Douluo's body. Good luck finding it. It was devoured by Lucifer. Yi Qin smugly thinks, yet he replies, who possesses such audacity to slay an elder of the Wuhuan Temple? Bibi Dong remains silent, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Qin before asking, Qin, you must tell me honestly, does Capricorn Douluo's death have any relation to you? Not at all. How could I possibly have the ability to kill an elder of such stature? Ye Vin responds, if not you, then what about your 2 powerful Douluo subordinates? Bibi Dong's pupils constrict, awaiting Yi Qin's reply. My dear, are you questioning my integrity? Yi Qin feigns indignation. Sensing his anger, Bibi Dong's demeanor softens immediately. I apologize, Qin. My words were too harsh. I only consider your safety. Yi Qin smiles, faintly, shifting the conversation, my love. Why wouldn't you allow me to see you last night? That is because Bibi Dong's heart twists. Silly woman, you should not keep everything bottled up inside. Yi Qin comforts, wrapping his arms around her waist. Thank you for your concern and companionship. I feel much better after last night. Bibi Dong smiles. No matter what you do, I will always be by your side. Now, that is the essence of my beloved. Yevin Chaklis. Wait, Yi Qin. Bibi Dong interjects with concern, aside from me. Does anyone else know about your titled Douluo subordinates? Only Laina, Yi Qin replies. That's good. Bibi Dong appears relieved this way. The Elder Hall will never trace it back to you. Ultimately, you still do not trust me. Yi Qin feigns a melancholic sigh. Provoked, Bibi Dong's desire ignites. And she sweetly says, Yi Qin, the Elder Hall is already looking for me. Will you accompany me tonight? Certainly. Then I must take my leave first. To avoid arousing suspicion, you should return to your room. Bibi Dong instructs, tonight, I await your return. Understood. With that, Bibi Dong exits the room first. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Qin increasingly recognizes the significance of establishing his own power, liberating himself from constraints. However, he cannot yet depart from the Wuhuan Temple. Besides, with only Mina and Lucifer, he cannot achieve much. Oh no, Laina! Yevin Sudendi realizes. He quickly leaves the room, heading towards Hulaina's villa. At that moment, Hulaina is diligently copying regulations at her desk, unaware of Yi Qin's light footfalls. Laina, I'm sorry I'm late, Yi Qin smiles, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Qin, Hulaina exclaims, turning to embrace him, looking quite pitiful. What troubles you, my little princess? Yi Qin asks with a smile. This is the first time my teacher has punished me to copy regulations, and it's 10 times. Hulaina's eyes glimmer with unshed tears, feeling aggrieved. Your teacher only wants what is best for you. Yi Qin reassures her. After all, such a significant incident occurred because of me. I've implicated you. Not at all. It was I who led you into this. Hulaina counters, but more than that, I worry about you. Has the teacher and the Elder Hall discovered your involvement? I trust that as long as you remain silent, the Elder Hall will never discover it was me. Yi Qin replies tenderly. Then I shall inform the Elder Hall. Hulaina grins mischievously. Don't jest, you wouldn't tea. Yi Qin knows she is teasing, gazing at her affectionately. Oh yes, I would. Hulaina beams. Unless you help me copy the regulations, I would love to assist you, but our handwriting is different. Ye Vin responds. How about this? I'll stay by your side to cheer you on. All right, but you must stay with me the whole time. Hulaina's eyes brim with longing, yet she relents. Then that is settled. Yi Qin nods. Copying regulations is an exceedingly monotonous task. Yi Qin can only massage Hulaina and feed her as they progress. Before long, night has deepened. Laina, how many more times do you have left? Yi Qin inquires, observing the moonlight streaming through the window. Halfway, Hulaina replies, weariness evident in her voice. You must stay with me. All right. Yi Qin stifles a yawn, inwardly lamenting that he might have to break his promise to his beloved, as it was she who set this punishment upon herself. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall's conference chamber, all the thrones are occupied, with Bibi Dong and the Zhuge Law among them. Bibi Dong typically refrains from participating in Elder Hall decisions, but with the death of the adjudicating elder, her presence is indispensable. Esteemed colleagues, the esteemed Capricorn Noir, a member of our Spirit Hall's Judgment Elders, has met an untimely demise. We convene here to deliberate on two pressing matters. First, to conduct a thorough investigation across the continent to ensure that the perpetrator of Capricorn Douluo's murder is apprehended. Second, to elect a new Judgment Elder. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was the first to speak, inviting opinions from all present. I hereby announce that the High Priest has nominated Elder Xingyan as the new Judgment Elder. Do any of you dissent? He added. The elders nodded in agreement. Who would dare oppose the will of Douluo? Bibi Dong reclined languidly upon the throne, her eyes half closed, remaining silent. I am grateful for the trust placed in me by the High Priest and the support of all of you. I shall dedicate myself to the Spirit Hall and strive to forge an even more glorious future, Elder Xingyan proclaimed. Indeed, congratulations, Elder Xingyan, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo responded, clearly pleased. Now, share your thoughts on the cause of Capricorn Douluo's death. Capricorn Douluo was a rank 95 Titled Douluo. Few on the continent possessed the strength to kill him. It could only be the two Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, or the Blue Lightning Overlord School, Elder Xingyan asserted. Of course, there is also the possibility of an internal betrayal within our Spirit Hall. However, that possibility is nearly negligible. I concur with Elder Xingyan's assessment, remarked the Demon Bear Douluo. I have just received news that, aside from Elder Capricorn, Elder Feng Chun of the Windsword Sect and Elderly Haotian of the Sacred Dragon Sect are also missing. Beyond those three sects, I fear no one else possesses such means and strength. Your thoughts, Pope? The Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired of Bibi Dong. Compared to Douluo, the Golden Crocodile Douluo and several other elders consistently showed support for Bibi Dong, a factor that deterred Douluo from acting against her. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and replied, I have no objections. However, we must keep a watchful eye on one individual. Who? Asked the Golden Crocodile, Douluo. The youngest Titled Douluo on the continent, Tang Hao. Bibi Dong responded. His capabilities are quite formidable. Indeed, the elders nodded in agreement. As midnight struck, after transcribing the regulations, Hulaina stretched languidly and noticed Yi Qin, who had fallen asleep at the table. A smile graced her lips as she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Nana, are you finished? Yi Qin murmured, sleepily opening his eyes. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Hulaina replied with a smile. What time is it? Yi Qin asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. It's almost dawn. I must leave. Yi Qin suddenly awakened, realizing the time. Qin, why not stay here and sleep? Hulaina suggested. That won't do. I shall come to accompany you another day. Yi Qin shook his head and quietly departed Hulaina's villa. In the Hall of Offerings, Douluo and the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, sat upon their respective thrones. Golden Crocodile, during my retreat, I entrusted you with the affairs of the Elder Hall. Has Capricorn Douluo displayed any unusual behavior? Douluo inquired. The Golden Crocodile Douluo recalled his instructions to Capricorn Douluo regarding Yi Qin, yet he answered, none. He chose this response for two reasons. First, due to his advanced age, he wished to avoid entanglements. And second, he was unaware of Lucifer's existence, suspecting that this matter was mostly related to the Pope's domain. Upon hearing this, Douluo let out a long sigh. Within the Pope's secret chamber, Bibi Dong sat upon a stone chair. Beside her stood the newly appointed Judgment Elder, Xingyan. Xingyan, congratulations on securing the position of Judgment Elder. Bibi Dong said with a faint smile. Your Holiness, no matter what, I will always stand by your side. It is evident that Douluo is aging. I foresee that the Spirit Hall will eventually belong to you, Xingyan declared with a smile. Indeed, Bibi Dong's gaze grew icy. However, our relationship must remain undisclosed to anyone. Do not visit me. Simply send a trusted individual to inform me of any developments within the Elder Hall. Understood. Sheng Yan replied with utmost respect. You may leave. Bibi Dong waved her hand gently. After he departed, Bibi Dong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the opposition of Capricorn Law eliminated and Sheng Yan ascending to power, her influence within the Spirit Hall grew ever more formidable. All of this she owed to Yi Qin. Cunning as she was, she had already surmised that Yi Qin was behind it all. Suddenly recalling her agreement with him, Bibi Dong hastily exited the Pope's chamber. At that moment, Yi Qin had arrived in Bibi Dong's room through Mina's spatial powers. Discovering that Bibi Dong was not present, he felt a pang of disappointment. Ding! A task notification sounded. New task issued. Location: Sunset Forest. Task: defeat a 10,000-year soul beast, the Winterbone Dragon, alone. Reward: 1 shard of the Divine Artifact Reincarnation Sword. Collect 8 to form the artifact, and the secret technique of Conqueror's Haki. At that instant, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. A new task, Yi Qin mused. The Sunset Forest? That seems quite far. Detected that the host is excessively idle and indulging in pleasures. The system is initiating compulsory balancing measures. This task must be completed within 7 days. Failure to do so will result in punishment. Blast it, Yi Qin thought to himself. Left with no choice, he acquiesced. He knew that Tiando City was the capital of the Tiando Empire, one of the 2 great empires of the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Qian Renxue was in Tiando City, masquerading as the prince. The Sunset Forest was located not far from Tiando City. It seems I must venture into the Sunset Forest. Yi Qin felt no aversion. As a traveler from another world, Tiando City was undoubtedly a task location. Just then, he heard Bibi Dong's voice from outside. Has anyone come looking for me? No, your holiness. The guard replied. You may leave. With that, the villa door slowly opened and was subsequently sealed. My dear, you stood me up. Yi Qin emerged from the bedroom, a playful smile on his face. I apologize, Yi Qin. I had some matters to attend to which delayed me. Bibi Dong replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. How long have you been waiting? For quite some time. What will you do to make it up to me? Yi Qin asked. Bibi Dong flashed a charming smile and began to unbutton her clothes. Before long, her defenses had been lowered, leaving only 2 pieces of intimate clothing. Take those off as well, Yi Qin instructed. Absolutely not. Bibi Dong shook her head. You promised me. Sigh. Then I suppose I shall have to wait another 3 months to see you, Yi Qin lamented. Why? Bibi Dong's brows knitted together. My dear, I fear I must leave the Spirit Hall for some time, Yi Qin replied. Where to? Bibi Dong's expression turned sorrowful. Tiando City, Yi Qin responded. I'm going to visit a friend. What friend? Bibi Dong frowned, immediately pressing. Is he more important than me? Faced with Bibi Dong's probing, Yi Qin replied, honestly, seeing him is secondary. I mainly wish to explore. Rest assured, my dear, I shall return in 3 months. 3 months? Bibi Dong bit her lip. I cannot agree to that. But my dear, did you not say that no matter what I do, you would not impede me? Yi Qin countered. But, Bibi Dong hesitated. 1 month, at most 1 month, 2 months. Seeing the tears welling in Bibi Dong's eyes softened Yi Qin's heart. Very well, 2 months it is. Bibi Dong feigned authority. If you do not return within 2 months, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down. By the way, is that friend of yours male or female? Bibi Dong inquired. She's female, Yi Qin replied succinctly. Leave. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she pointed outside. Then I shall take my leave. Yi Qin responded with a faint smile. In that instant, as Yi Qin turned to depart, Bibi Dong swiftly embraced him from behind. Qin. Yi Qin did not resist. He boldly kissed Bibi Dong. All right, be good. I am merely leaving for 2 months. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qin cradled Bibi Dong's exquisite face, gazing deeply into her eyes as he spoke. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. Bibi Dong shook her head. However, you must fulfill your promise. I will give you everything. As long as you return on time in 2 months, I will be yours. Bibi Dong aided earnestly, gently biting her crimson lip. All right. Yi Qin nodded with excitement. Then I will accompany you to sleep tonight. MHM. Chapter 67. The Sunset Forest and the Flame Dragon Bull. A night passed in silence. The following day at noon, in Hulaina's villa. Qin, are you really leaving? Unlike Bibi Dong's resolute demeanor, Hulaina appeared somewhat fragile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just for 2 months. Yevin replied gently. Then I will accompany you. Hulaina responded. You have just assumed the role of the saintess. How can you leave without permission? Yi Qin countered, when I return, I will stay by your side, every day. Fine, you said it. Hulaina finally relented. By the way, Nana, these 2 soul bones are for you. As Yi Qin spoke, he retrieved 2 high-grade soul bones obtained from Feng Chun and Li Haoyan from the soul guide container. No, I don't want them. Hulaina shook her head. What is mine is yours. Yi Qin asserted firmly. Accept them and wait for my return. All right then. Hulaina accepted the soul bones and once again threw herself into Yi Qin's embrace. Remember, think of me every day. I will. Yivi nodded tenderly. After bidding farewell to Hulaina and Bai Bai Dong, Yi Qin embarked on his journey to Tiando City. Initially, Bai Bai Dong intended to send guards and a carriage to escort him, but Yi Qin declined. He wished to test his ice god steed. This steed, a reward for completing a task, had always existed within him, yet he had never ridden it. Upon exiting the martial soul city, Yi Qin summoned the ice god steed and mounted it. Soon, with a mighty neigh, the steed unfurled its 8-meter wings, soaring skyward like an eagle. At first, Yi Qin was concerned about the steed's rapid pace causing discomfort, but once airborne, he discovered a faint blue barrier enveloping his body, alleviating any unease. It must be said, there was no other creature like the ice god steed across the continent. Tiando City lay in the heart of the Tiando Empire, while the Martial Soul Hall was located in the southern regions, a distance of thousands of miles apart. However, with the ice god steed's remarkable speed of 30,000 miles per day, the Sunset Forest soon came into view after just a few hours. The expanse of the Sunset Forest was clearly greater than the 2 major hunting soul forests Yi Qin had previously encountered. From an altitude of 10,000 meters, the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. So this is the Sunset Forest. Yi Qin mused with a smile, guiding his ice god steed to descend gracefully at the forest's edge. Having spent much time in the bustling martial soul city, Yi Qin inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of the Sunset Forest. As a gathering place for soul beasts, it was evident that numerous weak soul beasts could be seen on the ground and in the trees. However, sensing the aura emanating from Yi Qin and the ice god steed, they fled in terror. The ice god steed was far too large to navigate through the dense woods, so Yi Qin chose to summon it back. The Cold Winterbone Dragon was a soul beast Yi Qin had encountered in the Soul Beast Compendium. Although it was not categorized as a top-tier rare soul beast, it was still a formidable presence in the Sunset Forest, being a 10,000-year-old creature. Defeating the Cold Winterbone Dragon might also allow him to collect the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang to present to Nana and Bai Bai Dong. The ice and fire yin-yang was the private garden of the poison Douluo, Douluo, but to Yi Qin it posed no challenge. With this thought in mind, Yi Qin activated the wavelength steps and swiftly traversed the forest. Along the way, he encountered no traces of soul masters or humans, which emboldened him. He utilized the disguise card to transform into his former self and activated the heavenly winged demon spider soulbone, racing toward the center of the Sunset Forest. Just then, a shadowy beast suddenly charged towards Yi Qin's left side. Reacting swiftly, he dodged aside, but the beast was remarkably fast, zipping past him in an instant. What was that? Yi Qin's interest peaked as he spread his wings and pursued the beast. He soon realized that the creature was moving at a speed beyond the naked eye's capability to track, capable of covering 20 meters in a single breath. However, Yi Qin was no slouch. He quickly caught up to the beast and intercepted it. The ferocious creature showed no signs of slowing down, transforming into a ball of flames as it barreled towards Yi Qin. Soulbone, Yi Qin called out as scales resembling those of a qilin sprouted from his right arm, crackling with thunder as he met the fiery assault head-on. While the soul beast was swift, its attack power appeared limited. Upon colliding with Yi Qin's thunder arm, it was sent reeling backward. At that moment, the flames dissipated, revealing its true form. What stood before him was a creature with the head of a dragon, the body of a bull, the tail of a dragon, and the hooves of a tiger, its form of flame, eyes gleaming with intensity, and wisps of fire escaping from its nostrils. A top-tier rare soul beast, the flame dragon bull. Yi Qin, well-versed in the Soul Beast Compendium, recognized the creature immediately. The flame dragon bull, bearing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Tao Tai, could challenge 10,000-year level beasts even at its 1,000-year maturity. However, The Flame Dragon Bull was known for its combative nature and its penchant for attacking other soul beasts, often leading to it being hunted in packs, making it exceedingly rare. This particular Flame Dragon Bull was only about 1 meter long, clearly a juvenile soul beast at around 600 years of age. What a stroke of luck to find such a top-tier soul beast here. Too bad I cannot use it. Yi Qin sighed softly. Initially, he intended to maintain a low profile, but since acquiring the Soul Ring, he could now utilize his second martial soul. Thus, he planned to wait until he advanced to Titled Douluo before adding a Soul Ring to his Dragon Scale Flower martial soul. Nevertheless, since fate had brought him to a top-tier soul beast, it would be unwise to let the opportunity slip by. Perhaps he could obtain a soul bone or something of the sort. Little one, encountering me today is your misfortune, Yi Qin remarked with a faint smile, as lightning crackled anew around his right arm. Bellow. The Flame Dragon Bull understood his words, letting out a furious roar, which then transformed into visible red sound waves that surged towards Yi Qin. Sur bonne technique, qui l'entendage. Yi Qin thrust his arm forward, summoning a tempest of lightning that shattered the Flame Dragon Bull's sound waves before striking at its corporeal form. Though formidable, the Flame Dragon Bull was merely 600 years old, equivalent to a soul sect. It paled in comparison to Yi Qin's Soul King level of power. Bellow. With unwavering determination, Yi Qin propelled his arm forward, delivering a powerful punch to the Flaming Dragon Bull, which promptly plummeted to the ground like a deflated balloon. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qin pursued relentlessly, aiming to strike the creature one final time. Just then, two commanding voices resonated from behind him, demanding his halt. One voice slightly hoarse, the other deep and resonant. Before the echoes of their words faded, Yi Qin felt a chilling sensation at his back and swiftly abandoned his attack on the Flaming Dragon Bull, employing his agility to evade the incoming strike. Two beams of icy light sliced through the air where he had just stood, leaving two gaping holes in a nearby mature tree. Turning to assess the situation, Yi Qin observed two groups of individuals positioned on either side of him. One group consisted of a middle-aged woman accompanied by 3 young men, all dressed in matching attire, unmistakably from the same sect. Yi Qin's keen eyes quickly recognized the emblem on their garments, the crest of the Tiando Empire. The other group, led by a robust middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, also contained 3 young men, their attire adorned with a distinctive 7-tiered pagoda, the emblem of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Wang Zhuozhu, I didn't expect to find you here, the woman coldly remarked to the burly man. Master Chun, has your Tiando Royal Academy set its sights on the Flaming Dragon Bull as well? The man retorted defiantly. This man and woman were, respectively, Wang Shan, the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, and Chen Yin, a senior instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Your 7 Treasures glazed tile school is renowned as the wealthiest sect in the world. Surely, you wouldn't compete with our Royal Academy. Chen Yin replied with a subtle smile. That is a misconception. In the realm of soul masters, power is paramount. Wang Shan replied impassively. If Master Chun desires battle, then let us engage. Enough. Chen Yin sighed, acknowledging that although the Tiando Royal Academy was affiliated with the Tiando royalty, they lacked the audacity to confront the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. At that moment, a resounding boom erupted, followed by a burst of violet light emerging from the side. Teacher, he has slain the Flaming Dragon Bull, a student from the Royal Academy shouted, pointing at Yi Qin. As Chen Yin and Wang Shan turned to look, they discovered that Yi Qin had indeed brought down the Flaming Dragon Bull. You brat! Chen Yin and Wang Shan exclaimed in unison. However, the crowd soon noticed a peculiar purple glow beside the bright violet soul ring of the Flaming Dragon Bull, revealing a purple leg bone. Soul bone. Both Chen Yin and Wang Shan gasped in astonishment. Wow, my luck is simply phenomenal. Yi Qin chuckled softly as he retrieved the purple leg bone. The probability of a soul beast producing a soul bone is merely 1 in 1,000, highlighting the extraordinary fortune Yi Qin possessed. Moreover, since the Flaming Dragon Bull was known for its speed, the leg bone was undoubtedly a crucial and valuable asset. Kid, I shall overlook your killing of the Dragon Bull, but you must relinquish the soul bone, Wang Shan declared coldly, revealing his 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. You speak of the Soul Master's Code, the principle of strength. Yi Qin responded with an impassive demeanor. Young man, I'm a member of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. You should be aware of the consequences of crossing me. Wang Shan refrained from attacking immediately, making his identity clear to intimidate Yi Qin. Yi Qin paid him no heed. As he activated the wave step, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Where do you think you're going? Wang Shan never anticipated Yi Qin's astonishing speed and immediately gave chase into the woods. Seeing this, Chenin also urged her soul power to pursue. Soul bones are always a rare find. Yet, Yi Qin's speed was far beyond that of the two soul kings, and soon, he left Chenin and Wang Shan far behind. It wasn't that Yi Qin couldn't contend with them, but rather, he deemed it unnecessary to attract the ire of both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royalty over something trivial. Of course, if they chose to pursue relentlessly, the outcome would have been different. Having evaded Wang Shan and Chenin, Yi Qin ventured deeper into the sunset forest, diligently searching for traces of the cold realm bone dragon. Following the earlier commotion, Yi Qin retracted his wings, as Bibi Dong had stated. The allure of 100,000-year soul bone was simply too great. Gradually, Yi Qin traversed past the periphery of the sunset forest, where a noticeable decrease in the number of soul beasts on the ground indicated that he had entered the territory dominated by soul beast overlords. Typically, such areas are inhospitable to ordinary soul beasts, which would only become prey for the dominant overlords. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil as night descended. Yi Qin resolved to pause his journey and rest overnight. After some searching, he decided to settle near a nearby lake. At that moment, Yi Qin suddenly noticed a figure in the center of the lake, a woman seemingly bathing. Beneath the moonlight, only her silhouette was visible to Yi Qin. However, he was certain that this figure could captivate countless men. Her damp golden hair cascaded down her waist, and her smooth, glistening back radiated a luminous glow in the moonlight. As he glanced downward, Yi Qin hesitated to look further. Just as he was lost in thought, a system prompt rang out, ding. Encountered a special character from Douluo Continent, Qianren Xue. Hidden mission activated. Unlock Qianren Xue in 3 steps. Step 1. Defeat Qianren Xue to obtain a fragment of the reincarnation sword and the secret manual, Eye of Night. Qianren Xue? Yi Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Who? At that moment, Qianren Xue sensed Yi Qin's presence. Her melodious yet furious voice echoed. In an instinctive reaction, Qianren Xue turned to face Yi Qin, and at that instant, her gaze locked onto his face. Yi Qin had reverted to his former self, with a handsome visage and athletic figure that could ignite the passions of many. In that moment, even Qianren Xue seemed taken aback by his striking appearance. Upon seeing Qianren Xue's face, Yi Qin felt a rush of blood. Her beauty was extraordinary, with features that resembled a true angel. Her captivating eyes possessed a unique charm that even Bibi Dong lacked. While her allure may not surpass Hulaiina's, it exuded a nobility and elegance that was unparalleled. Most notably, this stunning woman stood before him clad in only 2 form-fitting garments. It was impossible not to be drawn to such a perfect figure. Perhaps in the past, he would have hesitated, considering Qianren Xue to be Bibidong's daughter. However, since Bibidong's current form was not that which birthed Qianren Xue, their blood ties were non-existent. Of course, Yi Qin's feelings were merely one of admiration at this moment. He harbored no romantic inclinations. Yet, with fate presenting itself before him, he decided to take a chance. Moreover, the system's hidden mission also encouraged him to make Qianren Xue his own. Chapter 69. The initial battle with Qianren Xue at this moment. Noticing Yi Qin's unwavering gaze upon her, Qianren Xue's expression shifted to one of anger. A flash of golden light enveloped her as she donned a suit of golden armor. In an instant, 6 pristine white wings unfurled from her back, and wielding a sword of flames that flowed like liquid, she soared towards Yi Qin. Qianren Xue had long concealed herself in the guise of man within the imperial palace of Tiando. After much anticipation, she finally emerged to cleanse herself and unwind, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a scene that left her astounded. Miss, I have seen nothing. Yi Qin remarked with a faint smile. Do you expect me to believe that? Qianren Xue's expression darkened with anger. A woman's body is of utmost importance, and even a handsome man like Yi Qin could provoke her ire. However, compared to those of average looks, Yi Qin possessed a certain charm that mitigated her anger. Indeed, Yi Qin replied, you are clothed, so how could I see anything? Even so, I cannot let you off the hook. Qianren Xue retorted, her eyes blazing with fury. "What do you propose I do?" Yi Qin asked calmly. "It is simple. I shall gouge out your eyes," she declared icily. "Considering you will become my woman, I shall refrain from holding it against you too harshly," Yi Qin thought. Suppressing his own rage, he addressed Qian Renshua. "Miss, such an act seems rather excessive." "Oomph," Qian Renshua scoffed, already swinging her fiery sword towards Yi Qin. The system had intended for him to defeat Qian Renshua. Thus, Yi Qin did not evade. With his arm transformed into a dragon's limb, he met her fiery sword head-on. The clash produced a resounding metallic ring, and both were forced back a few steps. Observing this, Qian Renshua's eyes narrowed in surprise. She had not anticipated his formidable prowess. Confident that her martial spirit would easily overpower Yi Qin, she grappled with the dilemma of revealing her six-winged angel spirit, a closely guarded secret that could result in devastating consequences if exposed. Yet, facing Yi Qin, she felt an inexplicable reluctance. "Why am I hesitating?" she pondered internally. Yevin, sensing her hesitation yet unaware of its cause, tentatively suggested, "If you refrain from attacking, I shall take it as your forgiveness." Qian Renshua's anger flared again. She had no intention of letting him off easily. Gritting her teeth, her 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, flashed into brilliance. "Ah, Qian Renshua is merely a soul king," Yi Qin mused, realizing her true level. In truth, Qian Renshua had been masquerading and had little time for cultivation, resulting in her soul power being only at 59 levels. Nonetheless, at 19 years old, she was nearing the level of a soul emperor, far surpassing any talent Yi Qin had previously encountered, excluding himself, of course. Initially believing her to be a soul emperor, Yi Qin's confidence surged upon learning of her true level. At that moment, a grand silhouette of a 6-winged angel manifested behind Qian Renshua, towering at approximately 4 meters, her head bowed, eyes closed, exuding an aura of mystery and elegance. As her martial spirit unfurled, Qian Renshua's power surged dramatically, leaving Yi Qin with a sense of pressure. World-devouring ancestral dragon, manifest. The battle was inevitable, and Yi Qin immediately revealed his world-devouring ancestral dragon. In an instant, he was enveloped in a shroud of nebulous black light, his hands transforming into dragon claws. The might of the world-devouring ancestral dragon was on par with that of the 6-winged angel, creating a striking contrast. If the 6-winged angel was a messenger from heaven, the world-devouring ancestral dragon was a demon from the abyss. Upon witnessing Yi Qin's extraordinary martial spirit, Qian Renshua's eyes narrowed. "What manner of martial spirit is this? I am aware of all the geniuses from the top 3 sects, and you cannot possibly belong to them. Yet, at merely 20 years of age, you possess such formidable power. Your origins must be remarkable. Speak, who are you? Quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity." Yi Qin responded with an amiable smile. "Very well, I shall ensure you concede convincingly." Years of covert training had endowed Qian Renshua with a maturity and composure that set her apart from the self-assured elite. With a flourish, her first soul ring radiated brilliance. Invoking her first soul skill, Angelic Assault, before the words had left her lips, a magnificent golden sword appeared in her hand. Its tip aimed at Yi Qin as she launched an attack. Mid-attack, an ethereal golden shield emerged at the blade's tip. World-devouring Dragon Claw. Yi Qin countered by activating his first soul skill, his 4 rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple glowing vibrantly. The black light of his Dragon Claw surged forth to confront Qian Renshua head-on. The collision erupted in a dazzling shower of sparks. In that moment, Yi Qin felt a tremor in his chest. Although the world-devouring ancestral dragon possessed unparalleled strength, confronting Qian Renshua, who was 10 levels his superior, was evidently taxing. Even more astonished was Qian Renshua. She had believed she could easily annihilate Yi Qin, yet the reality far exceeded her expectations. A mere soul scholar was standing toe-to-toe with her, a high-ranking soul king with a divine martial spirit. This was nearly unfathomable. She recalled Yi Qin's victory over Qian Mohan and Han Dong at the Martial Spirit Hall, piecing together that his martial spirit resembled a colossal black dragon. Wait, Yi Qin is only 9 years old, she thought, confusion swirling in her mind. Yet the multitude of coincidences convinced her that this individual was indeed Yi Qin. While he belonged to the Hall of the Pope, she had no intention of ruthlessly attacking a member of the Martial Spear Hall, especially not a super genius. Consequently, her objective shifted from annihilating Yi Qin to imparting a lesson. Her soul power output slightly diminished. I must enhance my strength, Yi Qin mused with a hint of frustration. Relying on Lucifermina in battle had left him lacking in combat experience. With no time to spare, his third soul ring ignited, enveloping him in a layer of black light that amplified his power by 50%. As Yi Qin's strength surged, Qian Rinxue's soul power waned, and the balance shifted, propelling Qian Rinxue backward. "You are Yi Qin?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. "Could it be that you recognize me?" Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback, yet he replied without hesitation, "I am not." "Who is Yi Qin? I refuse to believe you are not him." Qian Rinxue remained steadfast in her conviction. Just as Yi Qin sought to argue further, a chilling wind swept in from behind Qian Rinxue. Beneath the moonlight, a colossal dragon shadow emerged from the depths of the lake. Chapter 70. The frostbound bone dragon stirred Qian Rinxue's heart. Its entire body radiated a dark purple hue, shimmering with icy light, its wings riddled with holes reminiscent of moths, and its head was sharp, seemingly composed entirely of bone. "The frostbound bone dragon!" Yi Qin exclaimed with delight. This spirit beast was precisely the target of his task. Qian Rinxue, too, felt the chill at her back as she turned. The frostbound bone dragon lunged at her. In response, Qian Rinxue swiftly positioned her angelic sword defensively, yet the dragon's head was exceedingly resilient, crashing against her sword with a resounding clang. The bone dragon's immense strength forced her to slide backward uncontrollably, 8 meters in length and boasting a 30,000-year lifespan. It was nearly at the level of a soul emperor. Yi Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Without uttering a word, Qian Rinxue unfurled her 6 pristine wings, radiating brilliance, and her power surged, halting the advance of the frostbound bone dragon. Enraged, the bone dragon focused its soul power, clearly preparing for a devastating strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, "Yi Qin, do you intend to merely watch? Why should I assist you? Furthermore, my name is not Yi Qin." Yi Qin replied with a stoic expression. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Rather, he needed to dispel Qian Rinxue's doubts about him. "If I perish, you shall not survive either," Qian Rinxue stated coldly. "That may not be the case. I could leave right now," Yi Qin replied with a faint smile, intentionally turning to walk away. Qian Rinxue felt a wave of fear and quickly said, "Help me this once, and I shall hold no grudges against you." "That sounds quite appealing," Yi Qin responded, no longer engaging in further discussion, as he feared for Qian Rinxue's safety. The weakness of the cold bone dragon lies at its crown, Yi Qin mused inwardly. However, he was also aware that the head of the cold bone dragon was exceedingly tough and would only enter a brief state of vulnerability after unleashing its winter power. Therefore, Yi Qin shouted to Qian Rinxue, "My lady, you may have to endure a blow." Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow as the soul power within the cold bone dragon's eyes had fully coalesced. The moment the winter power was released, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed over the entire lake. As Qian Rinxue felt the bone-chilling cold around her, she immediately unleashed the ultimate flame power of the 6-winged angel. This supreme flame allowed Qian Rinxue to avert a life-threatening crisis, yet her body was gradually encased in ice, transforming her into an ice sculpture. In that instant, Yi Qin moved like a specter, darting towards the head of the cold bone dragon. With thunderous energy surging from his right arm, he unleashed the Qilin Thunderbolt. True to Yi Qin's expectations, the dragon's head was as hollow as a shell after it had just released its winter power. As Yi Qin's fist struck down, arcs of lightning erupted, and the cold bone dragon met its demise at that very moment. Soon after, a glossy black soul ring ascended from the dragon's corpse. Ding! Task check-in successful. Reward issued. 1 fragment of the Sword of Reincarnation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your conqueror's haki has reached the great perfection realm. Noticing Qian Rinxue frozen in ice, Yi Qin decided not to rescue her immediately. Firstly, the power of the ice sculpture was not easily broken, and secondly, he resolved to absorb this soul ring, transforming it into the 3rd soul ring for his dragon scale flower. Originally, Yi Qin had planned for the dragon scale flower to be enveloped entirely in 10,000-year soul rings. However, plans often change, and at this moment, he needed to quickly advance to the Soul King to defeat Qian Ruxue. There were two methods for him to swiftly elevate his level. One was to absorb the soul bone of the fire dragon bull, and the other was to acquire soul rings for the dragon scale flower. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Qin chose the latter. Yi Qin swiftly sat down, and as the two soul rings beneath his feet, one yellow and one purple, blossomed, he gradually drew the third, black soul ring into his body. A 10,000-year soul ring poses a considerable challenge for a soul master, as it exceeds the limits. However, for Yi Qin, who possessed a second martial spirit starting from 50,000 years and could absorb 100,000-year soul bones, it was not overly daunting. Nevertheless, absorbing a soul ring requires time. Everything was proceeding smoothly until several figures emerged from the forest. Among them were Chun Yin and Wang Shan, who had pursued Yi Qin earlier, along with their fellow students from the Royal Academy and disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's him. Wang Shan's eyes gleamed upon seeing Yi Qin. Oh, did he slay this 10,000-year cold bone dragon? Chun Yin exclaimed, gazing at the dragon's corpse on the ground in shock. He is absorbing a soul ring. Wang Shan nodded. Damn it. We let you escape in the daylight. You won't get away this time. Wang, there is also an ice sculpture here. A disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School pointed at the ice form of Qian Ruxue. Forget about it. The soul bone is our priority, Wang Shan said, brandishing a massive axe as he approached Yi Qin. Absorbing a soul ring was akin to entering a meditative state, completely isolating oneself from the external world. So Yi Qin was unaware of Wang Shan and the others' arrival. As they drew near, they perceived something was amiss. Yi Qin's feet bore one yellow, one purple, and a third black soul ring that he was gradually pulling into his body. The third soul ring, 10,000 years. Chunin gasped. Wait, he has only 2 rings and has already defeated the cold bone dragon. This kid is a bit uncanny. Wang Shan's gaze sharpened. No more hesitation. Strike him down. With that, Wang Shan's massive axe swung toward Yi Qin's head. At that moment, an immense force suddenly erupted from behind them, and they turned to find it emanating from the ice sculpture. The next instant, the ice sculpture was consumed by golden flames, and Qian Ruxue's magnificent figure soared forth. What martial spirit is this? Wang Shan gasped at the sight of the 6-winged angel behind Qian Ruxue. However, before he could react, Qian Ruxue's sword swept through the air, and Wang Shan's throat was instantly severed. Wang Shan, at only level 51, was easily overpowered by Qian Ruxue. Run. Upon witnessing Wang Shan's demise, Chun Yin and the others were horrified and immediately fled into the forest. However, the outcome was inevitable. The angel sword slipped from Qian Ruxue's hand and pierced Chun Yin's heart. Subsequently, the angel sword traversed her body, slaying all 6 young men. Having completed this, Qian Ruxue finally turned her gaze upon Yi Qin, her eyes flashing with fury. Yet, upon seeing Yi Qin's flawless visage and recalling how he had slain the dragon and saved her, her anger gradually dissipated. She gazed at Yi Qin silently, as if to protect him. Throughout her life, Qian Ruxue had been engrossed in the pursuit of power, never enamored by any man. Yet at this moment, she inexplicably felt drawn to Yi Qin, glancing back at him from time to time. Chapter 71. Check-in. The eyes of ice and fire 10 minutes later. Yi Qin finally awakened. As he had anticipated, upon absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring, his level had reached 50, with just 1 divine sense soul ring needed to advance to Soul King. He slowly dispersed his soul power and opened his eyes. Upon seeing the 7 horizontal and 8 vertical corpses before him, along with the unsealed Qian Ruxue, he was taken aback. Did you kill all these people? Yi Qin inquired of Qian Ruxue. They sought to kill you, so I eliminated them all. Qian Ruxue replied calmly. So, I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. A warmth surged within Yi Qin's heart. You need not thank me. You saved me as well. So we are even? Qian Ruxue retorted. Fair is fair. I have a principle. You saved me, so I owe you a favor. I saved you, and you owe me one as well. Yi Qin responded. My name is Nangong Wenqing. Qian Ruxue. She replied. Yi Qin paid little heed to Qian Ruxue's alias and smiled, asking, by the way, who is this Yi Qin you mentioned earlier? Nothing much. Qian Ruxue replied coolly. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Yi Qin had no intention of using this opportunity to complete his task of defeating her. Qian Ruxue did not speak further. She turned, revealing a hint of reluctance, and soared into the forest. Watching Qian Ruxue depart, Yi Qin merely smiled faintly. After all, he was certain they would meet again. It seems I must not act rashly in the future. He shifted his gaze to the corpses of Chun Yin and the others. In the future, when he absorbed soul rings, he would certainly summon Lucifer or Mina. If it had not been for Qian Ruxue this time, he might have truly met his end. Unbeknownst to him, if faced with life-threatening danger, Mina and Lucifer would automatically appear. It was not wise to linger here. Yi Qin employed the light wave step and left the lake, ascending to a tall tree. In the past, Yi Qin often found Hulaina somewhat clingy. Yet now that she was absent, he felt an unexpected sense of loss. He wondered what that foolish girl was doing at this moment. Lying beneath a tree, he gazed at the moon and sighed. Mina, he called out. A night passed in silence. With Mina's protection, no soul beast dared to approach Yi Qin. On this day, a gentle rain began to fall in the sunset forest. Ding! A check-in task was released, with the location being the Eye of Ice and Fire. Task: cure Douluo of his poison. Task reward: 100 loyalty from Douluo Xiantian Baolu, Herbal Edition. In the early morning, Yi Qin awoke to the sound of the system's prompt. Oh, another check-in task? He exclaimed. 100 loyalty from Douluo? Completing this task would grant me an additional Titled Douluo level companion. Without hesitation, Yi Qin utilized his agility and swiftly traversed the sunset forest. He opted not to summon the ice god steed, as the distance was not great and the steed was too conspicuous. The Eye of Ice and Fire was a unique site where a volcano and an ice mountain coexisted, nurturing a dual spring within. Countless celestial herbs thrived in this area, earning it the title of one of the 3 great medicinal treasure troves. Yi Qin's intent was not only to cure Douluo, but also to cultivate the celestial herbs present. Initially, he harbored some reservations, knowing that both celestial herbs and rare poisons required special methods and tools. However, the reward from the system included the Xiantian Baolu Herbal Edition, perfectly resolving this dilemma. What is happiness? It is not merely a cat eating fish or a dog savoring meat. It is the ability to sleep when weary and having someone bring you an umbrella in the rain. As Yi Qin remembered, Douluo had surrounded the Eye of Ice and Fire with a toxic mist created from the Bihua 7 Absolute Flower. This mist contained potent toxins, deterring any soul beast from entering. Yet, for Yi Qin, this posed no challenge at all. Summoning Mina, he quickly arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire under her spatial power. Inside, a conical valley presented an extraordinary scene, filled with rising steam. At the center of the valley lay an oval-shaped hot spring, astonishingly colored in milky white and crimson, with each hue clearly delineated and not encroaching upon the other. Even more surprisingly, an array of peculiar flowers and grasses, radiating vibrant colors, flourished beside the spring. Perhaps due to Douluo's long-term residence here, a strong, foul odor pervaded the area. Upon witnessing the stunning celestial herbs and the extraordinary hot spring, even Yi Qin could not help but express his astonishment. Clearly, he had not erred in his search. This was indeed Douluo's garden. A satisfied smile crossed Yi Qin's face. Master, I sense a powerful presence here. Be cautious. Mina warned. No worries, with you by my side. I feel at ease. Yi Qin replied with a faint smile. My master has given me life. I shall protect him with unwavering loyalty. Mina declared resolutely. Mina, I am curious. Are your and Lucifer's bodies akin to those of humans? Yi Qin inquired. The response from Mina startled him. Would you like to feel for yourself? She responded playfully. Who are you? A sharp, cold female voice suddenly rang out ahead. Yi Qin turned to see a young woman, around 18 years old, standing there. Clad in a green outfit, her deep purple hair framed her face, while her green eyes resembled those of a serpent, exuding a cold-blooded aura. Her nails were also green. Although her appearance was somewhat unusual, she was undeniably attractive, even if not quite on par with Yi Qin's women. Are you Douluo? Yi Qin asked, looking at her. You know me? Douluo replied, somewhat astonished. I am here to find your grandfather. Please summon him. Yi Qin stated plainly. Now manifesting in his previous life's form, he felt free to act without concern for repercussions. Do you think you can meet my grandfather? Douluo responded coldly. Considering your grandfather, I forgive your rudeness. Yi Qin replied with a faint smile. We shall find him ourselves. With that, Yi Qin and Mina proceeded towards the upper part of the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Stop!" Douluo Yin exclaimed, her expression filled with wrath. However, just as she was about to take action, a flash of white light glimmered in Yi Qin's eyes, causing her to feel dizzy and collapse. "Master, is she all right?" Mina asked. "It's merely the effect of the Conqueror's haki," Yi Qin reassured her. Douluo Yin, being of a similar age to Huliena and at the Soul Master level, could not withstand Yi Qin's enhanced Conqueror's haki. Yet before she completely fell, a green shadow darted past, lifting her and vanishing in front of Yi Qin. Chapter 72. The Poisoned Douluo. The green figure moved with incredible speed. Before Yi Qin could react, it had appeared before him, cradling Douluo Yin. Mina sensed the presence and was ready to protect Yi Qin. However, he felt no fear. The person before him, clad in green robes, with green eyes that sparkled like emeralds and nails of the same hue, emanated a chilling aura. This was none other than the poisoned Douluo. Sensing an imperceptible aura and level from Mina, Douluo felt a flicker of surprise. Nevertheless, he addressed Yi Qin and Mina with cold disdain. "Who are you two, trespassing in my domain and daring to harm my granddaughter? I advise you to provide a reasonable explanation, or this place will become your grave." "Do not be angry," Yi Qin replied with a subtle smile. "We are here to find you, but your granddaughter's demeanor leaves much to be desired. Rest assured, she is merely unconscious and unharmed. Am I unable to judge for myself? If anything were to happen to Yan Yan, you would already be a corpse. Speak, what business do you have with me?" Douluo's eyes, already filled with coldness, now burned with anger, making it difficult for an ordinary person to meet his gaze. Yi Qin was not particularly fond of such a temperament, but considering Douluo's potential as his companion, he decided to endure for the moment. However, this demeanor required tempering. Thus, Yi Qin smiled at Douluo. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand, but before we proceed, I must assess your qualifications." Since Douluo would inevitably take action, Yi Qin decided to strike first. "Mina, do you understand my intent?" Yi Qin asked. "Yes, master." Mina nodded with a smile, then approached Douluo. In an instant, a snow-white Eastern divine dragon roared forth from behind Mina. As Mina unleashed her martial spirit, a terrifying aura enveloped the area, causing Douluo's expression to shift slightly. "By the command of my master, let's engage in combat," Mina declared, a shimmering white spear materializing in her grasp. "Who exactly are you?" Douluo's expression hardened. "You would do well to be straightforward," Mina replied with an enigmatic smile. "If it were that man, he would not be so easy to reason with." "Humph," Douluo retorted coldly, placing Douluo Yin on a nearby stone. "Very well, it has been long since I have fought. I shall teach you two impudent fools a lesson." As the words left his lips, a vibrant green serpent emerged behind Douluo, its triangular head adorned with scales reminiscent of emeralds. This formidable creature was none other than Douluo's martial soul, the Radiant Phosphor Serpent King. However, despite its might, the Radiant Phosphor Serpent King remained modest when compared to Mina's spatial divine dragon. In the next moment, Douluo's 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings materialized one by one, causing his aura to surge dramatically. "Come forth, young lady, let me gauge your strength," Douluo remarked with a smile. Mina remained silent, but her 8 black and 1 red soul rings erupted into brilliance. Upon witnessing the first black ring, Douluo's smile began to fade, and as Mina's final red soul ring appeared, a flicker of fear crossed his features. "Why are your soul rings so peculiar?" Douluo questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone. He immediately recalled the legendary divine testers, rumored to possess soul rings that could elevate their age, transcending the limits of existence. Realizing this, Douluo cast a surprised glance at Yi Qin, as if to suggest that Mina was highly obedient to him. This was astonishing. An esteemed Titled Douluo was deigning to heed the commands of a mere 20-year-old. Just as Douluo was about to speak, Mina's silver spear, akin to a darting dragon, pierced toward him. Caught off guard, Douluo conjured a green orb in his hand, summoning the Radiant Phosphor Serpent King to confront Mina. However, upon contact, the serpent was effortlessly pierced by Mina's spear, sending a shockwave through Douluo's body. 5th soul skill, Serpent Python Celestial Shield. Douluo's expression remained stoic as his 5th black soul ring flickered, creating a green luminescent barrier before him. A thunderous crash echoed as Mina's silver spear collided with the shield, producing a fierce clash. The ground trembled as fissures erupted, visible shockwaves rippling outward, shattering the surrounding mountains and sending clouds of stone debris swirling into the air. This woman's seemingly simple strike was terrifying. Douluo thought to himself, recognizing her level to be at least 95, far beyond his reach. Would he perish here today? Quickly, Douluo shifted his focus to Yi Qin, contemplating a more direct approach. Resolute, he slammed his palm onto the ground, fracturing the earth within a 100-meter radius. In an instant, Mina lost her footing, her soul power briefly wavering, granting Douluo the opportunity to dart toward Yi Qin like a specter. Yet, Yi Qin appeared to have anticipated Douluo's intentions. As Douluo drew near, a dark luminescence erupted from within Yi Qin. "Impudent fool! How dare you harm my master?" Lucifer's eerie voice echoed, as a black and gold great sword threatened Douluo's forehead. "Lucifer, cease at once." Just as Douluo's life hung in the balance, Yi Qin's voice resonated. The fallen sword hovered perilously close to Douluo's brow, merely a centimeter away, leaving him in sheer terror. Your power is commendable. Now we may discuss matters," Yi Qin said, offering a faint smile to Douluo. At this, Lucifer withdrew the fallen sword. Douluo quickly retracted his soul power and nodded. "If you spare my granddaughter, you may take my life without hesitation." Acknowledging the gravity of his situation, he was willing to acquiesce. "I have no intention of taking your life, Douluo. There is no need for alarm," Yi Qin reassured him, patting Douluo on the shoulder. "In fact, I am here to assist you." Surprised by the unexpected offer, Douluo responded. "What do you seek in return?" "The poison from your martial soul's backlash is quite unpleasant, isn't it?" Yi Qin replied with a slight smirk. "How do you know?" Douluo's pupils constricted in shock. In Chapter 73, titled Fiery Apricot Blossoms and Octagonal Ice Grass, a plea for additional recommendations was made. In front of others, he would never admit to being afflicted by poison as a dignified poison Douluo. Yet in this context, there was no need for concealment. "How I know is irrelevant," Yi Qin stated. "What matters is that I am here to help you with the antidote." Douluo, overwhelmed with surprise, momentarily lost his composure. "You come to offer me an antidote without asking for anything in return?" Yi Qin smiled. "After curing your poison, I will gain your unwavering loyalty. There is no need for further conditions." Douluo pondered. What does he truly want? Does he seek rare herbs? I cannot compete with Mina and Lucifer, yet Yi Qin could easily acquire them. Despite his confusion, Douluo's current state left him little to lose. After enduring the torment of the martial soul's backlash daily, he longed for relief, especially for his granddaughter, whom he wished to protect from an untimely demise. Thus, Douluo replied, "Very well, but may I make a small request?" "Speak." Ye Vin responded. "Please also cure my granddaughter's poison," Douluo asserted, gritting his teeth. He recognized that he had no real leverage, but for the sake of his granddaughter, he made the request. "Agreed," Yi Qin nodded. "It's a simple matter. Your kindness is commendable. While I seek no reward, should you truly cure my poison, you may take anything I possess," Douluo declared. Yi Qin smiled faintly, and at that moment, Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo, awoke, pointing angrily at Yi Qin. "How dare you ambush me? Grandfather, help me teach him a lesson. Yinner, he is my esteemed guest. How can you be so disrespectful?" "Kneel," Douluo commanded, pointing at Yi Qin. "Grandfather," Douluo exclaimed, taken aback. Throughout her life, Douluo had always spoiled her, never once treating her so sternly. However, she dared not defy his order and bent her knees before Yi Qin. Yi Qin chose not to intervene, recognizing that if Douluo's disposition did not change, it would lead to dire consequences in the future. "Douluo, come with me," Yi Qin instructed. Douluo assumed Yi Qin was still angered and, gritting his teeth, shouted at Douluo, "You will kneel for 2 hours before you may rise." With her head bowed, tears began to fall to the ground. Yi Qin led Douluo and Lucifer toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. "Douluo, do you recognize the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot blossom?" Yi Qin inquired. He recalled that Tang San had used these two divine herbs to cleanse Douluo's toxins. "Never heard of them." Douluo shook his head. Yi Qin found himself momentarily speechless. It seemed that despite possessing a vast medicinal garden, Douluo was entirely unaware of its potential, explaining why Tang San had taken advantage of him. Nevertheless, Yi Qin was unconcerned. As long as he cured Douluo's poison and obtained the Xintian treasure record section on divine herbs, everything would fall into place. The prerequisite was to locate the 2 antidote herbs. Fortunately, the original text described their appearances, making it relatively easy for Yi Qin, with his remarkable memory, to identify them. The 2 divine herbs were positioned centrally within the herb garden. Following the descriptions in the text, Yi Qin navigated cautiously through various medicinal and toxic herbs, searching for the traces of the 2 divine herbs. What was he doing? Douluo could not help but ask Lucifer. Lucifer stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness, completely disregarding the inquiries posed by Douluo, which left him feeling rather embarrassed. Soon, Yi Qin's gaze was drawn to a flower shaped like an octagon. Its approximate form resembled that of an octagonal blossom, adorned at its center by a stamen that sparkled like ice crystals, emanating a chill as Yi Qin approached. Undoubtedly, this must be the octagonal xianbing grass. After considering various factors, Yi Qin confidently declared. He then retrieved a metallic dagger from his soul guide container, a blade he had acquired as part of a task, known as the Black Gold Ancient Dagger, one of the artifacts from the tomb raiding realm. The Black Gold Ancient Dagger was extraordinarily sharp, and with a mere slide, the octagonal xianbing grass fell effortlessly. This ice and fire duality, I was indeed extraordinary. Yi Qin mused internally as he felt his body undergoing a trial of both ice and fire. He refrained from picking up the octagonal xianbing grass and calculated the distance, quickly making his way to the center of the Yangji Xian grass. There, he encountered a vibrant red herb, resembling a cabbage, and subsequently drew forth a jade dagger from the soul guide container to sever it. In no time, Yi Qin executed the wave step to exit the range of the ice and fire duality eye, while 2 black vines resembling dragon scales ensnared both the octagonal xianbing grass and the fiery apricot blossom, bringing them to his side. Were these 2 herbs? Douluo inquired, approaching with surprise. Yi Qin remained silent, directly consuming the 2 poisonous plants, and shortly thereafter, he plunged into the ice and fire duality eye. In the next moment, his entire being was enveloped in flames and ice, steam rising from his body as if he were a dumpling being boiled. The potency of the herbs was indeed formidable. Yevin acknowledged git inyardi. Within him, sensations of extreme heat and cold clashed, compelling him to sink deeper into the hot spring. Douluo, displaying a hint of concern, recognized that Yi Qin had ingested 2 highly toxic substances, while Lucifer and Mina seemed to have complete faith in him, showing no signs of distress. Half an hour later, Yi Qin emerged from the hot spring, his complexion restored to normal, indicating that the effects of the fiery apricot blossom and octagonal xianbing grass had neutralized. He took out the black gold ancient dagger, made a gentle incision on his hand, and collected the blood in a vial. Douluo, drink this. Yi Qin handed the blood to Douluo, instructing him to channel the toxins within into his soul bone. All right. At this point, Douluo had no alternative but to comply. He swiftly accepted Yi Qin's blood and consumed it, then seated himself to guide the toxins into his soul bone. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, it wasn't long before Douluo sensed an anomaly within him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings pulsated rhythmically around his body. Visible dark green gas continuously emanated from him. As time passed, the green gas surrounding Douluo dwindled, and his hair began to transition from green to a lighter shade. Ding! The poison was expelled successfully, and the task was accomplished, earning Douluo a loyalty rating of 100% and a chapter from the Xintian Douluo on immortal herbs. Chapter 74. Douluo submits, harvesting immortal herbs. At that moment, the system notification startled Yi Qin slightly. Oh, how could it be so swift? Yi Qin wondered, surprised, as he had anticipated that Douluo's detoxification would take a considerable amount of time. In actuality, completely expelling Douluo's toxins in one go was unrealistic. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, the system deemed it a success, just as the reward for the task was granted. An influx of peculiar knowledge flooded Yi Qin's mind. As he surveyed the information, it was as if the names, properties, and principles of the immortal herbs inscribed themselves automatically. Fragrant silken immortal product. Autumn water dew. Black chicken white phoenix herb. Half-step smiling down. A series of immortal herbs and poisons materialized vividly in Yi Qin's consciousness. Well, I shall not be modest, Yi Qin remarked with a faint smile. Soon, he approached a pale yellow immortal herb. This herb bore a resemblance to a rose, radiating a golden glow that stood out even amidst the myriad treasures. This herb was named the Great Strength-Reaching Heaven Flower. As its name suggests, it significantly enhances physical strength. This would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yi Qin's annihilating world ancestor dragon, and it was classified as an exceedingly precious immortal product. Yi Qin utilized the black gold ancient dagger to sever it from its roots, then plucked its petals and began to chew slowly. Another reason for selecting this particular herb was that the side effects of the Great Strength-Reaching Heaven Flower were not as pronounced, unlike the domineering octagonal xianbing grass. The moment he ingested the petals, Yi Qin felt a formidable and overwhelming power surge from his dantian, and he sensed that the blood coursing through his veins seemed to warm significantly. This power was exhilarating. Yi Qin could not help but exclaim. Although he did not yet possess a fifth soul ring, and thus could not attain the true level of Soul King. However, with the effects of the fiery apricot blossom and octagonal xianbing grass preceding, and the great strength-reaching heaven flower following, he believed that upon acquiring a soul ring, his soul power would surely rise by at least 3 levels. The higher the level, the more challenging it became to progress for an ordinary person. Advancing 3 levels at the Soul King tier would take no less than 2 years. Yi Qin felt immensely satisfied. While the effects of the immortal herbs were indeed remarkable, an individual could consume only 3 to 4 such products at most. Otherwise, the effects would be negligible at best, or at worst, lead to adverse reactions that could disrupt bodily structure. After careful consideration, Yi Qin chose the autumn water dew as well. Its efficacy lay in enhancing mental strength and the ability to see through illusions. This was crucial, as sometimes illusions could be lethally effective. However, he decided against consuming it immediately, as the potency of the immortal herbs was quite overpowering, and taking them consecutively could lead to unfortunate outcomes. At this point, Yi Qin turned his attention to Mina and Lucifer. You two, come here for a moment. Master, what is your command? Mina and Lucifer responded in unison. Can you consume these immortal herbs? Yi Qin inquired. If these herbs could elevate Mina and Lucifer by another level, that would be splendid. Master, our soul power is solely linked to the system, Mina replied. Consuming these would be akin to drinking water for us. Just as Yi Qin had suspected, he sighed lightly. Very well, since they are of no use to you, I shall prepare them for Nana and my wife. Without further ado, utilizing the knowledge from the Titled Douluo, Yi Qin commenced a grand harvest of the immortal herbs and poisons. Fortunately, after 3 years of tasks, he possessed all the necessary tools, porcelain, bottles, and jars. Lucifer and Mina observed calmly, while Douluo remained immersed in the hot spring, expelling his toxins. After a flurry of activity, the vast ice and fire duality had been thoroughly plundered, and Yi Qin placed all the immortal herbs into the soul guide container. At that moment, Douluo finally regained consciousness. His formerly green hair had transformed into a light black hue, and his appearance appeared more vibrant, as if he had rejuvenated by a decade. He was oblivious to the fact that the herbs had been entirely harvested and approached Yi Qin directly. Douluo, it seems your detoxification has gone well. Yi Qin smiled at Douluo. Indeed, it is all thanks to our master, replied Douluo. Master. Although Yi Qin was aware that he had earned Douluo's unwavering loyalty, he was nonetheless taken aback. Yes, my mind is made up. From this day forth, you shall be my master, and I am willing to face fire and water for you, without hesitation. As Douluo spoke, he knelt before Yi Qin on one knee. There's no need for such exaggeration. Yi Qin assisted Douluo to his feet, though he acknowledged that there would undoubtedly be times when he would require Douluo's assistance in the future. Seeing Douluo completely submit, a thought began to blossom in Yi Qin's mind, namely, to establish his own power. Previously, this had merely been a vague notion, with no clear starting point. But now he might have found his direction. Of course, he knew he could not act too hastily. Douluo, I shall accept your celestial herb. Yi Qin smiled at Douluo. Douluo glanced around at the desolate surroundings, feeling a pang of regret, but still replied, of course, what is mine is yours. However, I have one request. Speak freely. Yi Qin nodded. Could you leave a single herb for my granddaughter? Douluo replied. Very well. Yi Qin nodded, and by the way, I shall also cure her poison. Thank you, master. Douluo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Master feels somewhat awkward. Please just call me Yi Xiao from now on. Yi Qin responded. Yes, Yi Xiao. Douluo immediately nodded. Yi Xiao, may I trouble you with another matter? What is it? I cannot bear to see Yen'er weep. Could you please speak to her? Very well. With that, Yi Qin approached the weeping Douluo. Your grandfather only wishes the best for you. Now, please rise. Yi Qin spoke to her. Upon hearing this, Douluo looked up at Yi Qin with anger in her eyes, which had turned completely red from crying. If it weren't for you, my grandfather would never treat me this way. This is a celestial herb that can enhance your poison skills, as I promised your grandfather. Do you want it? Yi Qin placed a dark herb before Douluo. At his words, some of Douluo's anger dissipated, but she still refused to rise. If you wish to kneel, then remain on your knees. With that, Yi Qin turned to ascend the mountain. Halfway up, a beam of emerald green light shot up into the sky from within the toxic miasma. What is happening? Yi Qin exclaimed, taken aback. Yi Xiao, someone has intruded upon the 7 absolute poison array. Mina and Douluo appear by Yi Qin's side, with Douluo speaking up. I shall go take a look. Douluo added. Perfectly bored, let's go together. Yi Qin replied. With that, the group hurried toward the source of the green light. Upon reaching the air above the poison array, they noticed a figure lying on the ground. At first glance, it appeared to be a man. Yi Xiao, there seems to be a person over there. Douluo remarked. First, let us dismantle the poison array and see. Yi Qin nodded. Understood. Douluo affirmed. And with a surge of vast soul power, he caused the 7 absolute poison flowers to enter a temporary state of dormancy. Consequently, Yi Qin spread his wings and descended toward the figure. Generally, a 10,000-year soul bone should not be used lightly. However, since Douluo was now entirely loyal to him, there was no need for concealment. Upon approaching, Yi Qin observed that the man was clad in a plain long robe, with long black hair cascading down his back. Appearing to be in his early 20s. Yi Xiao, this man has been poisoned by the 7 absolute poison flowers. If not treated promptly, he may not survive. Douluo said. But what? Yi Qin inquired. This man seems somewhat familiar. Douluo continued, flipping the man over to reveal a slightly handsome face. Ah, Xueqinghe. Douluo exclaimed, somewhat surprised. What? Yiving Gaspit, Shokud. You mean the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire? Indeed, Douluo confirmed. Damn, Yi Qin thought to himself. The so-called Xueqinghe is none other than Qianren. How could this foolish girl end up in such a state? A sense of urgency surged within him as he hurried over to Douluo, saying, bring him back. We must ensure he is treated. Douluo did not anticipate Yi Qin's connection to Xueqinghe. However, he would not defy Yi Qin's command. Understood, he quickly replied, retrieving a green pill from his soul guide container. Yi Xiao, this pill can prevent the toxin from spreading. Once we return, I will treat him, and he will be fine. Yi Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief, cradling Qianren in his arms. At that moment, 3 figures approached from afar, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged men. Stop, you cannot take him. The elderly man was clad in black robes, specifically tailored by the Spirit Hall for soul masters above the rank of Soul Douluo. This indicated that the elderly man was indeed a Soul Douluo. The 2 middle-aged men had graying hair and were enveloped in purple aura, suggesting that all 3 possessed formidable strength, which allowed them to traverse the 7 absolute poison array. Alice, upon seeing the leading Soul Douluo, Douluo's pupils constricted. Ah, Lord Douluo. Upon noticing Douluo, the previously aggressive Alice suddenly displayed shock and a great deal of politeness. I salute you, Lord Douluo. The 2 middle-aged men immediately bowed respectfully as well. Douluo, who are they? Before Douluo could respond, Yi Qin interjected. They are guests under Prince Xuexing, Alice. Douluo replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin began to piece together the situation. They were likely sent by Xuexing to assassinate Xueqinghe. This revelation ignited his anger. Qianren could be considered his woman. He coldly addressed Alice, asking, Did Xuexing send you to kill Xueqinghe? Alice was initially startled, but soon retorted. Who are you to question me? Douluo, the time has come to prove your loyalty. Eliminate them. Yi Qin stated coldly. At this, Alice and his companions were momentarily stunned. However, Douluo nodded in response, the Snake Emperor's pearl already appearing in his hand. Alice, I am sorry. Ah, Alice exclaimed in shock. Lord Douluo, you cannot be serious. You must be joking. At this moment, Alice was filled with terror. Although he had little interaction with Douluo, he was nonetheless a subordinate of Xuexing. Douluo's close ties with Xuexing left Alice unable to fathom that Douluo would turn against him. "I never joke," Douluo said coldly. "Come at me together." With that, Douluo's feet glowed with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. And as the massive emerald serpent shadow emerged, darkness enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Lucifer did not intervene, for Yichin had already stated that this was the moment to demonstrate Douluo's loyalty. Only Mina raised her hand, conjuring a white protective barrier around Douluo and the others. Even so, upon witnessing this, Alice and his companions were filled with dread, and they summoned their soul rings. Consistent with Yichin's expectations, Alice was an 8-ring soul Douluo, while the other 2 were 7-ring soul sages, revealing Xuexing's determination to eliminate Qianrenxue. Soul bone technique. Gaze of Medusa. Douluo chuckled darkly, and the phantom of a serpent-headed soul bone appeared on his face, his eyes turning a ghostly white. "Do not look into his eyes," Alice shouted, closing his eyes, now fully convinced that Douluo was serious. However, it was already over. The 2 soul saints had turned into mere stone statues upon witnessing the serpent-eyed gaze of Douluo. A sense of despair began to envelop Alice. Yet he still yearned to gamble everything on one last effort. 8th soul skill, Spear of the Death Knell. His martial spirit manifested as a black spear, and as his 8th soul ring illuminated beneath him, the spear, measuring over 1 meter in length, expanded dozens of times in an instant, piercing towards Douluo. Douluo let out a chilling smile, placing the Serpent Emperor's pearl before him. In that fleeting moment, a verdant shield materialized around him. As the black spear collided with the barrier without inflicting any damage, it was nearly impossible for a soul Douluo to triumph over a Titled Douluo. In the next instant, Douluo appeared before Alice like a wraith, his hand grasping Alice's throat, and with a gentle squeeze, life slipped away from him. "Excellent work," Yichin remarked, feeling quite pleased. "It is an honor to serve young Master Yi," Douluo replied with a smile. Yichin offered a faint smile and signaled to Lucifer, who immediately understood, his slender fingers slicing through the air, causing the bodies of Alice and his companions to disintegrate. "Master, there are no soul bones," Lucifer reported. "Organize the contents of their soul guide containers." Yichin nodded, then lifted Qianrenxue and soared towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, with Douluo and Mina following closely behind. Upon reaching Douluo's dwelling, Yichin laid Qianrenxue upon the bed and instructed Douluo to detoxify her. After a period of effort, the toxins within Qianrenxue were expelled. Douluo turned to Yichin and said, "Young master, the 7 deadly poisons of green phosphor have been completely expelled, but she has sustained severe internal injuries. I am not skilled in healing and feel somewhat powerless. Why are you wandering about without guards?" Yichin glanced at the haggard Qianrenxue, a hint of reproach in his heart. He then replied, "It's fine. Leave it to me." Chapter 76. The Challenge of Douluo, Jealousy of Qianrenxue. Fortunately, Yichin now possessed the Xiantian Treasure Records chapter on celestial herbs. And within his soul guide container lay several precious celestial herbs, all possessing healing properties. He personally brewed a medicinal concoction, adding various spiritual herbs and auxiliary materials into the pot. "Nana, I apologize, but saving a life takes precedence." Yichin sighed softly as he added the fragrant Chua celestial herb and the 8-petaled celestial orchid, both of which were exceedingly rare, initially intended as gifts for Hulaina. However, the life of Qianrenxue was of utmost importance. Witnessing the invaluable herbs and medicines, Douluo looked on with a pained expression, yet was mostly astonished that Yichin would expend such resources for Xuexing. What kind of relationship did they share? After a day of meticulous brewing, a bowl of invaluable medicinal soup was finally ready, and Yichin brought it to Qianrenxue, feeding it to her. The effects of the concoction were immediate. Qianrenxue's complexion improved significantly, and shortly thereafter, after a fit of coughing, she finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening and surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she was taken aback. But upon seeing Yichin, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Have we met?" Heaven-Defying Ignorante. Only then did Qianrenxue recall that she was currently in the form of Xuexing and quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Where is this? How did I end up here? You were being pursued, and I saved you." Yichin was aware of her deliberate evasion, but chose not to confront her directly. Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue recalled the scene of being hunted by Ailes and his companions. Your Highness Xue Qinghe, do you still recognize this old man? Douluo interjected. Lord Douluo. Qian Rinxue gasped. You saved me? No, it was young Master Yi who saved you. Douluo corrected. Young Master Yi? Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted to Yi Qin, filled with surprise. Cough, cough. Yi Qin thought it unwise, and turning to Douluo, he said, Douluo, you may leave. Understood. Douluo bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Yi. Qian Rinxue expressed her gratitude. Merely a trifling matter. How do you feel? Yi Qin inquired. What did you give me? Why do I feel so warm all over? Qian Rinxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Everything is beneficial. Ye vin replied. Since you are a prince of the empire, I will provide you with a prescription later, and do remember to pay for it. He added with a hint of jest. Qian Rinxue was left speechless, yet she smiled, saying, Young Master Yi saved my life. I must repay this kindness. Very well. Rest well. Yi Qin said, turning to leave. Wait, may I have your name, young master? Qian Rinxue called out. Yi Qin did not turn, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty, knowing that Qian Rinxue likely deduced his identity. Cursed Douluo. Watching Yi Qin's retreating figure, Qian Rinxue mused, Young Master Yi. Yevin, how could Douluo heed his words? Moreover, why did he save me? Does he already know my identity? Douluo's abode was a cave. And as Yi Qin stepped out, he saw Douluo Yin approaching. Is there something you need? Yi Qin smiled. I wish to challenge you. Douluo Yin replied, her expression tinged with anger. Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback before responding, I'm sorry, I don't fight against women. That is not for you to decide. Douluo Yin's eyes narrowed, and her 4 spirit rings emerged as a vibrant display of yellow and purple. Simultaneously, a turquoise python coiled around her, reminiscent of Douluo's green phosphor serpent, though lacking its imposing presence. This serpent was Douluo Yin's martial spirit, the green phosphor serpent. However, Yi Qin was astonished to notice that the midsection of the serpent had sprouted a pair of fleshy wings, and its head bore a pair of horns. Your martial spirit has mutated, Yi Qin exclaimed, slightly taken aback. It is thanks to your celestial herbs. Douluo Yin replied. My green phosphor serpent has transformed into the dragon-winged green phosphor serpent. Indeed, after consuming celestial herbs, not only had her martial spirit mutated, but her level had also risen by 4 ranks, and she had accompanied Douluo to obtain her 4th spirit ring overnight, elevating her to the rank of soul sect. This was the source of her courage to challenge Yi Qin. In that case, you should be grateful to me. Ye vincimidet. Very well, I forgive you. And I still wish to challenge you. Douluo Yin nodded. I think not. As I said, I do not fight girls. Ye vinretiratit. Douluo Yin ceased her verbal sparring. Her lower half transformed into a serpent's tail, her emerald claws resembling those of a beast, swiftly lunging towards Yi Qin. Yet, Yi Qin remained unmoved, and when Douluo Yin's attack approached, he evaded with a speed reminiscent of lightning. Impressive, Douluo Yin thought to herself, startled. How about this? If you can touch me, I will concede defeat and grant you another celestial herb. Yi Qin proposed with a smile. However, should you lose, you must agree to one request of mine. He was eager to test the effects after consuming 3 celestial herbs. First soul skill, green phosphor red poison. Douluo Yin activated her first soul skill, enhancing her speed and attack by 20%. After the mutation of her martial spirit, this increase surged to 30%. With incredible speed, she turned and attacked from behind, declaring, this time, let us see how you evade. However, as she spun around, she found nothing but emptiness before her. Your speed has indeed increased, but it pales in comparison to mine. Yi Qin's voice echoed from behind her once more. All right, then let us see this move. Douluo Yin's expression hardened as she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Dragon-Winged Serpent Shadow. As this technique unfolded, the soul power of Douluo Yin transformed into countless serpentine shadows, akin to phantoms, surging in all directions. Quite an impressive display. Faced with the extensive barrage of serpent shadows, Yi Qin felt a sudden jolt of alarm. With a flicker of yellow, purple, and black, 3 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, followed by the blossoming of the 3rd soul ring. Yi Qin's 3rd soul skill, the dragon scale flower, derived from the frostbound bone dragon, embodied its unique wintry might. In an instant, a black dragon scale flower manifested in front of Yi Qin's chest. enveloping his body in a visibly tangible, icy radiance. As the serpent shadows from Douluo made contact with Yi Qin's form, they were promptly encased in that layer of icy brilliance, melting away. Moreover, the icy glow radiated outward, cloaking Douluo's true form in a thin veil of frost, rendering her motionless. Unable to move, are we? What do you say? Do you concede? Yi Qin addressed Douluo, just a hair's breadth away from victory. Douluo replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice, before shaking her head and conceding, well, a loss is a loss. One must accept the outcome. At that moment, Qian Rinxue emerged from the cave, her smile frozen upon witnessing Yi Qin with Douluo. In this instant, it felt as if the most precious thing to her had been snatched away. Why do I feel this way? Qian Rinxue mused inwardly, her gaze drifting towards Yi Qin. Chapter 77. Conquering Qian Rinxue very well. Yi Qin replied with a subtle smile, channeling his soul power to dissipate the frost enveloping Douluo. Speak. What is it you wish of me? Douluo grit her teeth in determination. Immediately spoke in Yist. Yevin shuruk nonchalantly. Yi Shao, you are truly formidable. Qian Rinxue interjected. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qin's face, though he quickly regained his composure and inquired, are you well? Yes, I feel much better. Qian Rinxue nodded. Your Highness. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Qian Rinxue. As a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, she had certainly encountered Shueqinghe before. Douluo, it's been a while, Qian Rinxue responded. I never anticipated to find your Highness here, Douluo remarked with a smile. All thanks to Yi Shao. He saved my life. Qian Rinxue gazed at Yi Qin. A mere trifle, nothing worth mentioning. Ye vin replied. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll outside. Wait. Yi Shao, may I have a word with you? Qian Rinxue called out. Certainly. Yi Qin nodded. The two then walked side by side towards the cave's interior. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? Yi Qin asked Qian Rinxue. I'm quite curious as to why you chose to save me. Yi Shao? Qian Rinxue inquired, her eyes scrutinizing him. When one witnesses injustice, one ought to assist. Does that require justification? Yi Qin responded. The pursuers after me were a soul, Douluo, and 2 soul sages. Not just anyone would dare to offend such individuals. Qian Rinxue continued. And yet, what of it? I shall pursue my desires. No one can hinder me. Yevin replied calmly. May I inquire your name once more, so that I may repay you properly? Qian Rinxue pressed on. Surprisingly, Yi Qin answered directly. Every individual harbors secrets, do they not? Qian Rinxue, how do you know this? Qian Rinxue gasped, realizing that her astuteness rendered further concealment unnecessary. Since you are aware of my identity, you should not be surprised. Yi Qin courted a smile. It appears you are indeed Yi Qin. Qian Rinxue comprehended immediately. Was it the Pope who revealed my identity to you? That is of no concern to you. Yi Qin replied with a slight smile, having transformed into this incarnation. The reason for revealing his identity was that Yi Qin was unafraid of Qian Rinxue leaking his secret. For he held the upper hand. He possessed the knowledge of Qian Rinxue's secret, should he divulge it to the Snow Knight Emperor. Her years of efforts would be rendered futile. Furthermore, the system mandated that in order to defeat Qian Rinxue, her identity must be unveiled. So you're not a mere child. Upon witnessing Yi Qin's current form, Qian Rinxue's pupils constricted. She recognized that both his previous and present appearances were impeccably flawless. Her heart began to race slightly. Since I have shown you my sincerity, why do you hide? Yi Qin smiled as he spoke. In response, Qian Rinxue's head radiated with golden light, enveloping her entire being, her visage transforming into her true form. In that moment, she resembled a figure from a painting, with golden hair and starry eyes, exuding a unique and noble aura. Even Yi Qin, who had encountered countless women, could not help but be captivated. Qian Rinxue, I am curious as to why you, as the successor of the Spirit Hall, would willingly conceal yourself behind a mask. Yi Qin inquired. This was also revealed by the Pope, was it not? Qian Rinxue replied with a hint of surprise. Since she had disclosed my identity, did she not inform you of my hidden purpose? Though she did not tell me, I surmised it likely pertains to the imperial throne. Aside from that, I cannot fathom why a prominent successor would remain hidden for so long. Yi Qin replied, You are quite perceptive. However, which faction do you belong to? Your motives for infiltrating the Spirit Hall must be rather complex. Qian Rinxue inquired, her brows furrowing. Moreover, what is your objective in saving me? that you need not concern yourself with. Yi Qin chuckled softly. Upon knowing my secret, your life is forfeit. You intend to kill me. A glimmer of fear flashed in Qian Rinchue's starry eyes. No, that cannot be right. If you intended to kill me, why would you have saved me? Indeed, I shall not kill you, Yi Qin replied, but there is a condition. What is it? Upon hearing that she would not be killed, excitement flickered across her features. Yi Qin smiled lightly, the four soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, glimmering beneath him as the formidable annihilation dragon spread its wings behind him. It is quite simple. Defeat me. If it were Douluo, I might stand no chance. Qian Rinchue's gaze sharpened, but you are no match for me. Yi Qin fell silent, his right arm resembling a dragon's claw, swiping towards Qian Rinchue. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Qian Rinchue remained completely motionless, devoid of any attempt to evade or defend herself. Yi Qin, taken aback, hastily retracted his dragon claw. However, he was a moment too late, leaving a prominent black mark upon Qian Rinchue's chest. Why do you not dodge? Yi Qin inquired, tinged with self-reproach and astonishment. I do not wish to owe anyone. You saved my life, and I shall repay you. Qian Rinchue declared resolutely, I concede, whether you wish to kill or maim, it matters not. In truth, Qian Rinchue was not entirely willing to concede. She simply found Yi Qin's thoughts inscrutable. She did not believe that by defeating Yi Qin, she would secure her own safety, for she was already aware of his secret. Of course, Yi Qin remained oblivious to these nuances. Ding! Qian Rinchue voluntarily concedes. Hidden task completed. Obtained fragment of the reincarnation, Sword X1. The night vision technique has reached mastery. Note: night vision allows for visibility in darkness. Ding! Gained Qian Rinchue's favorability of 30, totaling 100%. Ding! Qian Rinchue's second task issued. Eliminate the fourth prince Shuelang. Reward: fragment of the reincarnation, Sword X1. The hidden task is complete? Yi Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, 100% favorability? System, what is the meaning of this? Qian Rinchue's favorability towards the host was originally 70%, thus deemed fully unlocked. The system's prompt echoed. 70% from the outset. Yi Qin pondered in astonishment. Has Qian Rinchue fallen for me at first sight? Beyond this, I fear there exists no other explanation. With these thoughts, Yi Qin cast a complex gaze towards Qian Rinchue. Noticing Yi Qin's intense stare, Qian Rinchue's heart raced once more. It seemed as though the former possessed an inexplicable allure over the latter. Act swiftly, Qian Rinchue thought, clenching her silver teeth. Despite her words, it was evident to any discerning observer that she was quite reluctant for Yi Qin to take lethal action against her. In the next moment, Yi Qin withdrew his martial spirit's soul rings and approached Qian Rinchue, pressing her against the cave wall. The suddenness of this scene jolted Qian Rinchue, prompting her to exclaim in a flustered tone, what are you doing? Do you have feelings for me? Yi Qin smirked slightly, locking eyes with Qian Rinchue's starry gaze. Chapter 78. The desire to ascend to the heavenly capital. With that, he boldly kissed Qian Rinchue. The previously established 100% affection had left her with no resistance. And at that moment, she could no longer contain herself, leaning in to meet him. Just then, Qian Rinchue let out a mournful cry. What's wrong? Yi Qin loosened his grip on her, concern flooding his expression. It was then he noticed the black claw marks on her chest had yet to heal. Yi Qin's dragon claws had been exceedingly sharp, and now some dark blood trickled from the wounds. I'm so sorry, Yi Qin expressed, filled with guilt. Does it hurt? Yes, Qian Rinchue nodded. Hearing this, Yi Qin rummaged through the belongings in Douluo's residence and finally found a bottle of healing herbs. He crushed them and carefully applied the mixture to Qian Rinchue's wounds after unfastening her outer garments. Throughout the process, Qian Rinchue offered no resistance. Her expression won a satisfaction as she gazed at Yi Qin. Yi Qin, have we started something? Qian Rinchue asked, her cheeks flushed as she lay upon the bed. Her gaze was earnest, yet tinged with fear, as if she dreaded Yi Qin's refusal. Would you be willing? Yi Qin replied with a gentle smile, countering her question. As long as you are willing, I am. Qian Rinchue bit her red lip and nodded. Fool! Yi Qin chuckled softly. Why do you call me a fool? Qian Rinchue asked, surprised. Getting injured twice in a single day. If you're not a fool, then who is? Yi Qin said, continuing to tend her wounds. They ambushed me. Qian Rinxue's expression hardened. Once I return, I will definitely kill Xue Xing. Ye ving fronit. Why not stay here with me instead? At this, Qian Rinxue hesitated. She admitted to herself that she yearned to be with Yi Qin, but having spent over a decade infiltrating the heavenly capital palace, she was unwilling to abandon her efforts. Qian Rinxue began, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Just joking, Yi Qin smiled. Not only will I not hinder you, but I will accompany you to the heavenly capital palace. Yi Qin had surmised that their next mission likely pertained to Qian Rinxue's ascension to the throne. Thus a visit to the heavenly capital palace was essential. Qian Rinxue exclaimed. By the way, Yi Qin, which faction do you belong to? Why are you masquerading in the spirit hall? Why do you doubt me? Ye vin retorted. Or do you not wish for me to accompany you? Of course I hope to be with you. Qian Rinxue quickly replied. But Yi Qin, do you really want to come with me? As you mentioned, we have indeed begun something. How could I bear to leave you alone? Yi Qin smiled. You are truly wonderful. Qian Rinxue felt a surge of emotion. Actually, I am not as remarkable as you think. Yi Qin responded. Xue, if I told you that besides you, I have other women, would you accept it? Initially, Yi Qin expected Qian Rinxue to be hurt, yet surprisingly, she inquired, how many? Why do you ask that? Yi Qin replied, slightly taken aback. A man as exceptional as you must have many admirers. Qian Rinxue said, biting her lip. Do you not mind? I'm not so inflexible. Qian Rinxue replied. But are your other women as beautiful as I? At that moment, a system notification chimed in. System reminder. Any woman with 100% affection will not refuse the host's harem. Wow. Yi Qin was taken aback. All right, actually, I was joking. I currently have no other women. It was not that Yi Qin intended to deceive her. He simply decided to spend some time with Qian Rinxue before revealing the truth. After all, from her words, it seemed she was not opposed to the idea of a harem. Really? This time, it was Qian Rinxue who appeared astonished. Yes. Yi Qin shifted the topic. Xue, when shall we return to the palace? In a couple of days, she replied. Firstly, my injuries have yet to heal, and secondly, I have grown weary of life in the heavenly capital palace and wish to recuperate here for a while. I apologize for your distress, Yi Qin said, his gaze tender and affectionate. With me here, I will swiftly assist you in reclaiming the throne. Qin, we must not rush. Qian Rinxue shook her head. We cannot directly kill the Snow Knight Emperor. That is also something I find curious. With the Spear Hall strength, they could easily eliminate Snow Knight. Why put you through such hardship? Yi Qin asked. First, the Snow Knight Emperor has a formidable ally by his side, making him difficult to confront. Second, he cannot boldly execute a murder. The political landscape of the heavenly capital is exceedingly complex, with many dukes pursuing their own agendas. Snow Knight maintains order, and he must personally issue an edict for me to inherit the throne. Otherwise, if a prince seizes power, chaos will ensue. Qian Rinxue explained. I see. Yi Qin nodded in understanding. Actually, there's a third matter. What is it? The Snow Knight Emperor has another son. Yi Qin replied. Another? You mean Xuelang? Impossible. He has always been arrogant and domineering. The Snow Knight Emperor would never hand over the throne to him. Qian Rinxue expressed her astonishment. Seeing is not always believing. This Xuelang is not to be underestimated. Yi Qin said, narrowing his eyes. How do you know? That is something you need not concern yourself with. Yi Qin responded. Xue, you are now my girlfriend, and everything I do is to assist you. Leave the matters of Xuelang and Xue Xing to me. I am truly fortunate to have met you. Qian Rinxue smiled faintly, leaning against Yi Qin's embrace. You will continue to be fortunate. Trust me. Yi Qin gently stroked her hair. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face blossomed into a radiant smile, appearing more content than ever. Is young Master Yi inside? At that moment, an aged yet powerful voice echoed from outside the cave. It's Douluo. Yevin Iklamet started it. He then called out to the entrance. Douluo, please wait outside. I will come out shortly. Understood. Douluo replied. Soon, Yi Qin and Qian Rinxue both transformed their appearances, taking on the likenesses of their past selves and that of Xue Qinghe, before stepping out of the cave. Douluo, how did the task go? Yevin inwided. Upon hearing this, Douluo glanced at Xue Qinghe. Princess Xue Qinghe is one of us. Yi Qin assured. Speak freely. According to your instructions, 2 days from now, Prince Xue Xing will meet at Crescent Lake in the southern part of the city. Douluo reported. Chapter 79. The Shattered Wind Star Cloud Tiger. Is young Master Yi planning to confront Xuexing directly? Xuexing asked, surprised. Indeed. Yi Qi nodded, then addressed Douluo. Douluo, Xuexing is your close friend. It may be difficult for you to eliminate him. Xuexing's intention to harm the crown prince and destroy the imperial legacy is indeed villainous. Moreover, to assist young Master Yi is an honor I would never regret. Douluo affirmed. Yi Qi smiled faintly and took out a wooden vial. This contains my blood. Following the method from yesterday, after consumption, the poison will be forced into your martial soul or soul bone. Soon, the toxic backlash from your martial soul and that of Douluo will be completely eradicated. Thank you, young Master Yi, Douluo said, immediately taking the vial and bowing respectfully. There's no need for thanks. You may leave now, Yi Qi replied. Understood. With that, Douluo bowed and exited. Qin, I never expected that the esteemed poison Douluo would so readily heed your words. Qianrenxue exclaimed in surprise. He is someone even the spirit hall cannot control. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of being your man? Heaven-Defying. Shue, for the next 2 days, let us focus on your recovery here. In 2 days, it will be the end of the snow star. Perhaps I cannot be too at ease. Qianrenxue smiled in response. Why not? Yi Qi asked, perplexed. I need a soul ring. Qianrenxue replied. Ah, you've made a breakthrough. Yi Qi said with delight. Yes. What exactly did you feed me? Qianrenxue inquired, astonished by her sudden increase in level. Yowa fragrant immortal grade, 8-petal immortal orchid, and some superior spiritual herbs like 9th grade dragon fungus and vermilion lotus. Yi Qi answered. Such precious items, you gave them all to me. Qianrenxue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Now tell me, how will you repay me? Heaven-Defying. I will see what I can find. Qianrenxue said as she began to scan her soul guide container with her mind. Yi Qi smiled, silly girl. You have already repaid me. What? Didn't you give yourself to me? Heaven-Defying. All right, let's go to the Sunset Forest to find your 6th soul ring. Qianrenxue nodded and transformed back into her female form, while Yi Qi spread his heavenly wings, carrying her as they flew towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Navigating through the toxic mist of the 7 deadly plagues, they arrived at the heart of the Sunset Forest. This time, there was no need to rely on Mina's power. Douluo had prepared an antidote for Yi Qi. Moreover, after consuming the fiery apricot and 8-cornered ice grass, Yi Qi had reached a point of immunity to all poisons. Shue, what kind of soul beast do you need for your 6th soul ring? Yi Qi asked. The soul beasts of our angel family are generally fixed. Each must reach the limit of soul rings to produce better skills. The 6th soul beast is a creature called the Riftwind Nebula Tiger. Qianrenxue replied. The Riftwind Nebula Tiger? The image of this rare soul beast instantly surfaced in Yi Qi's mind. It seemed somewhat elusive, yet it should reside within the Sunset Forest. Thus, Yi Qi and Qianrenxue flew through the jungle, continuously searching. They indeed spotted one along the way, but it was only 9,000 years old, clearly inadequate. They arrived near a raised hill, where a waterfall cascaded down, and there they once again glimpsed the Riftwind Nebula Tiger. It was a tiger-shaped soul beast with a completely purple body, 6 flesh wings extending from its back, and its patterns resembling lightning. Beneath its feet was a cloud reminiscent of a unicorn, exuding an extraordinary and noble aura. This one is about 10 meters long. It should suffice. Yi Qi declared. Shue, you just watch from the side. Why? Qianrenxue asked, slightly surprised. Your 6-winged angel is a closely guarded secret. If others see it, it could lead to trouble. Heaven-Defying. Do not worry, it is not my opponent. Very well, Qianrenxue nodded. Good. Wait until I give it the finishing blow. Yi Qi said, as 4 soul rings of yellow and purple solidified beneath him, and his arm began to transform into a dragon's form. With a flap of his heavenly wings, Yi Qi charged at the Nebula Tiger. He refrained from summoning Mina and Lucifer, wishing to enhance his own combat experience. The 20,000-year Nebula Tiger was undoubtedly a dominant entity. It showed no sign of evasion against Yi Qi's assault. Instead, it crouched low, its purple eyes flashing with electric brilliance. As Yi Qi approached within 3 meters, the tiger's lightning patterns erupted in radiance, converging into a purple electric ball before it. Then, with a flap of its 6 wings, the purple electric ball shot rapidly towards Yi Qi. Soul Bone. Faced with the speeding electric ball, Yi Qi had no time for contemplation. His right arm transformed into a Qilin arm, When Yi Qin's thunder Qilin arm bone met the purple electric ball, it did not shatter. Rather, it seemed to voraciously absorb the lightning into the arm bone. Clearly, lightning attribute attacks posed no threat to the thunder Qilin arm bone. In a brief moment, the energy of the purple electric ball was entirely consumed by the arm bone, which now surged with powerful purple lightning, descending straight towards the Nebula Tiger. Seeing this, the Nebula Tiger's eyes, akin to precious gems, narrowed, and it swiftly dodged to the sides. Yi Qin's arm bone struck the river below, instantly creating a spray of water soaring several meters high. What incredible speed! Yi Qin was slightly taken aback. A 20,000-year-old beast was equivalent to a high-ranking Soul King. Yet the current speed of the Nebula Tiger could likely outpace even a high-ranking Soul Emperor. However, this could not deter Yi Qin. His Annihilation ancestor dragon Martial Soul vanished at that moment, and the soul rings beneath him transformed into yellow, purple, and black colors. Third soul skill, Dragon Scale Ice Blossom. In the next instant, the third soul ring lit up, unleashing a vast force of icy cold that briefly immobilized the Nebula Tiger. Then, the red lightning flickered on Yi Qin's right arm bone, and his Qilin-like arm expanded several times as it surged towards the Nebula Tiger. Yi Qin's Dragon Scale Blossom third soul skill could only cause the Nebula Tiger to experience a momentary delay, yet even that was sufficient. With the enhancement of his heavenly wings and the spirit step, Yi Qin's speed became untraceable to the naked eye. After a moment, an explosive sound akin to thunder echoed, and the massive Nebula Tiger was sent flying as if it were a deflated balloon. One could see that Yi Qin's strike was immensely powerful. The Nebula Tiger was left battered and bruised, its forelegs bent in pain. Yet, the Nebula Tiger had not been completely defeated. A sharp and fierce roar resonated through the forest, causing Yi Qin to feel a piercing pain in his eardrum, and his vision blurred momentarily. "Qin, be careful." The Riftwind Nebula Tiger's sonic wave carries a mental attack. "Qian Renshua," shouted from his side. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin covered his ears with his hands, and soon his eyes began to turn pale. At that moment, an invisible force surged from within Yi Qin, causing the surrounding trees and rocks to crack under its pressure. This technique was none other than Yi Qin's mastery of the Conqueror's Haki. Under this invisible assault, the heavily wounded Nebula Tiger's eyelids rolled back as it collapsed heavily onto the ground. As the Nebula Tiger fell into a daze, its roar abruptly ceased. Yi Qin called out to Qian Renshua, "Shuer, now is the time to deliver the final blow." "Stop." Just then, a youthful girl's voice rang out. Yi Qin and Qian Renshua turned to the source of the voice and beheld a girl in a green dress standing there. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, yet stood at a height of 1.5 meters. Her features were exquisitely cute, but her eyes conveyed a sense of arrogance. Behind her stood a middle-aged man and an elderly man, both clad in specially designed robes, with a 7-tiered pagoda emblem on their cloaks. "Wang Hufa, I assert that our 7-treasure glazed tile sect acquires soul rings without ever lifting a finger," the young girl proudly declared to the elder behind her. "All right, this fierce tiger belongs to you." "Thank you, young sect master, for the generous gift," the elder responded with a smile. Ding. Encountered Douluo Continent character Ning Rongrong. Hidden check-in, task triggered. At this moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Qin's mind. The check-in tasks available are: 1. Kiss Ning Rongrong passionately, task reward. 1 exquisite Kiro tulip. Ning Rongrong's favorability increased by 50%. 2. Make Ning Rongrong weep. Reward: 1 fragment of the reincarnation sword. 1 8-petal Xianlon flower. Ning Rongrong? Choose one. Yi Qin was taken aback. "I choose the second option." Yi Qin responded immediately. Had Ning Rongrong been a bit older, he might have opted for the first choice, but he held no interest in a 9-year-old child. "Please confirm your choice." "Confirmed." At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed Yi Qin gazing at her, and with a hint of annoyance, she retorted, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Who are you?" Yi Qin inquired with a touch of indifference. "My name alone could frighten you," Ning Rongrong declared with her arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. "It's better that you remain uninformed." At this moment, Qian Renshua recognized Ning Rongrong and quietly approached Yi Qin, whispering, "Yi Qin, she is the daughter of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." Yi Qin was well aware of Ning Rongrong's identity, yet remained unfazed, stating, I do not care who you are. Leave this place at once. Ridiculous. Ning Rongrong scoffed. You should be the one to leave. This soul beast now belongs to our seven treasure, glazed tile sect. Kid, you had better leave quickly before our young sect master loses her temper. The elder known as Wang Hufa glared at Yi Qin and his companion. His name was Wang Chulin, a disciple of the seven treasure, glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong, others may fear your sect, but I do not. Ye Heaven-Defying. Pointing at Ning Rongrong, very well. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father today. There are many who dislike me, and I have heard plenty of threats. Very well, you shall not leave today. Ning Rongrong declared, her anger evident. This is your own doing, Wang Chulin remarked. And he and a middle-aged man from the seven treasure, glazed tile, sect simultaneously unleashed their martial souls and soul rings. Both wielded the same martial soul, a brown bear, and their soul rings matched. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Among them, Wang Chulin possessed a formidable soul power of level 60, which is why he sought the sixth soul ring, while the other, Wang Chuha, was slightly weaker at level 52. As they transformed into their bear forms, they charged toward Yi Qin and Qianren Xue with powerful fists. Yi Qin grinned, his arms transforming as he met the Wang brothers head-on. A resounding boom echoed as their fists collided in midair. However, the outcome tilted in favor of the Wang brothers, as one of them possessed a higher soul power. Despite Yi Qin's extraordinary strength, he found it somewhat challenging to endure. Even so, Wang Chulin was astonished. A 20-year-old youth possessed such power, indicating an extraordinary background. If revenge were to be sought, Ning Rongrong would be unharmed, but his brother would suffer. Coupled with Yi Qin's previous remarks, Wang Chulin's soul power output immediately weakened. Yi Qin sensed Wang Chulin's concession and, with all his might, pushed the Wang brothers back. Wang Hufa, you cannot defeat him? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Young sect master, this boy possesses innate divine strength. He is beyond our capabilities. We should retreat, Wang Chulin stated deliberately to Ning Rongrong. Not so fast. You think you can hit me and simply leave? This brother, our sect master, has also come to the Sunset Forest. Please show some consideration. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. I shall not leave. Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, asserting, I have declared this soul ring belongs to you. No one shall take it. Shue, you should absorb the soul ring first. Just leave it to me. Yi Qin smiled at Qianren Xue. You dare. Ning Rongrong pointed at Qianren Xue, her anger palpable. Qianren Xue merely smiled disdainfully and walked toward the starry cloud tiger. In the next moment, Yi Qin wore a cunning smile, swiftly maneuvering to Ning Rongrong's front, delivering a resounding slap to her cheek without hesitation. The sharp pain caused Ning Rongrong to cry out in anguish. Ding! Hidden check-in task completed. Rewards: 1 fragment of the reincarnation sword, 1 8-petal Xianlon flower. Yi Qin's speed was so swift that the Wang brothers could not react by the time they did. Ning Rongrong was already wailing. You dare strike the young sect master. You must be tired of living. Wang Chulin fumed. Previously, he refrained from attacking Yi Qin due to Ning Rongrong's unreasonable provocation, as they had been in the wrong. However, with Yi Qin directly striking Ning Rongrong, the situation was entirely different. If they did not intervene, not even Ning Fengji or Swordbone Douluo would spare them. Realizing this, they transformed into their bear forms once more and charged at Yi Qin. Chapter 81. Sword Douluo Mina. Yi Qin refrained from further action, only to see a blinding white light flash before him, revealing a stunning and graceful figure. Mina, Qianren Xue, was already absorbing the soul ring, and Yi Qin could not risk any further danger. He had to ensure Qianren Xue's safety. The next moment, Mina gently clenched her palm, halting the Wang brothers' assault. Their souls bound in place, unable to move. Master, how shall we proceed? Knock them out. They are merely following orders. Yi Qin replied with a smile. Understood. Mina nodded, her palm descending, and the Wang brothers promptly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of terror as she gazed at Yi Qin and Mina. As for you, Yi Qin turned to Ning Rongrong, smiling ominously. Do not come any closer. Driven by fear, Ning Rongrong covered her ears and began to scream desperately. Rongrong, do not fear. Grandpa Jian is here. At that moment, an elderly yet commanding voice resonated through the forest. Above the treetops, a striking figure descended, riding a sword. Dressed in white, he possessed an extraordinary appearance, his skin fair and flawless, resembling that of a woman. Had it not been for his head of silver hair, one might mistake him for a handsome youth in his 20s. His eyes held no glint, reminiscent of an abyss, devoid of even a ripple. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Qin deduced the identity of the newcomer, Jian Douluo Qinshin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. As Jian Douluo arrived, Ning Rongrong clung to him as if he were her lifeline, weeping and calling out, Grandpa Jian, you have come. Rongrong, do not cry. Grandpa Jian will stand up for you, Jian Douluo said gently, stroking Ning Rongrong's head. However, upon seeing Ning Rongrong's swollen cheek, he turned coldly to Yi Qin. Did you bully Ning Rongrong? Indeed, it was I who struck her. Yi Qin admitted directly. Should she not be punished? The esteemed young sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect behaving so haughtily, Jian Douluo sighed inwardly, realizing that this was yet another incident instigated by Ning Rongrong. Nonetheless, as one of her most beloved grandfathers, how could he allow his granddaughter to be wronged? Regardless of the circumstances, Rongrong is merely a child. How dare you resort to such brutality? The sword Douluo exclaimed with fury in his eyes. Let us settle this. If you slap yourself 10 times, we shall consider this matter resolved. The sword Douluo directed his words toward Yi Qin. I'm sorry, but that is impossible. Yi Qin replied, his gaze unwavering. Umph. As the sword Douluo's cold words echoed, he gently pushed his hand forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul power that bore down upon Yi Qin. Mina, incensed, gathered her soul power to shatter the sword Douluo's assault, then launched a direct counterattack. The sword Douluo, taken aback by Mina's formidable prowess, quickly shielded Rongrong behind him. Confronting Mina head-on, the clash between these two peak Douluos, even in its simplicity, was nothing short of terrifying. The ground trembled and cracked beneath them, while the surrounding forest was thrown into disarray, giant trees swaying violently. Simultaneously, their soul rings emerged spontaneously. The sword Douluo's rings were undoubtedly 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, while Mina boasted 8 black and 1 red. Upon witnessing Mina's formidable soul rings, the sword Douluo's deep-set eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of trepidation, an exalted spirit master. At that moment, both the sword Douluo and Mina were simultaneously forced backward. He had not anticipated that Rongrong would possess such formidable backing in an exalted Douluo. Nevertheless, as a seasoned and renowned powerhouse, he quickly regained his composure. Encountering an exalted Douluo in this secluded place was unexpected, but it had been a while since he had exercised his abilities. Perhaps it would be entertaining. Summoning his weapon spirit, he declared, 7 killing sword. As his voice fell, countless sword shadows manifested behind him. In response to the sword Douluo's provocation, Mina did not immediately retaliate. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Yi Qin. Understanding the situation, Yi Qin glanced at the meditating Qian Renshua, realizing she would not be able to intervene for a while, and said to Mina, let us indulge him. Consequently, Yi Qin executed the wave step, positioning himself beside Qian Renshua, ready to summon Lucifer at a moment's notice. At once, Mina responded, a white Easter dragon materializing behind her, a silver dragon spear firmly grasped in her hand. With her third soul skill, Dragon's Roar, Mina thrust the dragon's spear forward, triggering a spatial vibration akin to a dragon's roar, and a white dragon shadow tore through the air, hurtling towards the sword Douluo from a distance of 10 meters. With her fourth soul skill, Deathly Intent, the sword Douluo remained unperturbed, the sword shadows coalescing behind him into a sharp blade that collided head-on with Mina's spatial dragon. The force of their soul skills colliding surpassed that of an ordinary battle. In that instant, the very space around them appeared to warp, ancient trees splintering under the strain. The entire forest was affected, and countless soul beasts fled in haste. Mina stood on par with the sword Douluo in rank, yet her offensive power was slightly inferior. As the might of the 7 killing sword could rival even the Haotian hammer. Fortunately, Mina's third soul ring possessed a longevity of 50,000 years, while the sword Douluo's fourth ring was merely 1,000 years, which compensated for the disparity in attack power. This clash resulted in an unexpected stalemate. Impressive. The sword Douluo smirked, suggesting, "Let me demonstrate this move. 7 killing sword technique, heavy sword without edge." As his words concluded, the sword Douluo unleashed 6 swift sword lights, forming a colossal character for kill, bearing down upon Mina. With her 6th soul skill, Dragon God's Wrath, Mina's starry eyes narrowed as an endless radiance burst forth from her being, affecting the clouds above, which began to roil as if something were about to emerge. In the next moment, the clouds spiraled rapidly, morphing into a white vortex, and a divine dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, descended from the heavens. Aimed directly at the sword Douluo. Faced with this assault, the sword Douluo did not underestimate the threat. His 8th soul ring shimmered, and with his 8th soul skill, mountain moving and sea filling. Upon executing this technique, 12 sword shadows manifested around him, rising toward the celestial dragon in a coordinated attack. This battle was monumental. Under the influence of these 2 peak Douluos, not only did the space distort, but even the brilliance of the blazing sun was obscured, leaving only Mina's white light and the sword Douluo's sword light, as if they were the true sovereigns of the universe. Under the immense pressure of the sword Douluo's 8th soul skill, Mina's spatial dragon ultimately began to crumble. Meanwhile, with her spear in hand, Mina, like a dancing dragon, pierced through the sword Douluo's character for kill. With her 8th soul skill, Spatial Dragon's turn. After failing with her first strike, Mina launched a second, her figure vanishing from sight. "Gone!" The sword Douluo exclaimed in shock, his sword soaring through the air as he sensed Mina's absence, utterly astonished. He ceased relying on his eyes, closing them slightly to perceive the world through soul power and mental acuity. Yet, Mina's mastery over spatial forces had reached an extraordinary level. Before the sword Douluo could locate her, Mina had already reappeared, spear poised to strike at his back. "Not good." The sword Douluo gasped, hastily turning, but alas, it was too late. In that critical moment, a resonant voice echoed, 3 beams of light simultaneously entering the sword Douluo's body. Bolstered by these enhancements, his speed surged to terrifying heights, deflecting Mina's spear, which had been mere inches from his back. Seeing this, Mina retreated to her original position. This was the terrifying aspect of Mina's 8th soul skill. Following an unexpected assault, she could instantly return to her starting point. At the same time, a tall figure emerged from the branches behind the sword Douluo, clad in elegant white robes, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of authoritative superiority. "Fengji, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would have surely faltered this time," the sword Douluo remarked, glancing at Mina without turning his head. "Father," Rong exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Ning Fengji. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin recognized the newcomer, the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, the most powerful support-type soul master on the continent. "Sword uncle, who is she, that she possesses such strength?" Ning Feng ti inquired, ignoring Rong and focusing on Mina. Particularly the soul rings beneath her feet, which astonished him. "Alas, it is all Rong's doing. If I'm not mistaken, this exalted Douluo is a guardian of that individual." The sword Douluo addressed Yi Qin. Ning Fengji, hearing this, scrutinized Yi Qin and Qian Rinxue beside him, letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, this Rong brings me trouble every time she ventures out." "Sword uncle, what are the odds of you prevailing against that exalted Douluo?" Ning Fengji asked. 30%. "And with you, perhaps 60 or 70%. The sword Douluo replied, noting that her 100,000-year soul skill had yet to be utilized, which was the true source of his concern. Ning Fengji nodded, then approached Rong, casting her a reproachful glance. Rong, feeling somewhat wronged, lowered her head. Then Ning Fengji called out to Yi Qin, "Young brother, may we have a word?" "Speak." Yi Qin, seated upon a high stone, replied calmly, "My daughter has acted inappropriately, and I apologize on her behalf." Ning Fengji said to Yi Qin, "There is no need. I've already slapped her once. If you wish to seek vengeance, come at me." Yi Qin retorted boldly. After all, even if the sword Douluo, Bon Douluo, and Ning Fengji joined forces, he had no doubt they could not contend with Lucifer and Mina. The young girl exhibits a mischievous nature, and I suspect she has provoked my younger brother. In light of my standing, might he refrain from holding a grudge against her? Moreover, I am willing to host a banquet at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect and personally pour wine to apologize. Ning Feng Ti spoke cortosely. There is no need for such apologies. I can overlook her transgressions. Once my beloved completes the absorption of the spirit ring, we shall depart. Yi Qin replied. Ning Fengji's brow furrowed upon hearing this. His intentions were clear. He wished to forge a friendship with Yi Qin. After all, anyone capable of having a Titled Douluo as a guardian must be extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, Qian Rinxue finally finished absorbing her spirit ring. A beam of golden light erupted from her figure, showcasing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, 6 spirit rings resting beneath her exquisite form. A spirit emperor. Both Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. This was particularly surprising as Qian Rinxue appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly no older than 20, undoubtedly the youngest spirit emperor they had ever encountered. With a Titled Douluo as her protector and a 20-year-old spirit emperor as her beloved, their conviction in Yi Qin's exceptional nature grew stronger. As Qian Rinxue opened her eyes and beheld Ning Fengji, a wave of apprehension washed over her, for Ning Fengji was also her mentor in her other identity. However, it was evident that he did not recognize her as Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengji redirected his gaze to Yi Qin, smiling humbly. Might I know your name, young brother? I, Ning Fengji, would like to befriend you. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Why was Ning Fengji so courteous to Yi Qin, especially with Sword Douluo present? Soon, she noticed Mina's presence, her 8 black and 1 red spirit rings strikingly prominent. No, I'm not one for friendships. Ye vin it. Ning Fengji had initially assumed his warm invitation would sway Yi Qin, but to his surprise, it was met with a cold rejection. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile. In that case, I shall take my leave, young brother, until we meet again. With that, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo departed, taking Ning Rongrong with them. At that moment, Ning Rongrong no longer acted petulant. She understood the gravity of the situation, one that even her sword grandfather could not conquer. Yi Qin did not intervene, for he bore no enmity towards the 7 Treasures glazed sect and saw no need to eliminate Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji outright. Perhaps in the future, he might indeed find a use for the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Not to mention he still possessed a quirky tulip that could elevate the 7 Treasures Tower to the 9 Treasures Tower, a significant bargaining chip. Shua, do you have any questions? After Ning Fengji and the others left, Yi Qin turned to Qian Rinxue with a smile. Who is she? Qian Rinxue pointed at Mina in astonishment. Do not be alarmed. I am a Master S subordinate. Before Yi Qin could speak, Mina, retracting her spirit rings, approached and said, Ah, you are one of Qin's subordinates. Although Qian Rinxue had guessed this, she was still taken aback. Indeed, my lady. Mina nodded. My name is Mina. You are a Titled Douluo? Upon hearing Mina's address, a blush crossed Qian Rinxue's cheeks as she continued to inquire. Yes, Mina affirmed once more. All right, Mina, please take a stroll nearby and check if Ning Fengji and the others have left. Yivin fabricatet an ejuse. Mina understood immediately, using her spatial powers to quietly return to Yi Qin's body. Observing Qian Rinxue's startled expression, Yi Qin couldn't help but chuckle. It was so amusing. Qian Rinxue asked, Are you not surprised? Yi Qin inquired. Yes, I have only seen 8 black and 1 red spirit rings on my grandfather. Qian Rinxue responded vaguely. I know you have many questions. Yi Qin smiled. However, promise me you won't speak of them. Not even to your grandfather. All right, I swear. Qian Rinxue replied without hesitation. Such decisiveness? Yi Qin was somewhat astonished. I have entrusted myself to you. You are my most important person, and I will not divulge anything. Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly. Seeing her radiant smile, Yi Qin found himself unable to resist and embraced her tightly. Just as he intended to kiss Qian Rinxue, Mina's voice interrupted. Master, Douluo is approaching. Yi Qin halted his actions, releasing Qian Rinxue, but not letting go of her hand. Young Master Yi, you are indeed here. A green shadow darted forward, revealing Douluo before Yi Qin. Chapter 83. Kill Xue Xing. Upon seeing Douluo, Qian Rinxue felt a ripple of emotion within her. Yet she noticed Yi Qin firmly grasping her hand as he addressed Douluo. Douluo, allow me to introduce you. This is my beloved Xue Qinhan. From now on, treat her as you would treat me. Douluo pays respects to Miss Xue. Douluo immediately bowed to Qian Rinxue, as at his young master Ye's command. Should Miss Xue require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Qianren Xue was further astonished. She had not anticipated Douluo's obedience to Yi Qin to such an extent, and she smiled and nodded. Very well. Earlier, my subordinate witnessed a fierce battle here. Did you have a conflict with someone, young master? Douluo inquired. It was merely a minor disagreement with Ning Fengji and Chan Xian of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The matter has been resolved, so there is no need for concern. Ye vin replied. Is that so? Douluo nodded in mild surprise. Just in time. Xue has acquired her spirit rings. Let us return. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of a sunset forest, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo appeared with Ning Rongrong. Sword uncle, who do you think that young man truly is? Ning Fengji pondered with great curiosity. To command a Titled Douluo as a guardian, there is likely only one force across the continent capable of such. Sword Douluo responded. The Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly. Most likely, apart from the Spirit Hall, there is scarcely any other faction with such capabilities. Sword Douluo nodded. They are meticulous in their actions, and it is entirely plausible for them to conceal one or two unparalleled geniuses. Indeed, the might of the Spirit Hall is formidable. It is likely that the combined strength of our three sects does not even amount to half of theirs. Ning Fengji mused thoughtfully. He then turned to Ning Rongrong with a hint of reproach. Rongrong, you have been too reckless. You nearly caused a grave disaster. From this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping outside the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for 3 months. Oomph. Ning Rongrong immediately flared up, then clung to Sword Douluo's leg. Grandpa, sword. I was just beaten, and now my father is punishing me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Rongrong, do not cry. Sword Douluo comforted her. What is so bad about staying at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Your Grandpa Bone and I can keep you entertained. Sword uncle, you and Grandpa Bone are just too indulgent. Ning Fengji sighed. We have only one granddaughter. Who else should we spoil? Sword Douluo smiled lightly. Sighing deeply, Ning Fengji lamented. In a fleeting moment, 2 days passed. On this day, Yi Qin had Mina quietly escort Qianren Xue back to the Heaven-Do Palace, while he accompanied Douluo to Crescent Lake, located to the south of Heaven-Do City. Heaven-Do City, undoubtedly the most prosperous capital on the continent, boasted towering granite walls that reached hundreds of meters in height, with countless armored guards patrolling back and forth along the walls. The streets bustled with life. Shops lining both sides, and the sounds of vendors calling out echoed throughout. Douluo, will you be aware if I were to kill Xue Xing at Crescent Lake? Yi Qin inquired as they traveled. It was not that Yi Qin feared anything. Rather, the murder of a prince would inevitably be a significant affair, and Douluo would be drawn into unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I have followed your instructions and invited him regarding Alice's whereabouts. The matter of Xue Xing's intent to assassinate Xue Qinghe is of great significance and cannot be disclosed to anyone else, Douluo replied. Then I shall be at ease. Soon, Yi Qin and Douluo donned their hats and silently traversed the bustling streets, arriving at the Crescent Moon Manor in the southern part of the city. In stark contrast to the lively streets, this place exuded an air of tranquility and mystery. Stop. This is private property. Entry is not permitted. 2 middle-aged soul masters intercepted Douluo and Yi Qin. Douluo's expression turned cold as he produced a token. This is the royal decree of Prince Xue Xing. The guard examined the token closely and then replied, Ah, it is indeed a guest of the prince. His Highness has been awaiting your arrival. Please enter. As Douluo had indicated, the Crescent Moon Manor was devoid of anyone except for the 2 guards. Shortly thereafter, the guards led Yi Qin and Douluo to a pavilion by Crescent Moon Lake. There stood a figure dressed in simple attire, hands clasped behind his back, with neatly arranged silver hair. Prince Xue Xing, Douluo called out as he removed his hat. Upon hearing this, Xue Xing turned around, revealing a somewhat gaunt face with sunken cheeks. Douluo, your timing is impeccable. Xue Xing quickly replied, I haven't slept for 2 days. Tell me the whereabouts of Alice and the others. He never anticipated that sending a soul Douluo and 2 soul sages would fail to eliminate the isolated Xue Qinghe. This left him utterly exposed before Xue Qinghe, causing him to panic. Well, let me inform you. Alice has been killed by me. Douluo est demi-anneau turned frosty. Xue Xing furrowed his brows in shock. Douluo remained silent, but with a mere clench of his fist. The guard he had previously marked with his soul energy was reduced to a puddle of blood mist. Douluo, you traitor! You betrayed me! Xuexing exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Have you allied with Xuexing? No, that's impossible. What could possibly sway you? No need for persuasion. I am merely carrying out young Master Ye's orders. Douluo replied coldly. At this moment, Yi Qin also removed his hat. Who are you? Xuexing asked, astonished by the unfamiliar face. Why should a dying man concern himself with such matters? Yi Qin replied icily. Douluo, take action. Douluo's eyes glimmered with coldness and ruthlessness as he gathered his soul power and charged toward Xuexing. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Xuexing let out a cold snort, and a swan martial spirit materialized behind him, blocking Douluo's attack. Douluo, it won't be so easy to kill me. Xuexing sneered. This revelation left Douluo taken aback. Even he had not anticipated Xuexing's formidable strength. However, no sooner had he spoken than a massive black sword thrust out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a creature with a cross like eye standing there. It was Yi Qin's guardian, Lucifer. Yi Qin had long suspected that Xuexing was no ordinary opponent. Hence he had reserved a trump card. Under the assault of Lucifer's fallen sword, Xuexing was instantly enveloped in a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the wind. Lucifer, well done, Yi Qin remarked, his expression devoid of warmth. Thank you for your praise, master. Lucifer responded, bowing respectfully. Yi Qin sighed slightly, acknowledging that Xuexing was indeed a formidable figure of his time. However, to achieve great ambitions, he would not show undue leniency. Chapter 84. Visiting the Auction House. Reunion with Hu Liena. Subsequently, for the sake of safety, Yi Qin instructed Douluo and Lucifer to sense the life force throughout Crescent Moon Manor. And after eradicating the blood mist, the trio departed the manor unnoticed. In truth, Prince Xuexing was far from easy to eliminate. He not only concealed his strength, but was also cunning and astute. Yet, even so, he never dreamed that Douluo would turn against him. However, Yi Qin understood that eliminating Xuexing was merely the first step. The next targets were Xuebong and Xueyi. While removing Xuebong might prove relatively effortless, Xueyi would undoubtedly pose a challenge. As a former emperor, his guards were anything but ordinary, or else the Spirit Hall or other factions would have already taken action against him. An emperor's hands were stained with the bones of countless adversaries. Young master, shall we return to the palace to find Xuexing? Douluo inquired, discerning Yquines ambition. Not yet. Let us wait for the news of Xuexing's disappearance to reach Xueye's ears, and see how he reacts before we proceed with our next plan. Yi Qin shook his head. For now, let's find a hotel to stay. Understood, Douluo replied. Under Douluo's guidance, Yi Qin arrived at an extremely luxurious hotel in Tiando City. As a prince, he had no concerns regarding expenses. This hotel, one of the most opulent in Tiando City, boasted amenities and standards that even surpassed those of the Yi family's royal palace, rivaling the scale of the Spirit Hall. Although Yi Qin possessed ample determination, the plotting for the imperial throne was no trivial matter, stirring a ripple of apprehension within him. Moreover, having not engaged in any activities for a while, he felt a certain restlessness. Alas, with no women around, I must handle this myself. Yi Qin sighed. At that moment, a flash of white light caught his attention, startling him as he hastily donned his discarded clothing. Mina, why have you suddenly appeared? Yi Qin asked, somewhat reproachful. Apologies, master. I followed your aura and used spatial positioning to arrive directly, Mina replied, her hands clasped at her waist, feet together, and body slightly bent in a respectful bow towards Yi Qin. This posture showcased Mina's alluring figure, igniting Yi Qin's desire. However, he ultimately dismissed the thought of having Mina serve him, responding, forget it, this time shall be an exception. Has Xue'er been delivered? Yes, master, Mina confirmed. Additionally, according to your instructions, I have sensed the approximate number of soul masters within the entire Tiando Imperial Palace. How many? Yi Qin inquired. There are approximately 1,000 soul masters, with around 50 being above the soul sage level, Mina reported. Furthermore, there is one individual in the Tiando Imperial Palace who detected my presence, nearly exposing me. What? Yi Qin exclaimed, slightly startled. Was it a Titled Douluo? Uncertain, but his perceptiveness is exceedingly sharp. Mina responded. This must be the formidable individual Xuem mentioned. Yi Qin mused, furrowing his brows. To detect my nice presence. He surmised that even if not a titled Douluo, the individual must at least be a top-tier soul, Douluo. By the way, did Shui give you any instructions? Yi Qin asked Mina. Madam said that with Shui Xing's death, the Tiando Imperial Palace will surely descend into chaos, and during this period, you should refrain from entering the palace, Mina replied. Indeed, just as I suspected. Yi Qin nodded with a smile. Mina, you may return to rest now. You have worked hard. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Qin spoke to Mina. Yes. Mina nodded and returned to Yi Qin's body, feeling an overwhelming restlessness. Yi Qin resolved to shift his focus. He immediately thought of the Wan Chuan Xiu Shui Du, as it had been several days since he consumed the celestial herb, making it the perfect time to absorb it. Unlike the Y Uxi Ing Q Lu, which was a different kind of celestial herb, Wan Chuan Xiu Shui Du was auxiliary in nature. Although it did not enhance soul power, it bestowed Yi Qin with the ability to see through all things, a treasure he had specifically set aside. With it, Yi Qin would no longer fear being ensnared by illusions. However, some powerful soul master's illusions would remain difficult to pierce. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this would provide Yi Qin with significant assistance. As time passed moment by moment, it had been half an hour since Yi Qin consumed the potion Wang Chuan Xiu Shui. It was evident that his eyes had undergone a remarkable transformation, shimmering with a violet luminescence. In that moment, not only had his mental prowess been enhanced, but he also gained the ability of clairvoyance, seemingly capable of perceiving every action within the hotel. However, it was not long before some powerful soul masters detected his mental probing, prompting Yi Qin to retract his aura. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding. A new check-in task has been released. Check-in location, Tiando Auction House. Task, successfully bid on the right arm of the magic crystal dragon bear. Reward, a set of golden silk armor, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from Soul Saint. A new check-in task? Yi Qin felt a flicker of excitement. He had initially intended to enhance his soul power through meditation, but the unexpected task altered his plans. Soon, Yi Qin transformed into his worldly guise, summoned Douluo, and donned a mask as they made their way to the Tiando auction house. He wore the mask to avoid encountering old acquaintances of Douluo, thus preventing any unnecessary complications. However, midway through their journey, he encountered a familiar figure. The silhouette was adorned with flowing pink hair, unadorned by makeup, yet every frown and smile radiated undeniable charm. She was somewhat tall, clad in a form-fitting pink outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Tiando City, being the imperial capital, was not lacking in beautiful women and noble ladies. But compared to this pink-haired maiden, the heavily made-up noble women seemed to pale in comparison. Beside her stood an elderly man with golden hair. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Qin was both astonished and delighted, promptly approaching to intercept her. Step aside. The pink-haired maiden glared, her eyes filled with anger. Young lady, you look delightful. Shall we indulge in some fun? Yi Qin grinned widely. Hearing this, the golden-haired elder's soul power surged, seemingly ready to teach Yi Qin a lesson. Yet, before he could act, the pink-haired maiden restrained him, turning to Yi Qin and inquiring, "Who are you?" With a faint smile, Yi Qin removed his mask. Qin. Upon seeing his handsome visage, the pink-haired maiden leapt into his embrace. Nana, what brings you here? Yi Qin instantly reciprocated her embrace. Indeed, this person was Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit hall. Of course, I came because I missed you. Hulaina exclaimed excitedly. I have been thinking about you these past few days. A sigh escapes me. Yi Qin mused softly. You ought to have informed me beforehand. Upon hearing his sigh, Hulaina released her hold, gazing into his eyes with deep affection. Qin, are you not welcoming me? Not at all. Yi Qin replied with a smile. You are my woman, and I wish to be with you. Yet your arrival was so sudden that it caught me unprepared. I don't care. Hulaina pouted, grasping Yi Qin's hand and playfully asserting, I am decided to stick with you. Does your teacher know you are in Tiando City? Yi Qin gently asked. She does. Hulaina replied. Otherwise, my teacher Wen Ti have appointed Lin Zhua to be my escort. Greetings, Pope Shi Yi Qin. Yi Qin then extended his hand to the golden-haired elder. Head of the spirit hall, Lin Long. Lin Long immediately shook Yi Qin's hand. My dear wife, I owe you one. Yi Qin sighed inwardly. It seemed that Bibi Dong was aware of his relationship with Hulaina, sending her as a safeguard, likely fearing his solitude. Nana, do you have a place to stay? Yi Qin inquired of Hulaina. We initially intended to reside in the Tindo Holy Hall, but I have changed my mind. Hulaina declared with pride. I will be staying at the nearby Tindo Grand Hotel, but before that, you must accompany me to a certain place. Yi Qin quickly understood. Where you go, I shall follow. Hulaina affirmed, nodding eagerly. Then let us proceed. Yi Qin proclaimed, leading Hulaina and Douluo towards the Tindo auction house. The Tindo auction house, located in the heart of Tindo City, boasted a grand structure with a diameter of 500 meters, a testament to the formidable power behind it. The walls of the auction house were constructed from granite, exuding an aura of magnificence. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with people, including several rabbit-eared and cat-eared maidens welcoming guests. Noticing the extraordinary presence of Yi Qin and his companions, a beautiful cat-eared maiden approached them. Esteemed guests, are you here to bid or to sell? Her voice was incredibly soft and melodious. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin contemplated. He had numerous items within his soul guide that he no longer required. Why not seize the opportunity to auction a few, thus facilitating the completion of the 5 million transaction? Auction. Yi Qin promptly responded. Very well. Allow me to escort you to the appraisal room. The cat-eared maiden politely led the way. The interior of the Tindo auction house was extravagantly decorated, with precious items displayed in transparent containers, akin to an exhibition hall. Douluo, I shall not accompany you to the appraisal room. Please take the items within for assessment. Yi Qin quietly instructed Douluo, handing him a ring. Understood. Douluo accepted the ring and followed the cat-eared maiden into the appraisal room. Meanwhile, Yi Qin held Hulaina's hand and seated himself in the waiting area. At that moment, several figures entered through the main door. Yi Qin did not notice them at first, but once he did, he was taken aback. Among the group were 2 young men at the center of attention. One was strikingly handsome and sophisticated, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. While beside him stood a well-built young man, none other than Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe. Surrounding Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue were several imposing individuals clad in ancient robes. Undoubtedly, it was Qian Renxue who instilled fear in Yi Qin. Qinghe, as the esteemed prince, why must you personally accompany me? Ning Fengji adresset Qian Renxue. My teacher seldom visits Tindo. As a disciple, I must attend to him personally. Qian Renxue replied with a smile. Ha ha, have I not visited Tindo City enough times? Ning Fengji tuklet. I heard today, this auction features numerous rare treasures. If you desire anything, I shall cover the expense. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance. Teacher, Qian Renxue graciously accepted without hesitation. At that moment, upon seeing Ning Fengji's entourage, the auction house's steward immediately greeted them with utmost respect. After some pleasantries, Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue walked side by side toward Yi Qin's direction. Fortunately, Yi Qin was wearing a mask. However, even so, Qian Renxue seemed to find him somewhat familiar, unwittingly directing her gaze toward him. What is it, Qinghe? Ning Fengji inquired, noticing Qian Renxue's unusual behavior. At this, Qian Renxue diverted her gaze elsewhere, smiling at Ning Fengji. It's nothing, teacher, please. To avoid detection by Qian Renxue, Yi Qin subtly turned his head away, an action that Hulaina immediately noticed. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, Qin, do you know that person? I do not. Yi Qin shook his head. Then why has he been staring at you? Hulaina pressed. Perhaps it is because of my striking handsomeness. Yi Qin jested. Unexpectedly, Hulaina lowered her voice, blushing. I also think you are the most handsome man. Do you truly believe so? Yevin tisit, tiltink Hulina saluring Qin. Indeed. Hulaina nodded affirmatively. Your words are so sweet. I shall bestow upon you 2 gifts shortly. Yi Qin remarked with a subtle smile. No need for that, Qin. The items at the auction house are hardly inexpensive. Hulaina feigned rejection, though her heart brimmed with delight. One of a woman's greatest joys is undoubtedly receiving gifts from the man she cherishes. Who said they were from the auction house? Yevin chaklet. The gifts for you have long been prepared. What Yi Qin referred to was, of course, the precious herb he had set aside for Hulaina. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt an overwhelming urge to draw Yi Qin into a kiss. Yet being in a public space, she restrained herself. Before long, 2 cat-eared maidens and a middle-aged man in a suit approached Yi Qin, guiding the illustrious Douluo toward him. Which of you is young Master Yi? The suited gentleman inquired. That would be me, Yi Qin replied as he stood up. Young Master Yi, your auction items have been appraised, and their values established. Please review them, and if you find them satisfactory, you may proceed to sign for the auction. The middle-aged man respectfully presented a document. Upon glancing at the contents of the document, Yi Qin was taken aback. He had a total of 15 items, valued at an astounding 5 million gold soul coins. And that was merely the starting price. It was no wonder the middle-aged man treated him with such deference. Young Master Yi, we will retain a 5% commission on your auction items. If this is agreeable to you, the middle-aged man beamed. Yi Qin offered a faint smile, signed the document, and handed it back to the gentleman. By the way, we also wish to attend today's auction. Are there any specific requirements? For ordinary individuals, a fee of 10,000 gold soul coins is required to obtain bidding rights, but for you, there is no need. Furthermore, this is our auction house's VIP card. It grants you access to the front area of the venue. The staff member presented a diamond-studded card with utmost respect. Yi Qin accepted the card and, flanked by the two cat-eared maidens, proceeded toward the auction house. The venue was vast, boasting approximately 2,000 seats arranged in a tiered fashion, with the lower rows positioned closer to the display platform. Soon, the cat-eared maidens led Yi Qin and his companions to the front 3 rows. However, to their dismay, they found that these seats were already occupied, leaving only 4 available spots. As Yi Qin and Hu Laiina settled into their seats, he noticed that beside them sat Qian Rinxue and Ning Fengji. Oh my! Je viens éclamer une surprise. Initially, Qian Rinxue had been conversing with Ning Fengji, but upon spotting Yi Qin and Hu Laiina, she turned to him and offered a slight smile. Flustered, Yi Qin returned a polite, yet awkward grin. This young man seems somewhat unfamiliar, Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at Yi Qin, who wore a mask. This is our first visit to the Titled auction house, Yi Qin replied. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Qian Rinxue's expression shifted to one of suspicion as she smirked. If this is your first visit and yet you find yourself in the inner area, you must possess quite the remarkable background. Please, do not jest. My parents are merchants, and we have some means, Yi Qin responded. Are your parents from the Tiantou Empire? Qian Rinxue inquired further. No, we hail from foreign land, Yi Qin replied. No wonder, Qian Rinxue remarked. May I ask your name? At that moment, the auctioneer, clad in a suit, stepped onto the stage as the previous auction concluded. Through a soul-guiding microphone, he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We are about to commence today's highlight auction. Instantly, the previous clamor ceased, and Yi Qin found himself momentarily relieved. He cast a sidelong glance at Qian Rinxue, who appeared to be gazing back at him. Yi Qin felt a flutter of anxiety and quickly redirected his focus to the auction stage. Before him, under the scrutiny of the audience, an object draped in black cloth was hoisted onto the platform by 8 burly men. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the auction, may I pose a question? What is the most precious auction item across the Douluo Continent? The host inquired, stirring the crowd. Soul bones. Many voices chimed in unison. Soul bones are rare and invaluable, a treasure that cannot be easily obtained, declared the host. Indeed, a single soul bone can dramatically enhance a soul master's abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary Titled Douluo may struggle to amass 6 soul bones, if they can acquire any at all. As the host's words resonated, murmurs of excitement and astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could it be that the object concealed beneath the cloth was a soul bone? Many began to calculate their savings, pondering if they could afford such a coveted item. Master, can the Tiantou auction house truly auction off soul bones? Qian Rinxue asked Ning Fengji, her brow furrowed in skepticism. A soul bone is of such immense value. The Tiantou auction house may not be able to handle it. Ning Fengji shook his head. While the Tiantou auction house has auctioned soul bones in the past, those were conducted discreetly and never publicly. To date, I have only participated in one such auction. What do you think, my friend? Qian Rinxue turned to Yi Qin. This is my first visit. I am quite unfamiliar with the rules here, Yi Qin admitted with an awkward smile. As the audience's anticipation heightened, the spotlight dimmed, and the curtain covering the box was drawn back. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. Within the transparent rectangular case lay an arm resembling a dragon's claw. The arm stretched 3 meters long, shimmering more brilliantly than diamond crystal, with the blood-like seawater visibly flowing within. leaving all in awe. Upon witnessing this arm, Yi Qin had an inkling of its origin. The host elucidated, this is the right arm of a 6,000-year-old magic crystal dragon bear. The magic crystal dragon bear possesses the bloodline of the dragon, rivaling the likes of the dark golden terror claw bear and the titan giant ape. Naturally, the most formidable aspect of the magic crystal dragon bear is its right arm. It is said to have a 50% chance of yielding a soul bone. You heard correctly. This right arm is now up for auction, with a starting price of 1 million gold soul coins. At this proclamation, the audience grasped the gravity of the situation. This auction was a gamble. The stakes were whether the dragon bear's arm would produce a soul bone. If it did, the price would soar exponentially. If not, it would result in a significant loss. The system has prompted me to bid on this right arm. There must be a secret. Yi Qin mused internally, his eyes glimmering with a violet hue as he intended to utilize his X-ray vision to discern whether a soul bone was hidden within. However, it appeared his level of perception fell short, for otherwise, the auction house would not have presented it so openly. In this high-stakes gamble, courageous souls arose swiftly, and within 3 seconds, the bidding escalated to 2 million gold soul coins. The atmosphere fell silent. While soul bones are indeed precious, this was a gamble of considerable magnitude. 2 million gold soul coins was a sum beyond the reach of many. 3 million. A spirited voice rang out from beside Yi Qin. It was Qian Renxue placing the bid. What is this, Qinghe? Are you interested? Ning Fengji inquired with intrigue. Soul bones are rare and invaluable, Qian Renxue replied. I wish to give it a try. In truth, Qian Renxue already possessed the angelic set. Her intention to acquire the soul bone was not for herself, but for the man she cherished most. Ah, how fortunate to find something you desire. Ning Fengji noted it. Bid with confidence. I shall cover your expenses. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin felt as if he had just tasted a bitter lotus. This implies that he is set to compete against his own wife. But the true rival is none other than the master of the wealthiest sect, Ning Fengji. However, this is a main storyline quest, and he has no choice but to dive in headfirst, declaring loudly, 3,100,000. Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue turned their gazes toward Yi Qin, who smiled and said, What is this, my friend? Are you also interested in this item? Indeed, Yi Qin continued with a smile. I wonder if you could yield a little. 3,500,000. Qian Renxue did not respond to Yi Qin, but shouted towards the auction stage. Yi Qin was now truly tempted to give Qian Renxue a playful smack on her rear. Clearly, Qian Renxue had yet to recognize Yi Qin, as he had only recently appeared before her in his current form. For a million. Yi Qin closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It was not that he was pained by the expenditure of gold soul coins, but rather, competing against his own wife felt absurd. 4,500,000. Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yi Qin felt a wave of despair wash over him, but shouted, 5 million gold soul coins. It seems my friend is determined to win. Qian Renxue smiled at him. Very well, then I shall concede to you. Having reached the exorbitant price of 5 million, there were hardly any bidders left, apart from Ning Fengji. Who could afford such a sum? 5 million sold, the host declared with authority. Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief. 5 million gold soul coins was a sum he could accept. Ding. Main quest completed. You have received a piece of golden silk soft armor. The system notification finally chimed. Chapter 87. The Dragon Bear's Inner Pearl. Tension surrounding Yi Qin after winning the right arm of the Dragon Bear. Yi Qin wasted no time and, under the guidance of the staff, made his way backstage. The security at the Tiendo auction house was exceptionally tight, and it took Yi Qin and his companions several checkpoints to finally arrive at the secret chamber where the right arm was kept. Honored guest, your payment has been processed. Would you like to proceed with the cut here or take it back? After signing and completing the payment, the middle-aged man who had previously given Yi Qin a VIP card greeted him with a smile. Everyone else, please step outside. Yi Qin remained silent, and Douluo was the first to speak. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded promptly and exited with the auction house security personnel. Lin Long, you stand guard at the door. Hulaina remarked sensibly. Lin Long nodded in response and respectfully exited. Douluo, let us begin. Yi Qin instructed. Upon hearing this name, Hulaina's face registered surprise. Douluo had previously been an elder of the Spear Hall, so she was naturally aware of his identity. Nana, I will explain everything to you later. Yi Qin said gently to Hulaina. Next, Douluo gathered his soul power and shattered the right arm of the dragon bear. In the next moment, a blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was not the shape of any soul bone, but rather a palm-sized, round pearl. This is, upon seeing the pearl, Yi Qin and the others gasped in unison. It's the inner pearl of a soul beast. Douluo exclaimed first. Indeed, soul beast inner pearls are rare products left behind by certain special soul beasts after they cultivate. As Douluo spoke, he spat out an emerald-colored pearl from his mouth. Yi Qin was not unfamiliar with this pearl, as Douluo would always take it out during battles. Young Master Yi, look. This is the Snake Emperor Pearl I cultivated during my training. It contains half of my soul power. Douluo explained, and if I'm not mistaken, this blue pearl is the inner pearl refined from the magic crystal dragon bear. Moreover, I can sense that it contains an immense energy, to my knowledge. Inner pearls are only produced in top-tier martial souls, with a probability even lower than that of soul bones. Young Master Yi, we have stumbled upon a treasure, Douluo said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin grasped the blue pearl in his hand, and in an instant, he felt a vast energy emanating from it. The energy was overwhelmingly powerful, giving him the sensation of being electrified. What a domineering energy, Yi Qin exclaimed. Though it was not his own cultivated energy, there would inevitably be some resistance. Yet his subordinate believed that young Master Yi would surely conquer it. Douluo stroked his beard. Let us take it back and study it slowly. Yi Qin nodded. Initially, he had intended to give the inner pearl to Hulaina, but the overwhelming energy made him reconsider. After placing the inner pearl within a soul guide container, the three of them exited the secret chamber. Upon seeing Yi Qin and his companions, the middle-aged man from the auction house immediately approached. Young Master Yi, was the soul bone secured? No. Yi Qin feigned a sigh. I lost 5 million. Ah, young Master Yi, please don't be too disheartened. The man's expression shifted slightly. Yi Qin was a significant patron of their auction house, and they needed to retain him. However, young master, your auction item has entered the bidding process and should sell soon. The middle-aged man promptly added, if there are any updates, send someone to the Tiendo Hotel to find him. Yi Qin pointed at Douluo. Certainly. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully. Just as Yi Qin was about to leave the Tiendo auction house, a security guard handed him a note. Yi Qin, puzzled, took the note and saw it read Zue and Liu, Tianzi Jian, along with a drawing of a pouting face with a hint of complaint. Sigh, what must come will come. Seeing that expression, Yi Qin sighed with a wry smile. Undoubtedly, this was from Qian Rinxue, who had ultimately discovered his identity. Nana, you and Douluo head back to the hotel first. I need to step out for a moment, Yi Qin said to Hulaina. Can I come with you? Hulaina asked, her brows furrowing. All right, then you can come with me. After a moment of thought, Yi Qin nodded. He decided to let Hulaina meet Qian Rinxue. Both were his beloved, and he could no longer keep them in the dark. Not only for now, but he felt that in the future, when he had more women, he would tell them all, with the exception of Bibi Dong, whose identity was too special. Douluo was aware of Mina and Lucifer's existence, so he had no worries. Lin Long asked, Your Highness, do you need me to accompany you? No need. Hulaina shook her head. You all go back to the hotel. With that, Yi Qin and Hulaina held hands and made their way to Zue and Liu. Zue and Liu was quite famous in Tiendo City, and a little inquiry would surely reveal its location. Conveniently, it was located just a few streets away from the Tiendo auction house. Qin, where are we going? Hulaina asked curiously along the way. A little secret for now. Ye vin repeat. Soon, they arrived at a traditional Chinese style and bustling with activity. Ladies, would you like to have something to eat? Noticing Yi Qin and Hulaina's elegant attire, the innkeeper immediately approached with a courteous demeanor. We would like to go to the Tianzi Jian. Ye vin responded. Ah, so you are the esteemed guest awaited in the Tianzi Jian. Please follow me. The innkeeper smiled slightly and led them in. At that moment, Yi Qin's heart raced slightly. Although his women did not object to his harem, he still felt a pang of insecurity. Esteemed guests, they are waiting for you inside. I shall take my leave. The innkeeper gestured toward a private room. Yi Qin steeled himself and resolutely led Hulaina inside. At that moment, Qian Rinxue was seated. Having reverted to her feminine form, she wore a golden gown that complemented her golden hair, accentuating her unique and noble beauty. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue's appearance, both Yi Qin and Hulaina were captivated by her beauty. What a stunning woman. No wonder she is Yi Qin's beloved. However, Qian Renxue was the first to smile at Hulaina, then turned to Yi Qin and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" "First of all, thank you for your compliments." Before Yi Qin could respond, Hulaina smiled and nodded. "If I am not mistaken, you're also one of Qin's women, right?" "Nana, how did you guess?" "Je vinikle mit in surprise." "You are the person I love most. I can understand your feelings quite well." Hulaina said with a hint of charm. "You seemed a bit nervous along the way, which is not characteristic of you." After speaking, Hulaina extended her hand towards Qian Renxue. "Hello, I am Qin's first woman, Hulaina." Chapter 88. The Heartthrob and the Emperor's Plan. "So, you are a disciple of the Pope." Qian Renxue was slightly startled, but maintained her composure as she extended her hand. "Your surname is Qian, so you must be from the Spirit Hall?" Hulaina responded with mild surprise. "I suppose so, but I apologize, sister. My identity cannot be overly disclosed." Qian Renxue smiled gracefully. "Understood." Hulaina nodded quickly, a flicker of surprise passing through her. Seeing this, Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his women were more harmonious than he had anticipated. Upon closer inspection, Hulaina was enchanting while Qian Renxue exuded noble elegance, representing two distinct realms of beauty that excited Yi Qin immensely. He grasped Hulaina with one hand and pulled Qian Renxue up from her seat with the other, saying with a faint smile, "Seeing the two of you getting along so well brings great comfort to my heart. Who is your wife?" Hulaina and Qian Renxue both playfully chided in unison. "You heartthrob." "All right then, if you both dislike me for being a heartthrob, you may leave," Yi Qin said, spreading his arms wide with feigned nonchalance. "Qin, I was joking." Hearing Yi Qin suggest she leave, Hulaina hurriedly grasped his left arm. "In this lifetime, you will never be able to get rid of me." Qian Renxue then took hold of Yi Qin's right arm, declaring proudly, "How could you? Who else would accompany me?" Yi Qin embraced both women, stating, "From now on, you both are my dearest ones." "The dearest ones? I fear there may be more than just us two," Qian Renxue remarked. "Indeed, I feel the same," Hulaina affirmed. "Will you accept others?" At this point, Yi Qin needed to clarify the situation. "Heartthrob," Hulaina playfully retorted. "Qin, is it that Nana and I cannot satisfy you?" Qian Renxue inquired. "One is the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and the other is about to ascend the throne. What if I become lonely and cannot resist?" Yi Qin questioned. Upon hearing this, Hulaina was visibly startled. She was not yet aware of Qian Renxue's plans. However, Qian Renxue did not blame Yi Qin, but instead stated, "Qin, I have but one request. If you have other women, you must inform me." "All right," Yi Qin nodded, then turned to Hulaina, asking, "Nana, what about you?" "I have long said that as long as you hold me in your heart, the rest is inconsequential." Hulaina paused before responding. "It seems I am fortunate to have two understanding women." Ye Qin similait softly. In truth, without a doubt, all of this was attributable to the system. "Schwer nar, I am truly pleased that you can interact so harmoniously," Yi Qin said. "There is something I wish to discuss." Yi Qin hesitated to voice his thoughts. "Host, I forgot to mention. The system's notification chimed in. Since Bibi Dong is a virgin, Qian Renxue and the current Bibi Dong are not related as mother and daughter. The memories regarding their relationship have completely vanished. In short, no one on the Douluo Continent knows that Qian Renxue is Bibi Dong's daughter, including themselves. Will this affect Bibi Dong's status in the Spirit Hall?" Yi Qin asked, puzzled. "No, her status is earned through her own abilities. Moreover, in the public's memory, Qian Renxue is the daughter of Qian Xuanji and her clan." The system responded. Of course, only one person knew this originally, Qian Douluo. However, Bibi Dong's memories of humiliation still linger, and thus her resentment toward the Elder Hall and Qian Renxue remains. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin felt a sense of relief. He had never held any grudges regarding Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, and now he felt utterly at ease. "Qin." Seeing Yi Qin lost in thought, both Hulaina and Qian Renxue called out simultaneously. Yi Qin was jolted back to reality, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Were we? You mentioned there was something you wanted to tell us." Qian Renxue reminded him. "Right?" Yi Qin suddenly had an idea. "Schwer, why not reveal your identity to Nar?" "All right," Qian Renxue agreed. Naturally, she would not disclose this to anyone else, but for Yi Qin, she held unwavering trust. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue recounted her imperial ambitions to Hu Laina in detail. I never expected Sister Schwerer to be the granddaughter of the Grand Offering and the young master of the Spear Hall. Doesn't that mean I am your competitor? Hu Laina exclaimed in astonishment. My focus is on the Tiando Empire, which has been my goal for over a decade. Qian Rinxue smiled. Moreover, since we are all Qin's women, what does it matter? Yi Qin smiled lightly at Hu Laina, saying, The reason I had Schwerer share this plan with you is that I will be accompanying her to seize the throne, which may lead to some neglect on your part. Qin, you can rest assured, I understand. Hu Laina nodded, adding, Furthermore, this is a significant plan for the Spear Hall, and, as the Saintess, I naturally need to provide unconditional support. Thank you, Nar, for your support. Yi Qin expressed his gratitude sincerely. By the way, Schwerer, you summoned me here for more than just this matter, right? Yi Qin continued to inquire. Yes. Qian Rinxue nodded. Qin, has Shuexing been dealt with? Yes. Ye vien repiet. What is your next plan? We have a poison master in the Spirit Hall who can mix 7 colorless, odorless, non-toxic substances to create a slow-acting lethal poison that will gradually kill Shui Yi. Qian Rinxue explained. Yi Qin immediately understood. This plan mirrored the one from the original story, although it was ultimately deciphered by Yang Wudi. Naturally, Yi Qin would not allow such an occurrence, but this approach would indeed take too long, at least 10 years. Master, why not leave it to me? At that moment, Lucifer's voice resonated in Yi Qin's mind. You? Yi Qin asked in surprise. I possess a secret technique that can manipulate a person's soul, making them obey my commands. Lucifer replied. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yi Qin exclaimed, overjoyed. However, this secret technique requires a considerable amount of preparation time. Lucifer added, Moreover, the duration of preparation depends on the strength of the target. The stronger the target, the longer the preparation time. Schwerer, do you know the soul power level of the Snow Knight Emperor? Yi Qin asked Qian Rinxue. Qin, you don't intend to kill him directly, do you? Qian Rinxue asked, slightly startled. Not to assassinate him, but to control him. Yi Qin said with a faint smile. Chapter 89. Devouring the Inner Core. Both Hu Laina and Qian Rinxue gasped in astonishment. Yi Qin then revealed the details of Lucifer's secret technique to the two women. Qin, what exactly is Lucifer's background to possess such formidable powers? Qian Rinxue asked, astonished. You need not concern yourself with that. Yi Qin took her hand reassuringly. Therefore, what we must do is buy time for Lucifer. Hu Laina nodded. It is no easy feat, as the palace is heavily guarded, with thousands of soul masters and imperial guards patrolling day and night, most of whom are trusted confidants of Shui Yi. For us from the Spirit Hall, infiltrating is a formidable challenge. Qian Rinxue sighed, adding that within the palace exists a figure known as the Imperial Eagle. Though his strength is not overwhelming, merely a soul Douluo, his spirit manifests as keen eyesight, with a spiritual perception so acute that even Titled Douluo cannot conceal themselves from him. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's explanation, Yi Qin immediately recalled the individual Mina had mentioned. It is no wonder that the esteemed heir of the Spirit Hall requires 2 decades to prepare for this mission. However, for Yi Qin, the more arduous the challenge, the more exhilarating it becomes. Thus, the course of action is clear. Seizing the throne consists of 3 steps. The first step is to eliminate the eagle. The second step is to control Shui Yi. And the third step is to usurp the throne. Qin, there's something I'm unsure whether I should disclose, Qian Rinxue stated. What is there that we cannot discuss? Yi Qin replied. This eagle never leaves the palace, and Shui Yi trusts him implicitly. He is surrounded by 40 soul saints, and coupled with his formidable mental detection, our attempts to assassinate him with Titled Douluo have failed. Qian Rinxue responded. But Yi Qin furrowed his brows. He is infatuated with your mother, Qian Rinxue declared. Both Yi Qin and Hu Laina gasped in unison. Indeed, your mother has captivated countless men, and this eagle is among her fervent admirers. Qian Rinxue elaborated. If we leverage your mother's name, perhaps we could lure him away from the palace. But my mother has already. When your mother visited Tiano City, Yi Xian was also present. Qian Rinxue discerned Yi Qin's intent and continued. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qin understood. I see, it seems I must seek out my aunt. The road ahead is laden with responsibility. Yi Qin sighed as he sat in his chair. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue rose and sat upon his left leg. Flashing a charming smile, I truly appreciate your help, Qin. After all, you are my man. Yi Qin embraced her with a smile. I wanted to, Hulaina declared, settling onto his right leg and snuggling into his embrace. With two unparalleled beauties in his arms, Yi Qin felt an unprecedented thrill. As they enjoyed the moment, Qian Rinxue reluctantly said, Qin, I must return to the palace. I came out under the pretense of accompanying Ning Fengji, and if I linger too long, Shui will grow suspicious. Understood. Ye vin replied. Once I eliminate the eagle, I will visit you in the palace. Nana, take good care of Qin for me. Qian Rinxue smiled. Esta suet, zistak suea. Hulaina nodded in agreement. After Qian Rinxue planted a kiss on Yi Qin's cheek, she departed with reluctance. Once she left, Yi Qin could hardly contain himself and grew bolder, turning to Hulaina. Nana, how about we? Hulaina immediately caught on, blushing as she nodded. After securely closing the door to the suite, they began to indulge in their desires. After their escapade, Yi Qin and Hulaina first visited the Spirit Hall branch, feigning illness to invite Yi Xian to Tiando City. Subsequently, they returned to the Tiando Grand Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Yi Qin instructed Douluo and Lin Long to stand guard outside, while he led Hulaina into the suite. Nana, these two divine herbs are for you, Yi Qin said to Hulaina. What are these? She inquired, astonished at the sight of the unusual herbs. 8-petal celestial orchid and water fairy jade skin. Yi Qin replied. I've never heard of them. Hulaina shook her head. But I'm sure they are extraordinary. I'll keep you in suspense. Just consume them. Ye vin simidit. All right. Hulaina nodded gently and followed Yi Qin's instructions, savoring the herbs. Before long, she felt a chill emanating from her abdomen, causing her to instinctively sit cross-legged and absorb the energy with her soul power. Seeing Hulaina enter a meditative state, Yi Qin smiled faintly and joined her on the floor. Then, Yi Qin's soul guide container shimmered, and a blue light emerged, revealing the inner core of the magic crystal dragon bear. Yi Qin recalled that, aside from Douluo's Serpent Emperor's inner core, Ma Hongjun in the original story also relied on the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake to elevate his spirit to that of the 10-headed phoenix. He couldn't help but wonder if this inner core could also catalyze the evolution of his spirit. With anticipation, Yi Qin summoned the world-ending ancestral dragon and began to channel the inner core into his body. Fortunately, the suite was spacious enough to accommodate the world-ending ancestral dragon. Roar! At the moment Yi Qin forcefully channeled the core, a furious beast roar resonated from within the inner pearl, and a formidable power spilled forth, fiercely resisting Yi Qin's attempts. Yi Qin had previously battled the vengeful force of the heavenly winged demon spider, and though the magic crystal dragon bear was far inferior in cultivation, the inner core was fundamentally different from soul bones. The inner core contained the vast majority of the magic crystal dragon bear's energy, while the soul bones of the heavenly winged demon spider held almost no soul power, making the two incomparable. As such, no matter how Yi Qin attempted to draw it forth, the inner pearl seemed to be anchored firmly in front of his chest, unmoving. Yi Qin dared not directly consume it, otherwise an unforeseen accident could lead to a life-threatening situation. Humph. Yi Qin smirked as 4 black soul rings simultaneously appeared beneath him. Once the soul rings manifested, Yi Qin's soul power surged dramatically, and the 4 black rings emitted a mysterious light, descending upon the inner core. Finally, the inner core relaxed slightly, beginning to shift towards Yi Qin's body, though the movement was exceedingly slow. Even so, Yi Qin felt a sense of relief. If he persisted in his efforts, he would undoubtedly conquer the inner pearl. Before long, a night passed. The following morning, within the Tiando Imperial Palace, in the central hall, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged upon the dragon throne. His appearance bore some resemblance to Shui Xing, yet compared to the latter, he lacked a hint of charm and cunning, instead exuding a demeanor of steadiness and resolve. He was none other than the emperor of the Tiando Empire, the great emperor Shui Yi. Beneath Shui Yi, kneeling was Qian Rinxue, disguised in her guise. At that moment, the great emperor Shui Yi was profoundly shocked, exclaiming, Qing He, what did you say? Prince Shui Xing has gone missing? Everyone has participated in the search, Qian Rinxue replied. We have scoured both inside and outside the city, but there is no trace. Upon hearing this, the great emperor Shui Yi initially slumped, coughing several times. Then his expression turned furious. Before his disappearance, Who was he in contact with? As far as I know, my uncle went out alone yesterday afternoon, seemingly to meet someone important, without even bringing his guards. Qian Rinxue answered. Who? The great Emperor Shui Yi asked, visibly alarmed. Unknown at this time, Qian Rinxue lowered her head. Investigate. You must find out. The great Emperor Shui Yi commanded, his anger palpable. A prince of our dynasty vanishing without a trace in Tiando City. Issue orders for the armed forces and patrol units to search the entire city. We must see him alive or his corpse. I shall obey the command. After receiving her orders, Qian Rinxue immediately bowed and exited the Grand Hall. As she departed, a figure stealthily appeared beside the Snow Knight Emperor. He appeared to be around 60 years of age, with a remarkably contorted face and eyes akin to those of an eagle, deep and sharp. Eagle Eye. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted slightly as he addressed him. At your service. Eagle Eye replied. Not long ago, Xuexing mentioned that if he were to encounter misfortune, I should start my investigation from Xuexinghe. At the time, I was skeptical. The Snow Knight Emperor spoke with authority. With the demise of the second and third princes, and now Xuexing's unfortunate incident, I cannot help but harbor suspicions. From this day forth, closely monitor Xuexinghe's every move. As you command. Eagle Eye responded and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Hotel, after a night of absorbing the effects of 2 celestial herbs, Hulina had nearly fully assimilated their powers. Coupled with the 2 soul bones previously gifted to her by Yi Qin, her soul power had reached level 47. In less than a month, she had ascended 7 levels, all within the soul sect realm, a feat she had never dared to imagine before. All of this was thanks to her beloved man, Yi Qin, stabilizing her soul power. She opened her eyes to find Yi Qin sitting across from her. She noticed that the inner pearl on his chest had mostly been absorbed into his body, leaving only a tiny speck of light. In the next moment, as the inner pearl completely vanished, an intense blue radiance erupted from within Yi Qin. Simultaneously, the annihilation dragon behind him underwent subtle changes. Its shape remained largely the same, but its horns transformed into a brilliant blue, and a layer of translucent blue armor adorned its dragon arms. Following the evolution of the annihilation dragon, blue flames ignited upon Yi Qin's surface, prompting an involuntary cry from him. Qin, what is happening? Hulina's expression shifted from smile to one of concern. At that moment, the flames surrounding Yi Qin intensified, consuming his clothing and scorching his skin. Ultimately, the fire expanded rapidly, enveloping Yi Qin entirely. Qin, don't scare me. Seeing Yi Qin engulfed by the sea of flames, Hulina was taken aback. However, just then, Yi Qin's body reformed in an instant. What unfolded next was a breathtaking sight for Hulina. Before her stood a stunningly beautiful man with golden hair and azure eyes. His visage was so remarkable, with perfect features and bright, clear eyes, that he appeared as an angel descended from heaven. At this moment, Yi Qin was entirely unclothed. Hulina's face turned crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Yi Qin smiled lightly, donned a garment from the soul guide container, and then spoke. It's not as if you haven't seen it before. Why be so shy? Only then did Hulina dare to meet Yi Qin's gaze. Qin, you seem even more handsome now. Yi Qin glanced at his somewhat matured physique, attributing the change to the dragon bloodline within the inner pearl. It seems the dragon blood has caused me to undergo a transformation. Although Yi Qin's soul power decreased after absorbing the inner pearl, initially, he could have reached level 53 after absorbing 3 celestial herbs. But now he could only attain level 51. The crucial factor was that the missing portion of his soul power was stored within the inner pearl. Once released, it would bolster his strength to rival that of a soul emperor. Moreover, the primary advantage of storing soul power within the inner pearl was that, even without meditating to convert soul power, the pearl could transform the surrounding energies of heaven and earth into soul power. Consequently, his cultivation speed would increase significantly. Qin, you scare me just now. I'm relieved you're all right. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hulina leapt into Yi Qin's embrace. I'm sorry to worry you. Yi Qin lightly touched his forehead to hers, feeling a hint of guilt. Ah, Lina, it seems your soul power has also increased significantly. Yes, Hulina nodded. The celestial herbs you provided are indeed extraordinary. Of course I handpicked them. Yi Qin replied tenderly. Young Master Yi, I have matters to discuss. At that moment, Douluo's voice rang from outside the door. Come in. Yi Qin responded. Upon hearing this, Douluo entered the room. Young Master Yi just now? His Highness Shui Qing has sent a secret message stating he is under surveillance and confinement, with palace security doubled. This Shui Qing is no simple character. Yi Qin's expression shifted slightly. Even in death, he still plays his cards. Qian Renxue had earned immense trust from the Snow Knight Emperor over many years. And now that she was under house arrest, there was only one possibility. Shui Qing must have communicated something to the Snow Knight Emperor, raising significant doubts about his demise. Inform Shui heir to refrain from acting recklessly during this period. Once we eliminate Eagle Eye, we will rendezvous with her at the palace, Yi Qin commanded. Understood. Douluo acknowledged and then withdrew. Qin, what shall we do next? Hulina inquired. We must not act hastily. Let us wait for my aunt to arrive in Tiandou, Yi Qin replied, his gaze firm. We cannot rush a plan that has been in the making for over a decade. Initially, Yi Qin believed it would take Yi Xian at least half a month to arrive. During this time, he began to formulate a meticulous plan for seizing the throne. However, on the seventh day, Yi Xian's figure unexpectedly appeared outside the hotel. At that moment, Yi Xian was dressed in a flowing white gown, sporting a sun hat, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a refined jade maiden. Nevertheless, her strikingly beautiful figure and noble demeanor remained unchanged. Aunt, Yi Qin and Hulina stepped forward to greet her. Initially, Yi Xian appeared particularly anxious, but upon seeing Yi Qin safe and sound, a look of realization washed over her. Didn't you say you were unwell? Yi Xian furrowed her brows slightly, her tone laced with reproach.